Gu Xian traversed the Delua continent, becoming the direct descendant of Bon Delua Gurong. Upon awakening his martial soul, he possessed only an innate soul power of level 8 and lacked a twin martial soul. Through sheer determination, Gu Xian broke through to Soul Master at the age of 12, enrolling in the Heaven Do Academy, where he formed a bond with Dugi Yin and acquired the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye. With the exquisite herbs from within the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye, he embarked on a remarkable journey, propelling the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to new heights. Xuan Xian and Gu Rong both achieved breakthroughs, while Ning Fengji advanced within the 8 Treasures Glazed Pagoda. At 13, he fortuitously encountered Shrek Academy and forged a connection with Tang San, earning the latter's recognition and becoming a benevolent elder brother, known for his warm-heartedness and sense of justice. He deftly exploited Tang San's talents, providing him with soul bones and persuading him to enhance his second martial soul with soul rings, thereby diminishing Tang San's potential. Gu Xian cleverly diverted the attention of the Spirit Hall towards Tang San, while he himself quietly nurtured his own development within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. At the age of 15, he surpassed the rank of Soul King and triumphed in a grand tournament, claiming victory. Witness how Gu Xian, with his prescient instincts, leads the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to unify the continent. Chapter 1. Gu Xian. The Dolua continent is a realm governed by martial souls, devoid of magic, technology, or the fabled energy transformations of old. The lives of its inhabitants are intricately intertwined with their martial souls. Every individual possesses a martial soul, yet only a select few are graced with innate soul power, allowing them to cultivate and ascend to the esteemed profession of Soul Master. Innate soul power signifies one's talent. The higher the innate soul power, the stronger the potential, and the greater the hope of becoming a formidable force in the future. Through countless years and the endeavors of many, the ranking of Soul Masters has been delineated into 10 levels, from level 1 to 10 for Soul Apprentices, 11 to 24. Soul Masters, 21 to 30 for Great Soul Masters, 31 to 40 for Soul Venerables, 41 to 50 for Soul Sect, 51 to 60 for Soul Kings, 61 to 70 for Soul Emperors, 71 to 80 for Soul Saints, 81 to 90 for Title WOs, 91 to 99 for the ultimate Title Dua, culminating in the ascension to godhood at level 100. Yet, no gods have emerged on the continent for millennia. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, one of the top 3 sects, holds the title of the wealthiest sect, reputed to possess riches rivaling nations. Within its halls, over 3,000 soul masters reside, including more than 1,000 direct descendants and over 2,000 affiliated disciples, making it an undeniable titan of power in the private abode of Gu Rong. One of the 2 guardian deities of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, a handsome youth sat cross-legged beneath an ancient, towering tree. His body shimmered with a black and gray luminescence, suggesting he had reached a cultivation impasse. After a considerable time, a sound reminiscent of shattering glass emanated from his body, and 2 yellow soul rings emerged around him. Finally at level 30, Gu Xian exhaled a breath of stale air, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his black-gray eyes. Rising to his feet, the soul rings around him receded. At merely 12 years of age, he stood at an impressive height of 1.70 meters, with a robust physique, broad shoulders, and a short black ponytail secured by a golden hairband, exuding a refreshing and striking appearance. Upon obtaining the 3rd soul ring, one may proceed to the Royal Academy of Tiando. In the original narrative of my previous life, it seems that the character Dugi Yin ventured to the Royal Academy at the tender age of 15. Gu Xian clenched his fist, savoring the newfound power from his recent breakthrough, and murmured softly to himself that Gu Xian is a transmigrator, and his current identity is one of the 2 guardian deities of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, the grandson of Bon Delua Gurong. Due to the circumstances of his transmigration, Gu Xian commenced his studies in the various theoretical knowledge and physical training of this world from a young age, for he was acutely aware of the absurdity of the so-called soul ring limit theory. All soul rings prior to the 10th Ascendier mark are intrinsically linked to physical prowess, as long as one possesses a resolute will and sufficient physical capability. Transcending the usual limits to absorb soul rings is not a formidable challenge. Gu Xian's 1st soul ring reached an impressive 600 years. Initially, his 2nd soul ring was capable of absorbing a 1,000-year level soul ring. However, the quality of his 2nd soul ring was of the utmost caliber. Though its age was merely 600 years, the enhancement and benefits it conferred upon him surpassed those of an ordinary 1,000-year soul ring. This 2nd soul ring was derived from a 600-year-old dark gold terraclaw bear, The dark old Terraclaw bear is a soul beast of the same echelon as the true dragon, and indeed, it far exceeds the typical true dragon in prowess. 100-year soul beast can contend with a 1,000-year soul beast, a 1,000-year soul beast with a 10th beast, and the 10th dark old Terraclaw. Bear possesses the capability to engage a 100,000-year soul beast in battle. While it cannot be definitively stated that a 10th dark old Terraclaw bear will always triumph over a 100,000-year soul beast, its ability to contend with such formidable creatures is ample evidence of its exceptional talent and strength. For Xuan, the 600-year dark gold Terraclaw bear soul ring provided an enhancement that is certainly comparable to that of a 3,000-year soul ring, perhaps even surpassing that standard. Thus, upon reaching the age of 12, his soul power has already ascended to the 30th level. Unlike the protagonists of novels from my previous life, who often arrive as innate full soul power with dual martial souls, Xuan's innate soul power is merely at level 8. Moreover, aside from his training, he devotes a significant amount of time to the study of various theoretical disciplines and physical conditioning. And in addition to these, Xuan has systematically pursued knowledge in pharmacology and alchemy, consuming even more of his time. Therefore, achieving a breakthrough to the 30th level at just 12 years of age is a remarkably swift advancement in cultivation. With Xuan's presence as a transmigrator, the current state of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School diverges somewhat from that depicted in the original narrative. For instance, Bon Delaw Guron's soul power had just recently surpassed the 96th level 3 months prior. Additionally, one of the 4 single attribute clans, the Page clan, has joined the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. These 2 aspects represent the most significant deviations from the original text, while numerous other minor alterations abound. As a transmigrator, Xuan's thoughts and understanding of this world are inherently distinct. Furthermore, being the sole grandson of Gurong and exhibiting talents and determination that far exceed his peers, even if some of Xuan's ideas are difficult for others like Ning Fengji to comprehend, they still choose to support him. Upon the validation of Xuan's thoughts, Ning Fengji and his associates ceased to underestimate him. Consequently, they began to heed Xuan's counsel, leading to the transformation of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. It is noteworthy that in this incarnation, the little demoness Ning Rongrong has exhibited a marked change, particularly in the presence of Xuan. In her previous life, Ning Rongrong was at the 27th rank when she entered Shrek Academy at the age of 12, whereas now, at the tender age of 11, she has already reached the 26th rank, a testament to Xuan's influence. Unlike the disciples of other sects, Xuan harbors no fear of Ning Rongrong, as their standing is comparable. His lack of trepidation implies that he does not indulge her. Knowing her disposition without a firm hand, she would not engage earnestly in her training, as was the case before her enrollment in Shrek Academy. With Xuan's pressure and encouragement, Ning Rongrong has improved significantly compared to her original portrayal. He dusted off the unseen particle from his attire and strode towards the courtyard's exit. With his grandfather Gurong absent, he surmised he would find him at the residence of his second uncle, Chun Xian. Gurong is a year older than Chun Xian, hence Xuan refers to him as second uncle. This second uncle has never married or sired offspring, and thus his lineage is on the brink of extinction. However, the 7-killing sword has not perished, for Chun Xian has a brother whose legacy endures despite his passing. That brother is Xuan's uncle, Chun Yuan, whose talent is mediocre. Having reached his 40s, he has only attained a rank above 60. Although the 7-killing sword is a supreme martial soul, not every bearer possesses exceptional aptitude, with exceptions occasionally arising. Chun Yuan has 2 sons, yet both exhibit average talent, likely a consequence of Chun Xian's extraordinary abilities, which have diluted the potential of the succeeding generation. Currently, Ning Fengji can only hope that the descendants of Chun Yuan's sons possess superior talent to produce another sword duo. Nevertheless, with the exceptional emergence of Xuan, Ning Fengji harbors no concerns for the future of the sect, even a century hence, when guardians may be scarce. Chapter 2. Ning Rongrong. Gurong had recently transcended to the 96th level and had spent most of his time engaged in sparring with Chun Xian to swiftly acclimate to his newfound strength. The reason for Gurong's breakthrough was primarily due to his soul power reaching the pinnacle of 95, with only a mere step separating him from the 96th level. His comprehension of the 96th level was also commendable, especially with the guidance of Chun Xian, making it impossible for Gurong not to become familiar with it. The most significant factor behind Gurong's advancement was the whale gel, a rare substance aged over 50,000 years. In the current era of Do-E, neither ordinary individuals nor soul masters had truly unearthed the genuine purpose of whale gel. Its sole known effect was to enhance vitality. It must be said that the vitality-boosting properties of whale gel were indeed remarkable, even with a mere 3 seconds of combat time. Consuming a small amount prior could amplify one's fighting capability tenfold or more. When Gu Xian initially ingested whale gel, both Ning Fengji and Gu Rong wore expressions of disbelief, as Gu Xian was only 8 years old at the time. However, once they later grasped the miraculous utility of whale gel, Ning Fengji began secretly procuring it from across the continent. The piece of whale gel, aged 50,000 years, was acquired from a coastal city at the hefty price of 100,000 gold soul coins. While this sum might be a fortune that an ordinary person could never exhaust in a lifetime, it was still a considerable wealth for most soul masters. Yet, for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it was but a trifling amount. Gu Xian, however, understood that if this whale gel had been available during the Do-Air period, its value could have multiplied by at least 5 times. This piece of whale gel was obtained a year ago, and after Gu Rong consumed it, he diligently trained for over 6 months, ultimately achieving his breakthrough to the 96th level 3 months ago, further enhancing the strength of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. With the assistance of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower, Gu Rong and Xuan, both being super duos at the 96th level, could effectively be regarded as 97th level fighters, undoubtedly placing them at the pinnacle of the top 3 sections. However, they were wise enough not to broadcast this, understanding that it was more prudent to develop quietly and astonish everyone when the time was right. Ning Fengji was well versed in this strategy. Gu Xian departed from the courtyard, making his way towards Chun Xian's residence. The distance between Chun Xian's abode and Gu Rong's was quite close. Yet Chun Xian typically resided in the Giant's Healan on the back mountain, which was a fair distance away. Having walked for less than 5 minutes after leaving the courtyard, a melodious and vibrant voice, reminiscent of the song of a golden oriole, reached Gu Xian's ears. "Brother Gu Xian, where are you going?" Turning around, he beheld Ning Rongrong, adorned in a light azure dress, her delicate and fair calves resembling pure jade, her small feet encased in charming brown leather boots with modest heels. She stood there, a striking sight to behold. It must be noted that Ning Rongrong not only inherited Ning Fengji's beauty, but perhaps even surpassed it. At just 11 years of age, she already stood gracefully tall. However, Gu Xian held no fondness for lowly. Although Ning Rongrong was undeniably beautiful, she appeared to be a minor, which filled Gu Xian with a sense of guilt. Consequently, he had always regarded Ning Rongrong as a younger sister. As for what might transpire in the future, Gu Xian did not dwell on it. At present, he harbored no feelings for Ning Rongrong, viewing her merely as a delightful sight. "Rongrong, I am going to seek out Grandpa. I have just broken through to the 30th level," Gu Xian said, a warm smile gracing his face as he looked at Ning Rongrong, faced with an adorable younger sister who was utterly obedient. It was difficult for Gu Xian not to feel a surge of protective affection. "Brother Gu Xian, have you truly broken through to the 30th level so swiftly?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her small hands clasped together in excitement. "Congratulations on your breakthrough, Brother Gu Xian. You are truly a genius, despite having a lower innate soul power than me. Your cultivation speed surpasses mine by several fold." Gu Xian and Ning Rongrong shared the same birthday, with Gu Xian being a year her senior. As they conversed, Ning Rongrong had already approached Gu Xian, who affectionately ruffled her hair, gently remarking, "Rongrong is quite impressive as well, despite being merely a support-type soul master. You have already reached the 26th level at such a young age. No one can compare to you." Ning Rongrong reveled in Gu Xian's gentle touch, her lips curling into a charming smile as she replied, "Humph, no one can match Brother Gu Xian. I don't care about anyone else. You are my only goal." Withdrawing his hand, Gu Xian playfully brushed her nose, saying, "Then you must strive diligently, for I shall not wait for you, if you do not put in the effort. Be wary of the day when you can no longer see my heels." In response, Ning Rongrong made a delightfully cute face at Gu Xian and retorted, "I want to wait for you. I used to despise you as a child, but now I understand that your strictness was for my own good. Therefore, I want to ask you to wait, for I will chase after you myself." Gu Xian's smile widened at her words. As long as Ning Rongrong maintained her current resolve, her achievements would undoubtedly surpass those in the original narrative. "Very well, I shall await the day you catch up to me. If that day comes, I shall present you with a gift," Gu Xian chuckled. Upon hearing the word gift, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she said, "Then, Brother Gu Xian, your gift must be something that satisfies me. Otherwise, I shall no longer like you." With that, Ning Rongrong took hold of Gu Xian's hand, and as they walked together, she said, "Let us go find Grandpa Bone." The sword bamboo forest lay in the rear mountains. With Ning Rongrong by his side, Gu Xian slowed his pace, making his way to the forest at a leisurely speed. After half an hour, they arrived at the place where Chun Xian usually practiced, a vast expanse of verdant sword bamboo. some of which had existed for over 1,000 years. These sword bamboos not only served as a natural training ground for sword-wielding soul masters, but were also the finest companions for swordsmanship experts like Xuan. When the ancestor of Xin initially planted these sword bamboos, they were merely ordinary bamboo. However, over the course of a century, these bamboos have absorbed a certain degree of sword energy, evolving into a mutually beneficial existence alongside the seven-killing sword. Due to the incessant infusion of sword energy, some of these sword bamboos have, within a mere century, reached the age of a millennium and have developed sentience, rendering them an anomaly among soul beasts. Xin can manipulate these sword bamboos to serve his purposes, effectively making them his natural bodyguards. As Xuan stepped into the realm of the sword bamboo grove, he immediately sensed a sharp intent akin to that of his mentor Xin, a piercing force reminiscent of a relentless advance. Yet, these sword bamboos refrained from attacking Xuan and Ning Rongrong, for the bamboos possess awareness, having frequently visited this sanctuary for leisure or training under Gu Rong and Xin. They have tacitly acknowledged Xuan and Ning Rongrong as co-sovereigns of this domain. In the center of the bamboo grove, at a pavilion where Xin was engaged in a game of chess with Gu Rong, Xin suddenly raised an eyebrow and smiled at Gu Rong. The two little ones have arrived. Gu Rong lifted his gaze towards the path leading to the pavilion, and shortly thereafter, the youthful and radiant figures of the boys and girls approached. From a distance, Ning Rongrong's voice resonated. Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu, Rongrong has come to play with you. The two elderly gentlemen, with their youthful visages, exchanged helpless smiles. The game had yet to yield a victor, but it seemed unlikely that they would resume their concentration. Chapter 3, The Spine Sword Dragon. Gu Rong and Xin rose to their feet. As Ning Rongrong leapt into Xin's embrace, while Xuan approached Gu Rong with measured steps. Grandpa, I have broken through to the 30th rank. Xuan glanced at Ning Rongrong, who was playfully charming Xin, and addressed Gu Rong with a hint of resignation. Upon hearing Xuan's words, Gu Rong was not surprised. Instead, he was filled with joy. A 12-year-old soul master, barely a week past his 12th birthday, is a rarity across the continent. Although Gu Rong had long since grown accustomed to his grandson's extraordinary talents, each of Xuan's breakthroughs ignited excitement within him, for each advancement shattered a record, particularly within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Even he and Xin had not achieved such milestones at Xuan's tender age. This was not to mention Xuan's mature disposition and fervent thirst for knowledge. Good, good, good. Gu Rong exclaimed thrice, before continuing, Xin'er, I have already secured your third soul ring. It is currently contained within the arena. At this, a smile blossomed on Xuan's face. This is the advantage of having power and influence. There is no need to squander time and energy seeking a suitable soul ring. Xuan merely needs to voice his requirements, and arrangements will be made on his behalf, allowing him to reap the benefits effortlessly. It is precisely this reality that renders it exceedingly difficult for most common soul masters to rise from humble beginnings, while those with established soul master factions only grow stronger with the passage of time. Beside them, Xuan gently caressed Ning Rongrong's small head and addressed Xuan. My dear Xuan, are you truly confident in absorbing a soul ring of 3,000 years? While I am aware of your capabilities, there remains a certain degree of risk. Upon hearing this, Xuan smiled at Xuan and replied, Second Master, you need not worry. When have you ever seen me undertake ventures without assurance? After a brief pause, he turned to Gu Rong and continued, I value my life greatly. I intend to preserve it for the sake of my grandfather and for your future comfort. Encouraged by Xuan's unwavering confidence, Xuan ceased his objections. For he recognized the truth in Xuan's assertion. This young man would never engage in battles devoid of certainty. Nevertheless, Xuan's concern was warranted, considering that Xuan's second soul ring was derived from a 600-year-old dark gold terrorclaw bear, a creature comparable to 1,000-year soul beasts. Even for a soul master, absorbing the essence of such a formidable being for their third soul ring would be a daunting challenge. The 3,000-year estimate was a conservative measure, intended to spare Gu Rong, Xuan, and Ning Fengji any undue anxiety. Of course, Xuan meticulously selected soul beasts of the highest lineage. A 3,000-year ring from an average soul beast would still equate to a quality akin to that of a 6,000-year beast. Xuan has always been diligent and discerning in his choice of soul rings. After all, neglecting the invaluable resource represented by his grandfather, a formidable powerhouse, would be a grave misstep. Since you are resolute, let us proceed, Gu Rong proclaimed, gesturing with a grand sweep of his hand. Xuan had certainly anticipated this. Eager to absorb his third soul ring and make his way to the Tiando Royal Academy, where splendid opportunities awaited him, delays could result in his home being compromised. Following Gu Rong and Xuan, Gu Xian held Ning Rongrong's hand as they walked at the rear, occasionally whispering to her and responding to the inquiries posed by Gu Rong and Chen Xian. In no time, the group arrived at the beast arena of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. This arena was established within the martial arts training ground of the school, intended to harness the ferocity of soul beasts to temper the pampered disciples of the sect. While there were routine soul battles for practice, they were distinctly different from true combat against soul beasts. Given the vast resources of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it was clear that they could not afford to indulge idleness. Thus, the beast arena held significant importance. The overseer of the arena, named Na Yuan, was in his 60s, an esteemed soul de law of the 85th rank, and a long-standing elder of the sect, having been raised within its confines. Upon seeing both Chun Xian and Gu Rong arrive at the arena simultaneously, he immediately descended to personally greet them. Elder Jian, Elder Gu, what brings you both here in person? Might you wish to observe the training of the disciples? Na Yuan inquired respectfully, clasping his hands in greeting. Glancing at Gu Xian, Chun Xian and Gu Rong then exchanged looks, with Gu Rong stating, Na Yuan, I trust you remember the 3,000-year ribbon sword dragon I previously placed in the arena. Na Yuan nodded in recognition, casting a glance at Gu Xian before conjecturing. Could it be that young Master Xian has achieved a breakthrough? Ancient Xian nodded and replied. The caretaker's guess is indeed correct. That skeletal sword dragon is the soul ring my grandfather prepared for me. However, as Ancient Xian confirmed this, a frown returned to his brow. Although the skeletal sword dragon was merely over 3,000 years old, its quality was undoubtedly sufficient for a fourth soul ring for a soul master. Yet, despite Ancient Xian's exceptional talent, he had only reached a little over 20 levels the last time they met, and now, at most, he had broken through to 30. Could it be that his third soul ring would be a 3,000-year-old soul ring? Inner doubts swirled within him, but he chose to remain silent. To attain such a position, it was evident that he was astute enough to understand the principle of discretion. He buried his uncertainties deep within and led the group ahead, saying, Elder Jian, Elder Gu, please follow this way. Chun Xian and Gu Rong nodded in acknowledgement and followed suit, while Ancient Xian held Ning Rongrong's hand, trailing behind the two elders. As they walked, Ning Rongrong whispered to Ancient Xian, Brother Ancient Xian, are you really going to absorb a 3,000-year level soul ring for your third soul ring? Ancient Xian nodded and replied, Indeed. Otherwise, grandfather wouldn't have brought me here. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong's brow furrowed slightly as she murmured, Brother Ancient Xian, are you not concerned for your life? Your second soul ring is merely 600 years old, and the limit for a third soul ring is 1,700 years. If you push beyond that limit, what if something goes wrong? Although Ning Rongrong did not particularly enjoy cultivating, she had to learn a considerable amount, as was expected of a young lady of her standing. She was well versed in the fundamental knowledge of soul masters, including the theoretical limits of soul rings. The limit for a third soul ring was only 1,700 years. Ancient Xian's intention to absorb a 3,000-year level soul ring seemed akin to courting death. She had heard of many who, unable to discern the precise age of soul beasts, had forced the absorption of soul rings, only to meet tragic ends, some perishing outright, while others suffered irreparable damage to their meridians, rendering them incapable of further cultivation. Ning Rongrong certainly did not want her brother Ancient Xian to end up like that, and her concern was evident on her small face. Noticing the little girl's worry, Ancient Xian gently ruffled her hair and softly reassured her. I know you are concerned for me, Rongrong, but rest assured, I will not undertake actions without confidence. Yet, Ning Rongrong seemed poised to voice further concerns. Ancient Xian affectionately pinched her cheek and said, How about this? I will personally defeat the skeletal sword dragon, if I can conquer it. That would signify I possess the strength to absorb its soul ring, would it not? Upon hearing Ancient Xian's words, Ning Rongrong tilted her head thoughtfully and replied, All right. I will cheer for you, Brother Ancient Xian. Chapter 4. The External Soul Bone, Dark Golden Claw. Listening to Ancient Xian, both Gu Rong and Chen Xian wore smiles. For Ancient Xian's talent was indisputable. However, what mattered most was his ability to integrate his talent with strength, showcasing combat prowess that far exceeded that of his peers. Although Gu Xian was merely at level 30, he had no qualms about facing a soul master equipped with a third spirit ring. Thus, Gu Rong felt assured about Gu Xian's challenge against the Bone Sword Dragon. A significant reason for this confidence was that the dragon was not in its optimal condition. Gu Rong had already rendered it nearly incapacitated upon bringing it back. Despite the formidable recovery abilities of soul beasts, it was improbable that the dragon could regain its peak state in such a short span of time. Meanwhile, De Yuan, who had been listening to the conversation between the young princess and the young master, felt beads of sweat form on his forehead. Challenging a 3,000-year-old soul beast, especially one of the top dragon species, right after a breakthrough to level 30? Although he wished to dissuade them, Gu Rong and Chen Xian remained silent, leaving him hesitant to interject. Observing their agreement for Gu Xian to confront the Bone Sword Dragon, De Yuan stepped aside, saying, "Young Master Xian, please follow me." Gu Xian nodded, placed Ning Rongrong into Gu Rong's arms, and followed De Yuan. Gu Rong and Chen Xian took Ning Rongrong to the observation room, where they could clearly witness the battle between Gu Xian and the Bone Sword Dragon. Gu Xian, guided by De Yuan, arrived at the arena. Though he was familiar with the route, he felt it impolite to decline De Yuan's enthusiastic guidance. Upon entering the arena, De Yuan instructed the staff to release the Bone Sword Dragon, a colossal creature standing 4 meters tall and measuring 5 meters in length, which appeared overwhelmingly large compared to Gu Xian's current height of 1.70 meters. The dragon let out a thunderous roar as it entered the arena. Its body bore 2 fresh wounds, and having been starved for so long, it charged at Gu Xian in a frenzy upon spotting him. At that moment, Gu Xian's gaze sharpened, his eyes icy as he fixated on the oncoming dragon without a trace of fear, only an unquenchable spirit of battle. Had this been the Gu Xian who had just traversed into this world, he might have quaked in terror. However, after years of rigorous training, he had evolved from a mere patriotic youth into a true soul master. 2 yellow soul rings emerged around him as a radiant white aura enveloped his form. His martial spirit was activated. The Bone Dragon martial spirit, being a unique beast martial spirit, did not undergo any peculiar beast transformation. Instead, it manifested as a pure white soul power shield that closely adhered to his body, reminiscent of a second skin. The only notable transformation occurred in his hands, which morphed into a pair of fierce, imposing bone dragon claws, significantly larger than the average human hands. With the activation of his first soul skill, Bone Dragon Battle Body, the yellow soul ring around Gu Xian shone brightly. The soul power shield, initially akin to a tight-fitting garment, erupted into an even more dazzling brilliance, as if he had donned a suit of bone dragon armor, with his claws becoming even sharper than before. His first soul skill is an amplification ability, which initially thrilled Gu Xian upon its acquisition, as this skill could enhance with his growing strength. The Bone Dragon Battle Body, this soul skill, initially offered only a 10% boost. However, one must not underestimate this 10%, as it constitutes a comprehensive attribute enhancement. Utilizing this soul skill signifies a direct 10% increase in Gu Xian's overall might, encompassing soul power, mental fortitude, recovery capabilities, offense, strength, defense, speed, agility, and explosive power among all attributes. Subsequently, with each additional soul ring, the comprehensive enhancement rises by 5%. Presently, with 2 soul rings, the amplification from his first soul skill amounts to a total enhancement of 15%. Although this soul skill may not seem overwhelmingly powerful now, it will become truly formidable as Gu Xian's soul power escalates. Upon reaching the rank of Title de Law, the 10% enhancement will burgeon to 50%. A 50% comprehensive enhancement is tantamount to the full force amplification of a Soul Sage level 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Soul Master, and notably, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tiles boost is not an all-encompassing enhancement. It can be asserted that at that juncture, Gu Xian would experience a remarkable 50% increase in strength solely from his first soul skill, comparable to the enhancement provided by a 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Soul Master. However, as the first soul ring of Gu Xian shimmered, his second soul ring illuminated in quick succession. The second soul skill, Dark Golden Claw. With the brilliance of the second soul ring, his originally pale and massive bone claws transformed into a dark golden hue, as if encased in a layer of razor-sharp armor, while the claws extended to a length of 60 centimeters. Gu Xian's second soul skill not only significantly augmented the attack and sharpness of his bone claws, but simultaneously, his offensive power and strength surged by 100%, possessing the ability to pierce armor. This is the potency and practicality bestowed by a superior soul beast. Gu Xian unleashed his soul skills with remarkable speed, almost instantaneously executing 2 consecutive skills, demonstrating formidable control over his soul power. At this moment, the Spine Sword Dragon, charging towards him, was less than 20 meters away, and Gu Xian surged forward in kind. In battles with soul beasts, the most crucial element is momentum. Should one's spirit wane, the ferocity of the soul beast will intensify. Clang! Gu Xian's pair of dark golden bone claws collided with the Spine Sword Dragon's sharp talons, resulting in a resounding clash akin to metal striking metal, revealing an unexpected balance in their initial confrontation. The Spine Sword Dragon's blood-red eyes momentarily flickered with gravity, for this diminutive human possessed strength on par with its own. With the release of both soul skills, Gu Xian reached the zenith of his enhancement, and his dark golden bone claws, darting forth with the swiftness of the wind, executed angles so intricate that the spine sword dragon was compelled to retreat repeatedly. In terms of strength, Gu Xian proved equal. In terms of attack power, he surpassed it, if it were not in a wounded state. Perhaps the bone spine sword dragon could have posed a challenge to Gu Xian. However, incapacitated by injury, the dragon could not unleash its full potential and was immediately overpowered by Gu Xian from the onset of their clash. At this moment, the elegance that once characterized Gu Xian had vanished. He resembled a humanoid tyrannosaurus, as if he were the true soul beast. Within the observation chamber, Gu Rong and Xuan Xian watched the battle with satisfaction, nodding in approval from time to time. Nearby, Ning Rongrong shouted encouragement, "Go, brother Gu Xian." With a 15% enhancement in all attributes and a 100% increase in attack and strength, Gu Xian, in his peak condition, felt no fear against the already injured bone spine sword dragon, despite its 3,000-year age. The bone spine sword dragon was further aggrieved. Having been captured and confined here after sustaining injuries, enduring prolonged hunger and thirst that had brought it to the brink of despair. Now, with a chance to retaliate, it was determined to fight fiercely, realizing that this human was not weak and was relentlessly pressing the attack. After being struck back by Gu Xian's claw, the bone spine sword dragon refrained from charging forward again. Instead, it retreated in quick succession, seeking to evade Gu Xian's bony talons. Gu Xian's ferocity escalated as he pursued the dragon. The dragon's eyes glowed with a crimson hue, and it stomped heavily with its right leg directly in front of Gu Xian. In an instant, sharp bony protrusions resembling swords surged forth, aimed at the advancing Gu Xian. The bone spine sword dragon had not yet unleashed its ultimate attack, intending to corner Gu Xian with no means of escape. This technique, known as bone prison, mirrored the fourth soul skill of Bone De Gu Rong, or rather, Gu Rong's skill was derived from a 4,500-year-old bone spine sword dragon. The range of bone prison expanded with the dragon's power, and at 3,000 years of cultivation, it was sufficient to cover a 30-meter radius directly ahead, leaving Gu Xian with little avenue to evade. Yet, Gu Xian was no impulsive individual. He possessed a keen understanding of the bone spine sword dragon's abilities. As the dragon initiated its assault, Gu Xian's right-hand claw underwent a transformation. What had begun as a dark gold claw on his right arm evolved into 5 1-meter-long talons, radiating a profound dark gold hue and glimmering with a sharp, cold light. This was the soul bone he obtained upon absorbing the second soul ring from the dark gold terror claw bear, specifically the right paw bone of the bear. Tear of the heavens, Gu Xian bellowed, as the dark gold terror claws erupted with brilliance. The 5 1-meter-long dark gold blades surged forth, slicing through the air towards the bone prison of the sword dragon. Given its already weakened state and the fact that its soul power was not at its peak, the dragon's attack lacked the potency it once wielded. In contrast, Gu Xian stood at the pinnacle of his abilities, wielding the tear of the heavens, the most exceptional innate skill of the dark gold terror claw bear. 5 dark golden blades of energy sliced through the air with the ease of a knife cutting through tofu, severing the numerous protruding spines of the bone sword dragon at their roots. The claw of the torn sky, imbued with a sharp momentum, aimed directly for the chest of the bone sword dragon. Chapter 5, Third Soul Skill. The bone sword dragon's heart raced. How could it possibly contend? A mere human, seemingly feeble, unleashed such formidable power. Reacting swiftly, the bone sword dragon crossed its massive claws before its chest, channeling its soul power as the 5 dark golden blades struck with force. Bang! The entire body of the bone sword dragon staggered backward several meters, its enormous claws drenched in blood, rendered nearly powerless. This strike had incapacitated them entirely. Yet, had the bone sword dragon not defended itself, its body might have been torn asunder by the claw of the torn sky. However, Gu Xian would not grant the bone sword dragon a moment's respite. He surged forward with the speed of the wind. Leaping high, the dark golden claw plunged into the dragon's chest. But this was not the end. As Gu Xian's right arm's claw penetrated the chest of the bone sword dragon, he landed with a decisive force, eviscerating the creature. The scene was gruesome. As the dragon's innards and blood erupted forth, Gu Xian stood before the fallen bone sword dragon, retracting his martial soul, his gaze cold and indifferent upon the lifeless form that now lay sprawled backward. "Ah!" Ning Rongrong exclaimed, immediately covering her eyes, unable to bear the sight of such brutality. Xuan Xian wrapped his arms around her, softly reassuring the young princess. "Do not fear, Rongrong. This is the path of a soul master. Only through the trials of blood can one truly grow." Ning Rongrong shook her head, timidly responding, "Grandpa Jian, I'm not scared, just a bit nauseous." Upon hearing this, Xuan Xian and Gu Rong exchanged knowing glances, choosing not to shatter Ning Rongrong's fa aude of strength. but instead gazing with warmth at Gu Xian in the arena. At that moment, Gu Xian sat cross-legged, entering meditation to restore his soul power. This battle had posed little challenge, yet he had exerted himself from the outset, leading to significant consumption of his energy, especially as he absorbed a soul ring beyond his level. He needed to ensure he remained in peak condition. Above the body of the bone sword dragon, a purple soul ring began to coalesce, shimmering with the unique luster of a 1,000-year soul ring. Upon being defeated, soul beasts would manifest a soul ring, which would only persist for 1 hour. Should no one absorb it within that time, it would vanish. Gu Xian would not allow such a high-quality soul ring to dissipate. After half an hour, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of excitement flaring within his black-gray orbs as he gazed at the soul ring before him. Remaining seated, his soul power fully restored, he began to draw upon his energy, guiding the soul ring of the bone sword dragon slowly to hover above his head. As the soul ring descended upon Gu Xian's head, a torrent of formidable soul power surged forth, pressing against his body. This was not only a refinement derived from the soul ring's force, but also an essential process for its integration. Gu Xian wholeheartedly embraced the soul ring's tempering. With his current physical prowess, the power emanating from this 3,000-year-old soul ring did not shatter his form. Rather, it gradually tempered his body, rendering it more resilient and formidable. In the observation room, Ning Rongrong watched Gu Xian with rapt attention, her heart brimming with excitement at the prospect of his imminent ascension to Soul Master. Gu Rong and Xuan Xin shared her sentiments. Gu Xian could be deemed the most gifted and tenacious individual the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had seen in a century. Even though his innate soul power was merely at the 8th level, his unwavering determination compensated for the disparity in innate abilities compared to others. Much like Ning Rongrong, despite her innate soul power being at the 9th level, her resolve paled in comparison to Gu Xian's. In fact, it was precisely due to Gu Xian that Ning Rongrong had achieved her current accomplishments. Gu Xian's absorption of the soul ring was relatively swift, as the process posed little pressure on him, or rather, the strain fell well within his capacity to endure. Typically, a soul master would require at least 3 hours to absorb a soul ring, yet Gu Xian completed this feat in just 1 hour. At this moment, the 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings had settled into position, gently pulsating at the surface of his body, signifying his elevation to the rank of a soul master. At merely 12 years of age, having just celebrated his 12th birthday a week prior, his achievement was exceptionally rare across the continent, marking him as a prodigy among the chosen. Rising to his feet, clad in a flowing black robe that billowed without a breeze, Gu Xian's short black ponytail remained impeccably tidy despite the earlier skirmish, exuding an air of spirited vigor. The only imperfection lay in the blood stains adorning his attire. While the dark fabric concealed much, his hands and face bore the inevitable remnants of the spinal sword dragon's blood, adding a touch of gallantry to his appearance. Turning to Ning Rongrong in the observation room, Gu Xian softly inquired, "Rongrong, would you like to see my third soul skill?" Ning Rongrong eagerly nodded, her head bobbing like a drum, exclaiming, "Yes. Brother Gu Xian, your third soul skill must be extraordinary." With a resigned smile, Gu Rong summoned forth a black hole large enough to accommodate his towering 2-meter frame. He stepped into the void, and in the next instant, another black hole appeared 20 meters behind Gu Xian, from which Gu Rong emerged. This was Gu Rong's 8th soul skill, the Gate of Space. One of the reasons he was regarded as one of the most enigmatic titled Duluos. "Xianer, let Grandpa join you for some practice." Gu Rong's hearty voice resonated. Gu Xian turned, gazing enviously at the vanishing black hole behind Gu Rong, unable to deny that this soul skill was unparalleled in both function and prestige, evoking a deep sense of admiration within him. "Grandfather, you are indeed the titled Doluo. It seems rather pointless for you to bully me," Gu Xian said with a helpless smile. Gu Rong, unfazed, replied, "You little rascal, how many have sought your grandfather's guidance yet failed to receive it? And here you are, ungrateful." Gu Xian shook his head and remarked, "Grandfather, it appears that Rongrong is calling for you." Upon hearing this, Gu Rong instinctively glanced towards the observation room where Ning Rongrong was present, but in the next moment, Gu Xian unleashed his soul power with fervor. Third soul skill, Bone Dragon Purgatory. As Gu Xian uttered these words, the purple third soul ring around him illuminated. With the release of his soul skill, he waved his hand, summoning a 5-meter-wide spire of bones before him, akin to the bone prison skill previously manifested by the spine sword dragon, yet even more rapid and formidable in its onslaught. Gu Rong, with a playful glint in his eye, observed Gu Xian and remarked, "Xianer, daring to scheme against your grandfather? You deserve a lesson." With a grand gesture, Gu Rong refrained from using his soul skill, allowing his own bone prison skill to collide directly with Gu Xian's third soul skill. Although Gu Rong did not unleash a soul skill, His soul power was an astounding level 96. Even a casual strike from him could easily vanquish Xuan. However, Rong would never harm his grandson. The bone prison he conjured was merely calibrated to exceed the power of Xuan's third soul skill slightly. The bones surged up between them, colliding, while Xuan intensified his soul power output, declaring, "Grandfather, this is called cunning in battle," having just broken through to the soul sage level. Xuan was no match for Rong's enduring strength. As his words fell, Xuan released a surge of soul power, managing to maintain a stalemate with Rong's bone prison for a brief moment, while simultaneously illuminating 2 yellow soul rings on his body and charging towards Rong. Xuan leapt and spun atop the protruding bones, traversing the 20-meter distance in an instant, his right hand's external soul bone, the dark gold terror claw, launching a fierce attack aimed directly at Rong's face. Rong, still smiling, stood his ground as 5 dark golden energy blades hurtled towards him without a hint of retreat. He raised his right arm, transforming it into a gray-white bone dragon claw to shield himself. With a resounding thud, the 5 dark golden energy blades struck Rong's bone claw. Yet they failed to achieve the same success as they did against the spine sword dragon, merely leaving 5 faint white marks upon Rong's claw. Indeed, Rong was renowned as the most enigmatic titled Doloa, but he also bore a hidden title, the strongest in defense. The defensive capabilities of the bone dragon martial soul were formidable. While the dark gold terror claw was indeed fearsome, its effectiveness depended on the opponent. Xuan's assault did not cease. Following the initial strike of the terror claw, he pressed forward, launching the dark gold terror claw directly towards Rong's chest with unwavering intent. Ancient Rong smiled faintly. A large hand reached out and, with a speed that could hardly be anticipated, seized Xuan's face. How could a newly ascended soul master like Xuan resist the actions of a titled Doloa? As his handsome visage was captured, darkness enveloped Xuan's vision. He realized that his grandfather was merely indulging in mischief and immediately pleaded, "Grandfather, spare me." Chapter 6, Level 33. Brother Xuan. Ning Rong cried out anxiously from the observation room. With a slight smile, Ancient Rong remarked, "Daring to play tricks on your grandfather. You little rascal possess a rebellious spirit." As the words fell, he pressed Xuan's face down toward the ground. Bang! Xuan's forehead met the floor with a resounding thud. Although Ancient Rong did not exert excessive force, Xuan felt as though his very being was about to shatter. "Grandfather, Rong will not like you anymore." Before either Ancient Rong or Xuan could respond, Ning Rong's voice rang out. Ancient Rong, feigning innocence, abandoned Xuan and leaped into a dark void, reappearing beside Ning Rong. Gently cradling her pouting face, he soothed, "My little princess. Your grandfather is merely training your brother Xuan. He is not truly bullying him." Turning her head away, Ning Rong retorted, "I don't care. I saw you pressing Xuan's face to the ground. How is that training?" With a resigned smile, Ancient Rong continued to comfort Ning Rong. "Xuan is my beloved grandson. Would I truly harm him? This lad is quite resilient, as you well know. He is perfectly fine after just a couple of knocks." Xuan stood by, chuckling without interjecting. It seemed that their little princess would likely always overshadow Xuan. While Ancient Rong was soothing Ning Rong, Xuan lay on the ground, emitting a mournful groan as he slowly rose, stretching his painfully stiff neck. Glancing around, he found no trace of Ancient Rong. With a sense of helplessness, Xuan reflected that while his grandfather was admirable in many respects, he lacked gentleness in his actions. Had Ancient Rong exerted a bit more force, Xuan feared his neck might have been severed. Looking up towards the observation room, he caught sight of Ancient Rong wearing a broad smile while comforting Ning Rong. Xuan had certainly heard her earlier cries, and his affection for his dear sister increased manifold. What a curious dynamic. Neither Xian nor Ancient Rong feared anything, often disregarding even Ning Fengji's authority. Yet they were utterly submissive to the whims of little Ning Rong, 2 doting guardians. Seeing Xuan rise unscathed, Ning Rong promptly inquired, "Brother Xuan, are you all right?" Xuan turned to her, smiling as he replied, "I'm fine. Grandfather is just playing with me," though he spoke against his better judgment. Knowing the old man was simply seeking amusement at his expense, he felt compelled to assure her of his well-being as he observed his grandfather's cheerful demeanor directed toward Ning Rong. After all, one must not always trouble the elderly. "Alas, I am indeed a good person." Xuan chuckled silently to himself. Before Ning Rong could utter a word, a black hole materialized before Xuan. A splendid creation of Rong. Stepping through, he found himself momentarily engulfed in a flicker of black and white, akin to a blink of an eye. And the next instant he stood beside Rong. Though this was not his first traversal through the spatial gateway, each journey rekindled his envy. This ability was undeniably remarkable. Regardless of its strength, The allure of such prowess is a lifelong charm. He recalled how he had felt nauseous during his inaugural passage. Traversing through space had been more disorienting than riding with a legendary driver on the treacherous roads of Qiuming Mountain. Fortunately, Xuan had a robust adaptability, and now he faced no adverse effects. Upon his arrival, Ning Rongrong rushed towards him, her voice laced with urgency. "Brother Xuan, you are not injured, are you?" Xuan, with a hint of exasperation, gently patted her head and reassured her, "See, I am perfectly fine. However, I do appreciate your concern, Rongrong." He maintained an air of proud aloofness, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Gurong. While he could easily reprimand him, he could never strike such a handsome face. After all, if it were marred, how would he attract a beautiful wife in the future, who would continue the legacy of the Gu family? At that moment, Qin Xian interjected, "Xianer, your soul power must have reached the 33rd level, correct?" Gu Xian turned to Qin Xian and replied, "Second master, my soul power has indeed reached the early 33rd level, and it is devoid of any superficiality. This can be regarded as a benefit of absorbing soul rings beyond my level." Hearing this, both Qin Xian and Gu Rong nodded in satisfaction, declaring, "It just so happens that it is noon. Let us share the joyous news with Ning Fengji." In Ning Fengji's courtyard, the five of them sat around a dining table, indulging in a sumptuous feast. Upon learning of Gu Xian's breakthrough to the 33rd level, Ning Fengji could hardly contain his excitement and promptly presented Gu Xian with a gift as a reward. There was no denying that he was affluent and was exceedingly generous towards the two prodigies, Gu Xian and Ning Rongrong, readily bestowing good fortune upon them. Initially, Ning Fengji had prepared a piece of a 50,000-year-old earth-shattering Tyrannosaurus bone for Gu Xian, yet Gu Xian opted not to absorb it immediately. His reasoning was that his current cultivation was still too low. He wished not to excessively rely on external forces, but rather to establish a solid foundation through self-cultivation. Intending to absorb the soul bone later to enhance his depth, Ning Fengji and Gu Rong wholeheartedly supported Gu Xian's decision. Thus, they decided to reserve the soul bone for the future when Gu Xian's cultivation would be elevated. Only Gu Xian understood that absorbing the soul bone at present was not a wise choice. Although he could not yet possess soul rings and soul bones of 100,000 years, who could predict what the future held? In the Stardow Forest alone, there were known soul beasts of 100,000 years, such as the Titan Great Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python, while the seas held the evil Spirit Whale King and the soul-devouring Great White Shark King, both also of the same ancient age. Moreover, there was the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King, a super soul beast nearing 1,000,000 years in cultivation. Although Gu Xian does not claim to guarantee a 100% success in hunting, he is confident that he can leave the location of the soul bone for future endeavors, as the future remains uncertain. Presently, despite the turbulent times on the continent, it is relatively tranquil. Thus, he sees no urgency in absorbing the soul bone to enhance his cultivation and foundation, allowing him to wait a bit longer. Should the time come when he has no other option, he can absorb this extraordinary trunk bone, which is an impressive 50,000 years old and of dragon lineage, a treasure that is both rare and coveted. After a meal, Gu Xian expressed his desire to attend the Tiando Royal Academy for further studies. Naturally, Ning Fengji and Gu Rong were initially reluctant to let him venture out. After all, the teachings within their sect were sufficient, and Gu Xian's exceptional talent posed a risk if he were to step outside. However, Gu Xian firmly stated to Ning Fengji, "Uncle, your perspective is rather narrow. While remaining in the sect is acceptable, it is outside that I can truly experience the splendor of the soul master world, and I cannot possibly remain solitary for a lifetime." In response, Ning Fengji countered, "If you seek companions, you may choose from the disciples within the sect. Though they may not match your talent, they are still gifted individuals, and the sect is undoubtedly safer." Gu Xian waved his hand dismissively, adopting an obstinate demeanor, and continued, "I understand your intentions are for my benefit, but staying in the sect is not my desire. Moreover, by venturing outside, I might even bring back a few talented individuals for you. Why not seize that opportunity?" After some contemplation, Ning Fengji responded, "I can agree to your request, but you must return to the sect after each semester break, and I shall assess your strength. Should you fail to meet my expectations, you will be required to remain in the sect for cultivation." Gu Xian nodded in agreement. "That sounds fair. As you know, my talent is substantial, and I am not the type to become unruly once I step outside. Just wait and see. I will surely bring back a few prodigies for you." Ning Fengji shook his head in resignation, ultimately saying nothing more. Conversely, Ning Rongrong, with a look of reluctance, grasped Gu Xian's hand tightly. Throughout the afternoon, Gu Xian accompanied Ning Rongrong, and the two enjoyed each other's company while watching the sunset. To be honest, Gu Xian found himself relishing such moments. Chapter 7. Tiando Royal Academy. The following day, Gu Xian set forth from the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect, heading towards the Tiando Royal Academy. Located 20 miles east of Tiando City, Gu Rong, Xuan Xian, Ning Fengji, and Ning Rongrong gathered atop the castle, watching Gu Xian depart, each feeling a tinge of reluctance. Observing Gu Rong's reluctant expression, Chen Xian offered reassurance. It's bound to rain, and a mother must let her child go. Gu Xian is right in a way. Young people should venture out and explore, especially since he is going to an academy where dangers are minimal. Gu Rong waved his hand in acknowledgement, replying, I understand. But it's just that this lad's sudden departure has caught me off guard. Ning Fengji stood nearby, wearing a warm smile as he remarked. He will return after the term concludes, and besides, Xiao Xian has always been remarkably mature and astute. There is no need for Uncle Gu to worry. Ning Rongrong chimed in. Brother Gu Xian is so formidable. Surely he will excel in the academy. I must practice diligently to catch up with him. The others chuckled in response. Then Rongrong must indeed double her efforts. Your brother Gu Xian is a person of unwavering resolve and will not wait for you. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong turned her head with a hint of pride, saying, I won't let brother Gu Xian wait. I will pursue him myself. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is not far from Heavendo City, at most a half-day's journey. Furthermore, Gu Xian was traveling in the finest carriage of the sect, which meant that reaching the Heavendo Royal Academy would take merely half a day, although it was not the enrollment period. Gu Xian's distinguished status allowed him to present a letter of recommendation directly to the offices of the 3 esteemed instructors at the Heavendo Royal Academy. These 3 instructors were esteemed figures in the Soul Master community. The 85th Level Control System Soul De Law, Chief of the Academy's Teaching Committee, Meng Xinji. With the Martial Soul of Black Demon, the 83rd Level Defense System Soul De Law, Vice Chief by Baoshan. With the Martial Soul of Heavenly Star Furnace. And the 81st Level Control System Soul De Law, Vice Chief Jalin, with the Martial Soul of Celestial Green Vine. Each of them was a revered elder, highly regarded for their contributions, and they took a keen interest in nurturing talented young soul masters. Upon Gu Xian's arrival with the letter of recommendation, the 3 committee members were engrossed in administrative duties. However, upon reviewing Gu Xian's letter, they could not help but reveal warm smiles. The letter clearly stated Gu Xian's identity, the grandson of Bon De Gu Rong, who, at the tender age of 15, had already attained the rank of 33rd level Soul Master, seeking to study at the Heavendo Royal Academy. This age was, of course, an embellishment. Gu Xian preferred to maintain a low profile, and given his lineage, the 3 committee members would not doubt his age. At 15 years old and at the 33rd level. Such an achievement was indeed indicative of extraordinary talent, and they were elated at the prospect of Gu Xian joining the academy. Although the Heavendo Royal Academy was renowned as the premier institution of the Heavendo Empire, it had succumbed to a degree of corruption in recent years, with most admissions reserved for the children of aristocrats or powerful families seeking to enhance their status, leaving few genuine talents to emerge, which was a lamentable waste of resources. Despite the pain this caused the 3 committee members, who had repeatedly petitioned for reform, the Academy's honorary president was Prince Xuan, and they lacked the authority to effect change, leading to a stalemate. Their current endeavor was to discover and cultivate gifted young individuals, striving to provide an advantageous and superior educational environment for the promising youth. At present, the Heavendo Royal Academy boasted a student body of over 300, categorized into 3 tiers: the Tianwei level, levels 21 to 25, the Tianji level, levels 26 to 30, and the Tiando level, levels above 30. The vast majority of the students belong to the Celestial Minor and Celestial Major ranks, with the noble offspring seeking gilded opportunities primarily falling within these 2 categories. The mainstay of the academy, the Celestial Do rank, constitutes merely 1/10 of the total enrollment, currently numbering only 34 individuals. Even with the addition of Gu Xian, the total reaches a mere 35. Rendering the prestigious title of the first academy of the Celestial Do Royal Academy little more than a hollow echo of its former glory. The sole aspect that remains competitive is likely the superior educational environment and esteemed faculty. Gu Xian, representing the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, had the honor of meeting 3 members of the academic committee. He respectfully saluted the committee members and spoke softly. As the chief, Meng Xinji regarded Gu Xian with a genial smile, he remarked, Young Xian, may I address you in this manner? Gu Xian nodded, replying, Of course. It is an honor for me as a junior. Truly, Senior Bon De Law has raised an exceptional child. At such a tender age, you have already attained the Soul Master rank and exhibit such decorum. It is indeed our privilege to have you at the Celestial Do Royal Academy. Meng Xinji stated with a smile. Committee member Meng Xinji, students come here to learn and should naturally show respect to their elders. However, your generous praise has left me somewhat flattered. Gu Xian responded with measured humility. Haha, exclaimed by Baoshan, who stood beside Meng Xinji. Ah, young Xian, I appreciate your character. Should you encounter any difficulties in your studies, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. I shall share all that I know. Xuan bowed in gratitude, saying, I thank you in advance, committee member by Baoshan. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the committee members did not linger in conversation with Xuan and promptly summoned a teacher to escort him to his accommodation. Given Xuan's formidable abilities, his direct entry into the elite class of the Celestial Do rank posed no issue. Furthermore, he harbored aspirations of competing for a spot on the Imperial Do battle team. However, as today marked his first day at the academy, he was spared the burdens of immediate competition and instead led to a temporary residence, for it was already afternoon, and he required a good meal and ample rest. The designation of temporary residence arose from the uncertainty surrounding Xuan's admission to the Imperial Do battle team. If he were to gain entry, his accommodations would naturally be alongside the team members, hence the provisional nature of his quarters. During their journey to the temporary lodging, Xuan engaged in conversation with the teacher accompanying him. He learned that the Imperial Do battle team was divided into two squads. The first squad, currently without substitutes, comprised only 7 members, while the second squad, including substitutes, totaled 12. This group of 19 represented the CR de la CR of the Celestial Do Royal Academy, with the most formidable among them being Yu Tianheng, a 17-year-old at level 37. Upon discovering details regarding Yu Tianheng and the other first squad members, Xuan was momentarily taken aback. 17 years of age? However, he quickly regained his composure, recalling that while he had read the original work, he was not entirely clear on the specific ages of Yu Tianheng and his peers. His prior assumption that Du Guyan entered the Celestial Do Royal Academy at 15 was based on her achieving level 30 at that age. As it stands, Du Guyan and Yu Tianheng are of the same age, while I am currently 12 years old, which implies that Du Guyan is 5 years my senior. How vexing it is that this means I am 2 years behind. I cannot help but wonder if Du Guyan has already been whisked away by Yu Tianheng. If these two have commenced a romantic liaison, what place would I have in their narrative? It is not that Xuan is merely a Casanova, but rather that should he manage to win Du Guyan's affections, it would significantly ease the path to the ice and fire duality given the advantageous connection with Du Guyan. Furthermore, he could leverage this relationship to draw Du Gubo into their sect, as Du Gubo currently cherishes only his beloved granddaughter, Du Guyan. Regardless of the ice and fire duality or the likes of Du Gubo and Du Guyan, Xuan's initial philosophy was that children make choices, while adults simply seize everything at once. However, it appears that plans may now require re-evaluation, compelling Xuan to devise a new strategy. Xuan is not a mere seducer. Should Du Guyan have already formed a bond with Yu Tianheng, he would naturally refrain from attempting to disrupt their relationship, for he yearns for a first love, not a multitude of subsequent encounters. Chapter 8. Qinming. Upon arriving at his temporary residence, Xuan refreshed himself in his room before accompanying his teacher to the cafeteria for dinner. As a child of notable background, Xuan did not need to procure daily necessities. His storage soul guide was already well stocked. His teacher did not hasten to assist him in acquiring campus cards or academic tasks, as Xuan would be participating in a trial tomorrow that would ultimately determine his placement, whether he would join the first or second team of the Imperial Combat Squad, or perhaps be assigned to a standard excellence class. Thus, there was no urgency today. During meals, the universal currency used was the student card from the Tiando Royal Academy or the faculty cards held by the teachers. It is noteworthy that teachers at Tiando Royal Academy are categorized by levels. From level 41 to 50, they are classified as Tianhua level teachers. From 51 to 60, they are Tianjia level teachers, and those above 60 are deemed Tiando level teachers. Within the academy, whether teachers or students, Tianhua level student cards do not afford any discounts, while Tianjia level cards enjoy a 10% discount on all items, and Tiando level cards receive a 30% discount. This is a privilege extended by Tiando Royal Academy to its diligent students and faculty. The meal was charged to teacher Taiga's card. He is the instructor accompanying Xuan and possesses a soul power of level 55, qualifying him as a Tianjia level teacher. After dinner, teacher Taiga guided Xuan on a tour of the academy to familiarize him with its environment. Of course, such treatment is not afforded to everyone. However, Xuan, with his exceptional talent and the esteemed background of his grandfather, the title de la Guron, naturally receives certain privileges. After all, the academy is not merely a realm of brawls, but also a microcosm of human relations. By the time night fell, Xuan had acquainted himself with the academy's iconic structures and locales before returning alone to his temporary quarters. Xuan had long since acclimatized to replacing sleep with cultivation. After an entire night of practice, his soul power had become more solidified, leaving him feeling invigorated. By 8 in the morning, after tidying up his toiletries, Gu Xian stepped out of his temporary lodgings and joined teacher Taiga for breakfast in the dining hall. At 9 o'clock, he followed Taiga to the training facility of the academy. This was a compact training arena, capable of accommodating a maximum of 100 individuals. As it was exclusively designated for the Royal Combat Team, the academy also possessed a larger training hall accessible to all students. Yet the conditions there paled in comparison to this intimate facility. Though small, this training arena was replete with every essential amenity, catering to the training needs of any soul master who entered its doors. Upon entering the training hall with Taiga, Gu Xian surveyed the aesthetically pleasing environment and the comprehensive facilities, nodding in appreciation. It was indeed worthy of the title of the Tiando Royal Academy. Even a noble like Gu Xian felt compelled to express his admiration. At the heart of the training hall stood an octagonal arena, measuring 100 meters in diameter. At that moment, 8 individuals occupied the stage. Among them was a young man, appearing to be in his 30s, clad in the attire of a Tiando-level instructor. Though his features were unremarkable, he emanated an aura of sharpness that was difficult to overlook. The other 7 wore the golden uniforms of the Royal Combat Team, each possessing distinctive appearances, yet all exhibited a demeanor of utmost respect towards the young man, showing no signs of insubordination. Gu Xian, having read the original text, needed no introduction from Taiga to recognize these 8 figures. The unassuming yet imposing young man was none other than the genius Qin Ming, first mentioned in the original narrative. At the time of his introduction, he was 34 years old and a level 63 soul master, reputedly the second youngest soul emperor, with prospects of eventually ascending to the rank of title de law. However, these details were mere embellishments from the author, as Qin Ming's talents would later seem rather trivial, rendering the title of the second youngest soul emperor hardly significant. In the original story, Qin Ming made his entrance alongside the Royal Combat Team at the Soul Arena in Suodo City, an event that would occur over a year later. This time frame coincided with Ning Rongrong's 12th birthday, as she, too, was 12 when she arrived at Shrek Academy, where she trained for several months before encountering the Royal Combat Team, whom she regarded as a valuable source of experience. Thus began the gradual rise of the Shrek 7. As this encounter with the Royal Combat Team provided Tang San and Du Gaian with their first interaction. Subsequently, under the whims of fate, they met Du Gubois, leading to a series of quintessential moments that tested the protagonists. Just as Tang San faced peril in the northwest, a turning point emerged, fostering camaraderie with the protagonist and allowing him to seize a pivotal opportunity. It was through this encounter with Du Gubois that Tang San discovered the ice and fire duality eyes, setting him on an unstoppable path toward the divine, culminating in his ascension to godhood. Certainly, after much discourse, Gu Xian has gleaned the approximate ages of Qin Ming and the other members of the Royal Combat Team. Although these ages differ somewhat from his expectations, it is of little consequence. After all, Tang San's influence cannot reach him at this juncture. Presently, Qin Ming, at the age of 32 and having just ascended to the 61st rank, has achieved the status of a Tianqiu-level instructor. He has officially taken on the role of team leader for the Royal Combat Team's first unit, a scenario where a prodigious teacher guides prodigious students. And the Academy harbors great hopes for this cohort. At this moment, the training hall is occupied solely by Qin Ming and the 7 members of the first unit of the Royal Combat Team. The arrival of Gu Xian and Tai Jian naturally captures their attention. Not only the members of the Royal Combat Team, but even Qin Ming turns his gaze toward Gu Xian. The previous evening, the 3 committee members had briefed Qin Ming on Gu Xian's circumstances. Known for his fairness and rigor, Qin Ming is aware of Gu Xian's identity. However, should Gu Xian fail to meet his expectations today, he would not permit him to pass off as competent. The assembly of the Royal Combat Team also serves as an announcement of Gu Xian's imminent arrival. And just as Qin Ming finishes speaking, Gu Xian appears. This is fortuitous, as Yu Tianheng has already begun to show signs of eagerness. Initially, Qin Ming refrains from disclosing Gu Xian's identity, merely introducing his soul power level and martial soul, asking them to designate someone to assess Gu Xian's abilities. However, Qin Ming has overlooked one detail. Gu Xian's martial soul is exceedingly unique, being the sole one of its kind on the continent, belonging to the Bone Dala Gurong family. Aside from their Bone Dragon martial soul, there have been no reports of similar martial souls elsewhere. Gurong's martial soul is a product of postnatal mutation, which has been inherited. Consequently, upon learning Gu Xian's identity, Yu Tianheng becomes intrigued. Although his soul power has reached 37, surpassing Gu Xian by 4 levels, this does not deter him from evaluating Gu Xian. Moreover, he is eager to ascertain Gu Xian's true level, as his grandfather, Yi Yuanjin, had once mentioned that among the beast martial souls in today's world, few can rival the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, and the Bone Dragon martial soul is precisely one of them. It is essential to recognize that their blue lightning Tyrannosaurus is a true dragon martial soul, bearing the title of the world's foremost beast martial soul. Yu Tianheng wishes to explore the formidable aspects of this bone dragon martial soul. In truth, Gu Xian perceives the bone dragon martial soul not as a traditional beast martial soul, but as a mutated intrinsic martial soul. After all, his martial soul is composed of his very own bones, which, upon awakening, underwent a mutation, evolving into the dragon bone. This dragon bone lacks specific attributes and levels, evolving and growing stronger solely in accordance with the soul master's prowess. The extent of its potential remains uncertain. For Gu Rong is merely the first generation of bone dragon martial soul bearers, currently at level 96, with future advancements still plausible. Presently, Gu Rong's bone dragon martial soul, in terms of quality, appears to have evolved to the level of a true dragon, and he possesses even greater soul power than Yu Yuanjin, rendering him all the more formidable. Chapter 9. The battle against Yu Tianheng teacher Taijia. This must be Gu Xian. Qin Ming inquired, casting a glance at Taijia. Taijia nodded and replied, "Indeed, this is Gu Xian." He then introduced Gu Xian, saying, "Gu Xian, this is teacher Qin Ming, the leader of the royal battle team, a teacher of the heavenly Do level, and also a prodigy." Gu Xian nodded respectfully at Qin Ming and softly stated, "I am Gu Xian, honored to meet you, teacher Qin." Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively, warmly saying, "There's no need for such formality. Just call me teacher Qin." Taijia interjected at the appropriate moment, "I have delivered the student. I must attend to other matters, so I will take my leave." Qin Ming nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Thank you for your efforts, teacher Taijia." Taijia waved his hand and departed from the training hall, leaving Gu Xian behind. Qin Ming scrutinized Gu Xian and, after a moment's contemplation, remarked, "Gu Xian, the Dream God Machine Committee informed me about your situation yesterday. I acknowledge your talent, but I am a forthright person, so I will speak plainly." Gu Xian nodded in return, saying, "I am listening." Qin Ming was quite satisfied with Gu Xian's demeanor, and his warm smile remained as he continued, "Later, Tianheng will engage you in a battle of souls. I will assess your performance to determine your eligibility for joining the royal battle team. I will neither show leniency nor favor you due to your background." Before Gu Xian could respond, Qin Ming added, "I trust you are already somewhat familiar with the 7 of them. Each of their backgrounds is remarkable. Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan, like you, possess significant identities, but they remain because of their strength, not their status. I hope you will prove yourself similarly." Hearing this, Gu Xian chuckled and replied, "Naturally, teacher Qin, just wait and see my performance." Observing Gu Xian's confident response, Qin Ming formed a preliminary estimate of his capabilities. Judging by Gu Xian's demeanor, it seemed likely he would secure a place in the royal battle team, but ultimately, it would depend on his combat prowess. If he were merely a decorative figure with talent, but lacking in battle skills, Qin Ming would undoubtedly reject his entry into the royal battle team at this time. Qin Ming nodded and inquired, "How is your condition? Are you ready for a battle of souls?" Gu Xian nodded affirmatively, replying, "No problem, I just had breakfast. So it's the perfect time to warm up and digest." Upon hearing this, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed youth beside Yu Tianheng couldn't help but laugh. Gu Xian turned to see the source of the laughter and immediately recognized him. Osro, the ghost leopard, 17 years old and level 35. "Captain, this kid is quite optimistic," Osro commented lightly to Yu Tianheng, seemingly unfazed by Gu Xian's gaze. Qin Ming chose not to intervene. Such youthful exuberance could serve as motivation, and for now, he would allow it. Yu Tianheng shot a glare at Osro, admonishing, "This is a junior, speak appropriately." Osro merely smiled faintly and continued to observe Gu Xian. Gu Xian paid no heed to Osro's frivolity, as this was consistent with his character in the original text. However, he resolved to seize the opportunity to discipline him. For in the original narrative, Osro had surpassed Zhu Zhuqing by a considerable margin, yet ultimately failed to conquer her. It was not a matter of Osro's capabilities. Rather, he had underestimated his opponent from the outset, adopting a playful demeanor that led to his swift defeat. Since Gu Xian was present, he intended to impart some valuable lessons to this young man, remedying his penchant for levity. Nevertheless, one could not overlook that Osro possessed a commendable appearance. His physique was more slender than that of many girls, and his visage was quite handsome, exhibiting a hint of potential akin to a sea king. Gu Xian was determined to curtail this potential, for excessive indulgence at such a tender age could be detrimental to one's health. As an exceptional ally, Gu Xian had already taken note of Osro's tendencies. "Very well, I shall leave the soul arena to you and Tianheng. You are familiar with the rules of the duel, I presume?" Qin Ming inquired. Gu Xian nodded in affirmation. "Indeed," he replied. Qin Ming simply nodded and refrained from further elaboration. Subsequently, he, along with everyone except Yu Tianheng, exited the soul arena and took their seats in the observation area, preparing to witness the duel. Although they perceived the two as being on different tiers, given the 4-level disparity in their soul power, both were prodigies and were expected to deliver an impressive visual spectacle. After all, Xuan did not appear to be a weakling, and his handsome features added to the intrigue. As Xuan ascended the soul arena, he stood 10 meters opposite Yu Tianheng. Junior, I'm Yu Tianheng. Your opponent for today, Yu Tianheng said with a smile. Adhering to the adage of not striking those who greet you with a smile, Xuan returned the gesture, saying, I have heard of your esteemed reputation, senior. I only hope you will show me some mercy. Yu Tianheng chuckled at this but offered no reply, instead stating, Let us commence. As he spoke, a blue lightning mark materialized on Yu Tianheng's forehead, and amidst the crackling energy, he completed his martial soul manifestation. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings appeared, not hovering around him, but rather adorning his right arm. This was a unique characteristic of the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, as Yu Tianheng had unlocked this special dragon transformation ability upon surpassing level 30 and acquiring his 3rd soul ring. Indeed, Yu Tianheng was quite gifted. At 17 years of age, he had reached level 37. Moreover, he had been able to employ the dragon transformation skill, typically reserved for martial soul masters at level 40, since he was only at level 30. However, he later became a supporting character of the main cast, overshadowed in the narrative. Yu Tianheng, martial soul, blue lightning tyrant dragon. Level 37 assault type battle soul, he declared, gazing intently at Xuan. Xuan, having nothing further to say, retracted his smile. A pure white radiance enveloped him, and his arms transformed into massive white bone claws, glinting with a sharp, icy light. Meanwhile, the surface of Xuan's body was adorned with 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, slowly pulsating, unwavering as he locked eyes with Yu Tianheng. Xuan, with a martial soul of the bone dragon, was a 33rd level assault system soul master. Upon hearing this soul power level, Yu Tianheng was not surprised, as Qin Ming had already briefed them about it earlier that morning. However, he couldn't help but admire Xuan's talent. At the age of 15, Xuan had reached level 33, while he himself had only achieved 32 at the same age. In comparison, even he felt somewhat inferior. The soul battle commenced. Qin Ming, acting as the referee, declared the start of the duel. No sooner had Qin Ming's words left his lips than the first 2 yellow soul rings around Xuan ignited. First soul skill, Bone Dragon Battle Form. This skill provided a 20% enhancement to all attributes, an increase of 5% since Xuan had acquired his 3rd soul ring. Although the enhancement was merely 20%, it was comprehensive in scope. Considering Xuan's 33rd level soul power and his exceptional ability to absorb soul rings beyond his level, this 20% boost rendered him comparable to a 37th level assault system soul master. Indeed, it was terrifying. Xuan's solid foundation allowed him to absorb at a higher level right from his 1st soul ring, granting him the strength to contend with opponents beyond his tier. Second soul skill, Dark Gold Terror Claw. Upon activation, Xuan's pair of white bone claws transformed into a dark golden hue, becoming even sharper and larger, with an increase in attack and strength by 100%. With the enhancement of both soul skills, Xuan was now on par with Yu Tianheng, a top-tier 37th level beast martial soul master. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Xuan charged toward Yu Tianheng, opting for an aggressive approach. Chapter 10, Xuan's Victory. Yu Tianheng remained vigilant and did not underestimate Xuan, as he fully recognized the formidable aura emanating from him, compelling him to take the fight seriously. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. The yellow 1st soul ring on his right arm shimmered, transforming his entire arm into a fearsome dragon claw forged from pure lightning, with arcs of electricity dancing in his palm. Yu Tianheng's 1st soul skill could amplify his attack and strength by 50%, making it an exceptional ability. Generally, a 1st soul skill that enhances attributes by 30% is already considered impressive. As the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and the possessor of the continent's premier beast martial soul, Yu Tianheng's soul rings were indeed formidable, making this skill powerful. However, even such a mighty 1st soul skill proved insufficient against Xuan, who had activated 2 enhancement soul skills. Boom. As the Thunder Dragon Claw clashed with the dark golden bone claws, Yu Tianheng felt an overwhelming force surge toward him, realizing that his strength was vastly inferior to Xuan's. Bang, bang, bang. The Thunder Dragon Claw and the Dark Golden Bone Claw clashed in a dazzling display of sparks and lightning. With each collision, Yu Tianheng felt a sharp sting, a result of Xuan's 2nd soul skill, the Dark Golden Terror Claw. What? Yu Tianheng was astonished. He had considered Xuan formidable, yet he never anticipated such strength. Under the enhancement of their 2 powerful soul skills, Xuan grew increasingly tenacious, directly overpowering Yu Tianheng. As Yu Tianheng retreated while fending off Gu Xian's cunning bone claw strikes, he sought an opportunity to counterattack. This spectacle was nothing short of astonishing to the onlookers. How could a 33rd level Gu Xian dominate a 37th level Yu Tianheng? Even Qin Ming's eyes sparkled with intrigue, for Gu Xian's combat skills and awareness were unparalleled, surpassing even Yu Tianheng. Was Yu Tianheng weak? The answer was an emphatic no, as he was the strongest among the 7 in their royal battle team. Yet, in his confrontation with Gu Xian, his prowess seemed overshadowed, while Gu Xian's performance shone brilliantly. Although Yu Tianheng was surprised by Gu Xian's might, he was also proud and could not endure being pushed around. His second soul skill, Thunderous Might, erupted as the yellow second soul ring gleamed. The power of thunder surged through his dragon claw, launching an overwhelming attack. Despite Gu Xian's preparations, he could not evade this area of attack in close quarters, as Yu Tianheng's second soul skill encompassed a 5-meter radius in front of him. However, Gu Xian had no intention of retreating. Bolstered by the first soul skill, his bone armor solidified and thickened, and with a burst of soul power from his dark golden bone claws, he managed to rip apart a portion of the thunder's might. Boom! Crackle! The dark golden bone claws once more collided with the thunder dragon claw, creating a whirlwind of energy. The relentless power of thunder began to erode Gu Xian's form, accompanied by a crackling sound. Instantly, Gu Xian felt a wave of numbness, and the infiltration of thunder power caused a faint prickling on his surface. Yet, Gu Xian did not react significantly. This level of attack remained within his capacity to endure, and with the astonishing defense of his bone armor, he merely experienced a momentary sluggishness before his dark golden bone claw struck again at a cunning angle towards Yu Tianheng's chest. Yu Tianheng, already astonished, was now utterly shaken. How could his thunder dragon claw, which he had met head-on, come away unscathed? What terrifying defense was this? He sensed Gu Xian's slight delay due to the numbing effect of the thunder, but that was all. It led him to question whether there was something amiss with his soul skill. The members of the royal fighting team, observing from the sidelines, were equally incredulous. How could the formidable Yu Tianheng's relentless thunder strike fail this time? Moreover, Gu Xian appeared to show no signs of injury whatsoever. Qin Ming's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He discerned that it was not Yu Tianheng's thunder strike that had faltered, but rather Gu Xian's astonishing defensive capabilities, which rendered the damage from the attack inconsequential. It must be noted that Gu Xian was a formidable assault-type soul master, utilizing soul skills that did not include any defensive techniques. Merely through the enhancement of his soul skills, he was able to withstand a full-force strike from Yu Tianheng, a soul master of the blue lightning tyrant dragon lineage, whose soul power surpassed his by 4 levels. Qin Ming had already acknowledged Gu Xian's strength. He even speculated internally whether the bone dragon's defensive prowess was among the finest. After all, although Gu Xian benefited from the enhancement of his soul skills, it would be impossible to endure Yu Tianheng's attack without a soul spirit possessing formidable defensive strength. At this moment, Yu Tianheng had no time for such contemplations. Upon realizing his attack had been ineffective, the third purple soul ring upon his body illuminated. The third soul skill, Fury of Thunder. The purple soul ring gleamed, amplifying the thunderous power within him, as his soul energy erupted once more. His third soul skill was also an enhancement technique, elevating his thunderous power by 100%, while simultaneously boosting his soul energy by 50%. In this state, he was powerful enough to rival a soul ancestor. The second soul skill, Thunder Strike. The yellow second soul ring shone again. Under the 100% enhancement of thunderous power, his second soul skill effectively doubled his attack strength, coupled with the 50% increase in soul energy. This strike surpassed his previous assault. Gu Xian let out a light exhale. He would not be foolish enough to directly confront Yu Tianheng's strike. Even in his current state, he lacked the confidence to withstand the full force of Yu Tianheng's attack. Retreating 2 steps, the third purple soul ring on his body illuminated at that moment. The brilliance of the purple ring shone as Gu Xian slowly raised his right hand and gently waved it. The third soul skill, Bone Dragon's Purgatory. 1 by 1 jagged, sword-like bone swords erupted from the ground, advancing towards Yu Tianheng. The range of Gu Xian's third soul skill extended to a formidable 30 meters, a distance from which Yu Tianheng could not evade unless he could fly. The terrifying thunderous power unleashed as Yu Tianheng's thunder strike collided with the rising bone swords. The foremost bone sword could barely withstand the onslaught before being obliterated by the overwhelming thunderous force. However, it only destroyed the leading segment of bone swords. When the explosion of thunder strike before Yu Tianheng subsided, Gu Xian's bone swords continued to emerge relentlessly, fueled by his persistent soul energy. This is bad. Yu Tianheng was gripped by panic. However, it was already too late to evade. As the skeletal sword was about to protrude before him, Qin Ming's voice resonated. Enough. Xuan, stand out. Generally speaking, once a soul master unleashes a soul skill, it is quite challenging to halt or retract it instantaneously, as this demands an extraordinary level of control over their soul power. However, from Xuan's demeanor, Qin Ming was confident that he could indeed accomplish it. As expected, the moment Qin Ming's words fell, Xuan effortlessly retracted his right hand, and the skeletal sword ceased to rise, vanishing one by one into thin air. At this juncture, Yu Tianheng's right arm had undergone a transformation. The dragon arm, originally formed by the condensation of soul power, had, unbeknownst to him, transformed into a genuine dragon's limb. Each scale remarkably authentic. This was the unique dragon transformation skill of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit. With a sigh of relief upon witnessing Xuan retract his soul skill, Yu Tianheng felt a wave of ease wash over him. Even with the dragon transformation, he was uncertain whether he possessed the strength to withstand Xuan's third soul skill. With a slight sigh, Yu Tianheng's somewhat dejected voice emerged. I concede. Chapter 11. Xuan. Hearing Yu Tianheng's words, Xuan looked up and noticed that Yu Tianheng had already retracted his martial spirit. The sleeve of his right arm had vanished. Xuan had observed the moment Yu Tianheng employed the dragon transformation skill, yet he had not witnessed its true power. Xuan also retracted his martial spirit and approached Yu Tianheng with measured steps, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, and smiled. Senior, I appreciate your graciousness. Yu Tianheng, staring at Xuan in disbelief, took a moment before finally asking, could you enlighten me on how you became so formidable? He did not feel furious for losing to Xuan, whose soul power rank was lower than his own, nor did he harbor any resentment. Rather, an insatiable thirst for knowledge consumed him. Both being grandsons of title de law, endowed with supreme martial spirits, he pondered how such a vast chasm could exist between them. Though reluctant to admit defeat, he recognized his inferiority to Xuan. Seeking knowledge was never a sign of weakness, but rather a hallmark of a true scholar's pursuit of learning. In response to Yu Tianheng's inquiry, Xuan simply replied, nothing more than enduring trials and tribulations. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng was momentarily taken aback, then bitterly shook his head in disbelief. Had all his efforts over the years been in vain? Had his cultivation gone to waste? Yu Tianheng was about to articulate further thoughts when Qin Ming approached, accompanied by the other 6 members of the Imperial battle team. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Xuan. Despite his soul power rank being merely 33, he had triumphed over Yu Tianheng, thereby establishing himself as the strongest among them. The previously jovial Osro had disappeared, trailing behind Yu Feng and avoiding eye contact with Xuan. Just moments ago, he had been teasing Xuan, but now, having witnessed Xuan's dominance over Yu Tianheng, he worried that Xuan might hold a grudge. Therefore, he opted for silence, concealing himself behind Yu Feng as if oblivious to the unfolding events. Yet, it was only Osro who appeared unfazed. The others gazed at Xuan with expressions of incredulity. To confront a level 37 opponent at level 33 and emerge victorious, what an extraordinary feat. Xuan, you are truly remarkable. A voice as melodious and crisp as a golden oriole rang out, and Xuan turned to see none other than Xuan. His surprise was palpable, for he knew from the original text that Xuan, though ruthless towards outsiders, was a woman of deep affection. After forming a bond with Yu Tianheng, she had ceased to show any kindness to other men. Even Tang San, the epitome of purity and grace, had not received her favorable attention. And yet, here she was, praising him, especially with Yu Tianheng present. Was it because he had just triumphed over Yu Tianheng? As Xuan turned, he noticed that Xuan was not fixated on Yu Tianheng, but rather assessing him. Logically, if Xuan had indeed formed a relationship with Yu Tianheng, she would be offering him comfort and concern at this moment. Instead, she was unabashedly extolling Xuan's strengths. What could be the reason for this? Xuan's mind began to speculate, and he arrived at a singular conclusion. At this stage, Xuan had not yet entered into a relationship with Yu Tianheng. With this thought in mind, combined with Xuan's unsolicited praise, a warm and charming smile illuminated Xuan's face. He nodded towards Xuan and replied, Senior, you flatter me. The senior is quite formidable as well. He refrained from mentioning that Yu Tianheng had gone easy on him, as it was evident to any discerning observer that Yu Tianheng had exerted himself fully. Making such a statement would have seemed disingenuous. Instead, he chose to commend Yu Tianheng directly. Xuan responded without hesitation, he is indeed impressive, yet he still lost to you. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng's expression shifted. His face tinged with a shade of red. He harbored feelings for Xuan, having enrolled in the Tiando Royal Academy at the age of 15, when Xuan was equally radiant and youthful. However, she had not always possessed the optimistic and cheerful demeanor she displayed now. In those days, she had exuded a frosty, aloof presence. Due to her own unique affliction, the venomous green scale serpent, Du Guyan had navigated life with few friends and had never experienced the joy of harmonious companionship. It was Yu Tianheng who, over the past 2 years, had guided her and taught her how to interact with others, offering warmth as he was unafraid of her affliction. Until now, Yu Tianheng had refrained from pursuing Du Guyan romantically, fearing that such actions might be misconstrued as taking advantage of her vulnerability. Thus, he had maintained a position as her close friend. This proximity had fostered a bond that was more intimate than that with anyone else. Now, sensing that the moment was ripe, he planned to deepen their relationship and ultimately confess his feelings. Yet, just moments ago, he felt the precariousness of his standing threatened. No girl is indifferent to exceptional peers, especially when Gu Xian's appearance surpasses his own, coupled with his superior strength and talent. In this moment, Yu Tianheng feels a twinge of regret for not having expressed his feelings to Du Guyan sooner, for he had chosen to remain merely a good friend. Meanwhile, Du Guyan harbors a genuine fondness for Yu Tianheng, as this man has guided her out of the shadows. However, akin to Yu Tianheng's demeanor, she currently regards him solely as a close confidant, existing in a state of friendship that teeters on the brink of romance. Despite Yu Tianheng never having uttered those quintessential words of confession, he has nonetheless conveyed his admiration for her. Yet, when he previously explained his feelings, he merely stated that it was not the affection typical of lovers, but rather an instinctive admiration for an exceptional woman. Indeed, it is true. This is Yu Tianheng's first experience of love, and he is yet to grasp the delicate balance required in such matters. Certain words have the power to stifle the burgeoning emotions between them, and now, with Gu Xian's arrival, the dynamics shift. Upon recognizing this shift, Gu Xian feels a surge of happiness. Even though it is evident that Yu Tianheng has feelings for Du Guyan, the two remain unentwined, thus rendering it a fair competition. Gu Xian, possessing a commendable appearance and extraordinary talent, coupled with his silver-tongued charm, is confident in his pursuit of Du Guyan. To be candid, at 17, Du Guyan has fully matured. In the early maturing world of Doa continent, she resembles a poised 20-year-old. It would be disingenuous for Gu Xian to claim he is not attracted to her. However, his affection is not solely driven by desire. Rather, it is primarily motivated by the coveted ice and fire eyes, which form his principal objective in courting Du Guyan. Gu Xian envisions securing both Du Guyan and the ice and fire eyes, subsequently leveraging this connection to integrate her into the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, thereby benefiting her family as well. What a splendid outcome that would be. Thus, Gu Xian unabashedly reveals his fondness for Du Guyan, a far more gratifying approach than Yu Tianheng's almost secretive admiration. Girls are inherently responsive to feeling special in a man's heart. If she senses this distinction and reciprocates his affection, a series of thoughtful gestures, devoid of any off-putting actions, can seamlessly lead them into a relationship. In truth, were it not for Gu Xian's intervention, within less than a year, or even 6 months, Yu Tianheng could have successfully won Du Guyan's heart. However, the circumstances have changed. Gu Xian is not one to let such an opportunity slip by. A good sister or a romantic interest, Gu Xian unequivocally chooses the latter. Chapter 12, The Royal Combat Team. It is not just Du Guyan. Others are equally astonished and curious about Gu Xian. Defeating the 37th rank Yu Tianheng while being only at the 33rd level marks him as the most formidable presence amongst them. For Yu Tianheng was previously the strongest among their group. At this moment, Qin Ming remarked, Gu Xian, your performance has exceeded my expectations. You are more than capable of joining the Imperial Combat Team. Gu Xian smiled at Qin Ming, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your recognition, Teacher Qin. He then turned to the others and said, I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Certainly. With a talent like you joining us, we couldn't be more thrilled, exclaimed the two robust brothers, Shimo and Shimo. Now that Gu Xian has joined the Imperial Combat Team, let us introduce ourselves, Qin Ming suggested, prompting the others to nod in agreement. Yu Tianheng, with a hint of reluctance, commented, I suppose I needn't introduce myself. Gu Xian responded with a smile. Is that so, senior? Yu Tianheng paused, senior aunt? It dawned on Gu Xian that Yu Tianheng and the others were unfamiliar with the term, so he clarified. It simply means someone who is reluctant. Upon hearing this explanation, Yu Tianheng shrugged it off, while the others nodded in contemplative agreement. Then, Du Guyan stepped forward, stating, Allow me to go first. My name is Du Guyan, I am 17 years old, and my martial soul is the Emerald-Scaled Serpent. I am a level 37 control-type soul master. A radiant smile adorned Du Guyan's face as she introduced herself. Upon hearing this, Gu Xian adopted a thoughtful expression before exclaiming in surprise, Could it be that you are the granddaughter of the poisoned Da Dugubo? Du Guyan smiled knowingly, replying, You're quite astute, Junior. Indeed, my grandfather is Dugubo. Gu Xian chuckled. That was not difficult to deduce. Teacher Qin previously mentioned that your status is not inferior to mine, And with your martial soul being the emerald-scaled serpent, your lineage naturally becomes apparent. Du Guiyin chuckled in agreement. She then gestured to her companion, who was shrouded in a black veil, softly stating, "This is our team's support-type member. And she is of the same age as you." Gu Xian recognized the enigmatic beauty, who was none other than Yi Lingling, the possessor of the 9-heart sea butterfly martial soul, a power even surpassing that of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. However, Yi Lingling appeared to maintain an aloof demeanor towards outsiders, likely due to familial circumstances, and her only close relationship was with the fellow female team member, Du Guiyin. Yi Lingling, 15 years old, martial soul, 9-heart sea butterfly, level 33. Her voice was somewhat frigid, and she offered no further words. As soon as she finished speaking, Du Guiyin interjected, "Lingling's personality is like this. Please do not take offense, Junior." Gu Xian smiled in response. "Not at all, Senior Lingling. It is a pleasure to meet you." He endeavored to present a friendly demeanor, for the 9-heart sea butterfly family, though not extensively detailed in the original narrative, was certainly formidable, rivaling even the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Cultivating a good relationship with her was imperative, should the opportunity arise. Establishing a closer connection with this captivating figure could prove advantageous, potentially leading to the inclusion of the 9-heart sea butterfly family within the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. A most auspicious prospect. Certainly, that is a matter for another time. Gu Xian is not one to be easily swayed by the presence of women, nevertheless. This notion has taken root within him. After Yi Lingling's introduction, the brothers Shi Imo and Shi Imo also presented themselves. Shi Imo, 17 years of age, possessing the martial spirit of the Black Tortoise, ranked at 36 in Defensive Spirit Masters. Shi Imo, also 17, sharing the same martial spirit, ranks at 35 in Defensive Spirit Masters. Gu Xian, from this day forth, my brother and I shall be your staunchest supporters, they declared. Gu Xian responded with a smile. I am grateful for your guidance, esteemed seniors. Ha ha ha. It is our pleasure, they replied. Following the brothers Shi, Yufeng introduced himself. Yufeng, 16 years of age, with the martial spirit of the wind chime bird, ranked at 35 in agile attack spirit masters. He refrained from elaborating further, as he was uncertain of what else to say, merely offering Gu Xian a smile. Lastly, there was Osro, who had just been chattering beside Yu Tianheng. With Yu Tianheng's defeat, he felt a flush of embarrassment. Hesitating slightly, Osro introduced himself. Osro, 16 years old, with the martial spirit of the ghost leopard, ranked at 35 in agile attack spirit masters. After the introductions, Osro continued, Gu Xian, my earlier words were unintended. Please do not take them to heart. In response, Gu Xian waved his hand dismissively, wearing a warm smile. No need for such formalities, senior. We shall soon be comrades. He chuckled softly, and upon hearing this, Osro felt a wave of relief and joined in laughter. Little did he realize, however, that Gu Xian had already noted this encounter for future reference. With introductions complete, the group was acquainted, and Qin Ming stated, now that Gu Xian has joined our team, training will henceforth involve all 8 of you together. I shall outline today as training agenda. After detailing the training content, Qin Ming instructed Yu Tianheng and Gu Xian to recuperate their spirit energy before joining the training. The training schedule for the Imperial Combat Team is structured as follows. On Mondays and Tuesdays, theoretical lessons are held from 9 to 12 in the morning. Of course, should one's theoretical knowledge meet the required standards, attendance is not mandatory. In the afternoons, from 3 to 6, practical combat sessions take place, with subsequent time allocated for personal management. However, despite the notion of freedom, Qin Ming has arranged for them to participate in combat soul competitions, conducted at the Grand Soul Arena in Tiando City. Each member is required to complete at least one combat soul match daily, whether individually or in a group, including team battles. Beginning Wednesday, the morning sessions will focus on practical combat, while the afternoons will be dedicated to team coordination training and practical sessions, culminating in a combat soul match each evening. This rigorous schedule continues until Friday, with Saturday and Sunday designated as rest days, during which Qin Ming allows for normal recuperation unless special arrangements are made. In his words, training requires a balance of effort and rest. Monday through Friday is intense, while the weekends are for recovery. For Gu Xian, such a curriculum arrangement was hardly remarkable, as his daily cultivation and tasks far exceeded these. Upon arriving at the academy, he unexpectedly felt a sense of vacation. Of course, Gu Xian would not squander his time. Moreover, he was determined to enhance the training of others. He was acutely aware of the trials that lay ahead, and even in action would not spare the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School from the impending devastation wrought by the soul-hunting actions of the Spirit Hall. Gu Xian was resolute in his endeavor to alter this fate, even aspiring to attain divinity. Chapter 13. The class of Gu Xian commences. After Gu Xian and Yu Tianheng had restored their soul power, they immediately plunged into training. As a genius, Gu Xian's adaptability was beyond question. After spending half an hour recuperating his soul power, he joined the training session of the Royal Combat Team. Contrary to expectations, he received no fervent welcome, yet was met with intense practical combat training. This was Qin Ming's teaching style. He did not waste time on trivial matters during serious sessions, as he ensured ample time for relaxation as well. During the training, Qin Ming casually remarked, "You need not go to the Grand Soul Arena tonight. Take the time to get acquainted with Gu Xian." He then addressed Gu Xian, saying, "You two, strive to integrate with them as soon as possible. From now on, you shall be part of the same team, sharing both honor and disgrace." With this succinct exchange, Gu Xian immersed himself in the training. The members of the Royal Combat Team had already grasped most of the theoretical knowledge, thus their morning session was transformed into practical lessons. During this time, Qin Ming inquired about Gu Xian's theoretical studies, to which Gu Xian confidently replied that there were no issues. Qin Ming did not probe further, as it was commonplace for students like Gu Xian, who came from esteemed backgrounds, to have a solid foundation in such knowledge. He had no concerns about Gu Xian being dishonest, for such deceit would be easily uncovered, and Gu Xian was certainly no fool to lie about such matters. However, since today marked Gu Xian's recent integration into the team, the practical content primarily focused on familiarizing him with the soul skills of his comrades to facilitate better cooperation in the future. Gu Xian also introduced the effects of his own soul skills to the others. Although soul skills are the most closely guarded secrets of a soul master, and not typically divulged casually, they were now teammates who would share each other's backs, rendering such secrecy irrelevant. When they learned that Gu Xian's first soul skill was a universal attribute enhancement ability, even Qin Ming was taken aback, followed by an uncontrollable envy. It was no wonder that Gu Xian could triumph over the 37th level Yu Tianheng with his 33rd level soul power. Just his first soul skill provided a 20% enhancement across all attributes. How could that not be formidable? Coupled with Gu Xian's profound foundation, his victory over Yu Tianheng was entirely reasonable. It is precisely for this reason that they envy Gu Xian for acquiring such an exquisite soul skill. When they learned that Gu Xian's first soul skill could enhance with the elevation of his strength, their envy transformed into outright jealousy. They clamored to inquire what soul beast Gu Xian had hunted to obtain such a remarkable soul skill. Gu Xian did not conceal the truth. His first soul ring was derived from a 600-year-old golden armored dragon, a true dragon-level soul beast, representing a pinnacle soul ring. Much like his second soul ring, the dark gold terror claw bear, both are sovereign entities among soul beasts. In fact, all three of Gu Xian's soul rings are of exceptional quality, which is a principal reason for his formidable foundation. Routine training is one aspect, but the selection of soul rings serves as the best enhancement of a soul master's foundation. Upon realizing that Gu Xian's first soul ring was taken from a 600-year-old soul beast, astonishment swept through the crowd. Was this not an extraordinary achievement in soul ring absorption? Could a soul master absorb a soul ring beyond their level without facing catastrophic consequences? Particularly for Yu Tianheng, whose uncle, Yu Shaojiang, was the proponent of the top 10 martial soul core competition theory. He was acutely aware of the limits concerning soul rings. The maximum limit for a first soul ring is 423 years, yet Gu Xian's first soul ring astonishingly reached 600 years. How could this be possible? Yu Tianheng did not doubt Gu Xian's honesty, as his strength had already proven everything. For the first time, Yu Tianheng began to question the validity of his uncle's theory, especially with Gu Xian, the individual who had absorbed a soul ring beyond his level, standing before him. In what seemed to dispel Yu Tianheng's doubts, Gu Xian stated directly, "My third soul ring has reached 3,000 years. What? 3,000 years? At this level, such a soul ring could serve as the fourth ring for a soul master, could it not?" Not only Yu Tianheng, but even Qin Ming appeared as if he had never witnessed anything like it, gasping in astonishment. Regarding the aspect of surpassing soul ring absorption, Gu Xian intended to keep this information to himself. Although today was merely their first encounter, in Gu Xian's heart, these individuals were his future allies. By winning them over, he could secure allies for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. For instance, with Yu Tianheng, motivating him to develop beyond the original narrative could lead to him becoming the direct heir of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Sect. Given their connection, wouldn't the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Sect be truly intertwined? Would this not represent the best alliance against the Spirit Hall? Therefore, Gu Xian did not intend to withhold his knowledge. He even encouraged them to procure whale glue to aid in their cultivation. They were merely in their 30s in terms of levels, not to mention the possibility of absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring, at the very least. Their fourth soul ring could be achieved. Even if only one soul ring were absorbed beyond its level, their foundation would surpass that of others. This was Xuan's ultimate objective. Certainly, another purpose is to capture the attention of Xuan. For instance, if she refrains from utilizing whale glue, Xuan can provide her with hands-on guidance. Additionally, Xuan can lead them through various training exercises, bestowing special attention upon Xuan. When it comes to romance, for individuals like her, it is not a formidable challenge. One merely needs to make the other party feel their uniqueness, ensuring that they do not harbor any disdain, which naturally cultivates affection. Thus, Xuan directly addressed the group. I understand your astonishment and confusion, but hold your surprise for now. We will soon be dining together as teammates, and I assure you, I will not withhold any knowledge from you. Allow me to elaborate. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming ceased their training and took the initiative to bring over a stool to listen. Indeed, Qin Ming was equally eager to uncover the underlying rationale, for he was the one who felt the most regret among them. His fifth soul ring, after all, was a mere 9,500 years old. Although this age is already commendable, falling just short of the 10,000-year mark, it still pales in comparison to the qualitative distinction between a 1,000-year and a 10,000-year soul ring. Had his fifth soul ring been a 10,000-year one, his achievements would undoubtedly have exceeded level 61. He would have soared to even greater heights. Thus, upon hearing about Xuan's successful advanced absorption of soul rings, a fervor ignited within him. Now, Xuan was willing to share this secret, and he was undoubtedly the most exhilarated. With a lower age for his fifth soul ring, he could compensate with his seventh and eighth soul rings. Chapter 14. Xuan's Little Classroom commences, Part 2. At this moment, the training hall had transformed remarkably. Xuan stood upon the elevated platform, exuding the demeanor of a teacher as he spoke eloquently. Qin Ming and the members of the original Huangdo battle team listened intently, resembling eager students thirsting for knowledge, with each one clutching a notebook and scribbling fervently. The advanced absorption of soul rings is not an impossibility. The theoretical limits surrounding soul rings are not absolute. They merely reflect the boundaries encountered by the majority during absorption. Observing the group, who resembled elementary students engrossed in the lesson, Xuan began to expound his theories. Prior to absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring, the limits for 10-year, 100-year, and 1,000-year soul rings, excluding those of special spiritual attribute soul beasts, do not truly possess an absolute limit. These limits are intrinsically linked to the soul master's physical constitution, the strength of their martial soul, their willpower, and even their mindset. To refrain from boasting, let me refer to myself, the individual standing before you who has successfully absorbed soul rings beyond the usual limits. My first soul ring is 600 years old, yet it could very well have been different, as this also correlates with the quality of the soul beast. For instance, while you might absorb a 500-year caterpillar soul ring, a dragon-type soul ring may impose a maximum limit of merely 100 years. Certainly, wise individuals would undoubtedly opt for a century-old dragon spirit ring, forsaking the 500-year caterpillar spirit ring. This illustrates that the absorption of spirit rings is not bound by any limits. It is intrinsically linked to the innate qualities of the spirit master. Pausing momentarily, Xuan allowed them time to ponder his words. Though each of them harbored doubts, even the typically aloof and icy Lingling displayed an eagerness for knowledge. Yet they refrained from interrupting Xuan. After a brief interval, Xuan continued. Thus, prior to absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring, an individual's physical prowess constitutes the majority of the advantage. As long as your physical constitution is sufficiently robust, it is entirely feasible to absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring as your first. He went on to explain that once the spirit ring reached a 10,000-year grade, the dynamics shifted. At this juncture, he scanned the faces before him, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Xuan. Senior, would you elucidate the principal difference between absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring and a 1,000-year spirit ring? At his inquiry, Xuan was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated such a sudden question from Xuan, reminiscent of the pressure felt when called upon by a teacher in a theoretical class. Fortunately, her theoretical knowledge was solid. After a brief pause, she rose to respond. The most significant distinction between absorbing a 1,000-year spirit ring and a 10,000-year spirit ring lies in the fact that the spirit beasts yielding 10,000-year spirit rings possess considerable intelligence and formidable spiritual strength. The absorption of a 10,000-year spirit ring induces a soul fluctuation absent in the absorption of a 1,000-year spirit ring. Clapping his hands in satisfaction, Xuan nodded. He then remarked, "What you have stated is indeed correct. It is precisely because 10,000-year spirit rings introduce this unique soul fluctuation, which complicates the absorption process for spirit masters, that surpassing levels becomes increasingly arduous once one reaches the 10,000-year threshold, rendering it theoretically impossible." Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's previously animated expression froze. and he let out a dejected sigh. However, Xuan was not finished. Of course, I must emphasize that this is theoretical. In practice, it is indeed possible to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring out of order. Several conditions must be met, as each individual's martial spirit, character, and innate talent vary significantly. For instance, for spirit masters specializing in mental attributes, the intense soul fluctuations of a 10,000-year spirit ring may not pose as great a challenge. They merely need to progressively train their mental attributes while enhancing their physical conditioning, thus increasing their chances of successfully absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's already dim demeanor darkened further. Did this imply that he had no opportunity to absorb spirit rings beyond his current level? However, Xuan's discourse was far from over. He continued, "Of course, this is merely an exception. For the vast majority of soul masters, the foremost requirement for absorbing soul rings beyond their level is a robust physique capable of withstanding the pressure of the soul ring. Following that, the enhancement of mental strength becomes paramount. Aside from rigorous training, one might also seek out head soul bones or various other potions to bolster this aspect. Ultimately, none of these factors are absolute. After all, fortune favors the prepared. If one cannot cultivate mental strength, one should first focus on strengthening their physique. Should an opportunity to enhance mental prowess arise later, they would not find themselves unable to absorb a higher-level soul ring due to an insufficiently strong body. Moreover, let us consider, even if one cannot augment their mental strength, a more formidable physique could allow one to absorb a soul ring of a higher caliber. For instance, one who could initially absorb a 15,000-year soul ring of a caterpillar might instead be capable of absorbing a 15,000-year dragon-type soul ring, which presents a significant disparity. The quality of soul rings is an essential foundation for any soul master. Listening to Xuan's words, Qin Ming's eyes sparkled with understanding. Indeed, even if mental strength could not be enhanced, a stronger physique would undoubtedly improve the quality of the absorbed soul rings. Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng and his companions were filled with excitement. Yu Tianheng had momentarily set aside his uncle's theories, for Xuan stood as a living testament to what he spoke. The rationale behind Xuan's assertions was compelling, especially since he personally guaranteed their validity, leaving no room for doubt regarding his honesty in such a vital matter. Currently, they possessed only 3 soul rings. Even if they could not absorb a 10,000-year soul ring beyond their level, their 4th soul ring could certainly be enhanced. The upper limit for a 4th soul ring is 5,000 years. If they began fortifying their physiques now, could they not eventually absorb a soul ring that exceeds 5,000 years? The mere thought ignited their enthusiasm. Such an opportunity to augment their foundation and strengthen their abilities through diligence was within their grasp. Although they were privileged young masters, they were not averse to hardship. What they feared was toiling without reward. They were reluctant to endure hardship without the promise of gain. However, if their efforts could yield results akin to Xuan's, they would eagerly embrace daily challenges. The recent event where Xuan, at level 33, bested Yu Tianheng, at level 37, was still fresh in their minds. Particularly for Yu Tianheng, the first-hand participant, who among the youth does not desire to excel. Xuan had imparted to them not just knowledge, but a vision for their future. Chapter 15, Integration. Even Qin Ming found himself attentively absorbing Xuan's teachings, and doubts about Xuan's words were virtually non-existent. After all, Xuan was no fool. Fabricating lies to deceive them was out of the question, especially since the living example of surpassing level limitations stood before them, leaving no basis for skepticism. Now, all they possess is anticipation and excitement. If they were to cultivate following Xuan's methods, would they not be able to absorb their 4th soul ring beyond their current level? Their martial spirits are at least of high quality. For instance, with someone like Yu Tianheng, whose martial spirit is the top-tier blue lightning tyrant dragon, the enhancements gained from level-up absorption of soul rings would undoubtedly be remarkable. Not to mention, Xuan himself serves as a prime example. He meticulously shared how he enhanced his physical qualities, tempered his body, and selected the appropriate years and quality of soul rings. While many of them had an inkling of this knowledge, none possessed the detailed understanding that Xuan offered. He intertwined his experiences with theoretical knowledge, allowing them to swiftly grasp the essence of it all. In truth, this knowledge is not esoteric. It simply lacked exploration by anyone until now. After Xuan successfully absorbed his 1st soul ring beyond the standard level, he collaborated with Ning Fengji to establish a dedicated research group. Now, 5 or 6 years later, significant breakthroughs have been achieved in this area. Undoubtedly, the most crucial contributions stem from Xuan's insights and methods, yielding substantial benefits for the entire Seven Treasures Glazed School. Currently, the sect begins cultivating disciples from a young age, laying a solid foundation, and several batches have begun absorbing soul rings beyond their level. Although not as formidable as Xuan, This nevertheless proves the feasibility of such practices. Notably, Ning Rongrong's first soul ring is 450 years old, while her second soul ring reaches an impressive 900 years. With her diligence, Ning Rongrong holds great promise. In the original narrative, among the Shrek 7 monsters, aside from Tang San, who achieved the Sea God's 9th trial, only Ning Rongrong attained the 8th trial, qualifying her to become the High Priestess of Sea God Island. The others merely reached the 5th and 6th trials. Despite the enhancement of her super martial spirit, the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, Ning Rongrong's aptitude and talent are commendable. Thus, even if she was reluctant to cultivate in her early years, under Gu Xian's guidance, her accomplishments have been noteworthy. Gu Xian's small classroom session extended from 10 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon, during which the others lost track of time, even forgetting their hunger. It wasn't until Gu Xian concluded his extensive lecture that they returned to their senses, their stomachs grumbling in unison. Naturally, as soul masters, their consumption is significantly greater than that of ordinary individuals, necessitating 3 meals a day. Occasionally, after evening soul battles, they even indulge in midnight snacks, as battling not only depletes soul power, but also considerably taxes physical stamina. With greater exertion comes the need for increased sustenance. Qin Ming cautiously tucked his notes into his storage soul guide, and, with a smile, waved his hand, declaring, "Let us go, we won TB training today. I'll treat you all to a meal." "Oh wow," Osro exclaimed, "Teacher Qin Ming is treating us." Qin cast a knowing glance at him, and the others expressed their joy with bright smiles. Although Qin usually maintained a stern demeanor, his rapport with them behind closed doors was rather pleasant. Before long, the group arrived at the North Canteen. The academy boasted 2 canteens, the South Canteen and the North Canteen. Both were of identical scale, differing only in location. One was closer to the female dormitory, while the other was nearer to the male dormitory. Qin swiftly ordered an array of dishes, and Gu Xian glanced at the menu, spending no less than 500 gold soul coins. Each dish consisted of exquisite parts of soul beasts, brimming with high nutritional value. Fortunately, as a teacher of the Tiando level, Qin enjoyed a generous discount of 30%, saving him a considerable sum of gold soul coins. At the dining table, Qin, holding his chopsticks, smiled and said, "I know you are all famished, so please, do not hold back." With that, Osro immediately began to feast heartily, disregarding all notions of decorum. At that moment, Yi Lingling had also removed her veil, allowing Gu Xian to see her face, delicate and somewhat charming. Both Yi Lingling and Dugu Yen, being young ladies, delicately savored their food with tiny bites, contrasting Osro's voracious appetite with their refined tasting. Among the boys, Gu Xian and Yu Tianhing stood out as the most graceful, having been trained in etiquette from a young age due to their prestigious backgrounds. As the meal commenced, Gu Xian began to speak. "Teacher Qin, esteemed seniors, while I am sharing this information with you today, I hope it remains confidential, as it pertains to a sensitive matter currently under research by our sect, not yet ready for public knowledge." Upon hearing Gu Xian's words, Yu Tianheng and Shi Imo displayed expressions of slight disappointment, as they had originally intended to inform their families to foster particular attention towards this matter. However, understanding Gu Xian's trust in them, they recognized the necessity of discretion. After a brief pause, Dugu Yin was the first to respond. "Rest assured, Xiao Xian, I shall keep this under wraps." Upon hearing her address, Gu Xian felt a twinge of embarrassment, thinking, "I wish to be close to you, yet you wish to be my elder sister? Is this not taking advantage of me?" The others also expressed their agreement, acknowledging that since Gu Xian had been so forthright, they too would maintain silence. Gu Xian's motive for this caution was clear. He wished to avoid attracting the attention of the spirit hall. Should the method of absorbing soul rings across levels become widely known, it would inevitably draw the interest of the spirit hall, potentially enhancing their strength. Though Gu Xian bore no significant animosity towards the spirit hall, he was mindful of the impending soul-hunting operations that would be initiated under Bibi Dong's leadership, making it imperative that he did not inadvertently empower his adversaries. Due to Gu Xian's display of trust, the atmosphere at the dining table quickly became amiable among the group. There was no trace of the initial unfamiliarity. By the end of the meal, Gu Xian and the others felt as harmonious as if they had been classmates from the very beginning. This was undoubtedly a sight that Qin Ming was pleased to witness. After the meal, Dugu Yin took the initiative to accompany Gu Xian to handle the procedures for obtaining his student ID and other miscellaneous matters, simultaneously guiding him back to their exclusive villa of the Royal Combat Team. Such is the privilege afforded to prodigies, as their accommodations consist of standalone villas. Chapter 16. Residing in Longfeng Residence. The living quarters of the Royal Combat Team differ markedly from those of ordinary students. Their dormitory is situated by Xuan Lake within the Tiando Royal Academy, where a row of villas graces the lakeside, offering picturesque views and a pleasant environment. These villas are substantial, each covering over 600 square meters, not including the additional 200 square meters of swimming pool and 300 square meters of expansive yard. The villa boasts 4 levels. The first floor serves daily living needs, including cooking, entertaining guests, and recreation. The second floor contains 8 bedrooms, which, with Xuan's arrival, perfectly accommodates the team. The third and fourth floors are dedicated to individual simulated training arenas, providing a space for their daily cultivation. Such is the treatment reserved for the Royal Combat Team, a privilege bestowed upon those with exceptional talent or diligence, ensuring they experience advantages that others can only envy. Moreover, the villa's yard features an 80-meter diameter fighting spirit platform and various training apparatuses, allowing for comprehensive training without stepping outside. Upon arriving here with Xuan after securing the campus and student IDs, Xuan could not help but marvel at the grandiosity of the Tiando Royal Academy. Though this special treatment is unique to the Royal Combat Team, the creation of such a vast and perfect residence surely demands a significant financial investment. After all, while their residence may be modest in size, it is replete with every conceivable amenity. The villa is affectionately named Longfeng Residence, symbolizing the hope that its inhabitants will transform into dragons and phoenixes, paving a prosperous path ahead. Xuan felt indifferent about the name, recognizing that the Tiando Royal Academy had invested heavily in nurturing them, naturally wishing for their achievements and future to flourish. The 8 rooms on the second floor are uniformly arranged, eliminating any notion of superiority among them. However, as the 7 members of the Royal Combat Team were not yet well acquainted, they opted for a gender-segregated arrangement when selecting their rooms. Xuan and Yi Lingling chose one side, while Yu Tianheng and the others occupied the opposite side. The layout of the second floor features 3 rooms on the left, with 2 facing each other and 1 adjacent, while the right side consists of 5 rooms, 4 of which are paired oppositely, with 1 adjoining. Between these 2 sections lies a spacious lounge or tea room. They can indulge in tea, savor exquisite cuisine, witness the sunset, and admire the beautiful Xuan Lake. As this room boasts a vast balcony that faces the lake, the rising and setting sun can be observed here with remarkable clarity, allowing everyone to appreciate the breathtaking scenery. The arrangement of the rooms was also intentional, reflecting the distinctions between genders. Although they are classmates and members of the same team, they initially came together as strangers, inevitably leading to a sense of shyness. Thus, the layout was designed accordingly. This arrangement was further influenced by the fact that the number of female soul masters is considerably fewer than their male counterparts, resulting in 1 less room for the girls. Unbeknownst to them, this inadvertently provided a closer proximity for Xuan to both Du Guyan and Yi Lingling, as he eagerly sought opportunities to be near them. After all, a close vantage point often yields the sweetest rewards. For Du Guyan, even having Xuan living next door holds little significance now. She is no longer the innocent girl she once was. Under the guidance of Yu Tianheng over the past 2 years, she has largely regained her ability to interact with others and has overcome her social anxiety. Yi Lingling, on the other hand, remains indifferent to these arrangements, as long as they do not disrupt her peace. Moreover, Xuan possesses a certain charm. At the very least, he is the most handsome boy she has encountered, and she would much prefer his presence over anyone else's. Although looks cannot be a substitute for sustenance, they certainly are a feast for the eyes. Upon their arrival at Longfeng Residence, Yu Tianheng and the others had yet to return, having gone to the academy shop for supplies. According to Yu Tianheng's sentiments, Xuan, being a new addition to the team, warranted a proper celebration. Although teacher Qin Ming had already treated them to a meal, that was his gesture, and the brothers had yet to express their own appreciation. One cannot deny that Yu Tianheng, as one of the heirs to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, excels at winning hearts. Had it been anyone else, such kindness might have brought them to tears. Du Guyan escorted Xuan back to Longfeng Residence, and upon entering, Xuan was immediately struck by the opulent ambience, a true testament to the grandeur of the Royal Combat Team's villa. As Du Guyan introduced him to the surroundings and explained their living arrangements, she aimed to help him acclimate swiftly and integrate seamlessly. It must be noted that spending time alone together is one of the most effective ways for a boy and girl to deepen their connection. At this moment, Xuan had already ceased to address Du Guyan as senior and instead referred to her as Sister Yan. Although this modification in address may seem trivial, it signifies a profound evolution in their relationship. Of course, Du Guyan is not one to be easily swayed by mere handsome faces. Rather, it is Xuan's sweet words that resonate deeply with her, making her feel at ease in his company, naturally fostering a closer bond between them. However, this is merely the first day of their interactions. Progress must be gradual, and Xuan is not in haste, for at least they have made a promising start. Du Guyan is still unattached to Yu Tianheng, presenting Xuan with a significant opportunity. If one cannot seize the opportunity, it is solely their own predicament. Soon, Du Guyan escorted Gu Xian on a tour of the entire villa. His dedicated training ground had yet to be constructed. However, Qin Ming had already submitted the request on his behalf, estimating that it would take approximately half a month to complete. In the interim, Gu Xian could share a training space with Yu Tianheng, as both possessed dragon-type martial souls, one being the blue lightning tyrant dragon and the other, a bone dragon. Afterward, Du Guyan led Gu Xian to his room, which was adjacent to hers, a detail she had previously mentioned. Upon entering, he found the room fully equipped with various amenities, including some exercise equipment. The room resembled a presidential suite from Gu Xian's past life, with everything available except for a kitchen. Little Xian, we shall be neighbors from now on. Remember to share any delightful discoveries with me first, Du Guyan said with a playful smile. Gu Xian feigned a bow, adopting a junior's demeanor as he replied, Sister Yan, your wish is my command. Du Guyan stifled a giggle, playfully admonishing him, no fooling around. She then continued, all right. You are familiar with this space now, tidy up a bit. Tianheng and the others should be back soon. Gu Xian was indifferent to Du Guyan's reference to Yu Tianheng. As they shared a close friendship, he nodded in agreement, saying, okay, thank you for your efforts today, Sister Yan. In the future, I shall take you on enjoyable outings. Du Guyan smiled in acknowledgement. That sounds wonderful. It must be a delight to accompany someone as entertaining as you. Her sentiment was heartfelt. As her previous outings with Yu Tianheng had been less engaging, he was rather earnest and straightforward in his affections, which did not pique her interest. Having said this, Du Guyan departed from Gu Xian's room, feeling quite fatigued after a long afternoon and in need of a refreshing wash. Chapter 17. Training. Once Du Guyan left, Gu Xian retrieved his daily necessities and clothing from his storage soul guide. As the room had already been tidied, he needed not to clean. After organizing his belongings, Gu Xian entered the bathroom, which featured an independent ensuite with a large bathtub. Filling the tub with water, he eagerly leapt in, relishing the warm embrace. Gu Xian was a person of dual nature. He could be meticulous during training, yet completely at ease when it came to enjoyment. After soaking for half an hour, Gu Xian gradually emerged from the tub, drying his body before donning a set of white casual attire resembling a robe-like nightgown. White was his preferred color for relaxation, while he typically donned black attire akin to his grandfather's during regular activities. With a flicker of his soul power, he dried his hair, tying his long black locks into a short ponytail. Gu Xian then opened the door and stepped into the adjacent lounge. At this moment, Du Guyan was seated cross-legged on a pristine white fur sofa, her shoulder-length emerald hair still slightly damp. She held a glass of juice, gazing at the afterglow of the setting sun. The others had yet to return. Hearing a sound, Du Guyan turned to look, her eyes brightening at the sight of Gu Xian, her throat involuntarily moving as she marveled at his striking handsomeness. The sunset's soft light streamed in, casting a gentle glow upon him, enhancing the allure of his white attire. His gray-black pupils sparkled with a luminous brilliance as he smiled at Du Guyan. Yanjia, Haven T. Tianheng, and the others returned yet? Gu Xian inquired softly. He refrained from addressing her as senior since they had previously established that in the realm of soul masters, strength was paramount. Gu Xian had undoubtedly become the strongest among them. Thus there was no need for formalities. Calling her by name sufficed. Naturally, he was pleased to do so, though he made an exception for Du Guyan. As he spoke, Gu Xian had already settled beside Du Guyan on the leather sofa, gently clinking his glass of juice against hers. Du Guyan took a sip of her juice and replied, they should be here soon. Just as her words fell, the door lock on the second floor clicked open. Yu Tianheng, Osro, and a few others entered, bypassing the room and heading straight to the lounge. Upon seeing Gu Xian and Du Guyan enjoying their juice together, Osro couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, a knowing smile gracing his face. Yanjia, how come you two started without us? Hurry and get me a glass. I'm dying of thirst. Osro cheekily approached. Gu Xian smiled slightly and replied, you have hands, don't you? Help yourself. There was no hint of courtesy in his tone, yet Osro took no offense, recognizing Gu Xian's playful demeanor. With a chuckle, Osro responded, fine, I'll get it myself. He then swiftly snatched the juice from Gu Xian's hand. As there were only 2 glasses in total, one in Du Guyan's grasp and the other in Gu Xian's, which he had yet to taste. After seizing the juice, Osro darted behind Shimo, and Shimo, happily indulging in his prize. Gu Xian could only smile helplessly, thinking to himself that he truly needed to instill some manners in the lad. Yu Tianheng, witnessing the scene, also chuckled. Such harmonious camaraderie within a team was indeed delightful. Gu Xian, from this day forward, you are officially a member of our Imperial Combat Team. I extend a warm welcome to you, Yu Tianheng said gravely to Gu Xian. The others turned to look as well, chiming in, indeed, Gu Xian, we are now brothers in the same team. Don't forget us when you come across something good. This last remark came from Osro, who was still savoring the juice he had pilfered from Xuan. Xuan smiled faintly, refraining from any rebuttal. Subsequently, Yu Tianheng retrieved an assortment of provisions they had gathered during their afternoon shopping spree from his storage soul guide. A delightful array of snacks and beverages filled the long table at the center of the lounge. Yu Tianheng proclaimed, "Tonight, we shall engage in idle chatter, indulge in food and drink, and share our thoughts." "Splendid," Osro exclaimed, leaping with enthusiasm. Yet, at that moment, no one paid him any heed. Yi Lingling approached Du Guyan, and the two young women settled closely together on a sofa. The group then began to eat and converse, with Gu Xian particularly attentive to Du Guyan and Yi Lingling. Du Guyan was amiable, and Gu Xian exchanged laughter and words with her. However, Yi Lingling presented a stark contrast with her somewhat aloof demeanor, which extended to everyone. Not just Gu Xian. During their discussions, Gu Xian occasionally sought to subtly inquire about Yi Lingling's background and family, aiming to glean more understanding of her, thus ensuring a more strategic approach in the future. It was only at 11 o'clock in the evening that the gathering dispersed. Yu Tianheng and the others returned to their respective training areas, while Gu Xian remained behind to tidy up. Although the others initially intended to assist, Gu Xian insisted they depart, and neither Du Guyan nor Yi Lingling lingered, opting to pursue their own training instead. This was not merely an act of kindness on Gu Xian's part. He simply could not abide the untidiness of his living space. After dedicating half an hour to restoring order, he finally retreated to his room to train. Lacking a designated training area and unwilling to disturb Yu Tianheng, he opted for the solitude of his own chamber. At dawn the next day, Gu Xian awoke feeling invigorated and commenced his exercises promptly at 6 o'clock. He ventured into the courtyard, surrounded by an array of training equipment. Selecting a pair of 20-kilogram sandbags and 10-kilogram sandbags, he secured them to his wrists and ankles, donning an additional 30-kilogram weighted vest before commencing his regimen. His routine included 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 pull-ups, 100 burpees, and 20 all-out sprints of 100 meters. These comprised Gu Xian's usual training regimen. However, after surpassing the 30th level threshold and absorbing the third soul ring, these exercises had become significantly less daunting. The cumulative weight of 90 kilograms presented a considerable challenge, as he performed these exercises while encumbered. This rigorous training was one of the reasons for Gu Xian's impressive physique. After approximately 10 minutes of exertion, Yu Tianheng appeared in the courtyard. Upon spotting Gu Xian, he paused momentarily, then shook his head with a wry smile. It was clear that Gu Xian's remarkable prowess was not without reason. His dedication was an aspect Yu Tianheng could not rival. Without interrupting Gu Xian's training, he took note of the weights Gu Xian was using and began to emulate his efforts. Around 7 o'clock, Shimo, Yu Feng, Asluo, Du Guyan, and Yi Lingling emerged. Seeing Gu Xian and Yu Tianheng engaged in training, they hesitated for a moment before joining in. Observing that everyone had arrived, Gu Xian contemplated briefly and then declared, "Since we're all here, allow me to guide your training." The others did not contest this, acknowledging Gu Xian's formidable prowess. However, they were momentarily taken aback by the weight he bore. Such a heavy load? Under Gu Xian's leadership, the group commenced their training at a leisurely pace. Although they were accustomed to training, they had never before encountered the grueling challenge of nearly 200 pounds of weight first thing in the morning. The prospect was daunting. None could match Gu Xian's terrifying capacity. Even Yu Tianheng's load was a mere 100 pounds. As for Yi Lingling, being a support type, she bore only 30 pounds. A stark contrast to her previous weightless training, which left her somewhat unprepared. With their burdens, the group followed Gu Xian through various exercises, push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, and burpees. They completed several sets, and despite being soul masters, the intensity of the training proved overwhelming. Throughout the session, Gu Xian insisted they refrain from utilizing their martial souls or soul power, focusing solely on enhancing their physical conditioning. By 8 o'clock, both Yi Lingling and Du Guyan had succumbed to exhaustion, while even Yu Tianheng and the Shimo brothers were breathless. The inability to harness their martial souls or soul power compounded their struggle, though they typically engaged in rigorous training. The intensity of Gu Xian's regimen rendered their previous exercises with stones trivial in comparison. "Xiao Xian, you are truly remarkable. How is it that you appear unfazed?" Du Guyan remarked, observing Gu Xian, who was only lightly perspiring. She was not alone in this sentiment. The others shared her astonishment. For Gu Xian had begun his training at 6 o'clock, effectively doubling their effort. Despite clearly exerting himself towards the end, he showed no signs of fatigue, merely glistening with sweat. In contrast, they felt as if their muscles were on the verge of collapse. Gu Xian wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and smiled. "It's manageable. This level of training is merely a warm-up. I assure you, as long as you persist alongside me, and once you incorporate my methods, Each of you will be capable of absorbing soul rings beyond your current level. Upon hearing this, the previously dispirited group regained a glimmer of hope. If their efforts bore fruit, then there remained a promise of progress. You may take a break. I shall retire for a shower. Xuan stated succinctly before departing the courtyard and returning to his quarters. 30 minutes later, Xuan donned a resplendent golden uniform, the distinctive attire of the Royal Combat Team, a symbol of his newfound identity. Adorned in this garb, he was entitled to the highest privileges afforded to students within the academy. Having completed his morning rituals, Xuan observed the emptiness of the hall, pondering briefly. He decided to head straight to the dining hall. Upon arriving at a breakfast establishment, Xuan addressed the proprietor, saying, "Master, I would like 1 chicken leg, 2 eggs, a bowl of millet porridge, a cup of soybean milk, and a bun, please." After a moment's reflection, he added, "Make that 8 portions." "Certainly," the owner replied, promptly beginning to package the order. Noticing Xuan's attire, the owner, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "Young man, I haven't seen you in the Royal Combat Team before. Are you a recent recruit?" With a smile, Xuan responded, "Indeed, I just joined the Royal Combat Team yesterday." "Ha ha ha, splendid. It's been years since anyone has joined the first team. From now on, whenever you come here, I'll give you a 50% discount." The owner chuckled as he continued to prepare the order. "Please no. I believe in earning my keep. My student card already grants me a 30% discount. If you do this, I might hesitate to return," Xuan quickly countered, waving his hands in protest. The owner, still smiling, replied, "Ah, you see, we need diligent and aspiring students like you. While talent is significant, perseverance holds greater importance. Witnessing your youthful efforts, this little assistance is nothing." As the owner spoke, Xuan took a moment to scrutinize him, realizing that the proprietor was, in fact, a soul master. A soul master working as a chef? This revelation piqued Xuan's curiosity regarding the man's identity, yet he refrained from probing further. Once the order was packaged, Xuan paid and prepared to leave, expressing his gratitude with a simple thank you. Originally, this meal would have cost 10 silver soul coins, but the owner charged him only 5. Do not underestimate the value of those few eggs and chicken legs. The eggs were laid by a 10-year-old soul beast known as the rainbow chicken, and the chicken leg came from a 10-year-old 3-legged chicken, whose nutritional value far surpassed that of ordinary poultry. Even the millet in the porridge was derived from soul-light rice, capable of subtly enhancing physical strength. It can be said that the dining hall of the Tiendo Royal Academy rarely offered mundane fare, as even the simplest dishes were often beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Returning with breakfast, Xuan found his companions had just finished their morning routines and were preparing to head to the dining hall. "No need to go. I brought breakfast for everyone," he announced, placing the meal on the table and helping himself to a portion. "Wow, Xuan, you're a lifesaver. I had expended most of my energy during training earlier, and now I can enjoy breakfast without having to go myself," Osro exclaimed, eagerly grabbing a serving to devour. Osro's personality was such that he was entirely unconcerned about appearances when around familiar faces, often behaving in a playful manner. However, when confronted with outsiders, they would resort to direct mockery and incite animosity, which could be infuriating. After the morning training session, everyone was famished, and even the likes of Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling began to flaunt their appetites. The notion that girls possess smaller stomachs and consume less? Nonsense. After devouring a drumstick, 2 eggs, a bowl of millet porridge, a cup of soy milk, and a bun, their belly showed no signs of bulging. Of course, this was also related to their status as soul masters, for the energy expenditure of soul masters far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. By the time they finished breakfast, it was already 9 o'clock. It was Tuesday, and since they no longer had theoretical classes, they made their way to the training hall. Qin Ming had been waiting there since early morning, and, upon seeing everyone arrive, his expression darkened as he said, "The class starts at 9 o'clock. Can you tell me what time it is now?" Osro couldn't help but retort, "Isn't it just 9:12? Qin Ming shot him a cold glare. "Osro, step forward." Osro jolted, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Do you think you have a reason for being late?" Qin Ming's voice was frigid, devoid of the warmth from the previous day's dinner table. "No." Osro dared not argue further and responded with a stiff acknowledgement. At the same time, he felt like slapping himself. Why had he spoken out? Now he had drawn attention to himself. "Let me tell you, in your current state, if you were on the battlefield, you might be the first to fall. You have no sense of time. Do you still think this is a casual setting?" Qin Ming's gaze was fixed on Osro, yet his words were directed at the entire group. "Osro, go run 10 laps around the playground." Qin Ming continued. "Ah." Osro lamented once more. At that moment, Qin Ming's expression grew even colder, and just as he was about to erupt, Xuan stepped forward and addressed Qin Ming. "Teacher Qin, the reason for today's tardiness is my fault, not Osro's." Qin Ming's gaze shifted to Xuan, and his demeanor softened slightly as he inquired, "Why?" Xuan explained. Osro had risen at 7 o'clock. It was I who urged them to train together, and I failed to manage the training intensity, leaving them somewhat fatigued. Which is why they were late. However, rest assured, Teacher Qin, this will not happen again. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming glanced at the others, who nodded in agreement. After a moment of silence, he said, since there is a reason behind this, Osro, your punishment is hereby rescinded. However, I do not wish to see a repeat of this incident. Yes, everyone replied in unison. In truth, this was a form of intimidation, or rather, a reminder from Qin Ming. It was not targeted at any individual, but aimed at all of them. Of course, there was also a hint of tempering Osro's character involved. Xuan, in his past life, was quite astute and could see through this. Chapter 19, The Stone Mill versus Osro. After Qin Ming's outburst, he commenced the day's training regimen. The practical training was devoid of any frills, diving straight into the authentic essence of combat. In the inaugural match, Shimo faced off against Osro. Qin Ming spoke softly, as the opponents for the Imperial Combat Team were determined solely by lottery. Even when confronted with adversaries who completely countered their abilities, they had to engage. For who could guarantee that their opponents would always be vulnerable to their strengths in the realm of soul masters? Thus, battling against any foe in soul training had become their norm. Although Osro had rarely triumphed over Shimo, he was resolute and refused to relent. At this moment, the soul stage was occupied solely by Shimo and Osro, while the others observed, analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of both combatants. On the soul stage, Shimo and Osro stood opposite each other. Shimo, martial spirit, Xuan turtle, level 36 defense type soul sovereign. Begin, Shimo declared with a composed demeanor. As his words fell, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, ascended around him, and a vast, emerald green turtle shell emerged, enveloping his torso while leaving his limbs and head exposed. This was Shimo's martial spirit, the Xuan turtle. In its manifestation, he did not appear diminished or grotesque. Rather, his stature seemed to grow, rendering him even more formidable. His exposed limbs were robust and powerful, imbued with a sense of tremendous strength, while the verdant shell significantly enhanced his defensive capabilities. True to its name, the Xuan turtle bore the lineage of the Xuan, a bloodline not to be underestimated. Although the original text did not elaborate on this lineage, it did suggest that this martial spirit was comparable in strength to the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex, which attests to its might. Even without employing soul techniques, Shimo's defensive prowess surged immensely, far beyond what Osro could easily penetrate. Though Osro felt a twinge of helplessness, his fighting spirit burned fiercely. Qin Ming's teaching principle was straightforward. As a soul master, one must never shy away from battle. The essence of being a soul master lies in possessing courage. Osro, martial spirit, ghost leopard, level 36 agility type soul sovereign, begin. Upon manifesting his martial spirit, Osro's golden hair transformed into a sleek black, dark fur sprouted across his body, and his golden irises morphed into the slitted pupils characteristic of felines. He became more lithe, crouching low as the muscles in his legs subtly bulged, ready to unleash astonishing speed. With 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings swirling around him, Osro was devoid of any fear, prepared to exert himself fully. Both combatants, having manifested their martial spirits, exhibited the standard configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple soul ring. Yet, as the meat shield, Shimo's impenetrable defense frustrated Osro, who struggled to find a way to breach Shimo's formidable protection. First soul technique, Leopard Shadow Strike. Osro activated his first soul ring, enhancing his speed by 50%. As an agility-type soul master, he transformed into a shadow, darting around Shimo, searching for the opportune moment to strike. The gaze of Shimo gradually shifted in accordance with the movements of the shadowy figure. Although his defensive prowess rendered him impervious to Osro's assaults, capturing Osro would prove to be no simple feat nevertheless, after nearly 2 years of countless encounters. Both warriors had become intimately familiar with each other's tactics and methods of attack. A smirk graced Shimo's lips as he charged in a particular direction. However, Osro's velocity was too formidable, rendering such a charge futile. By the time Shimo reached his designated point, Osro had already positioned himself directly opposite him. Yet, this was precisely Shimo's intent. As Osro arrived before him, the first soul ring upon Shimo's body ignited. First soul skill, Shield Transformation. With the activation of this soul skill, Shimo's carapace detached, morphing into a colossal dark green shield, measuring 1.5 meters in height and 60 centimeters in width. This was the essence of Shimo's first soul skill, which allowed his shell to transform into an offensive shield while simultaneously augmenting his strength by 30%. However, such a transformation would inevitably diminish his inherent defensive capabilities, a consideration that prompted Shimo to distance himself from Osro's vicinity. Now that Osro stood before him rather than circling around, the threat he posed had significantly diminished. With the release of the first soul skill, the second soul ring on Shimo's body also illuminated. Second soul skill, Xuan Wu Flying Shield. Upon invoking this second soul skill, Shimo hurled the shield in Osro's direction. Utilizing his ability to control the airborne shield for both offensive assaults and to establish a defensive barrier against incoming attacks. However, the shield lacked a locking mechanism. Its effectiveness relied solely on Shimo's own mastery over it. Witnessing this skill, Xuan felt a twinge of envy, having heard its introduction earlier. Such skills were often capable of yielding extraordinary outcomes. If executed with precision and ample soul power, this singular ability could ensure Shimo's invincibility. Much like the character in the Avengers who commanded arrows with a whistle, Shimo could dominate the battlefield if he honed his ability to control the flying shield. Though not expecting him to reach such heights, Xuan believed that with training, Shimo could develop a formidable offensive and defensive prowess. However, Shimo had yet to master the control required for such finesse. The flying shield soared toward Osro, its trajectory fixed upon him. Yet Osro would not remain stationary to be struck. Third soul skill, Leopard Shadow Clones. Osro's third purple soul ring illuminated, and in an instant, he divided into three, with two identical Leopard Shadow clones sprinting off in different directions. His third soul skill, Leopard Shadow Clone, enables him to create two clones that are indistinguishable from his true self, each possessing 30% of his original attack power, thus categorizing it as an exceptionally formidable soul skill. Notably, Osro has the ability to switch places with his clones at will while releasing this skill. Although this switch can only occur once during the skill's activation, it suffices to disorient Mo's perception. However, had Osro been capable of switching positions between his true self and the clones multiple times, this soul skill would have ascended to the realm of divine abilities. Alas, he is limited to a single switch, and once the skill concludes, this capability dissipates. Nonetheless, this momentary confusion leaves Mo uncertain as to which figure is the true Osro, for had Osro remained stationary, Mo could have discerned the original by the substantial vitality radiating from him, yet Osro's rapid movements obfuscate this observation. Consequently, Mo resorts to maneuvering his flying shield back to his side for protection against a potential ambush from Osro, as the three Osros converge from three distinct directions. At this juncture, Xuan observes with a sense of helplessness, realizing that the denizens of Doloa continent seem to confine their use of soul skills strictly to their intended purpose, neglecting the potential for innovation. If Mo were to rotate his flying shield rapidly around his body, despite Osro's formidable attack power, a melee soul master of such a delicate defense would surely hesitate to engage. The swiftly rotating shield not only serves as a formidable defense, but also possesses considerable offensive capabilities. Yet, Mo chooses to wield the shield in his hands, rendering himself a living target. While I acknowledge your remarkable defense, there is no need to remain perpetually on guard. Chapter 20. Xuan vs. Mo. The three Osros move with astonishing speed, swiftly encircling Mo, who can only defend against the assault from the front, leaving the other two directions vulnerable. However, given Mo's extensive experience battling Osro, he is well aware of the forthcoming attack patterns. Inevitably, the two clones will charge ahead while the true Osro executes a sudden strike, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Mo. Thus, Mo merely needs to await the reveal of Osro's true form. Although the clones possess 30% of Osro's attack power, this level of assault can be withstood by Mo's physical defenses alone. Hence, he intends to endure the initial attack before countering. Indeed, Mo plans to utilize this strategy of enduring attacks to identify Osro's true self, subsequently launching a counteroffensive. This approach is, in fact, a common tactic employed by defensive soul masters, as their exceptional defensive capabilities render such a strategy entirely justifiable. However, the spectator Xuan found himself increasingly exasperated, for he perceived the situation as utterly foolish. It was akin to turning oneself into a living target. Faced with an agile assault-type soul master like Osro, it might be manageable, yet should he encounter a soul master capable of delivering a fatal blow, would that not spell instant defeat? Even if he were to survive in the end, it would likely result in severe injuries. Of course, Xuan lacked the ability to create clones. Had he been matched against Osro, perhaps a different strategy would have been employed. Nevertheless, in Xuan's eyes, Osro possessed the potential for a better approach, as the operational space of his Xuan Wu Flying Shield was quite extensive, albeit underutilized by him. As anticipated, in the next moment, all three Osros launched their attacks simultaneously. Their sharp claws aimed at three distinct directions: the chest, the abdomen, and the back. Osro remained immobile, his gaze fixed intently on the three Osros, attuned to their soul power fluctuations. When the three Osros were less than 2 meters away, the one approaching from the back erupted with a potent surge of soul power, illuminating the second yellow soul ring among the trio. Second soul skill, Ghost Leopard Slash. Sensing this intense surge of soul power, Osro activated his second soul ring, and the shield was hurled backward while he retreated, attempting to evade the dual assaults of the clones. Oh, witnessing this, Xuan was somewhat surprised. It appeared that Osro was not merely a passive defender. The claws of the primary Osro glinted coldly as they unleashed a 1-meter-long slash, significantly amplifying the attack's potency. However, the shield thrown by Osro reached him in an instant, actively parrying the second soul skill. Although the Xuanwu shield was indeed sent flying back by the strike, Osro, utilizing the control afforded by his second soul skill, redirected the returning shield back towards Osro. Simultaneously, Osro had evaded the encirclement of the Osro clones. But the primary Osro and the two clones surged forward once more, their claws targeting vital areas. Alarmed, Osro swiftly commanded the flying shield to return. As the shield soared back, his purple third soul ring ignited. Third soul skill, Explosive Escape Armor. With the release of the third soul skill, the Xuanwu flying shield that had been sent flying erupted with tremendous force, shattering into numerous fragments that obliterated the two Osro clones. Dozens of pieces of the Xuanwu flying shield remained under Osro's control, enveloping Osro entirely. The primary Osro, now less than a meter from Osro, was suddenly encased by the shards of the Xuanwu flying shield. Subsequently, Osro harnessed his soul power to manipulate the fragments, forming a spherical configuration, as if a magnetic field had emerged, effectively immobilizing Osro. With Osro under control, Osro charged forward, closing the distance in an instant, his massive fist striking Osro's abdomen, propelling him backward and off the battle platform. Osro triumphs. Qin Ming declared the result with a calm demeanor. Oslo, there has been some progress this time. Yet it remains insufficient. Although you are a defensive spirit master, as an agile offensive spirit master, you have not fully harnessed your speed. Following this, Qin Ming began to provide his insightful commentary. After addressing Oslo, he turned his gaze towards Shimo and softly remarked, Shimo, your performance this time was commendable. The energy field generated by your burst escape technique, after controlling Oslo, was promptly utilized for an immediate attack. This aspect was an improvement over your previous attempt. Having evaluated the two, Qin Ming then directed his attention to the others, declaring, in the next match, Xuan will face Shimo. As Oslo and Shimo stepped aside to rest and replenish their energy, Xuan and Shimo took to the stage. Xuan had long desired to participate, as he could hardly contain his urge to guide them. It was not that Qin Ming's teaching methods were ineffective. On the contrary, his approach was commendably superior to the more conventional methods employed by other instructors. However, it appeared that the inhabitants of Doloa continent had become somewhat constrained, as even someone like Qin Ming, who was deemed a genius in the original narrative, had not ventured into the realm of creating unique spirit abilities. Their training focused solely on the distinct characteristics of each spirit master without introducing any significant innovations. While this method was not without merit, indeed, it could greatly enhance a student's proficiency in specific areas. It primarily catered to average students. Individuals like Yu Tianheng, Shimo, and Shimo, though not top-tier prodigies, were undeniably superior to ordinary learners. The conventional training methods, although effective, did not fully tap into their potential. Thus, Xuan aspired to cultivate their abilities further, a task that necessitated undeniable strength and competence to gain the trust of all. Xuan had already showcased his prowess, but his capabilities remained to be demonstrated, requiring time for others to witness his abilities. During the enrollment yesterday, Xuan had already made a preliminary impression, earning the initial respect of his peers. Yet, this was insufficient, for Xuan sought absolute authority. With a graceful leap, Xuan ascended the battle platform, his movements both elegant and swift, not out of pretense, but for efficiency. Across from him, at a distance of 20 meters, Shimo met his gaze, fiery determination evident in his eyes. Having observed the battle between Xuan and Yu Tianheng yesterday, Shimo felt a burning desire to test his own capabilities against Xuan, despite knowing he might not match up, given that even Yu Tianheng had been defeated by him. Shimo, Spirit, Xuanwu Turtle, Level 35 Defensive Battle Spirit. I await your guidance, he declared slowly, embodying the same Xuanwu Turtle spirit as his brother Shimo. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose rhythmically around him. The already formidable Shimo was further enhanced by a thick, verdant turtle shell, making him appear even more imposing. However, Xuan had long been accustomed to spirit masters embodying animal spirits and had no particular commentary on the matter. Xuan gazed intently at Shimo, lifting his right foot to take a deliberate step forward. As he did so, a yellow soul ring emerged around him, followed by a second yellow soul ring as he stepped with his left foot. By the time Xuan took his third step, he was surrounded by 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, revolving gracefully about him. A faint, silvery membrane of soul power enveloped his form, and his large hands transformed into a pair of formidable bone claws, glinting with a sharp, icy light, exuding a sense of dominance as if they could effortlessly sever gold and jade. Xuan, with his martial spirit as the bone dragon, was a 33rd level assault-type spirit master. "Shimo, unleash your full potential. I shall show no mercy," Xuan declared, his voice resonating with a magnetic quality. Despite being 2 levels beneath Xuan in soul power, Shimo felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. The memory of Xuan overpowering Yu Tianheng lingered vividly in his mind. Reflecting on this, Shimo couldn't help but marvel at the might of surpassing levels in absorbing soul rings. Xuan continued, "Your morning training left much to be desired. And now I shall take over the role of teacher Qin to guide you." Upon hearing this, a trace of embarrassment flickered across Shimo's face. The morning's training, comprised of deceptively simple movements, had proven to be quite a challenge. He struggled to complete even 100 push-ups without the aid of his martial spirit or soul power. This experience, albeit his first in such a regard, revealed a troubling truth. Without the identity of a spirit master, he felt he might as well be an ordinary person. While his self-assessment was somewhat exaggerated, he couldn't deny a sense of inadequacy. Had these words come from anyone else, Shimo would have readily retaliated. But facing Xuan instilled a sense of caution that held him back. With a resigned expression, he replied, "I shall not yield in my resistance." "Huh. That's the spirit I seek." Xuan smiled broadly. Qin Ming, observing from the sidelines, nodded in approval. Although their acquaintance had spanned less than 2 days, he was thoroughly impressed with Xuan. Were it not for Xuan's current status as a soul master, Qin Ming believed he could easily fill a teaching position. Eager to witness Xuan's training methods, which he believed could also benefit him, he looked forward to the upcoming demonstration. "I'm coming in," Xuan announced, and with that, the muscles in his legs surged with power, propelling him forward toward Shimo with a speed that far exceeded that of an average spirit master. In this moment, the first yellow soul ring around him ignited. First soul skill, Bone Dragon Battle Body. As the soul skill was unleashed, Xuan's body appeared to be clad in a heavy silver-white armor, his bony claws becoming even more formidable. With a clenched fist, his massive punch descended upon Shimo. Naturally, Shimo would not remain passive, for even with the formidable defense of his Xuanwu turtle shell, he was still no match for Xuan, who had once overpowered Yu Tianheng. First soul skill, Shield Transformation. Shimo bellowed, his first soul ring illuminating brilliantly. His soul skill mirrored that of the stone mill, and upon its activation, the turtle shell that had adhered to him transformed into a shield measuring 1.5 meters in height and 60 centimeters in width. Clang! The resonant sound, akin to iron striking a great bell, echoed as Xuan's colossal and forceful fist struck Shimo's sturdy turtle shell shield. Although Shimo successfully blocked Xuan's attack, the sheer might of Xuan propelled him backward nearly a meter. This initial tentative clash allowed Shimo to personally experience Xuan's terrifying strength. Not only could his first soul skill transform the turtle shell into a shield, but it also augmented his power by 30%. Yet, astonishingly, even with such an enhancement, his strength paled in comparison to Xuan, who was 2 soul power levels below him. However, there was no time left for Shimo to marvel. With the first punch landed, the second and third followed swiftly. Xuan's leg muscles bulged as he advanced, his arms rippling with explosive strength, unleashing a barrage of massive silver-white bone fists that fell like rain upon Shimo's turtle shell shield, producing a sound reminiscent of iron being struck. Shimo exerted every ounce of strength to stave off Xuan's relentless assault, yet it proved futile. Xuan, with his hands transformed into bone claws, felt no pain. Each punch carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, causing Shimo's shield to quiver. Though Shimo's legs remained straight, they gradually slid backward, overwhelmed by Xuan's terrifying power. Xuan's frenzied onslaught was unlike anything Shimo had experienced even against Yu Tianheng, as the speed of Xuan's punches was relentless, leaving him no opportunity to unleash his own soul skills. Should he attempt to do so, he would undoubtedly face the brunt of those formidable fists, which, while not necessarily resulting in severe injury, would be far from pleasant. The onlookers may not have grasped the full intensity of the confrontation, perceiving only that Xuan was dominating Shimo. However, Shimo knew full well that a direct hit from one of those punches could very well fracture several of his ribs. Xuan's stamina was sufficient to sustain this relentless pressure, and as long as Shimo refrained from countering, Xuan intended to force him off the soul arena. At times, Gu Xian would deliver a heavy blow that sent Shimo sliding back 2 or 3 meters. The diameter of the Soul Arena measures 100 meters. At the onset, Gu Xian and Shi Mo stood at a distance of 20 meters apart, with Shi Mo positioned 40 meters from his side of the arena. Now, 3 minutes have elapsed, and Shi Mo finds himself less than 10 meters from the edge of the arena. Though he remains unscathed thanks to the robust defense of the Xuan turtle shield, his arm feels somewhat fatigued, and his internal organs are quaking from the force of the strikes. Yet this remains well within his limits. Huh. Do you intend to remain coiled up like that indefinitely? Gu Xian could not resist taunting him. In response, Shi Mo displayed no signs of anger. He had become accustomed to such provocations, or rather, it was part of Qin Ming's training to ensure that a soul master remains unaffected by the adversary's attempts to incite emotion. Shi Mo refrained from replying, prompting Gu Xian to intensify his assault. The second yellow soul ring on his body shimmered, and his massive bony fists transformed into a pair of dark golden claws, relentlessly attacking Shi Mo's shield. With each clash of the sharp claws against the turtle shell shield, brilliant sparks erupted, igniting a tempest within Shi Mo's heart as he realized the extent of Gu Xian's power. He sensed that if he continued to defend in this manner, he would soon find his shield shattered by Gu Xian's formidable strength without even needing to withdraw it. Shi Mo understood that he could no longer persist in this defensive posture. Suddenly, an idea for a counterattack struck him. As Gu Xian's dark golden claws descended once more, Shi Mo leveraged the momentum to retreat, now merely 2 meters from the edge of the arena. However, at that very moment, the purple third soul ring on Gu Xian's body illuminated, and countless spines, akin to swords, erupted before him, instantly enveloping Shi Mo. Third soul skill, Bone Dragon Purgatory. In the face of Gu Xian's sudden onslaught, Shi Mo felt a surge of desperation. Had he known this would transpire, he would have preferred to endure a couple of punches earlier. Nevertheless, Shi Mo was not slow to act. The purple third soul ring on his body glowed, and he hurled his turtle shell shield at the oncoming bone swords. Third soul skill, Explosive Shield. As the soul skill was unleashed, the shield he cast shattered instantaneously into dozens of fragments, obliterating a portion of the protruding bone swords. Yet the onslaught did not cease, even after the destruction. An endless barrage of bone swords continued to lunge toward Shi Mo. This, however, afforded him a brief respite. Just as he attempted to evade the range of Gu Xian's third soul skill, he realized that Gu Xian had already advanced towards him, stepping upon the bone swords. Gather! Shi Mo exclaimed in alarm, clenching his right hand. With his command, the scattered fragments of the turtle shell swiftly coalesced into a magnetic field, aiming to restrain Gu Xian. Reminiscent of how Shi Mo had previously immobilized Asuro with this very technique. However, he completely underestimated the power of Gu Xian. Even within the magnetic field created by the shattered turtle shell fragments, his speed showed no signs of hesitation. This technique employed by Shimo was a characteristic derived from the third soul skill of the soul beast, albeit with limited control. If the opponent possessed sufficient strength and explosive power, they could entirely resist its effects. Although Asuro was fast, his strength was inadequate, rendering him unable to escape once he entered the range of the turtle shell fragments. Gu Xian, on the other hand, far surpassed the limits of the magnetic field's control. In mere moments, Gu Xian's figure appeared before Shimo, obstructing his path of evasion, as the bone sword rose from the ground one by one. Realizing he could not dodge, Shimo was compelled to leap down from the soul fighting platform. As Shimo descended, Qin Ming's voice echoed calmly, "Gu Xian wins." Subsequently, Qin Ming cast a cold gaze at Shimo and remarked icily, "Shimo, is this your best performance? What are you afraid of?" Hearing Qin Ming's words, Shimo bowed his head. He was uninjured, for his defenses were as impenetrable as a turtle shell, yet he had been frustratingly forced off the platform. Shimo opened his mouth, intending to speak, but Qin Ming interrupted. "Next match, Yu Tianheng versus Yu Feng." Without glancing back at Shimo, Qin Ming allowed him time for introspection. Gu Xian approached Shimo, patting him on the shoulder, and said, "Shimo, don't be disheartened. To be honest, your defensive strength is the most formidable I have encountered among soul masters of your rank. As a defensive soul master, you have performed admirably." Upon hearing Gu Xian's consolation, Shimo managed a wry smile and replied, "Gu Xian, don't say that. Your offensive power is also tremendous. I've never felt so helpless even against Tianheng." Pausing for a moment, Shimo discreetly glanced at Qin Ming and whispered, looking at Teacher Qin's expression, "I can tell he is not pleased this time. But your opponent is you. You are simply a freak of nature." Gu Xian chuckled softly and reassured him, "Don't worry. Next time I will teach you how to train. I already have a preliminary plan for your combat style, and I assure you, it will definitely satisfy Teacher Qin next time." Shimo's eyes brightened at his words, Having observed Gu Xian's training methods in the morning, he could tell that Gu Xian indeed had a systematic approach to training. If Gu Xian could truly guide him, perhaps he would achieve remarkable results. Really? I can't thank you enough, Shimo exclaimed, gripping Gu Xian's hand with excitement. Of course it's true. However, let us first watch the battle between Tianheng and Yu Feng, Gu Xian replied, returning to the viewing area alongside Shimo. The battle between Yu Tianheng and Yu Feng was rather unremarkable, as Yu Tianheng's martial soul abilities effectively countered Yu Feng's. Though Yu Feng could fly, he dared not confront Yu Tianheng's lightning power due to his exceedingly low defenses. Like Osro, both were agile attack-type soul masters, excelling in speed and offense, yet possessing virtually no defensive capabilities. Thus, before long, Yu Feng succumbed to the exhaustion of his spirit power, culminating in a victory for Yu Tianheng, thereby concluding this fierce battle. Du Guyan refrained from participating this time, as her only remaining opponent was Yi Lingling, an auxiliary spirit master devoid of combat prowess. Just as Qin Ming was preparing to offer his commentary, Gu Xian interjected, "Teacher Qin, I wish to have a match with Sister Yin." Upon hearing Gu Xian's words, Qin Ming had yet to respond, but the others were suddenly intrigued. A duel with Du Guyan? Her spirit power was at the formidable level of 37, and aside from Yu Tianheng, none could hope to rival her. This was not solely due to her prowess as a control-type spirit master. Her venom was a significant deterrent that stifled their desire to engage in combat. While Yu Tianheng could barely withstand Du Guyan's venom due to his immense thunderous power and the might of his blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Wuwen, the others lacked such capabilities. Even the brothers Shi Mo and Shi Mo, with their heavy turtle shells, found little solace against Du Guyan's poison, for the toxin could incapacitate them with just a mere inhalation. Now, with Gu Xian expressing his desire to face Du Guyan, curiosity piqued among them. Gu Xian's offensive capabilities and battle instincts were unquestionable, yet how would he fare against indiscriminate poison? Du Guyan, upon hearing this, smiled warmly at Gu Xian and gently inquired, "What is this, little Xian? Wishing to test your sister's mettle?" Gu Xian chuckled in response, "Sister Yin, it's merely a spar. You wouldn't resort to anything too severe, would you?" Du Guyan nodded in acquiescence, replying, "Indeed, to be honest, I am quite eager to gauge your strength as well." At this juncture, Qin Ming nodded and proclaimed, "Very well, since Gu Xian has expressed this desire. Yin, you shall battle Gu Xian in the next match." With that, Qin Ming descended from the duel platform, eager to observe how Gu Xian would contend with Du Guyan's venom. Over the past 2 days, Gu Xian's prowess had proven indisputable. He was more than capable of graduating, and even with a spirit power level of 33, he was more than adequate to serve as a teacher. However, Qin Ming had yet to witness a confrontation between Gu Xian and Du Guyan, and now that Gu Xian had proposed it, he was keen to watch. Suddenly, Qin Ming inquired, "Gu Xian, do you require a moment to recover your spirit power?" Gu Xian smiled at this, glancing at Shi Mo before responding. "Although it may seem unkind to Shi Mo, my spirit power has not been significantly depleted. I can certainly sustain another bout." Upon hearing this, Shi Mo's expression shifted, feeling somewhat affronted. Though his own spirit power had not been heavily taxed, Gu Xian's words still felt like a disparagement. How could one be eliminated while still possessing ample spirit power? Nonetheless, this revelation surprised them internally, especially since Gu Xian had consecutively employed 3 of his spirit skills. To comprehend the total amount of soul power possessed by a soul master is to acknowledge that it is inherently limited. Typically, a Soul Zune's total soul power is sufficient to utilize the first soul skill 6 times, the second soul skill 4 times, and the third soul skill twice. This delineation implies that once the first soul skill is employed 6 times, the soul power is nearly depleted. Similarly, using the second soul skill 4 times alongside the third soul skill twice would exhaust the soul power, as the total available is finite. Should all 3 skills be employed, the first can be used a maximum of twice, the second twice, and the third once, resulting in a substantial depletion of soul power. Yet, Gu Xian has invoked each of his 3 soul skills once, which, by all accounts, should have consumed at least half of his soul power. However, he claims that his soul power has not diminished significantly. This suggests that Gu Xian's foundation is considerably more profound than that of an average soul master. Nonetheless, this conclusion seems reasonable, given that all 3 of Gu Xian's soul rings are of a higher tier, and even the second soul ring, which lacks the higher tier absorption, originates from the formidable dark gold fearsome bear, ensuring a profound depth of power. Chapter 23. Dark gold fearsome breaks the azure phosphor. Gu Xian and Du Guyan faced each other on the soul fighting platform, standing 20 meters apart, their gazes locked. "Sister Yin, do show some mercy later," Gu Xian remarked with a gentle smile directed at Du Guyan. Having witnessed Gu Xian's battles against Yu Tianheng yesterday and against Shimo today, She understood that this young man often feigned humility while delivering his most potent strikes. He possessed a cunning nature. If one were to underestimate him, the outcome would invariably deviate from their expectations. Du Guyan responded with a slight smile. Very well, if you stand there and allow me to strike you, I shall let you off. Lacking friends in her youth and indulged by her grandfather, Dugubo, she harbored a mischievous spirit akin to a little demon, conjuring schemes not unlike Gu Xian's, albeit perhaps with slightly less audacity. Without further ado, Gu Xian summoned his soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, gently rising and pulsating with energy. His hands transformed into a pair of silver-white bone claws, glinting with a sharp, cold light. Gu Xian, Martial Soul, Bone Dragon, Level 33 Assault-type Soul Zune, please. His gaze was fervently fixed on Du Guyan, who did not flinch in the slightest. A vibrant green aura enveloped her, and a green diamond-shaped crystal emerged at her brow. Her legs coiled and elongated into a serpentine tail nearly 2 meters long, each scale resembling a diamond, akin to gemstones embedded in her form. Du Guyan also manifested 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, swirling around her in harmonious rhythm. Du Guyan, Martial Soul, Azure-Scaled Serpent, Level 37 Control-type Soul Zune, please. As she spoke softly, the first and second yellow soul rings illuminated. Having observed Gu Xian's previous battles, she recognized his unparalleled prowess in close combat and resolved not to grant him any opportunity. First soul skill, Azure-Scaled Red Poison. The Azure-Scaled Red Venom possesses the ability to invigorate and stimulate the meridians, inciting a heightened state of rage in opponents, thereby disrupting their soul power circulation and impairing their cognitive function. Conversely, when applied to one's own soul master, it enhances their attack and speed by 30%. The second soul skill, Azure-Scaled Blue Venom. This skill stimulates the nerves, rendering opponents incapable of controlling their thoughts, which results in sluggish movements. When utilized on one's own soul master, it alleviates pain and concurrently boosts defensive capabilities by 50%. Both of Du Guyan's soul skills lean towards an auxiliary nature, failing to showcase the terrifying potency of her Azure-Scaled Serpent Venom. As one endowed with the Azure-Scaled Serpent Martial Spirit, she is innately toxic. Excessive exposure to toxins in her youth could result in a backlash, leading to a fate worse than death. Consequently, when Dugubo selected the first 2 soul rings for Du Guyan, he opted for soul beasts with comparatively weaker toxins, focusing instead on auxiliary and restraining abilities. Hence the relatively mild toxic attributes of her 2 soul skills. As she released her soul skills, Du Guyan slightly parted her lips, exhaling a mist of red and blue that swiftly enveloped a 20-meter radius before her. Gu Xian's gaze sharpened. Truth be told, he currently lacked the means to counteract toxic forces, yet this did not imply he was bereft of strategies against Du Guyan. Certainly, it was not the Xionghuang wine that countered serpent venom as depicted in the original narrative. Upon arriving in this world, anticipating interactions with Du Guyan, Gu Xian had previously experimented and found that Xionghuang wine could indeed mitigate snake venom, albeit ordinary varieties. As a soul master, the toxins released by her martial spirit not only contained serpent venom, but also incorporated the toxins bestowed by the soul beast. Gu Xian speculated that Tang San's ability to counter Du Guyan's serpent venom with Xionghuang wine in the original tale likely hinged on Ma Hongjuan's phoenix flames. Otherwise, how could his ordinary Xionghuang wine withstand the serpent venom of a soul master nearing the 40th rank? Alternatively, it could be that Tang San's Xionghuang wine was enhanced with special ingredients capable of countering the serpent venom of a serpent martial spirit. Gu Xian had not witnessed Tang San's use of such methods, so he could only conjecture, while his approach to Du Guyan was straightforward and forceful. First soul skill, Bone Dragon Battle Form. A total attribute amplification of 20%. Second soul skill, Dark Golden Fear Claw. An increase in attack and strength by 100%. Gu Xian's silver-white bone claws transformed into a dark golden hue, sharpened to a formidable edge. He held his breath and charged directly into the sphere of Du Guyan's first and second soul skills. Having read the original narrative, he was well aware of the effects of these 2 skills. Moreover, just yesterday, Du Guyan and her companions had elaborated on their soul skill effects. Gu Xian understood that by merely holding his breath, he could defend against both of Du Guyan's skills. His speed was remarkable. The 20-meter distance vanished in an instant. However, as he approached Du Guyan, the third purple soul ring encircling her glowed brightly. Third soul skill, Azure-Scaled Purple Venom. The Lethal Poison. A soul technique that amalgamates the venom of the Azure-Scaled Serpent and the Purple Poison Lizard, manifests a more terrifying toxin. Even a soul master of equivalent rank, ensnared by this azure and purple venom, would find themselves reduced to a pool of putrid ichor in mere moments. This time, Du Guyan refrained from unleashing her venom through her petite cherry lips. Instead, she raised her right hand, where purple toxic mist coalesced under the influence of her soul technique, and aimed it directly at Xuan, releasing a concentrated spray. This action did not catch Xuan off guard. Du Guyan had elucidated the versatility of her third soul technique the day before. She could expel venom from her mouth, project it from her palm, or even condense it within her hand to strike. This adaptability rendered her attacks particularly elusive and challenging to defend against. As Xuan approached, he was nearly engulfed by Du Guyan's third soul technique, prompting a moment of concern from her. Would her own technique spell doom for him? Yet, in the next instant, Xuan's right hand transformed. His dark golden bone claws morphed into 5 formidable dark golden talons, reminiscent of Wolverine's lethal claws, no longer mere bone appendages. Tearing sky claw, Xuan exclaimed, swinging his hand as 5 dark golden air blades shot forth, slicing through the azure and purple venom that Du Guyan had just released, dispersing it into 6 segments that scattered in all directions. What? Du Guyan's heart raced with astonishment, and she instinctively swayed her serpentine tail to distance herself from Xuan. Yesterday, he had not mentioned possessing such abilities, a factor that emboldened her to remain stationary and unleash her venom. Did this rascal conceal his powers? This thought flickered through Du Guyan's mind. These 5 dark golden blades not only severed her azure and purple toxin, but continued their relentless trajectory toward her. Du Guyan could keenly sense the extraordinary nature of this assault. Given her defensive capabilities, a direct hit would surely result in grievous injury. As Xuan cleaved through the venom, he propelled himself forward, swiftly closing the gap between them. He remained in a breath-held state, aware that in a confrontation with an opponent like Du Guyan, expeditious resolution was paramount. Should he inhale even a trace of her azure and purple mist, he would find himself incapable of counteracting its effects. Du Guyan's serpentine tail exhibited a swiftness and agility that slightly surpassed that of human legs, and she reacted swiftly, evading Xuan's tearing sky claw at the first instance. However, Xuan's speed eclipsed hers, and he traversed the azure and purple mist, closing to within 3 meters of Du Guyan. With the activation of his purple third soul ring, an endless array of bone swords sealed off her escape routes. With no alternative, Du Guyan had no choice but to leap off the battle platform to evade the assault of Xuan's third soul technique. Chapter 24, Battle against Qinming. As Du Guyan descended from the battle platform, the contest inevitably concluded with Xuan's victory. From the onset to the conclusion of the fight, it had scarcely been a minute, a testament to Xuan's overwhelming dominance over Du Guyan. Indeed, Du Guyan possesses formidable strength. However, if Xuan can swiftly neutralize her capabilities and shield himself from her toxins, overcoming her becomes considerably easier. As a control-type soul master who wields poison as her means of dominance, Du Guyan lacks explosive power in the early stages, failing to deliver a decisive blow to her adversaries. As long as one, like Xuan, can endure an initial onslaught, dealing with her becomes significantly more manageable. Of course, this is contingent upon possessing the ability to withstand her venom, otherwise, it is all in vain. Fortunately, Xuan possesses the remarkable ability to instantaneously restrain Du Guyan's serpent venom, coupled with his explosive strength, which she cannot withstand, thus leading to the earlier spectacle. Observing the spirited Xuan from below the soul fighting platform, Du Guyan couldn't help but pout, furrowing her brows as she remarked, "Xiaoxian, you truly hold nothing back." Xuan retracted his martial soul, chuckling, and replied, "Sister Yan, I cannot withstand your poison. If I do not exert my full strength, it will be my loss." Before Du Guyan could respond, Qinming's voice resonated. Such is the nature of battles among soul masters. Sometimes, a mere moment's difference can determine victory or defeat. Xuan astutely seized upon your vulnerability. With that, Qinming nodded approvingly at Xuan and continued, "Your performance is commendable. Being able to suppress Yan in your first encounter is no small feat. Your battle awareness requires no further instruction from me." Hearing this, Xuan's smile remained undiminished as he replied, "Teacher Qin, I still have much to learn." Qinming nodded with satisfaction. "Indeed, you are neither arrogant nor impatient. Your battle awareness is sound, yet I have yet to witness your teamwork, which remains an area for improvement." Xuan acknowledged with a nod. Qinming then turned his gaze back to Du Guyan, stating, "Yan, your issues are quite evident. When faced with an opponent like Xuan, your poison was rendered ineffective before it could take effect. Your poison is indeed formidable, but to unleash its full potential, you must first ensure your own safety before attempting to control the battlefield." Du Guyan nodded in response. "I understand, Teacher Qin." Qinming then addressed the others, saying, "Each of you exhibited issues during today's practical combat. However, I recognize that such matters cannot be resolved in a day or two. I encourage you to persevere and make the most of each passing day. At this moment, everyone responded in unison, yes. Qin Ming glanced at the time. It was only 10 o'clock. He then instructed, you shall meditate to replenish your soul power, and then all of you will engage in combat with me. Upon hearing this, everyone cast furtive glances at Qin Ming. Among the 8 of them, while Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan had already reached level 37 and Gu Xian was comparable to a high-ranking soul master, Qin Ming was a soul emperor, intimately familiar with each of their soul skills and abilities. Though they held numerical superiority, defeating Qin Ming seemed a daunting task. Indeed, each of them yearns for victory, for they possess the pride inherent to geniuses. 8 against 1, and they all hold the title of Soul Sovereign. It is not without merit to believe they may have a chance. Contemplating this, the group settled into a meditative posture, embarking on the restoration of their soul power. Qin Ming seldom took the initiative to train them, or rather, seldom requested that the entire team engage in soul combat with him. In the past, when Gu Xian had yet to join the royal combat team, the 7 of them had faced Qin Ming in soul battles numerous times, but they had only triumphed once. And that victory was merely due to Qin Ming's not having fully recovered after battling another soul emperor the previous day. At that time, Qin Ming had yet to attain the rank of soul emperor, which serves as a testament to his formidable prowess. Now, with Gu Xian's addition, Qin Ming had already ascended to the rank of soul emperor. Even though each of them wished to win, they could not shake the trepidation within. A talent like Qin Ming, advancing to soul emperor, signifies that his strength has become even more formidable than before. After half an hour, everyone's soul power had returned to its zenith. Qin Ming spoke once more. You have the time of an incense stick to deliberate on your strategy. After that, the soul battle shall commence. With that, he closed his eyes and fell silent. Gu Xian and the other 8 formed a circle and began their discussions. The current captain of the royal combat team is Yu Tianheng, as he possesses the strongest abilities, while the vice captain is Du Guyan, a control-type soul master who ranks 2nd in strength. However, with Gu Xian in the mix, the dynamic shifted. Gu Xian had not only bested Yu Tianheng, but had also defeated Du Guyan, and the lad Shimo could easily be regarded as the undisputed champion of the royal combat team. Thus, during their tactical deliberation, Yu Tianheng first outlined the characteristics of Qin Ming's soul skills, then entrusted the command to Gu Xian. His decision stemmed not only from Gu Xian's superior strength, but also from a desire to observe Gu Xian's potential as a leader. Should this team battle falter due to Gu Xian's mismanagement, Yu Tianheng would not relinquish the captaincy, regardless of Gu Xian's prowess. Therefore, this also served as a test of Gu Xian by Yu Tianheng and the others. Gu Xian, however, remained unfazed by the notion of a test, for he had long been engaged in various forms of training, including the crucial role of a strategist. We are 8. Although our soul power levels are merely that of soul sovereigns, we have but one Qin Ming. If we coordinate effectively, victory is not beyond our grasp. Gu Xian asserted as he assumed command. Qin Ming is well acquainted with each of us, so it is likely he will first target Ling Ling and Sister Yan. 4 Ling Ling's abilities serve as our greatest secret weapon, and Sister Yan's 1st and 2nd soul skills can provide substantial support. Thus, from the outset, we must not entertain the notion of procrastinating to deplete Teacher Qin's soul energy, confronted with an adversary far superior to ourselves. I possess but a singular strategy, to exert our utmost strength without reservation from the very beginning. Should we unleash our full power, even someone of Teacher Qin's soul emperor caliber would be compelled to dedicate his entire focus to countering us, leaving him no opportunity to target Sister Yan and Ling Ling first. As Gu Xian articulated his thoughts, the group nodded in unanimous approval, their satisfaction evident. This was, after all, the most effective method they had devised after numerous encounters with Qin Ming. Remarkably, Gu Xian, having spent merely 2 days with them, had already grasped the essence of their tactics. In that moment, it became clear to all that Gu Xian was not merely a prodigy in cultivation, but also possessed profound wisdom in team coordination and enemy analysis. Observing the group's agreement, Gu Xian continued, "We shall proceed as follows." The members of the team listened in astonishment, as they had never considered utilizing their soul skills in such a manner. The impression of Gu Xian grew even more formidable. Could this truly be the hallmark of a genius? Was it possible that even the intricacies of team combat in soul battles could be so uniquely executed? Chapter 25. Qin Ming takes control of the Imperial battle team. On the soul battle platform, Qin Ming stood alone, surrounded by a constellation of 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black soul rings, which pulsated rhythmically around him. Flames of crimson ignited upon his form, and fiery wolf-like mane sprouted, emanating an overwhelming aura of pressure. Opposite him stood Yu Tianheng and Gu Xian at the forefront, with Shi Mo and Shi Mo positioned 3 meters behind them, one to the left and one to the right. AOC Luo occupied the far side, while Yufeng soared above, surveying Qin Ming from above. At the rear of the formation stood Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling, with Dugu Yin shielding Yi Lingling from harm. Each of the 8 individuals bore 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, their martial spirits manifested in diverse forms, yet each exuded an indomitable fighting spirit. Teacher Qin, let us begin, Gu Xian spoke slowly. Qin Ming nodded, responding with a calm demeanor. Let me witness your strength. If you manage to defeat me, I shall grant you a week's vacation. Indeed, Qin Ming had already prepared himself mentally for the possibility of losing to Gu Xian and his team. Despite being a Soul Emperor, he could not dismiss the potential for these youngsters to possess unexpected trump cards. Take, for instance, Gu Xian's external soul bone. The dark golden terror claw. His astonishment upon learning of its existence had been palpable, for even he harbored a degree of trepidation regarding its formidable power. However, Qin Ming would not hold back. Although he was ready for the worst-case scenario, defeating him would not be as straightforward as they might imagine. Very well, Gu Xian replied with an equally composed tone. Subsequently, the first 2 yellow soul rings surrounding Gu Xian ignited sequentially, transforming his originally silver-white claws into a dark golden hue, shimmering with a sharp, chilling light. First soul skill, Bone Dragon Battle Body. This skill grants a comprehensive attribute enhancement of 20%. Second soul skill, Dark Golden Terror Claw. Upon activation, this skill doubles both attack and strength. Not only did the ancient Xuan, Tianheng, the brothers Shimo and Shimo, as well as the formidable Dugu Yin, Yufeng, and Osro directly employ their soul techniques. When Dugu Yin exhaled a mist of crimson and azure hues from her petite lips, the collective attack and speed of Gu Xian and his companions surged by 30%, while their defensive capabilities were augmented by 50%, effectively nullifying any sensation of pain. This was the effect of Dugu Yan's first and second soul techniques when applied to her allies. Prior to the commencement of the soul duel, Gu Xian and his companions consumed specially crafted pills, infused with Dugu Yan's blood and various herbs. Only in this manner could the mist they inhaled serve as a boon. Fight! Gu Xian proclaimed with a commanding tone, as Tianheng activated his first and third soul techniques, charging alongside Gu Xian directly towards Qin Ming. Accompanying their assault were 2 dark green Xuanwu flying shields, representing the first and second soul techniques of Shimo and Shimo. The 2 Xuanwu shields whirled past Gu Xian and Tianheng, launching a simultaneous strike at Qin Ming, the whirring sound of their rapid rotation echoing ominously as they approached. Qin Ming's first yellow soul ring ignited, transforming his arms into fiery wolf limbs, which he adeptly used to deflect the incoming strike from Shimo and Shimo. At that moment, Gu Xian and Tianheng had already closed the distance to Qin Ming, bolstered by the effects of the amplification soul techniques and Dugu Yan's enhancements. They attacked his chest, waist, and face from both sides. A smirk curled at the corners of Qin Ming's mouth. He had discerned their intentions the moment Gu Xian and his allies initiated their movements. Their plan was to unleash an all-out offensive, aiming to overpower him in one swift strike. However, he was a soul emperor, not merely a soul scholar. Even against the full force of Gu Xian and Tianheng's coordinated assault, it was not guaranteed that a soul scholar could withstand it. But Qin Ming was no ordinary soul scholar. Second soul technique, Blazing Claw. Qin Ming's second yellow soul ring illuminated as a pair of burning wolf limbs lunged at Gu Xian and Tianheng, unleashing a barrage of fiery claws that repelled Gu Xian's skeletal claws and Tianheng's dragon arms. Simultaneously, Gu Xian and Tianheng felt a tingling sensation in their limbs. This was the full might of a soul emperor's strike. Although it was merely the second soul technique, their ability to endure it spoke volumes of their extraordinary capabilities. Importantly, Dugu Yan's second soul technique had alleviated their pain, transforming what should have been excruciating agony into mere tingling, thus allowing them to maximize their output. Meanwhile, transformed into a shadow, Osro had silently maneuvered to Qin Ming's rear, his second soul technique activated, delivering a 1-meter-long slash aimed at Qin Ming's back. Second soul technique, Phantom Leopard Slash. Above, Yufeng had positioned himself directly over Qin Ming. His second soul technique also activated, as countless feathers transformed into sharp blades, cascading down like a tempest. Second soul technique, Feathered Blade Rain. Faced with the full force assault from the 2 adversaries, although Qin Ming held the title of Soul Emperor, he understood that enduring the attack head-on would undoubtedly result in injury. Thus he naturally could not withstand it recklessly. He unleashed his third soul skill, Wrath of the Azure Wolf. Following that, he activated his second soul skill, Fiery 100 Claws. Both his first and third soul skills served as enhancement abilities, and under their influence, the ferocity and frequency of his second skill's attacks escalated, ultimately obliterating the full-fledged strike from Osro and Yufeng. However, in the next instant, two Xuanwu flying shields surged forth once more, leaving Qin Ming no respite. As the Xuanwu flying shields approached, spines resembling sharp swords erupted from the ground behind him, channeling an immense force of thunder towards him. It was at this moment that a purple toxic mist enveloped the arena. Fortunately, Qin Ming had anticipated this. He held his breath the moment the toxic mist permeated the air. The rapidly spinning Xuanwu flying shields detonated just a meter away from Qin Ming, sending dozens of fragments hurtling towards him in a violent explosion. In that instant, he found himself engulfed by relentless attacks, even as a Soul Emperor. The sheer volume of powerful strikes was enough to overwhelm him. Yet, he was Qin Ming, a man renowned for his genius. At the moment when all attacks were about to strike him, the fifth purple soul ring that adorned his body ignited. A terrifying aura erupted forth, and a thunderous wolf howl reverberated throughout the training hall. A woo. Following this, a torrent of blazing flames coalesced and erupted outward, unleashing a wave of searing heat that repelled all incoming assaults with formidable ferocity. Gu Xian's third soul skill, the Bone Sword, was extinguished one by one, while Yu Tianheng's thunderous might was consumed by the flames. The fragments of the turtle shells wielded by the brothers Shi-Mo and Shi-Mo were forcefully shattered, and Du Guoyan's toxic mist was instantly incinerated by the intense fire. As the flames dissipated, a colossal fire azure wolf, measuring 3 meters in length and 2 meters in height, stood resolutely, its piercing gaze fixed upon Gu Xian and his companions. Fifth soul skill, Azure Wolf Descends. This formidable skill, akin to a true martial spirit, was derived from a soul beast that had existed for 9,500 years. Yet its power rivaled that of a 10,000-year soul skill. Upon unleashing his fifth soul skill, Qin Ming's attack, strength, and defense surged by 150%. His enormous form, engulfed in flames, maximized the potency of all his assaults, marking the pinnacle of his prowess. It could be said that this fifth soul skill resembled a pseudo-true martial spirit. As Du Guoyan's toxic mist was consumed in flames, a sweet metallic scent wafted through the air. In this state, even if Qin Ming inhaled the remnants of the burnt toxic mist, he remained unaffected, rendering his foes thoroughly constrained. Yet, astonishingly, even in the face of Qin Ming's overwhelming transformation, none of Gu Xian's companions dared to retreat. The third soul ring of the wind sovereign above the sky illuminated, and with wings formed from his arms, Qin Ming was lifted by a whirlwind that arose beneath him. Although it only elevated him by about a meter, it was sufficient to momentarily hinder his movements. Third soul skill, Rising Winds and Gathering Clouds. Immediately following this, Osro activated his own skill, his purple third soul ring glowing as he split into 3, advancing towards Qin Ming from different directions. Yu Tianheng transformed his right arm into a genuine dragon's limb, the dragon claw fierce and formidable, with lightning surging from his palm. His second soul skill illuminated once more, unleashing an endless torrent of thunderous power towards the blazing fire Tsong Wolf. Shimo and Shimo also manipulated dozens of shattered turtle shells to envelop Qin Ming, releasing their soul power with abandon. Just as he landed and steadied himself, he found himself momentarily immobilized. In that fleeting moment, Osro and Yu Tianheng's attacks struck the blazing fire Tsong Wolf. Simultaneously, a flurry of bone swords erupted from the ground, piercing directly towards Qin Ming. Gu Xian stepped upon the bone swords, his right hand's bone claw transforming into a sharp dark golden terror claw. With a swift gesture, 5 dark golden blades of energy shot forth, locking onto the head of the blazing fire Tsong Wolf. Once again, they unleashed their full power, depleting most of their soul energy. As an endless barrage of attacks enveloped the blazing fire Tsong Wolf that Qin Ming had transformed into, wave after wave of assaults. The seamless connection of their soul skills was truly commendable, a testament to their genius. A voice of satisfaction resonated from the mouth of the blazing fire Tsong Wolf, belonging to Qin Ming. In the next moment, a black soul ring rose from the surface of the blazing fire Tsong Wolf, shining brightly as the pitch-black aura illuminated those present. An inferno erupted around the Tsong Wolf, and with a gaping maw, it unleashed a terrifying torrent of flames, accompanied by an overwhelming ferocity, directed towards the onslaught of attacks. Sixth soul skill, Heaven-Consuming Flames. Boom. The arena transformed into a domain of fire, with Osro, Yu Tianheng, and Gu Xian being sent sprawling backwards, their clothes and hair singed in patches, resembling overcooked lobsters. Lingling Heal. This command belonged to Qin Ming. Chapter 26. Entering the Imperial Palace. The begonia blooms, enduring and everlasting. Yi Lingling's voice rang out, crisp and clear, as delicate lavender begonia petals fell, enveloping Gu Xian and the others. Aside from Du Guoyan and Yi Lingling, the others, including Gu Xian, bore varying degrees of burns. a result of Qin Ming's restraint at the end. Otherwise, with the power of his sixth soul skill, it would have been entirely possible for him to incinerate them all. Qin Ming retracted his martial soul, casting a satisfied glance at Gu Xian and his companions. Their ability to compel him to unleash his full strength was a testament to their exceptional prowess. Gu Xian, Yu Tianheng, you may take the afternoon off from practical lessons. I have some matters to attend to, Qin Ming informed them, offering a few words of comfort before departing. With Yi Lingling's healing, their burns quickly healed, and they each retrieved their garments, donned them neatly, and began to meditate in order to restore their soul power. Half an hour later, a group of individuals proceeded to the dining hall for their meal. At the table, Gu Xian engaged in discussions with them about how they might more effectively defeat Qin Ming. However, the ultimate conclusion reached was one of futility. Had they all attained the Soul Sovereign rank, it would have been a different story, but with their current Soul Master levels, a single explosive onslaught from Qin Ming would render them powerless, leaving them with no opportunity to seize control over him, only to be dominated by him instead. After dining, the group returned to the villa to rest, feeling somewhat fatigued from the morning's soul battles. Gu Xian, however, did not take a break, as this level of training was merely a trifling matter for him. He made his way to Tiando City, heading directly to the royal palace, brandishing a golden prince's token as he proceeded towards the prince's residence. The current crown prince of the Tiando Empire was named Xue Qinghe. Yet this Xue Qinghe was not the true heir. The genuine Xue Qinghe had likely perished several years ago. Only those truly in the know, perhaps including Gu Xian, were aware that the present Xue Qinghe was in fact Qian Rinxue, the granddaughter of the grand priest Qian Daolu from the Spirit Hall, masquerading in her place. Moreover, several years prior, the eldest prince, Xue Luochuan, and the third prince, Xue Haizong, had mysteriously died, leading to the appointment of the second prince, Xue Qinghe, as the crown prince by Emperor Shuiyi. Gu Xian, well-versed in the timeline, understood that Qian Rinxue had effectively grasped most of the secrets and powers within the Tiando Empire. In the original narrative, she was 9 years senior to Tang San, and Gu Xian was a year older than Tang San, which meant Qian Rinxue was 8 years his senior. At present, Gu Xian was 12 years old, implying that Qian Rinxue had reached the age of 20. During this period, although Qian Rinxue's powers remained undisclosed in the original text, she was at least at the level of a soul emperor. 6 years later, during the soul hunting expedition, she would elevate to the level of a soul sage, nearing the prowess of a soul Dalaw. Had it not been for Tang San's extraordinary abilities, including the 100,000-year spirit ring from Xiao Wu and the divine herbs of the ice and fire Yin Yang Ai, he would undoubtedly have found himself at a disadvantage during the upheaval in the Tiando Palace. Nonetheless, these matters held little significance for Gu Xian. He lacked the capacity to safeguard the Tiando royal family entirely. His sole recourse was to strive to gather resources to enhance both his own strength and that of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, ensuring his survival in the forthcoming soul hunting expedition and potentially delivering a severe blow to the Spirit Hall. In truth, the Spirit Hall was not inherently malevolent. On the contrary, it stood as the sole significant force capable of aiding common spirit masters and the populace at large. Yet, the current ruler, Bibi Dong, was a lunatic. The Grand Priest Qian Daolu, a powerful figure, remained inactive, allowing Bibi Dong to wreak havoc within the Spirit Hall. Meanwhile, Qian Daolu, despite his formidable strength, seemed singularly focused on elevating Qian Rinxue to divinity. It was not that Qian Daolu was wicked. Rather, his inaction exacerbated the continent's turmoil and allowed Bibi Dong, this madwoman, to gradually lead the Spirit Hall astray. Regarding the character of Bibi Dong, Gu Xian experiences a complex blend of compassion and disdain. He feels sorrow for her tragic fate in the original narrative, having been manipulated by her malevolent mentor, Qian Xuanji, who treated her as less than human. Conversely, he harbors contempt for her romantic fixation and her inability to discern right from wrong. Her desire to obliterate the entire world due to her own misfortunes is particularly loathsome. At times, Gu Xian muses that, were he to possess the strength of Qian Daolu, he would surely subdue Bibi Dong and administer a much-deserved reprimand. Even if such an action could not lead her to a moment of clarity, at the very least, he would strive to halt her reckless behavior. Alas, Qian Daolu, despite his noble life, has succumbed to the blinding sands of age, rendering him incapable of distinguishing between light and darkness. Best not to dwell on it. As for Qian Rinxue, also known as Xue Qinghe, she had, a few years prior, been introduced to her mentor, Ning Fengji, by the Emperor of the Snowy Night. This mentor, akin to the revered figures of Sangu and Ashur, is a paragon of propriety in the master-disciple relationship. Yet, unbeknownst to Ning Fengji, his beloved disciple is, in fact, a double agent, a master of subterfuge. However, Gu Xian refrains from alerting Ning Fengji, for he knows that the truth would be too much for him to bear. Even if he were to warn Ning Fengji, it would merely disrupt his plans without guaranteeing any favorable outcome. It seems wiser to allow events to unfold as they were originally planned. For Gu Xian possesses a clear understanding of the future trajectory of the narrative. Should circumstances shift, he would find himself utterly blind to the unfolding plot, losing his greatest advantage. As for the notion of enlisting the Swordbone duo to eliminate Qian Rinxue, Gu Xian does not dare entertain such thoughts. While the Swordbone duo indeed has the capability to accomplish this, they lack the fortitude to withstand the wrath of Qian Daolu. Though Qian Daolu permits Bibi Dong to wreak havoc within the Spirit Hall, he remains aloof, granting these fledgling powers the necessary time to develop a double-edged sword, to be sure. Thus, Gu Xian resolves to relinquish his concerns, allowing Qian Rinxue to masquerade as Xue Qinghe within the Tiando imperial family, while he endeavors to exert his influence discreetly. Due to the relationship between Ning Fengji and Xue Qinghe, Gu Xian became acquainted with Qian Rinxue early on, affectionately referring to her as Big Brother Xue. It is worth noting that Qian Rinxue appears genuinely touched by this title, her demeanor betraying none of her pretense. On occasion, Gu Xian attempts to expose her ruse, orchestrating situations that would reveal her true nature, such as suggesting they share a restroom visit, an endeavor that would undeniably showcase masculine qualities. Yet, Xue Qinghe always manages to concoct plausible excuses, often exhibiting an impressively rational demeanor. Once, in an effort to ascertain whether Qian Rinxue could convincingly feign the qualities of an ideal man through her soul-bone skills, Gu Xian devised a plan to share a bed with her under the pretext of strengthening their brotherly bond. However, following this suggestion, Qian Rinxue ceased her habitual week-long stays at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. No matter how late it grew, she always found a reason to depart. Regarding these matters, Gu Xian naturally finds them quite enjoyable. He is not afraid of angering Qian Rinxue, as he has observed that she remains largely unperturbed, with only a few exceptions in the beginning. Over time, it seems she has grown accustomed to Gu Xian's irreverence. As long as he does not succeed, she appears to take pleasure in their interactions. It is as if Gu Xian is her sole source of amusement in her concealed identity. Furthermore, Gu Xian must admit that Qian Rinxue's disguise truly resembles Xue Qinghe, to the extent that even the bear has vanished, though one should not inquire how Gu Xian knows this, as he endured a few kicks in retaliation from Qian Rinxue. Later, it became widely known that Qian Rinxue harbors a peculiar aversion to men, interpreted as an inability to engage in close contact with them. Despite having a harem of dozens of women over the years, she has yet to conceive a child. Gu Xian's current visit is to provide her with whale oil, a potent aphrodisiac, and other high-quality supplements. After all, if dozens of women have not produced a child in all these years, it is evidently not their fault. The issue must lie solely with Xue Qinghe. In truth, Xue Qinghe does have a problem. He is, after all, a receiver, and to propose a man as a stallion is utterly implausible. The royal bloodline has been preserved for ages, and while Qian Rinxue can conceal it using soul-bone abilities, other men lack such noble lineage. Chapter 27, Xue Qinghe. Gu Xian made his way into the imperial palace with ease, arriving at the eastern palace of the crown prince. At that moment, Xue Qinghe was engrossed in a book in his study. Upon learning of Gu Xian's arrival, he immediately set the book aside and awaited him in the grand hall. Regardless of Qian Rinxue's inner feelings towards Gu Xian, they outwardly present themselves as the best of friends, a truth that cannot be concealed from onlookers. Even Ning Fengji and Jian Gu are inclined to think thus, yet the true sentiments of the two remain known only to themselves. As Gu Xian entered the grand hall, he spotted Xue Qinghe eagerly waiting, and a warm smile instantly spread across Gu Xian's face. "Brother Xue, why do you linger here? As the crown prince, your duties must keep you exceedingly busy. I would be satisfied merely to catch a distant glimpse of you. You burden me with guilt, my friend. If those documents remain unaddressed, do the people suffering in dire straits not deserve proper assistance?" While speaking, Gu Xian approached Xue Qinghe and embraced him, affectionately patting his back. Unable to evade the gesture, Xue Qinghe's brows twitched, and he resignedly patted Gu Xian's back, gently replying, "Xiao Xian, while those documents must be addressed, we cannot rush. You should have notified me of your visit in advance, so I could make arrangements for you." Upon hearing this, Gu Xian released Xue Qinghe, content with a brief moment of closeness, mindful not to provoke any discomfort. He remarked, "Brother, with your words, I feel my journey has not been in vain. I am thoroughly satisfied." Gu Xian responded with a look of genuine contentment. With a sidelong glance at Gu Xian, Xue Qinghe remarked, "Well then, let us retire to the study for a while, and perhaps enjoy a cup of tea to quench our thirst." Gu Xian chuckled in response, "Ah, brother, you truly understand me. I happen to be quite parched." Following this, Xue Qinghe led Gu Xian toward the study, which Gu Xian navigated with ease, having visited before. As they walked, Xuan suddenly inquired, "It has been 2 days since school commenced, yet you only now grace me with your presence. Is it that the young ladies at the academy have captured your heart?" Upon hearing this, Xuan wore a look of utter dismay, realizing that Ning Fengji must have written to Xuan after his departure. However, Xuan had indeed been preoccupied these past 2 days and had simply forgotten. Yet, his resilience was unmatched. He would not be deterred by such a question. With a feigned air of moral superiority, he retorted, "Brother, how can you chastise me? I departed alongside Uncle Ning's letter, and after 2 days of anticipation, you have yet to visit me. I have been longing for your company, only to find myself waiting in vain, compelled to seek you out." Xuan's demeanor caused Xuan to reflect inwardly, questioning whether he had erred in his actions. He then added, "Truly, are you so busy?" Xuan cleared his throat, dismissing Xuan's pointed gesture. He contemplated the futility of engaging in further debate with Xuan, aware that even with the intellect befitting a prince, he could not best this clever youth. Thus, he replied with a nonchalant tone, "Indeed, I have been somewhat occupied these past few days. Well, I forgive you, for you are my dear elder brother." Xuan feigned a childish demeanor. To an outsider, it would be evident that Xuan had shed his previous composure and wisdom, appearing instead as a mere child. This transformation was a result of years of exploration, during which he discovered that this playful guise was the most effective way to engage with Qianrenxue, who would not be angered or repulsed by such antics. In truth, hidden in the shadows, two burly figures stifled their laughter as they observed Qianrenxue and Xuan. "Snake Spear, what do you suppose is the source of this boy's charm? Aside from him, the young master has never been so indulgent with anyone else." One rotund figure clad in black whispered to a slender companion, "You ask me? For years, the young master has treated this lad with the same leniency." The lean figure in black replied, "Despite their appearance as two mice concealed in darkness, their identities were formidable, being elders of the Spirit Hall with soul powers of rank 93 and 92, respectively. The slender figure was known as Snake Spear Dolaw, with a martial spirit of the same name and a soul power of 93. The stout figure was called Spiny Porcupine Dolaw, with a martial spirit of Spiny Porcupine and a soul power of 92. Upon hearing this, the porcupine replied, "Alas, every time this lad visits, the young master seems to find joy, though he is merely 12 years of age. Could it be that the young master harbors genuine feelings for him?" The spear serpent, stroking his chin in contemplation, responded, "It is hard to say. My wife is a decade my junior, and I never envisioned marrying her initially. She was merely like a sister to me. Yet, as I sought a partner for marriage, I realized she had unknowingly occupied my heart, providing a sense of comfort that no other woman could offer." At this juncture, the spear serpent emphasized, "This is not to suggest that I am an old bull courting tender grass, but rather to convey that age does not always dictate everything. Observing the young master in this lad, I am reminded of my own youthful days with my wife." Upon hearing the spear serpent's analysis, the porcupine nodded thoughtfully and replied, "However, this lad is still unaware that the young master is a girl. I truly cannot foresee how this plot will unfold." The spear serpent, with a resigned expression, remarked, "Alas, let nature take its course. Nevertheless, if this lad's background is commendable, and he were to unite with the young master, it would create an alliance between the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. With the support of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the young master's plans could proceed more smoothly." Unable to restrain himself, the porcupine nudged the spear serpent and quipped, "What are you thinking? The young master is currently known as Xuan. If her true identity were to be revealed, would this lad not be infuriated upon discovering that the brother he has called for so many years is a woman?" The spear serpent shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "What do you understand? With the young master's beauty and talent, this frivolous lad would undoubtedly be eager to pursue her." Upon hearing this, the porcupine recalled the young master's exquisite form, a perfect blend of the genes inherited from that woman and man, and nodded in agreement. This sentiment holds merit. Qianrenxue and Xuan, however, were oblivious to the gossiping exchange between the two. Xuan had accompanied Qianrenxue to the study. After sipping a cup of tea, Xuan finally grasped the purpose of his visit and produced a carefully selected gift from Ning Fengji, a piece of millennium whale glue, a millennium tiger whip, a bull whip, and 2,000-year-old sheep kidneys, all sourced from soul beasts. In the outside world, each of these items could incite excitement in men who were lacking in that department. However, upon seeing these items, Xuan could not help but twitch her brow, an overwhelming urge to reveal her true identity as a woman surfacing within her. Yet, she forced a smile, tinged with bitterness, and promptly stored these items within her soul guide, preferring to keep them out of sight and out of mind. Xuan remarked, "Your thoughtfulness is appreciated, but I am well aware of my situation. It is not that I am incapable in that regard. It is likely a genetic issue. Xuan chuckled and replied, brother, it's just the two of us here. It matters not. I would never mock you. It is merely unfortunate for my sisters-in-law, who have been with you for so many years, hoping to bear a dragon's seed and ascend to greatness. Let us not dwell on that. As he spoke, Xuan feigned a sigh, discreetly observing Qian Rinshua's expression, only to be met with a swift kick to his backside. Brother, I was wrong. I shall not speak further. Xuan immediately pleaded for mercy. Xuan withdrew her foot and calmly inquired, pray tell, what brings you here this time? Upon hearing this, Xuan's smile broadened, nearly bursting forth, yet he managed to say, brother, I truly came to see you, with no ulterior motives. Xuan nonchalantly raised one finger, followed by a second, counting softly 1, 2. Xuan's mirth dissipated as he clutched her fingers, exclaiming, wait, brother. I suddenly remembered there is indeed a small matter I require your assistance with. Xuan calmly withdrew her fingers from his grasp and stated, I knew this little rascal would not visit without a purpose. Speak. Chapter 28. The Great Soul Arena of Tiando. Xuan ceased his hesitations, took a sip of tea, and directly declared, brother, this matter is quite simple for you. I have come to enroll, and I wish to borrow a few items. Xuan shot him an incredulous glance, replying, borrow items? As the esteemed young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, what could you possibly lack? Xuan chuckled and responded, oh, there are indeed things I lack. Xuan did not refuse, saying, go ahead, what kind of mischief are you up to? Were it not for the familiarity between them, others would hardly believe such words could escape her lips. However, accustomed to their playful banter, she did not employ her usual decorum when interacting with Xuan. It is not a significant matter. You have a garden in the eastern part of the city, right? I would like to take my teammates there for some leisure, Xuan said softly. Hearing this, Xuan's brow furrowed slightly, but upon seeing Xuan's eager expression, she ultimately nodded in resignation. You know that place is my private residence, right? You can go, but with my token, no one will stop you. Nevertheless, what makes you think to bring your classmates there? Xuan could not help but inquire. Xuan chuckled and replied, brother, that spot is arguably the most picturesque in all of Tiando City. After all the arduous training, I thought it would be nice to bring them to unwind. He added, but fret not, it will only be the Royal Combat Team, 8 of us in total. We shall not damage anything inside. Upon hearing this, Xuan nodded and remarked, you're not entirely foolish. You even thought to seek my approval. I consent, but do try to keep the visits minimal. I prefer it less crowded there. In truth, Xuan was quite surprised that Xuan agreed to this request, as he could surmise that the garden was likely the place where she shed her facade and revealed herself as Qian Rinshua. Xuan had visited that garden numerous times, yet had never encountered outsiders. Only Ning Fengji occasionally visited. The fact that Qian Rinshua permitted Xuan to bring others was indeed unexpected. However, his surprise was overshadowed by joy, for the environment there was truly splendid, a veritable paradise for romantic rendezvous. Xuan contemplated that when everyone eventually grew weary, he would take Du Guyan to that beautiful place for a leisurely visit. The enchanting scenery, combined with his handsome charm, would surely make Du Guyan's heart flutter. Upon hearing this, Xuan nodded in delight and promptly approached Xuan, offering to massage his shoulders and legs. However, his attempt to knead his legs was swiftly thwarted. One can only suspect that your unsolicited attentiveness harbors ulterior motives. Have you nothing better to do? If not, kindly take your leave. I have administrative matters to attend to. Xuan remarked, taking a sip of tea with a casual air. How could I possibly leave without accompanying you for a meal? It would be a shame to miss such a rare opportunity, Xuan replied with a smile. There's still a considerable time until dinner. Every day, you seem to do little more than indulge in frivolities. If our teacher were to learn of your lackadaisical pursuits, do you think he would be displeased? Xuan cast a sidelong glance at Xuan, speaking coolly. Xuan waved his hand dismissively, responding, you have no idea what I've endured today. Xuan's interest piqued. He inquired, what could possibly challenge you, given your prowess? With an exasperated expression, Xuan divulged, you are aware of Teacher Qin, correct? Xuan nodded, naturally. He is the youngest teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy and possesses remarkable potential to ascend to the rank of Title de Law. Indeed, as you say, this morning, he personally engaged us in a soul battle. I had only just joined the Imperial battle team 2 days prior, and he, a soul emperor, toyed with our group of mere soul sages as if we were but chicks, nearly singeing my hair in the process. Xuan recounted his morning's misadventures with indignation. Xuan, unable to contain his amusement, chuckled. It appears that Teacher Qin places significant emphasis on your practical training. Xuan smirked. He certainly does. If he didn't take care, would he have been so harsh? Once their business was concluded, Gu Xian and Xue Qinghe engaged in light-hearted conversation to strengthen their friendship. They shared dinner together, and after the meal, Gu Xian departed, mindful of the training scheduled for the following day. As he watched Gu Xian's retreating figure, Xue Qinghe's previously warm smile gradually faded, his gaze becoming distant as he returned to his study to resume his work. His days were filled with pressing matters, and it was only Gu Xian who could compel him to willingly dedicate time to companionship, not to mention the confusion of Xi Miao and Ci Tan. There were times when even Gu Xian struggled to fathom Xue Qinghe's true thoughts. No, rather, those of Qian Renxue. As for matters of love, Gu Xian found it hard to believe that the mature beauty, Qian Renxue, at just 20 years of age, would ever take an interest in a mere 12-year-old boy. After all, when they first met, Gu Xian had barely reached the age of 9. Even if Qian Renxue were portrayed as love-stricken in the original narrative, it seemed improbable that she would fancy a child. Although Gu Xian had matured significantly by now, he continued to present himself as a younger brother in her presence. A genuine little brother. Nonetheless, he was indifferent to Qian Renxue's true feelings towards him. As long as she did not reject him, that was sufficient. Such a stance left room for future opportunities to navigate and utilize their relationship. After departing from the royal palace, Gu Xian made his way directly to the most opulent hotel in Tiando City, where he ordered an array of exquisite delicacies to be packaged before returning to the Tiando Royal Academy. By the time Gu Xian returned, night had fallen, and it was approximately 9 o'clock. He proceeded to the living room, retrieved the sumptuous feast from his soul guide, and invited everyone to enjoy a late-night snack. The group, driven by their appetites, relished the delightful meal before returning to the simulated training arena to practice. In recent days, Gu Xian had invigorated their spirits, and each individual was eager to enhance their physical strength and soul power swiftly, aspiring to absorb a 4th soul ring with greater proficiency. Gu Xian also revealed to them the true purpose of whale glue. Although they were initially skeptical, they nonetheless urged their families to invest heavily in acquiring it. However, the elders of their families regarded them with a somewhat altered gaze. Had it not been for Gu Xian's insistence on keeping this information confidential, they would have been eager to clarify it amongst themselves. The following morning, the group rose early to train alongside Gu Xian. After their training session, they had breakfast, followed by practical combat training. As the morning was dedicated to practical training, they headed directly to the Tiando Great Spirit Arena in the afternoon. Although the schedule stipulated theory in the morning and practice in the afternoon, this was primarily for the ordinary members of the second team. The first team had followed this structure only for the initial months, after which they essentially devised their own plans. This was Gu Xian's inaugural visit to the Great Spirit Arena. Although he had frequently visited Tiando City in the past, he had never set foot in this arena. While the Great Spirit Arena is renowned for honing spirit masters, Gu Xian benefited from the resources of the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect School and the support of his grandfather, the title Deloi Gu Rong, receiving an education of the highest caliber. Furthermore, Gu Xian's own diligence and self-discipline allowed him to surpass his peers significantly. Upon entering the Tiando Great Spirit Arena, he was greeted by a throng of spectators. This arena is the largest in the entire Tiando Empire, capable of accommodating up to 80,000 individuals at once. The preliminary rounds of the Elite Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy competition, featuring Tang San's cohort, were held here, highlighting the arena's formidable scale. The daily revenue and profits generated here are beyond the wildest dreams of ordinary individuals. By the afternoon, the Tiando Great Spirit Arena was already bustling with activity. Fierce battles were underway on the main spirit fighting platform and the remaining 20 platforms, with countless bettors vociferously cheering as if they were participants in the battles themselves. Gu Xian and his companions, guided by Qin Ming, arrived at the resting area designated for the Royal Spirit Fighting Team. As a team of prodigious spirit masters who frequently engaged in battles here, the Great Spirit Arena provided them with a dedicated lounge. Currently, all members of the Royal Spirit Fighting Team bore silver spirit fighting badges, signifying their formidable strength. The ranking system of the Great Spirit Arena progresses from the initial iron badge, followed by copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, and ruby, encompassing 7 tiers. The current Imperial Battle Team has ascended to the 3rd tier, boasting a full roster of silver soul emblems, a rarity for individuals of their age. Consequently, each of their battles in the soul arena has become a spectacle, generating considerable profits in gold soul coins, thereby enriching their own coffers. Upon entering the lounge, Qin Ming promptly registered them for team battles, believing that the most effective method to refine their teamwork lies in combat. He did not afford Gu Xian any time for adjustment, opting instead to facilitate their synchronization through the crucible of battle. Defeat is not inherently daunting. What is truly frightening is the inability to withstand loss. Qin Ming has keenly observed Gu Xian's potential and aims to utilize this approach to allow him to experience defeat, thereby fortifying his resilience. Naturally, this is Qin Ming's perspective. Gu Xian remains indifferent, as he possesses an intimate understanding of his team. Frankly, orchestrating a cohesive team battle is not a challenge for him. Furthermore, earlier in the day, Gu Xian had engaged in a discussion with Shi Mo and Shi Mo's brother regarding the execution of their second soul skill. After articulating his ideas, both were convinced of their viability, although such mastery would necessitate exponential control over their soul skills. Achieving the level Gu Xian proposed would undoubtedly yield formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. Moreover, Gu Xian generously provided them with a training method for distraction control. While this technique is not a secret among many powerful factions, the method perfected by the Seven Treasures Glazed School stands unparalleled, as it is a skill that every soul master within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower must cultivate. Shi Mo and Shi Mo's brother expressed their heartfelt gratitude for Gu Xian's selflessness and generosity. Having already been impressed by his prowess, their admiration for him only deepened. After registering the team, Qin Ming also assisted Gu Xian in obtaining his soul emblem, using his real name, as it was his initial registration. His emblem was of the lowest rank, the Iron Soul emblem. However, as he registered under the Imperial Battle Team, his emblem's rank became inconsequential. The team's rank is determined by the highest emblem within its ranks. Thus, even if all members possess Iron Soul emblems, the presence of a single Silver Soul emblem within the team elevates their status to that of a Silver Soul team. Once Qin Ming completed these arrangements, he returned with information about their opponents. After handing the documents to the group, he remained silent, observing each individual's reactions. As they reviewed the opponent's information, discussions commenced. Their adversaries also held Silver Soul emblems and boasted an impressive 7 consecutive victories, marking them as a formidable team. With an average age in their teens and all wielding fire attribute martial souls, the atmosphere shifted when Gu Xian noticed a change in the documents. For the opponent was none other than the Dark Horse team from the elite tournament of the continent's advanced Soul Master Academies, the Blaze Academy's Blaze team. The captain, Huo Wu, and the vice-captain, Huo Xuan, are siblings, both endowed with extraordinary talents. In the original narrative, when Huo Wu makes her debut at the tender age of 18, her soul power has already reached level 43. Huo Xuan, at the age of 20, possesses a soul power of 42, and both exhibit remarkable talent. Generally speaking, those who can break through to the Soul Master rank by the age of 20 and achieve the Soul Emperor rank by 30 are prodigies with the potential to challenge the title of Titled Delaw. Even the least among them can aspire to become a Soul Delaw. One should not assume that only Titled Delaw are the most formidable. While this may be true, most of them lead reclusive lives, whereas the Soul Delaw are the prominent figures traversing the continent. In fact, the entire realm of Soul Masters has merely a few hundred Soul Deluos, making it exceedingly rare to find individuals with the aptitude and potential to reach this esteemed rank. The opponents that Gu Xian and his companions will soon face are the Blazing Fire team from the original story. With 3 years remaining until the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament, they currently possess the strength of high-ranking soul respect. Furthermore, as they hail from the same academy, this encounter promises to be a formidable challenge. Upon reviewing the data, Gu Xian promptly began assigning the participants for the upcoming match, which was quite straightforward. Everyone except Asro would take the field. Naturally, Asro was displeased with this arrangement, for such opportunities to showcase oneself are few and far between. However, Gu Xian's decision was based on his analysis of the Blazing Fire team's information, and despite Asro's discontent, he refrained from voicing further objections. After all, prior to Gu Xian's arrival, they had already endured numerous soul battles and were well aware that the optimal lineup would yield the best results. The 7 members of the Blazing Fire team mirror those from the original narrative's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament, though their soul power levels have not yet reached the heights of their counterparts. The captain, Huo Wu, is now only 15 years old with a soul power of 37, wielding the Martial Soul, Fire Shadow, a control type. The vice-captain, Huo Xuan, is 16, also at 37, with a Martial Soul, Unicorn Fire Explosion Dragon, a strong attack type. The team members include Huo Lai, at 35 with the Martial Soul, Fire Crane, a sensitive attack type. Huo Jun, also at 35 with the same Martial Soul. Huo Yu, at 34 with the Martial Soul, Fire Star, a support type. Huo Yun, likewise at 34 with the same Martial Soul, and Huo Chui, at 34 with the Martial Soul, Fire Leopard, a strong attack type. This encapsulates the information about the members of the Blazing Fire team, complete with descriptions of their soul skills, though it is noted that the information may not be absolute, as there may be aspects that the opponent can conceal, rendering it merely a reference. Based on this intelligence, Gu Xian devised a strategy that met with no dissent. although Osro remained somewhat disgruntled, yet chose not to voice his frustrations. Gu Xian patted Osro on the shoulder and reassured him, "Rest assured. There will be opportunities for you to take the field in the future." Osro, resigned, replied, "All right then, but you all must secure a victory." Gu Xian smiled gently and responded, "Have faith. I am here." Oslo did not refute Gu Xian's statement. Although Gu Xian currently possessed the weakest soul power among them, his combat prowess was undeniably the strongest, leaving Oslo without grounds to argue. At that moment, the loudspeaker in the room announced, "The next team battle will feature the Royal Combat Team against the Blazing Fire Team. Please have both Soul Masters proceed to the preparation area." Upon hearing this, Gu Xian took the lead, proclaiming, "Brothers, though this is my first time participating in a team soul battle with you, I firmly believe our cooperation can yield the best results. Let us strive together." The others responded in unison, "Let us go." Subsequently, they exited the room and made their way to the preparation zone. Chapter 30, Royal Combat Team vs. Blazing Fire Team. Upon reaching the preparation area, the host's voice resonated once more. "Please have the team members enter the arena." Fire Dance and Fire Xuan, the leaders of the Blazing Fire Team, walked at the forefront, followed by their 5 spirited teammates. In contrast, Gu Xian led the Royal Combat Team, with Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan following closely behind. Though Gu Xian had only recently joined the Royal Combat Team, he already exuded a semblance of leadership that even the captain, Yu Tianheng, could not overlook. As both teams entered and took their positions on the central soul battle platform, they stood 30 meters apart, facing each other. The audience below erupted into cheers, with some chanting for the Royal Combat Team, while others rallied behind the Blazing Fire Team, clearly indicating that both teams had garnered substantial support from the crowd. The host then addressed the audience again. "Greetings, everyone. I am your host, Richie. Today, we have 2 teams of prodigies from the Grand Soul Arena, with an average age below 20, promising an intense showdown. According to tradition, let us first examine the lineup and positioning of both teams." As Richie spoke, the enormous soul-guiding device behind him displayed the profiles of the team members. The Blazing Fire Team, known for their fire element focus, had established a reputation for their offensive capabilities. Their vice-captain, Fire Xuan, a formidable fire-type soul master, should not be underestimated. The captain, Fire Dance, was a control-type soul venerable with a soul power level of 37, wielding the exceptionally rare fire attribute soul, Fire Shadow. Fire Xuan also boasted a soul power level of 37 and was a powerful attack-type soul venerable, with his formidable weapon being the fire attribute soul, the one-horned fire dragon. Under the leadership of their captain and vice-captain, the Blazing Fire Team had achieved an impressive streak of 7 consecutive victories. It remained to be seen whether they could continue their winning streak. Meanwhile, the Royal Combat Team maintained their attack-oriented formation, albeit with some noticeable changes among its members. Richie, while aware of the team's profiles, turned to glance at the display panel, skillfully enhancing the atmosphere with these subtle details. The captain of the Imperial Fighting Team, Yu Tianheng, and the vice-captain, Du Guyan, are both at the 37th level of soul power, resulting in a balanced strength among their team members, which adds considerable suspense to the outcome of this battle. It is noteworthy, however, that the new recruit, Gu Xian, possesses only 33rd level soul power, yet he stands prominently at the forefront of the team. Let us eagerly anticipate his performance. After the host concluded his introduction, he allowed the audience a moment to react before announcing, "Both teams, prepare yourselves. You have 1 minute to unleash your martial souls." As his words echoed, the members of the Blazing Fire Team activated their martial souls, all of which are of the fire attribute. The instant they did, the surrounding temperatures surged dramatically, and even Gu Xian felt the intense heat. The Blazing Fire Team transformed the arena into a vivid landscape of crimson flames, showcasing the optimal combination of 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, each member radiating fiery energy that seemed capable of incinerating their foes. "Brothers, unleash your martial souls," Gu Xian shouted, experiencing the sensation that Dai Mubai felt in the original narrative. As his voice fell, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose around him. Despite his 33rd level, his aura was formidable enough to rival and even overshadow that of Huo Wuxuan. Huo Wuxuan, taken aback, gazed at Gu Xian in disbelief, not expecting that a 33rd level soul master could exert such pressure. Initially, he believed that Yu Tianheng was his greatest rival, but after sensing Gu Xian's imposing presence, he no longer dismissed the 33rd level soul master. Coming from the same academy, he understood that Gu Xian's positioning at the front of the formation, coupled with an implicit leadership quality that even Yu Tianheng lacked, indicated that he possessed unique attributes beyond the ordinary. Yu Tianheng stepped forward to stand alongside Gu Xian, his body enveloped in crackling lightning as his 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings emerged, exuding an air of confidence. Behind them stood Shimo and Shimo. A strategic arrangement by Xuan to place the two defensive soul masters in the second line rather than at the forefront, which was a deliberate choice influenced by their soul abilities. Next came Duguian and Yi Lingling, with Duguian standing protectively in front of Yi Lingling. Her long, slender jade legs transformed into a sinuous emerald serpent tail, adding an alluring charm to her presence. Yufeng ascended into the air, confronting the two agile attacking soul masters from the opposing team, unflinching even in a one-on-two standoff, as his role in Xuan's strategy was merely to restrain them. Both teams having unleashed their martial souls, the host, Richie, announced, "The match begins." As his voice resonated, the first two soul rings surrounding Xuan illuminated, while Yu Tianheng activated his first soul skill. Simultaneously, the first two soul rings of Duguian also lit up, releasing a torrent of red and blue mist that infused all members of the Imperial fighting team with the enhancements from her abilities. Engage. With a thunderous roar, Xuan surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, charging towards the formation of the Blaze Fire Academy, closely followed by Yu Tianheng. The members of the Blaze Fire Academy had naturally studied their adversaries' profiles. At the very moment when Duguian unleashed her toxic mist, they erupted with searing flames, incinerating the encroaching fog. Although the air still carried the scent of the burnt mist, its potency had been significantly diminished. Xuan harbored no concerns about their formation, for they had already received enhancements, which sufficed. Huo Wuxuang and Hua Chui each invoked their respective enhancement soul skills to confront Xuan and Yu Tianheng. Huo Wuxuang wielded the spirit of the Unicorn Fire Dragon at level 37, while Hua Chui possessed the spirit of the Fire Leopard at level 35. Thus, Huo Wuxuang naturally chose to engage Yu Tianheng, while Hua Chui met Xuan head-on. Huo Lai and Hua Jun, both possessing the spirit of the Fire Crane at level 35, soared into the sky after incinerating Duguian's encroaching mist with their flames. Beneath the formation of the Imperial fighting team lay the lingering toxic mist, yet the skies above were clear. They intended to swiftly eliminate the aerial threat posed by Yufeng and secure an initial advantage before providing support to their teammates, thereby laying the groundwork for ultimate victory. Meanwhile, Huiyun and Huiyu, the Fire Attribute Support Soul Masters, released various enhancement soul skills, bolstering Huo Wuxuang, Hua Chui, Hua Lai, and Hua Jun. As a control-type soul master, Hua Wu remained still, her gaze fixed intently on the battlefield, ready to provide support or exert control at a moment's notice. Xuan and Yu Tianheng were the first to clash, both at level 37 and evenly matched in strength, resulting in a stalemate from the outset. However, Hua Chui's encounter with Xuan was markedly different. Despite his soul power being at 35, 2 levels above Xuan, he was profoundly shaken upon contact. Even with the assistance of his own support soul master, he found himself overwhelmed by Xuan in both strength and attack from the very beginning, leaving him feeling frustrated and flushed with embarrassment. How could he, a level 35 soul master, be suppressed by an opponent who was merely a 33? What was more disconcerting was his utter lack of opportunity to retaliate. Xuan's unrelenting assault forced him into a defensive position, rendering any counterattack impossible. He felt as though he were not facing a mere 33-level soul master, but rather a formidable opponent on par with his captain. Chapter 31. The Defeat of the Blaze Fire Team. Hua Lai and Hua Jun, believing they could easily subdue Yufeng, thought it would be a straightforward task, especially since the Imperial fighting team had only one flying soul master, leaving the others unable to join the fray. Their 2-to-1 advantage should have made victory effortless. However, the reality was starkly different from their imagination. As they attempted to encircle Yufeng, 2 dark green tortoise shell shields, measuring a full meter in length and 80 centimeters in width, hurtled towards them. Had they not possessed sufficient agility, the impact of these shields would likely have resulted in their immediate elimination. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that these shields were manipulated by 2 defensive soul masters, indicating that they were not merely defenders, but also possessed the ability for remote assault. The tortoise shell shields behaved as if they had eyes, relentlessly pursuing the duo, akin to spinning blades, preventing them from directing their full attention towards attacking Yufeng. Remarkably, aided by these shields, Yufeng took the initiative to launch an assault against them. The confrontation had shifted from a 2-on-1 to a 2-on-3 scenario. Were it not for Shimo and Shimo's inability to fly, their burden would have been even greater. The shields were immense and spun with dizzying speed. Even with the support of their auxiliary soul masters, they hesitated to confront the onslaught of the Xuanwu flying shield. As for the Blaze Academy, aside from their leader, Huo Wu, the remaining members had joined the fray. The 2 auxiliary soul masters lacked combat capabilities, plunging Blaze Academy into a stalemate. Furthermore, Hua Chui was being relentlessly pressured by Xuan. If this continued, should Hua Chui be eliminated, he and Yu Tianheng would combine forces against Huo Wuxuang, placing them at a distinct disadvantage. Additionally, the auxiliary soul master of the Emperor's battle team remained inactive. Although they understood that Yi Lingling, being an auxiliary type, lacked offensive power, they were fully aware of her formidable healing abilities. If this persisted, the Blaze battle team would be utterly suppressed. Their greatest concern, however, lay with Du Guyan, a control-type soul master wielding poison. While they could rely on flames to incinerate her toxins, they had still inhaled some of the poison. Though no signs of poisoning had manifested thus far, Du Guyan had yet to deploy her third soul skill. Huo Wu's gaze remained fixed on Du Guyan, and just as this thought crossed her mind, Du Guyan made her move. The purple third soul ring around her body began to emanate a violet light, and she slowly raised her right hand. With the brilliance of her third soul ring, a purple toxic mist erupted from her palm, swiftly spreading towards the Blaze battle team. Du Guyan's chilling voice echoed at that moment. Third soul skill, by Lin Zidu. As the toxic mist expanded, an intensely unpleasant odor began to permeate the air. Huo Wu's expression shifted dramatically, and she exclaimed, "Quick, hold your breath. Do not inhale the toxic mist." Simultaneously, the purple third soul ring surrounding her body activated. Following Du Guyan's release of her third soul skill, Resistance Fire Ring. With the release of Huo Wu's third soul skill, a circle formed from concentrated flames suddenly materialized around her, expanding outward with relentless intensity. As the circular flame ring made contact with the toxic mist emitted by Dong Guyan, it surprisingly caused a slight retreat in the latter. While it did not completely disperse the noxious vapor, it did manage to slow the expansion of Dong Guyan's third soul skill. Gu Xian, witnessing this scene, was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that Huo Wu's resistance flame ring could not only repel an enemy's attack, but also defend against poison. However, he soon discerned the truth. While Huo Wu's resistance flame ring had indeed thwarted Dong Guyan's third soul skill momentarily, the toxic mist continued to spread shortly thereafter. Though the resistance flame ring could block the attack briefly, it could not eradicate Dong Guyan's purple venom, which persisted in its relentless expansion, albeit at a reduced pace due to the flame ring's influence. Observing Huo Wu's condition, Gu Xian realized more profoundly that the prolonged use of this soul skill was greatly taxing her spiritual energy. Fortunately, the presence of two fire attribute support soul masters bolstered Huo Wu's ability to sustain her output and withstand the toxic mist. "Brother, I cannot hold on much longer. We must conclude this swiftly," Huo Wu exclaimed with a delicate yet determined voice. Upon hearing her words, Huo Wuxuang and the other members of the Blazing Fire team immediately ceased to hold back, unleashing their soul skills in rapid succession and entering a frenzied mode. The two support soul masters activated their 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, to amplify their teammates' strength. In an instant, the Blazing Fire team ignited with fervor, each member erupting with raw energy, unleashing the explosive power of fire elements. However, despite their formidable prowess and the peak of their capabilities, the Royal Duel team was equally resilient. With the enhancements from Dong Guyan's first and second soul skills, they bore no fear of the flame's searing heat. As the second soul skill alleviated their pain, as their injuries intensified, delicate lavender petals descended, rapidly mending their wounds. In this moment, the terrifying prowess of Yi Lingling was vividly showcased. It could be said that as long as she remained unscathed, they would not falter. Huo Wuxuang and Yu Tianheng were evenly matched, while Huo Lai and Huo Jun defended against the onslaught of Shi Mo and Shi Mo's brother, all while seeking a way to eliminate Yu Feng. Yet, they found themselves entangled by Shi Mo and Shi Mo's brother's second soul skill, which not only prevented them from dispatching Yu Feng, but nearly led to their own downfall. As they sought to rid themselves of Yu Feng to confront Dong Guyan and Yi Lingling, Shi Mo and Shi Mo's brother stood as insurmountable obstacles, exemplifying a perfect balance of offense and defense, even safeguarding their allies. Among them, the most beleaguered was Huo Chui. Despite unleashing his full power and benefiting from the support of the Soul Masters, he remained unable to match Gu Xian, unable even to suppress him. At full throttle, even with the assistance of support Soul Masters, he could merely achieve a stalemate with Gu Xian, though it seemed even that equilibrium was an illusion. As Gu Xian has only utilized 2 soul skills thus far, both of which are merely centennial in nature, one cannot help but wonder about this prodigy. It is known that Gu Xian's soul power level stands at a mere 33, while his opponent boasts a level of 35. Despite unleashing all 3 of his soul skills and possessing auxiliary abilities, he could only manage to attain a stalemate with Gu Xian. Just as the fire hammer began to question his very existence, Gu Xian sighed deeply in front of him and murmured, "Embrace defeat." In that instant, the purple third soul skill illuminated around Gu Xian, and before Fire Hammer could react, bone swords, sharp as blades, erupted from the ground, swiftly enveloping him. The third soul skill, Bone Dragon Purgatory. Boom. Countless bone swords rose from the earth, severely wounding Fire Hammer and rendering him unconscious. Yet Gu Xian's third soul skill did not cease. It surged forward, targeting only 3 individuals, the fiery dance of Huo Wu and the 2 auxiliary soul masters, Huo Yu and Huo Yun, who were exerting all their effort to maintain the resistance fire ring. Oh no! Huo Wu exclaimed in alarm, realizing the dire situation. She promptly withdrew her soul power, demonstrating her formidable control over her own abilities, and unleashed her third soul skill once more. This time, however, it was not a wide area effect, but rather confined to herself and Huo Yun, along with Huo Yu. The resistance fire ring materialized instantaneously, forcing Gu Xian's third soul skill to be interrupted, preventing any further advance into the ring. Gu Xian, however, was not taken aback. After all, in the original narrative, Huo Wu's third soul skill had successfully deflected all attacks from the Shrek Academy, making it entirely plausible that it could withstand the onslaught of his third soul skill. Yet, even though Huo Wu managed to withstand his attack, the absence of the resistance fire ring allowed Du Guyan's green-scaled purple poison to swiftly envelop the entire Blaze battle team. Only the flying Huo Lai and Huo Jun, along with the 2 auxiliary soul masters sheltered within Huo Wu's resistance fire ring, remained unscathed. The already incapacitated Fire Hammer and Huo Wu Xuan were instantly engulfed by the toxic miasma. Fire Hammer, fortunate enough to have lost consciousness, felt no pain. However, Huo Wu Xuan fared far worse. He stumbled, desperately gasping for fresh air, only to inhale the poisonous fog instead. Gu Xian's third soul skill clashed with Huo Wu's resistance fire ring, preventing her from making any unnecessary movements. At this moment, Huo Wu recognized that her team was at a disadvantage, yet they had not yet succumbed to defeat. Just then, Gu Xian spoke. I suggest you concede. Sister Yan's third soul skill is a potent poison. Setting aside the few of you who are in relatively good condition, consider those who lie incapacitated and those who are barely holding on. In no time, even if they are all soul venerates, they will ultimately dissolve into a puddle of pus. Upon hearing Gu Xian's words, Huo Wu instinctively sought to retort, but soon grasped the gravity of the situation, realizing that both Huo Wu Xuan and Fire Hammer had already been poisoned. The terror of Du Guyan's poison is truly formidable. She has reviewed the data, and Gu Xian has indeed not exaggerated. Contemplating this, Huo Wu glanced again at the subdued Huo Lai and Huo Jun, then turned her gaze towards Gu Xian, who was attempting to break through his resistance to the fire ring with his third soul skill. With a slight clench of her teeth, she slowly declared, "The Qihua team concedes." As her words fell, the other members of the Qihua team seemed to deflate like punctured balloons, their once fervent fighting spirit dimming, even the flames igniting their bodies flickering in dullness. They understood that once Du Guyan's toxic mist could no longer be controlled, they had already found themselves at a disadvantage. Compounded by Gu Xian's exceptional prowess, which, despite being only at level 30, rivaled that of their vice-captain, Huo Wu Xuan, their chances of victory were dwindling. Had Huo Lai and Huo Jun managed to defeat Yu Feng and subsequently pose a threat to Du Guyan and Yi Lingling, their odds would have significantly improved. However, they never anticipated that the defensive soul masters, Shi Mo and Shi Mo, would demonstrate such remarkable combat capabilities. Ultimately, their understanding of the Huang Do team was insufficiently comprehensive. Although they had some data, it merely provided a superficial overview. After Huo Wu conceded, Gu Xian ceased his third soul skill's output and silently retracted his martial soul. Although Huo Wu Xuan was reluctant, he had already succumbed to the poison and had no choice but to abandon his offensive. He did not withdraw his martial soul, choosing instead to rely on his soul power to fend off the invasion of the Bai Lin Zidu. Once the other members of the Qihua team retracted their martial souls, the Huang Do team followed suit. Witnessing this, the host's voice rang out. The Huang Do team faces the Qihua team, and the Huang Do team emerges victorious. Let us congratulate the Huang Do team on their 5 consecutive wins. Prior to this, the Huang Do team had also achieved 4 consecutive victories. Otherwise, they would not have been ranked against the 6 consecutive wins of the Qihua team. In the audience, some viewers voiced their frustrations while others rejoiced, clearly reflecting the differing allegiances of their bets. However, as the Qihua team had only been competing in soul battles for a few months, their fan base was not as extensive as that of the Huang Do team, resulting in a majority of the crowd cheering. At this moment, Gu Xian's voice calmly interjected. "Sister Yan, please administer the antidote to these 2. He then turned to Huo Wu and inquired, "You must be from Qihua Academy?" Although Huo Wu felt vexed by her defeat to the Huang Do team, she could not ignore their gracious demeanor in offering to assist Huo Wu Xuan and Huo Chui with the antidote. With a hint of indifference, Huo Wu responded, "Indeed. But rest assured, our next victory will undoubtedly belong to us." In response, Gu Xian chuckled softly, a warm smile gracing his handsome face, rendering Huowu unable to express her frustration. We shall be here for quite some time, and we welcome your challenges at any moment. Huowu found herself somewhat exasperated. This implication suggested that the Qihua team was inferior to the Huangdou team. At this moment, Huowu Xuan had already approached Huowu, supporting the fiery hammer. Huowu cast a piercing glance at Gu Xian and then declared, "Let us see how this unfolds." Gu Xian, upon hearing her words, could only manage a helpless smile and shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. In the original narrative, Huowu was indeed a fiery young lady, brimming with passion. Unafraid to express love and hate, and due to her extraordinary talent, she had never been one to back down from a challenge. However, for Gu Xian, this was of little consequence. In fact, he found a certain admiration for such a spirited young woman, as her conquest would be all the more intriguing. It is important to note that his appreciation was purely platonic, an innocent admiration for beauty. At that moment, Du Guyan approached Gu Xian, her face radiant with a smile as she regarded him. In a soft voice, she inquired, "What is this? Have you taken a liking to that girl?" Gu Xian turned to face Du Guyan's smiling visage, and her tone sent a shiver down his spine. What did she mean by that? A test? Huh, what nonsense. In my heart, you are undoubtedly my first choice. Gu Xian smiled slightly and replied, "They are from the Blaze Academy. I merely wish to maintain good relations. Unfortunately, they do not seem to appreciate it." As he spoke, Gu Xian leaned closer to Du Guyan's ear and whispered, "Sister Yan, next time we incapacitate them, when I ask for your help in administering the antidote, deliberately hold back and let them suffer a bit." Gu Xian's sudden proximity caused Du Guyan's cheeks to flush slightly. Pouting, she shot him a playful glare and retorted, "Oh really? You're quite the schemer." Upon hearing her response, Gu Xian quickly defended himself. "Oh come now, this is hardly scheming. They lost yet still carry themselves with such arrogance. I'm merely helping them temper their character, which is ultimately for their own good." Du Guyan rolled her eyes at him and quipped, "So you play the good Samaritan while I take on the role of the villain? Is that it?" As they exchanged banter, the other members of the Emperor's battle team gradually made their way off the stage. Yu Tianheng frowned as he observed the affectionate exchange between Du Guyan and Gu Xian, ultimately descending from the battle platform in silence. Gu Xian gently pushed Du Guyan's back as they walked down the stage together, saying, "Sister Yan, what a remark. Those with ability must naturally shoulder greater burdens. If I possessed your strength, I wouldn't need to ask for your help at all." Du Guyan, being nudged along by Gu Xian, smiled and replied, "Ah, this is the attitude of our esteemed young Master Gu when seeking assistance. Not even willing to utter a simple please." Gu Xian's expression shifted to one of mild discomfort, although Du Guyan did not mind their physical closeness. He found the unfolding scenario starkly different from his expectations. Shouldn't he be exuding an aura of charisma, with a captivating smile that would leave the young lady utterly enchanted? Alas, reality was not as he had envisioned. Gu Xian chuckled and responded, "Of course. I shall extend a proper invitation. It must be a grand feast, and later we shall enjoy ourselves at Do Tian Manor." Do Tian Manor was the property of Prince Xuesheng, the largest aristocratic entertainment venue in Tiando City, where only the unimaginable could be found, and nothing was beyond reach. That old scoundrel, feasting on royal provisions, engaged in all sorts of despicable activities, even those explicitly forbidden. Although everyone criticizes him, deep down, everyone aspires to become him. Upon hearing this, Du Guyan nodded in satisfaction. Under the gentle insistence of Gu Xian, the two returned to the lounge of the Emperor battle team. The other members were already present. Qin Ming sat on a solitary leather sofa, holding a stack of documents, evidently having recorded their performance during the recent match. Upon entering, Gu Xian and Du Guyan refrained from playful banter and quietly took their seats on the sofa, awaiting Qin Ming's words. Clearing his throat, Qin Ming acknowledged their return and stated, "To be frank, I am quite pleased with your performance today." This was Qin Ming's initial remark, and upon hearing it, everyone, including Gu Xian, felt a weight lift from their hearts, their faces brightening with smiles. Qin Ming continued, "I must commend Gu Xian here. He has only been with the team for 3 days, yet he orchestrated the tactics and command during today's battle. I am exceedingly satisfied with his contributions." At this, everyone discreetly gave Gu Xian a thumbs up. Although he had just joined the team, he had already earned their trust and respect. This was not only due to Gu Xian's own prowess and talent, but also his faith in others and his dedication. His ability to absorb soul rings of a higher level had truly captured their admiration. Gu Xian, however, humbly deflected the praise, responding, "Teacher Qin, this achievement is a result of our collective efforts. My role was minimal, even without me, whether it was Tian Heng or Yin Jie formulating the strategy. The outcome would have been the same." Upon hearing Gu Xian's words, Qin Ming nodded slightly, feeling even more pleased with him. He appreciated Gu Xian's humility and composure, recognizing him as a promising talent with both skill and character. Yet, excessive modesty can border on arrogance, so Qin Ming candidly remarked, Gu Xian, you need not be so humble. I have documented everyone's performance, and in my view, yours surpasses theirs. Instead of jealousy, this statement inspired the others, as Gu Xian, merely 15 years old and possessing a level 33 strength, had already outstripped them all. Not to mention, Gu Xian had become the benchmark they sought to surpass. Chapter 33, The Undying Bone Dragon Combination. Following this, Qin Ming began to critique the other members, with the first being the captain, Yu Tianheng. Tianheng, based on Gu Xian's tactical arrangements, you performed admirably this time. Your strength matched that of Huo Wuxuan, preventing him from executing their strategy, which is commendable. However, I must remind you of one point, stemming from Gu Xian's performance. There is no need for you to feel pressured. As Qin Ming spoke, Tianheng nodded in acknowledgement, replying, Teacher Qin, please proceed. Based on Qin Ming's perspective, he expressed that it would be splendid if one could engage in battles beyond their level, akin to Gu Xian. The opponent, being the elite team of the Blaze Academy, undoubtedly comprised prodigies as well. Gu Xian had the ability to suppress soul masters who were 2 ranks above him. And if one could achieve such a level, their future accomplishments would reach unprecedented heights. Subsequently, Qin Ming turned his gaze to the others aside from Gu Xian, asserting that they too were capable. He acknowledged that this expectation was demanding, yet if Gu Xian could accomplish it, there was no reason they could not. The others, upon hearing this, were ignited with fervor, for if Gu Xian could succeed, why could they not? Teacher Qin, I shall strive to enhance my abilities, responded Yu Tianheng earnestly. We all recognize Xiao Xian's talent and strength, and we are learning from his training methods, so rest assured. Given time, while we may not surpass Xiao Xian, we will undoubtedly impress you. This sentiment resonated with others as well. Qin Ming nodded in satisfaction before proceeding to evaluate Du Gaiyan. His detailed records demonstrated that he was indeed a responsible and capable teacher. After completing the evaluations, Qin Ming initially intended to allow them some relaxation. However, Gu Xian declined, as he wished to continue participating in soul battles. In the Grand Soul Arena, aside from team battles, there were also individual and duo battles held daily. Given that Gu Xian had not exhausted himself significantly in the recent match, he felt capable of continuing and sought to challenge himself further. Gu Xian's decision to remain deterred the others from leaving, yet they were all filled with determination. They were serious about catching up to Gu Xian. And with the day still young at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, there was ample time for them to recover their soul power before resuming battles. Moreover, they had a private resting area, which was quite convenient. Since Yi Lingling was a support-type soul master, and the others were recovering their soul power, Gu Xian opted to engage in a solo battle first before teaming up with Yi Lingling. The pairing system mandated that a soul master could only form one duo at a time. Previously, Yi Lingling had been paired with Du Gaiyan, and if she wished to team up with Gu Xian, she would need to dissolve her current partnership with Du Gaiyan and settle the points before forming a new alliance with Gu Xian. Though Du Gaiyan felt somewhat dissatisfied with this arrangement, harboring a desire to team with Gu Xian herself. For the boy was not only handsome but also formidable. It was essential for Yi Lingling, lacking direct combat capabilities, to be paired with Gu Xian, the strongest among them, to facilitate her swift advancement. Thus, for the sake of her dear friend's future, Du Gaiyan reluctantly made the sacrifice. After severing ties with Du Gaiyan, Yi Lingling reformed her partnership with Gu Xian. As Yi Lingling is already a silver soul badge holder, their team, despite Gu Xian currently possessing only an iron soul badge, is classified at the silver soul badge level. Gu Xian is indifferent to this aspect of their team, and in fact, he finds it quite satisfactory, as it allows them to bypass the initial stages of easy victories and engage directly in high-level competitions. Their duo is aptly named the Undying Bone Dragon, signifying that with Yi Lingling, the 9 Hearts Begonia, by his side, he is indeed an invincible bone dragon. Yi Lingling feels a deep sense of gratitude towards Gu Xian for his initiative in including her in his plans. Although she is a support-type soul master, she harbors aspirations of becoming stronger. Her demeanor may be somewhat aloof, yet she is far from cold-hearted. Gu Xian, thank you, she softly expresses, her voice melodious as she trails behind him. Gu Xian pauses, turning to meet her gaze, and gently replies, such formality. It seems I regard you as one of my own, while you merely see me as a stranger. His teasing remark is intended to encourage Yi Lingling to adopt a more optimistic outlook. However, to his surprise, Yi Lingling appears flustered, stammering, and no, that's not it, I truly. With a resigned sigh, Gu Xian extends his right hand, placing it gently on her small head in a comforting gesture. Relax, I was merely joking. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling exhales in relief, her bright eyes fixed on Gu Xian. Strangely, had it been anyone else, their hand would not have reached her head. Yet she did not shy away from Gu Xian's touch, feeling no discomfort. Perhaps it is because Gu Xian has presented himself as a selfless elder brother over the past few days, providing them with unconditional trust and assistance. Akin to their esteemed teacher, Qin Ming. Even though they have only interacted for a short while, Yi Lingling feels as if Gu Xian has been a significant figure in her life for much longer, a big brother or perhaps a mentor. This sentiment is shared by the other members of the royal fighting team, which is precisely why Gu Xian chose to cultivate a selfless persona from the very beginning. With his ample background, talent, and strength, his actions naturally align with this role. Of course, this is contingent upon their lack of narrow-mindedness. Otherwise, no matter how magnanimous Gu Xian appears, it would be in vain. Fortunately, Gu Xian had taken the time to understand them, not only through the original text, but also through personal observations. Did you think Gu Xian sought out Xuan, Qianren Shui, solely for personal gain? That would be a grave misunderstanding. Our noble Gu Xian is indeed a busy individual, unwilling to engage in trivial pursuits. When he approached Xuan, he expressed his desire to join the academy for learning and to meet contemporaries. As the crown prince, Xuan naturally recommended the Tiando Royal Academy to him. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Xian requested the information on Yu Tianheng and the others, which he meticulously studied. Gu Xian first engaged in a solo soul battle. As his soul badge was merely an iron soul badge, his opponent matched in this duel was only a level 33 soul master. Gu Xian swiftly dispatched the foe with decisive precision. Following this, it was time for him and Yi Lingling to participate in a combined soul battle. And the two were now en route to the preparation area. Chapter 34, The Undying Bone Dragon and the Savage Bear Brothers. As the announcement echoed through the loudspeaker, Gu Xian and Yi Lingling ascended the soul battle platform, walking in tandem. Opposite them stood two young men, seemingly in their 20s, who scrutinized them with intense gazes. The adversaries were known as the Savage Bear Brothers. According to the records, the elder brother, Xiongda, was a formidable level 36 assault-type soul master, wielding the bear spirit, while the younger brother, Xiong'er, was a level 35 soul master, also with the bear spirit, having achieved 2 consecutive victories. They were eager to secure a third by defeating Gu Xian and Yi Lingling. However, facing Gu Xian, their chances of success were exceedingly slim. In truth, Gu Xian had become adept at confronting such melee-oriented opponents. They would come to him rather than the other way around. Despite being only level 33, his profound foundation allowed him to leverage the enhancements of his first and second soul skills, making him unafraid even when facing both brothers simultaneously. Moreover, with Yi Lingling, a veritable fountain of healing, by his side, he could disregard the possibility of injury. Her healing prowess was unparalleled, and among soul masters of the same rank, none could rival the Nine Hearts Begonia. Once both teams had taken their positions on the battle platform, the host's voice rang out. The contenders in this soul battle are the Undying Bone Dragon team and the Savage Bear Brothers. The Undying Bone Dragon team is a newly formed duo, while the Savage Bear Brothers have achieved 2 consecutive victories. But the ultimate outcome remains to be seen. As the host's words resonated, the audience erupted into cheers, rallying in support of their chosen teams, hoping to imbue them with strength and secure greater rewards in the form of gold soul coins. At that moment, the host spoke again. Both soul masters have 1 minute to unleash their martial souls. As the host's words faded, the Savage Bear Brothers stood side by side. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, emerged around them, while their bodies sprouted dense brown fur, transforming into towering, anthropomorphic bears. Xiongda, Martial Soul, Savage Bear. Level 36 Assault-type Soul Master. Xiong'er, Martial Soul, Savage Bear, Level 35 Assault-type Soul Master. The brothers spoke in unison, their 3 soul rings pulsating rhythmically around them. It must be noted that as the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City boasted a superior quality of soul masters compared to other regions. The best configurations of soul rings that Gu Xian had encountered thus far served as ample testimony to this fact. Gu Xian cast a calming glance at Yi Lingling, then raised his right foot and stepped forward slowly. With each step he took, a soul ring would rise around him, and by the time he had taken 3 steps, his body was adorned with 3 radiant soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. His physique did not undergo beastification. Rather, it was cloaked in a thin layer of silvery white bone armor. The only discernible change was his arms, which had transformed into silver-white bone claws, their distinct joints lending them an air of danger that was more awe-inspiring than terrifying. Gu Xian, with his martial spirit of the Bone Dragon, was a 33rd level assault spirit master. His voice resonated softly as he declared his martial spirit. Few recognized that his power stemmed from Gu Rong, one of the 2 guardian spirits of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. As Gu Rong's martial spirit had undergone postnatal mutation and was seldom seen in the spirit master community, making those familiar with it exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, those who had placed their bets on Xuan erupted in wild cheers. They had witnessed the battle between the Imperial Fighting Team and the Blazing Fire Team and were well aware of Xuan's combat prowess. This was why, despite his soul power being only at the 33rd level, many still placed their wagers on him. As Xuan spoke, Yi Lingling, positioned behind him, also declared her presence. Yi Lingling, Martial Spirit, Nine-Hearted Begonia, 33rd level support Spirit Master. Both teams of Spirit Masters had fully activated their martial spirits. And the host's voice resounded once more. The match begins. With the announcer's words, Xiongda and Xiong'er charged directly at Xuan and Yi Lingling. Both were Assault-type Spirit Masters, and their combat strength surpassed that of the Undying Bone Dragon, making their proactive assault the optimal strategy. As they sprinted towards Xuan, their second yellow soul rings illuminated, activating their second soul skill, Barbarian Bear Heavy Armor, which increased their defense by 50%. This enhancement made the already formidable duo appear even more imposing, their movements causing the arena to tremble beneath them. The distance between the two sides was a mere 20 meters. Although neither Xiongda nor Xiong'er excelled in speed, their full sprint closed the gap in an instant. Xuan did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, he activated his two yellow soul rings, transforming his silver-white bone claws into a dark golden hue, exuding an overwhelming aura that matched the intensity of facing two opponents. Old 2, take down this kid first. That support-type Spirit Master is merely a healer. If we capture him, victory is assured, Xiongda urged as he advanced toward Xuan, glancing at Xiong'er beside him. Xiong'er nodded earnestly, his gaze shifting from Yi Lingling to Xuan, brimming with fighting spirit. In a 2-on-1 scenario, he was confident that they could overpower a mere 33rd level Spirit Master. With a resounding thud, Xiongda's massive paw was the first to reach Xuan. He raised his dark golden bone claw to block it, and Xiong'er's attack followed closely behind, with Xuan expertly parrying both assaults with his claws. Upon their initial encounter, the eyes of Bear Big and Bear 2 twitched uncontrollably. As the attackers, they felt an excruciating sting when their broad paws met the dark golden claws of Xuan. If Xuan exerted even a modicum more strength, he could easily pierce through their bare paws. Xuan raised his hand to parry, then, with a sudden surge of power from his calves and waist, he forcefully deflected their claws and boldly advanced, facing two adversaries without a hint of hesitation. Bear Big and Bear 2 were internally astonished, for Xuan's strength was evidently on par with their own, perhaps even surpassing it. His ferocity in attack was nothing short of terrifying. With each clash, their bear claws experienced a stabbing pain, compelling them to restrain their power to avoid being wounded by Xuan's razor-sharp talons. Second one, do not hold back. This fellow is a tough nut to crack, roared Bear Big. First soul skill, Mighty Bear's Paw. Simultaneously, Bear 2 unleashed his own first soul skill, also Mighty Bear's Paw. Upon invoking their skills, their paws swelled significantly, encased in a layer of soul power armor, greatly enhancing both their offensive and defensive capabilities. The two charged towards Xuan, who blocked Bear Big's attack with his bone claws while his right leg lashed out like a whip at Bear 2. After fending off Bear Big's strike, Xuan's right arm guarded while his left, with its dark golden claws, lunged towards Bear Big's chest. The fierce battle was about to erupt. In close combat, even against two foes, and despite Bear Big and Bear 2 possessing higher soul power levels, Xuan navigated the fray with ease. He dominated the engagement, actively initiating attacks, a spectacle that ignited the fervor of onlookers. However, those who had wagered on Bear Big and Bear 2 muttered in frustration as they watched their champion struggle to gain ground against a single opponent. Soon, Bear Big and Bear 2 ignited their true fire, feeling the weight of their predicament. Being outmatched 2-1 was infuriating. They regarded Xuan as a monstrous anomaly. Yet they still held an advantage, for the Undying Bone Dragon combination had only Xuan as its offensive force. After nearly 3 minutes of brawling, both Bear Big and Bear 2 bore wounds, and although Xuan had also sustained a few cuts, he clearly maintained the upper hand. Bear Big and Bear 2 sought to deny Xuan any respite. No matter how exquisite his combat skills, the energy expenditure of facing two opponents would inevitably exceed theirs. Just as they launched their next assault, Xuan's purple third soul ring illuminated. Third soul skill, Bone Dragon Purgatory. With the activation of his third skill, a series of spine-like blades erupted from the ground before him, aiming directly at Bear Big and Bear 2. Faced with such a widespread assault, the two melee fighters found themselves unable to evade immediately, though they remained on high alert. As Xuan unleashed his third soul skill, the purple soul rings adorning both brothers glimmered brilliantly. The third soul skill, Fury of the Mighty Bear, was identical for both Xiongda and Xiong'er. serving as an amplification technique that, when activated, doubled their defense and augmented their attack power by 50%. Together, the brothers employed their third soul skill to withstand the onslaught of Gu Xian's formidable attack. However, the skeletal spines that struck like swords surpassed their expectations. Had they chosen to evade, there might have been a sliver of hope, yet they resolutely opted to endure the assault head-on. Clearly, they had overestimated their defensive capabilities. The protruding bone swords pierced through their thick fur, staining them with blood in an instant, and the assault did not cease there, enveloping them entirely. A chorus of agonized cries escaped Xiongda and Xiong'er as the bone swords penetrated their bodies, the excruciating pain reaching deep into their very marrow. In the fleeting moment that followed, the outcome was unmistakable. They had been defeated. Ling Ling, heal. Gu Xian calmly retracted his martial spirit, his voice soft, yet commanding. As his words resonated, Yi Lingling's voice accompanied them. The begonia is renowned. Life endures. A cascade of purple petals descended, enveloping Gu Xian, Xiongda, and Xiong'er. In an instant, the wounds adorning Gu Xian's body healed, while the injuries of Xiongda and Xiong'er began to visibly mend as well. They had managed to avoid critical damage during the bone sword's assault, sustaining injuries only to their arms and thighs. Following Yi Lingling's healing, their wounds stabilized, forming scabs and ceasing to bleed. With a newfound respect, Xiongda and Xiong'er cast a grateful glance at Gu Xian and Yi Lingling, then solemnly declared, "Thank you. We have lost." As their words echoed, the host's voice rang out. The Undying Bone Dragon duo triumphs over the Mighty Bear brothers. Let us congratulate the Undying Bone Dragon team on their victory in the first match. The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers, yet, among the jubilant, there were those who lamented. Those who had wagered on the Mighty Bear brothers now cursed their misjudgment. Gu Xian and Yi Lingling descended the battle stage and returned to the resting area. At that moment, Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan were still engaged in their own battles, prompting Gu Xian to begin meditating and recovering his soul power. Although Yi Lingling had not exerted herself greatly, she joined Gu Xian in meditation. Her perception of his strength dramatically elevated. To single-handedly defeat two opponents with such ease was beyond her imagination. By 6 in the evening, Yu Tianheng and the others had concluded their individual and team battles. Notably, due to Yi Lingling's partnership with Gu Xian, Du Guyan ultimately teamed up with Yu Tianheng. This detail had slipped Gu Xian's mind earlier. He had initially intended only to mentor Yi Lingling, inadvertently overlooking the necessity of forming a team with Du Guyan. A pairing he would have certainly pursued otherwise. After all, the proximity of the water tower allows one to first catch the moonlight. When the time comes to perform a hero's rescue on the soul fighting platform, which girl could possibly resist? At this moment, Gu Xian could not help but wish to slap himself. Excessive confidence is not always a virtue, as it can lead to self-delusion. And this experience has taught him a valuable lesson. As the soul fighting concluded, everyone, except for Gu Xian and Yi Lingling, appeared somewhat fatigued, for they had never undergone such intense training before. Even Qin Ming had not pushed them to such extremes. It was surprising that, now due to Gu Xian, they felt compelled to challenge their own limits. Truth be told, the members of the royal battle team possessed considerable talent and martial spirits, but they were somewhat complacent, lacking a sense of urgency, believing that a steady approach to cultivation sufficed. In ordinary times, such an outlook may not pose a problem, as living a life of ease and joy is paramount. Yet, Gu Xian was acutely aware that turbulent currents would inevitably arise within a decade. Should they continue on this unremarkable path, they would surely face elimination in the future. To be candid, compared to the Shrek 7 monsters, these few individuals were not inferior in terms of background or talent to their counterparts in the original narrative. However, the latter understood the importance of hard work, whether it was the orphans striving to win the affection of affluent beauties or the princes compelled to grow stronger for survival. Each possessed a keen awareness of impending challenges. Even with the assistance of celestial-grade herbs, their own efforts remained paramount. If Yu Tianheng and his companions could awaken to this reality, their future achievements would undoubtedly see them attain the status of god-level fighters, reaching the pinnacle of title de law. Should they prove themselves worthy and gain Gu Xian's recognition, he would bestow upon each of them a celestial herb, forging a path to accomplishments that surpassed those of the original Shrek. Of course, this is a matter for the future. As the Eye of Ice and Fire has yet to intertwine significantly with Gu Xian, he has only spent a few days in their company. Although Gu Xian had previously revealed his talents and certain secrets to earn their trust and acknowledgement, these revelations were not the crux of the matter, for such truths would eventually surface. However, celestial-grade herbs are limited in quantity. Since Gu Xian intended to utilize them, it was imperative to apply them judiciously, otherwise, the effort would be in vain. After the soul fighting concluded, the group enjoyed a night of revelry at the Do Tian Manor. playing from 7 until 11 before returning to the Tiando Royal Academy. Early the next morning, at 6 o'clock, Xuan was already awake. This time, the others did not lag behind. They rose with Xuan to begin their training. By 7, they were promptly at the dining hall for breakfast, and by 8:40, they arrived at the training facility to start their exercises. From this day forward, Xuan directly taught Shi Mo and Shi Mo some techniques for using the Xuanwu flying shield one-on-one. Although he did not possess this special ability, his experiences from 2 lifetimes allowed him to impart principles and methods to the duo, who gradually discovered their own rhythm through experimentation. It must be acknowledged that Xuan's proposal was indeed advantageous for both of them, and he also imparted to them the training methods for distraction control. While distraction control is not regarded as a secret in powerful factions, the technique employed by the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect stands out as the most refined and perfected. Xuan's willingness to share this knowledge further solidified his esteemed position in their hearts. It is undeniable that Xuan possesses an astute understanding of human emotions. Within just a few days of joining this small circle, he has already emerged as the backbone, earning the admiration of Yu Tianheng. Although Xuan has subtly begun to overshadow him, Yu Tianheng feels no trace of jealousy. Instead, he is filled with profound respect and envy. Thus, he has resolved to devote himself to rigorous training, striving not for superiority over Xuan, but at the very least, to avoid falling too far behind. Chapter 36. 1 month time flies swiftly. Over the course of the following month, Xuan's schedule became largely established, with mornings dedicated to practical training in the training hall, fostering teamwork and coordination with others, while afternoons were spent at the Heavenly Dual Soul Arena. Occasionally, he would take time to engage in philosophical discussions with Xuan. It must be said that Xuan excelled in this regard, as he brought everyone to his garden during a time when Xuan was conveniently absent, ensuring he was not disturbed. Xuan had also visited the academy several times, allowing others to recognize the amicable relationship between him and Xuan. After all, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect is the prince's mentor, and it is only natural for Xuan, as the grandson of Gu Rong, to have a good rapport with Xuan. However, when it came to Xuan's garden, aside from Du Guyan and Yi Lingling, the others expressed a preference for Prince Xuan's Duotian manor. Xuan found delight in this sentiment, as it meant he could take Du Guyan and Yi Lingling there alone in the future, while leaving the others to visit Duotian manor. Throughout this month, a rather amusing incident occurred. Yu Tianheng approached Xuan with a proposal for fair competition, as he had developed genuine feelings for Du Guyan. Before Xuan's arrival, he was the only male who had established a decent relationship with her, transcending the typical camaraderie of teammates. One could describe it as a friendship that flirted with romantic potential. Xuan was not surprised, as Yu Tianheng is indeed a person who loves boldly and hates fiercely. He crafted a carefully considered response, admitting that he was indeed interested in Du Guyan. Yet, given their limited acquaintance, he could not ascertain whether it was true love. After agreeing to what he termed a fair competition, Xuan intensified his efforts. For someone like him, who has lived 2 lives and been subjected to countless motivational platitudes in his previous existence, understanding a young woman's heart was a task easily accomplished. Xuan neither crossed boundaries nor failed to convey his affections to Du Guyan. Truth be told, for someone like her, who has never been in a romantic relationship, Xuan's allure is undeniably captivating. It is precisely for this reason that Du Guyan feels a stronger affinity for friendship with Yu Tianheng, while being with Xuan evokes the sentiments of romance. Prior to this, Du Guyan had not been in a relationship with Yu Tianheng. Her feelings for him were merely platonic. Now, with Xuan presenting himself as a more appealing option, her interactions with him elicit a delightful sensation. A month may seem neither long nor short, yet by its end, Du Guyan has essentially developed a profound affection for Xuan, maintaining only a platonic relationship with Yu Tianheng. Although Du Guyan has never been in love, her moral compass is commendably steadfast, as evidenced in the original narrative. Once she has chosen someone in her heart, she remains unwaveringly loyal. In this regard, Xuan can only internally apologize to Yu Tianheng, albeit without any feelings of guilt. For at this juncture, Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan are still merely friends. Were they to be in a relationship, he would not pursue such an inclination. For while he acknowledges his attraction to beauty, he also possesses principles. He understands the adage that one should not covet a friend's partner. Furthermore, through a month of close companionship, Xuan has indeed discerned Du Guyan's remarkable qualities. His initial objective approach has gradually transformed into genuine affection, as he senses her unique regard for him. This reciprocal interaction brings Xuan considerable comfort, assuring him that his efforts have not been in vain. Aside from this matter, Xuan has also engaged with Xuebeng several times. Considering that Xuebeng is a fellow student at the academy, their encounters are quite natural. Prior to this, Gu Xian had little interaction with Xuebong. They had crossed paths a few times, but had never exchanged words. These recent meetings have revealed to Gu Xian that Xuebong is indeed quite astute. At 17 years of age, with a soul power of 28, Xuebong's displayed talent may seem ordinary, yet his depth of character is apparent, shaped by the pressures exerted by his elder brother, Xuechinghe. To those outside his family and without influence, Xuebong presents himself as a debauched youth, yet he does not extend this demeanor to Gu Xian and Yu Tianheng. For beneath the facade of frivolity, he is far from foolish. Overall, Gu Xian's rapport with Xuebong has been relatively pleasant. Although Gu Xian's apparent closeness to Xuechinghe has led Xuebong to maintain a guarded stance, projecting the image of a carefree young man who often proposes indulgent escapades at the Dotian manor. However, Gu Xian, possessing an omniscient perspective, recognizes that during this period, Xuebong is still embodying the role of a person enduring humiliation for a greater purpose, and he refrains from disrupting the narrative flow. For such interventions are best kept to a minimum. Returning to Gu Xian, through a month of camaraderie, he has thoroughly integrated into the Huangdou battle team. And owing to his strength and innate talent, coupled with his superior tactical abilities compared to Yu Tianheng, Qin Ming has organized a competition to reassess the leadership positions within the Huangdou battle team. As the captain, Yu Tianheng, alongside Vice-Captain Du Guyan and others, faced no opposition. After all, such matters are inherently governed by merit. Ultimately, Gu Xian emerged victorious, assuming the role of captain of the Royal Combat Team. With Yu Tianheng as his vice-captain, this choice was indisputable, for Yu Tianheng's prowess was indeed formidable. With the formidable blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, even Du Guyan could not rival him. While Du Guyan's poison was undeniably potent, it relied on immediate application, and Yu Tianheng, well acquainted with her abilities, would not grant her such an opportunity. Harnessing the might of thunder, he initially withstood Du Guyan's first wave of assault, closing in on her breathlessly, leading to her inevitable defeat. Du Guyan possessed commendable close combat skills, yet she could not compare to a strong assault-type soul master. Regarding the antidote, Gu Xian had yet to mention the possibility of assisting Du Guyan in counteracting her poison. However, he had conversed with her and gained a comprehensive understanding of the characteristics and limitations of the Bailin snake poison. Gu Xian sought a favorable opportunity to disclose his ability to aid Du Guyan, aiming to maximize benefits. Although he harbored feelings for her, he was acutely aware of the arduous challenges ahead, compelling him to ensure that all advantages were maximized for his swift development. As for Gu Xian's confidence in detoxification, had he just traversed into this realm with only the original text as his guide, he indeed would have lacked the knowledge, as he had never had the chance to learn the pharmacological intricacies of Doloa continent in his previous life. However, the situation had changed. After allying with the Paji clan, Gu Xian had personally studied systematic pharmacology and alchemy techniques under Yang Wudi. Now, with a clear understanding of Du Guyan's circumstances, he had no doubt about resolving her issues, especially if he could procure the celestial herbs within the ice and fire yin yang eye. Prior to this, when he sought knowledge from Yang Wudi, the latter had expressed willingness to teach, but made no promises, as such knowledge was fundamental to the development of his clan and thus not easily shared. Nevertheless, Gu Xian's earnestness and remarkable talent impressed Yang Wudi, who, recognizing the decline of his clan, was eager to nurture such gifted potential. With the financial backing of the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect, Yang Wudi could devote himself to his research, and seeing Gu Xian's genuine interest and talent, he decided to impart his knowledge without reservation. However, he did require Gu Xian to sign an agreement, ensuring that this technique would not be easily disseminated to others, as it was indeed the foundation of his clan's survival. Gu Xian readily consented, for his pursuit of this knowledge was solely for the ice and fire yin-yang eye, with no intention of encroaching upon another's livelihood. Thus, Gu Xian had come to be regarded as a master of pharmacology. Whether in concocting or refining medicines, he might not surpass Yang Wudi, who possessed decades of experience. Yet he undoubtedly earned the title of a master in his own right. Chapter 37. The Consumption of Whale Gum. As the clock struck 6, the members of the Imperial fighting team had grown accustomed to this rigorous routine. Although their daily endeavors were arduous, the progress they made was undeniably significant. Over the course of a month, their respective families and factions had gathered a modest supply of whale gum, a matter previously mentioned by Gu Xian. It was during this time that they discovered the remarkable benefits of whale gum, which not only served to enhance vitality, but also contributed to physical fortitude and overall improvement. Notably, Gu Xian gifted a piece of 3,000-year-old whale gum to Du Guyan, an act that evoked envy among the others and made Du Guyan acutely aware of Gu Xian's unique regard for her. In a similar vein, Yu Tianheng also presented her with a piece of whale gum, albeit one just over 1,000 years old. While it paled in comparison to Xuan's offering, it was nonetheless one of the few quality specimens available, as the Seven Treasures Glazed School had long monopolized the market, acquiring the finest whale gum years prior. Despite this, Yu Tianheng's willingness to part with such a valuable piece for Du Guyan's sake was commendable. However, Xuan's earlier gesture, delivered in solitude, had already fostered a deeper bond between them. Consequently, Du Guyan declined Yu Tianheng's offering and engaged him in conversation. Although Xuan was absent, he understood the nature of their discussion. Following this exchange, Yu Tianheng ceased to afford Du Guyan any special treatment, and they interacted merely as good friends. Xuan recognized that Du Guyan had openly expressed her preferences, and it was evident that her heart lay with him. He could not help but appreciate her boldness in love and hate, as she resolved to commit without hesitation. After their morning training session, the group gathered for breakfast before proceeding to the training hall, where Qin Ming awaited them. Today's focus was not on combat, but rather on the absorption and refinement of whale gum. It is worth noting that Xuan had also presented Qin Ming with a piece of 1,000-year-old whale gum, acknowledging his prowess as a genius. Although Qin Ming taught at the Tiando Royal Academy, he hailed from humble beginnings, making him a free-spirited soul master. In the ever-changing landscape of the continent, establishing connections now could prove beneficial in the future, especially when it came to enlisting aid from the Seven Treasures Glazed School. This was merely a thought of Xuan's. After all, Qin Ming's origins were tied to Shrek Academy, and the future remained uncertain. Nonetheless, the sacrifice of a piece of whale gum, though precious, was insignificant compared to the advantages it might yield. Moreover, should Qin Ming's strength grow, he would become an ally against the Spirit Hall, while Xuan would gain both goodwill and a favor in return. Once assembled in the training hall, they settled into a cross-legged position as Xuan began to instruct them on the proper techniques for absorbing and refining the whale gum in their possession. Drawing from years of experience and experimentation at the Seven Treasures Glazed School, Xuan had devised an optimal method for this process. It may not be deemed perfect, yet it undeniably stands as the sole entity on the continent capable of maximizing the efficacy of whale resin, including the esteemed Xuan. The 8 members of the Imperial Combat Team and Qin Ming formed a circle of 9, each seated 3 meters apart, cradling a piece of whale resin in their hands. The sizes of the resin varied. Some were as large as a human head, while others were merely the size of a fist. Each piece of resin had aged over a millennium, with Xuan's piece being the most ancient, boasting an impressive age of 5,000 years. Following the process as narrated by Xuan, they commenced the refinement of the whale resin using their soul energy, striving to suppress and refine it to the utmost extent while infusing their own soul power into the mixture. This method would optimize the absorption and refinement of the resin later, as it would be assimilated with each individual's unique soul energy. After an hour of diligent refinement, the whale resin in each person's possession had diminished to roughly the size of a dragon's elixir, approximately 3 centimeters in diameter. At that moment, the resin resembled a gelatinous orb, exuding a rich and enticing fragrance that was both invigorating and intoxicating, instilling a warmth within their bodies that stirred their senses. This was the primary substance through which the whale resin enhanced their abilities. Consume it, Xuan commanded. Without hesitation, the others, despite feeling a heat rising merely from inhaling the aroma, chose to ingest it directly. In terms of its potency for vitality enhancement, a single swallow could empower an individual for 7 days and nights of relentless exertion. Once all, including Xuan, had consumed the whale resin, his voice resonated again. Focus your mind and calm your spirit. Channel your soul energy to envelop the resin in your dantian and refine it with all your strength, until the sensation of heat dissipates. With that, Xuan ceased further dialogue and began to harness his soul energy to fully refine the whale resin within him. Each individual's body was a tempest of soul energy, predominantly centered around their abdomen. As the ingested resin was gradually refined, their skin began to take on a rosy hue. Xuan, experienced from previous consumption, remained relatively composed, while the others, including Qin Ming, appeared as if they had been thoroughly cooked, their surfaces radiating warmth. A discerning observer would note that, with the exception of Xuan and the 2 girls, all the other males, including Qin Ming, exhibited similar signs. Each person was devotedly refining the whale resin, employing the techniques and methods Xuan had previously imparted to combat the inner heat and resist distracting fantasies. After a full hour had elapsed, Xuan, his face aglow, opened his eyes and slowly rose to his feet, surveying the others still engaged in their refinement. A fleeting memory of an unmentionable past washed over him. Xuan sincerely wished for a camera to capture this moment, envisioning a time when they might look back on it with a mixture of nostalgia and embarrassment. Another hour passed, and Qin Ming opened his eyes, his soul energy pulsating visibly. Unable to restrain himself, he clenched his fist, marveling at the extraordinary strength coursing through his body. If one were to assert that Qin Ming's physical prowess previously matched his soul power level of 61, then it stands to reason that his physical abilities now rival those of a 65-ranked soul emperor. This assertion is hardly exaggerated, as the initial consumption of whale gel yields remarkable results, with subsequent intakes gradually diminishing in efficacy, necessitating the acquisition of higher quality whale gel to sustain such standards. Qin Ming is filled with joy, for relying solely on his physical strength, his explosive power, strength, endurance, and even speed have all seen significant enhancement. He has undeniably elevated his combat capabilities by at least one tier compared to before. Rising to his feet, Qin Ming cast a grateful glance at Xuan, for it was evident that Xuan had afforded him an opportunity to compensate for the 1,000-year soul ring absorbed by his fifth soul skill. Xuan responded with a knowing smile, then continued to observe the others, his gaze primarily resting on Du Guyan. At this point, he has developed romantic feelings for Du Guyan and undoubtedly wishes to keep her close in the future, thus he is keen for her to keep pace with him. Prior to this, Xuan's progress in enhancing his soul power had not been particularly rapid. After all, he only broke through to the 30th level at the age of 12, despite having the top-tier resources of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School as support. Although his innate soul power was merely at level 8, his diligence surpassed that of his peers. Consequently, Xuan's foundation is far more solid than that of anyone else's age. Akin to establishing a foundation, an ordinary person might manage a foundation of 200 square meters, a genius 500, while Xuan has laid the foundation of a bird's nest. In later stages, as he begins to construct upon this foundation, Xuan, with his expansive and stable base, will soar to extraordinary heights, swiftly erecting an intimidating nest that far surpasses others, something that is incomparable to the mere 200 or 500 square meters of others' foundations. Chapter 38, Rise in Strength. As Qin Ming awoke, half an hour later, the others began to stir as well. Upon opening their eyes, each face was illuminated with joy and excitement, for they had never anticipated the profound potency of whale gel. Each of them reaped considerable rewards. Being their first experience with whale gel, its effects were at their peak. Xuan turned his attention to the first to awaken, Yu Tianheng, and inquired, "Tianheng, how were your gains?" The excitement on Yu Tianheng's face had yet to fade, and upon hearing Xuan's question, he looked back at him with gratitude. He believed he could never match Xuan's selflessness, even though they had sworn to keep their secrets under wraps without Xuan's permission, not even disclosing it to the closest of kin. However, they had only been in contact for a mere 3 days. Such a vision was beyond his grasp. Nevertheless, Xuan's trust has been well placed. Thus far, they have not revealed the utility of whale gel to anyone else, and their clan members assume they are merely in a phase of fervor. Having been through similar experiences themselves, they offered gentle admonitions regarding moderation and, after a few reminders, left the matter at that. Yu Shenheng and his companions naturally kept their lips sealed, otherwise they would betray the trust bestowed upon them by Xuan. At that moment, Yu Shenheng's face radiated with a vibrant glow, and with palpable excitement, he declared, "The whale resin I refined is 2,500 years old. After successfully refining it, I feel a significant enhancement in my physical attributes. My strength, explosive power, endurance, and speed have all improved remarkably." As he spoke, his expression grew even more animated. And he continued, "Furthermore, my soul power has risen from level 37 to 38. I never anticipated that the whale resin would not only enhance my physical capabilities, but also refine my previously underutilized soul power, allowing it to advance by 1 level. He articulated his circumstances with fervor, his gaze towards Xuan igniting with fervent admiration, akin to that of a young maiden, causing Xuan to shudder involuntarily. "Xuan, I shall not say much more. We are brothers at heart," Yu Shenheng declared solemnly. Xuan nodded slightly, responding with a smile, "Indeed, we of the 3 great sects are intertwined. Such words between brothers are unnecessary." Subsequently, Xuan turned to the others, and Osro, with an equally elated demeanor, shared his own experiences. His situation mirrored that of Yu Shenheng, as he too experienced an elevation in physical prowess alongside an increase in soul power, rising from level 35 to 36. For both of them, this was an extraordinary opportunity, being their first consumption of whale resin. The others followed suit, each detailing their progress. Remarkably, aside from enhancements in physical attributes, every individual experienced an increase in soul power by 1 level, a revelation that Xuan had not anticipated. After all, while his own soul power had improved, it merely transitioned from the mid-stage of level 33 to the late stage. Over the course of the past month, Gu Xian's soul power had advanced from the early to the mid-stage of level 33, and even after consuming a piece of 5,000-year-old whale resin, he had only made a minor breakthrough. However, recalling the gains he had initially reaped from the first consumption of whale resin, he found solace in this understanding. The most significant effects are typically observed during the first consumption. Subsequent uses yield diminishing returns, primarily enhancing physical attributes without further elevating soul power levels. Moreover, continuous consumption of whale resin to boost physical prowess is not feasible, for all things possess their limits. Until the effects of the consumed whale resin are fully refined and absorbed, any further intake would merely constitute a waste, significantly diminishing the effects. Otherwise, with the extensive collections amassed by the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect over the years, they could have easily sustained Gu Xian. Yet he had only just broken through level 30 at the tender age of 12. It is not that Gu Xian lacks talent. Rather, whale resin cannot be consumed incessantly. Furthermore, the 6 years he dedicated to cultivating his soul power were not extensive, perhaps akin to Tang San in the original narrative. He had an abundance of knowledge to acquire, leading to the question of why he did not prioritize soul power training first. After all, soul power is the essence of a soul master, and it is during youth that one can cultivate at an accelerated pace, which tends to slow with age. Ancient Xuan concurred with this notion. However, his aspirations extended beyond merely honing his soul power. He was also tasked with devising strategies for the future. For his adversaries would be deities. What benefit would rapid cultivation yield now? At best, he might attain the title of Dalaw, yet it was conceivable that others might ascend to godhood long before he reached that pinnacle. His pursuit of pharmacological knowledge was driven by the desire to secure an advantage when confronting the formidable Dugu Bo. After all, without personal strength, even the most illustrious background would render one ineffectual. In the original narrative, Tang San managed to survive Dugu Bo's capture primarily due to his adeptness in detoxification. His mastery over poisons provided him with a slender thread of hope, ultimately leading to his acquaintance with Dugu Bo. Moreover, even if some time had been expended on cultivation initially, should he succeed in acquiring the eyes of ice and fire, his prowess would undoubtedly transcend the limitations imposed by the medicinal herbs of celestial quality within the plot. In terms of cost-effectiveness, Ancient Xian's choices were undoubtedly the most prudent. Of course, this was contingent upon the success of his plans. Otherwise, all would be mere conjecture. Presently, circumstances unfolded precisely as Ancient Xuan had orchestrated, remaining within the realm of his expectations. The group that had consumed whale resin also experienced notable enhancements. Yu Tianheng ascended from level 37 to 38, while Osro progressed from 35 to 36. Shurmo's soul power increased from 36 to 37. Shurmo's rose from 35 to 36. Yufeng advanced from 35 to 36. And Yi Lingling moved from level 33 to 34. Dugu Yan, having ingested 3,000-year-old whale resin, elevated her soul power to the mid-30s, surpassing Yu Tianheng by a small margin. The collective gains left everyone quite satisfied, and their admiration and gratitude towards Ancient Xuan deepened. Over a month of interaction had led them to fully acknowledge him, even prompting Qin Ming to regard Ancient Xuan with newfound respect. Once everyone had completed their absorption, Ancient Xuan remarked, "You all reek of sweat. The impurities expelled during the intake of whale resin are quite pronounced. Go wash up." Osro, unfazed, shrugged it off, for he was accustomed to the pungent odor from their training sessions. Feeling the surge of his newfound strength, he could not help but inquire, "Captain, if the effects of whale resin are so potent, wouldn't repeated consumption allow us to effortlessly break through to the soul master level?" Ancient Xuan, covering his face in exasperation, replied, "You must be overly exhilarated to think so foolishly. If such were the case, would I still be at level 33? Though whale resin was indeed remarkable, the pronounced effects were primarily due to your initial exposure. Subsequent intakes would not yield such significant results." He then elucidated his insights to the group, and they nodded in contemplation, realizing that Osro's fanciful suggestion was, indeed, impractical. Subsequently, Gu Xian continued, "I recommend that each of you consume this once a month, with a dosage of a millennium-old whale glue being sufficient. Of course, if you have the means to procure an even older variety, it would yield even better results. By diligently adhering to this regimen and complementing it with my training methods, the possibility of your fourth soul ring breaking through to 6,000 years or beyond is certainly within reach." Listening to Gu Xian's words, everyone, including Qin Ming, was filled with exhilaration. How could they possibly let such an opportunity to enhance their strength slip away? They practically yearned to reside in the training hall day in and day out. Once they achieved the advanced absorption of the fourth soul ring, they would hold a distinct advantage in duels against soul masters of the same rank. Just as Gu Xian had demonstrated, he had faced Yu Tianheng, who was at level 37, with ease even while he was merely at level 33. Even now, with Yu Tianheng having advanced a level, he still lacked the confidence to defeat Xuan. This exemplifies the profound benefits of possessing formidable foundational strength. Chapter 39, Feng Xiaotian. With hearts brimming with excitement, the group returned to the villa. After refreshing themselves and enjoying lunch, they set off promptly at 2 in the afternoon for the Tiando Grand Soul Arena. Despite their newfound strength, they remained diligent. With Xuan leading the charge, there was no need for Qin Ming to motivate them. They naturally followed in Xuan's footsteps toward improvement. This filled Qin Ming with immense satisfaction. Yet he also felt a tinge of helplessness, for since Xuan's arrival, his role had been reduced to merely honing their teamwork. Other matters no longer required his concern, as Xuan executed them even more adeptly than he could. Throughout the past month, Qin Ming often found himself learning Xuan's cultivation techniques, as if he were secretly acquiring skills from a master. Speaking of the Grand Soul Arena, Xuan had brought them a delightful surprise. He had not suffered a single defeat in the past month. A flawless record. What kind of terrifying existence was this? Xuan was merely at level 33. Since he began participating in the soul battles, he had not lost a single match, and as of now, he had acquired a silver soul badge, boasting an impressive score of 2,028 points. The scoring system of the Grand Soul Arena operates thus. Below 500 points is the lowest rank, the Iron Soul Badge. 500 to 1,100 points earns a Copper Soul Badge. 1,000 to 3,000 points grants a Silver Soul Badge. And 3,000 to 5,000 points awards a Gold Soul Badge. Yu Tianheng and his companions had been competing for nearly 3 years, yet even the highest among them, Yu Tianheng, only amassed about 1,500 points, which accounted for the total from individual, duo, and team battles. As one's strength increases, so too does the caliber of opponents matched against them. Even Yu Tianheng, who has now reached level 38, cannot claim invincibility in the Soul Master realm. He is undoubtedly a genius, yet many have lingered in the Soul Master realm for years or even decades, facing such seasoned adversaries. Even a talent like Yu Tianheng cannot guarantee victory. A month has now passed, and under the leadership of Xuan, the team has triumphed in every competition, resulting in Yu Tianheng amassing an impressive score of 300 points. The majority of this remarkable achievement can be attributed to Xuan's prowess. Over the course of this month, Xuan has participated in a total of 26 soul battles, taking 4 days off due to injuries sustained from formidable opponents, culminating in 26 soul battles in just 1 month. These battles comprised single, duo, and team competitions, amounting to a grand total of 78 encounters. The scoring system for each type of soul battle awards 1 point for a victory. Winning consecutively yields 4 points for 2 consecutive wins, and 9 points for 3. Thus, the score accumulates based on the number of consecutive victories. In the event of a loss, the scoring resets from that point onward. For instance, if one wins 10 matches but loses the 11th, their score would be calculated as 10 multiplied by 10, yielding 100 points, minus 1 point for the subsequent loss, resulting in 99 points. Conversely, for those who are eliminated and suffer defeat, negative points are calculated in a similar manner to positive points. Over the span of nearly 3 years, Yu Tianheng and his companions have experienced both victories and defeats, resulting in a modest total of just over 1,000 points. However, Xuan's journey has been markedly different. He has achieved an astounding 26 consecutive victories across all 3 modes within a single month. Consequently, his score stands at an extraordinary 2,028 points, calculated as 26 multiplied by 26, multiplied again by 3, marking him as a distinguished holder of the Silver Soul Badge. He is now less than 1,000 points away from the Gold Soul Badge, a target that may seem unattainable for others but appears within reach for Xuan, given his rapid ascent to the status of a Silver Soul Badge holder in just 1 month. Today, Xuan has become a celebrated figure in the Grand Soul Arena, one of its most lucrative attractions. His remarkable achievements have propelled the Royal Battle Team to the forefront of the arena's elite, making it necessary for challengers to reserve in advance to face them. The notion that no one dares to challenge them due to their formidable reputation is unfounded. The Tiando Grand Soul Arena, as the largest in the Tiando Empire, is a gathering place for exceptional talents, with no shortage of gifted soul masters and teams. With the rise of the Royal Battle Team, rather than instilling fear, their prominence has encouraged many aspiring soul master teams to seek a challenge, hoping to gain fame by defeating them. The prestige of the Royal Battle Team ensures that even in defeat, challengers suffer little disgrace, as losing to such a rising force is deemed entirely reasonable by the public. Thus, the current Royal Combat Team has indeed become the formidable squad of the First Academy of the Tiando Empire, much to the delight of the usually preoccupied Snow Knight Emperor, especially considering that this team hails from the Tiando Royal Academy. Upon arriving at the Grand Soul Arena, Xuan once again took the initiative to register for solo combat. He has established a regular sequence for his daily battles, beginning with solo matches, followed by duos, and concluding with team competitions. Moreover, he insists that the others adhere to this regimen as well. Some may argue that such an approach could hinder optimal performance. Indeed, this is Xuan's intention. In the reality of battle, foes will not wait for one to be in peak condition before launching their assault. Thus, while the stakes of life and death are not yet present, Xuan endeavors to acclimate himself and his companions to this sensation, training them to become true prodigies. After all, Xuan's aspirations extend beyond individual glory. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School possesses a few talents, yet they are scarce. And fewer still can rival the likes of Yu Tianheng, Shi Mo, and Shi Mo's illustrious lineage. Given the emotional bonds already formed, maximizing mutual benefits is only natural. Who knows, perhaps one among them could ascend to divinity. The divine realm is not dictated by a single individual. It is also governed by the distribution of interests. His ambition is to attain godhood, but what lies beyond that? Such considerations must be planned for in advance. Of course, this is contingent upon his ability to reach that pinnacle, but proactive strategizing and investment are also essential. After registering for solo combat, Xuan's opponent was soon revealed, a genius. A rising star with an impressive streak of 15 consecutive victories, also originating from the academy. Upon reviewing the opponent's profile, a knowing expression crossed Xuan's face. For he had been monitoring this individual for some time. Half a month prior, this competitor and his team had graced the Grand Soul Arena, initiating a series of matches. In that span, he had achieved 15 solo victories while his team secured 7 wins, albeit with 1 defeat along the way. Nevertheless, this does not diminish the opponent's prowess. And Xuan was somewhat familiar with him, as this character had significant narrative presence in the original text. Being the only one capable of contending with the Shrek 7 monsters who had consumed celestial herbs. Feng Xiaodian, Xuan mused, his fingers tracing the information in his hands. Chapter 40, Xuan and Feng Xiaodian. As the voice of the soul guide loudspeaker resonated, Xuan and Feng Xiaodian ascended the combat platform, one after the other. As two of the most prominent figures of the moment, even a solitary duel incited a fervor in the audience, their cheers echoing throughout the arena. One was the prodigious Xuan, boasting an astonishing 26 consecutive victories, while the other was the genius Feng Xiaodian, with his own streak of 15. Why is Xuan referred to as a prodigy? Because despite possessing only a soul power of 33, he has triumphed over opponents whose soul power reached 39. Overcoming a 6-level disparity, what else could this be but extraordinary? The wind, like a fierce force of nature, was equally formidable. His soul power had ascended to the 40th level, a mere whisper away from the threshold of the soul sect. The only barrier being the acquisition of the 4th soul ring. Naturally, had he already obtained the 4th soul ring, he would no longer stand a chance against Xuan, for they would inhabit entirely different realms, one being a soul sect and the other a soul de law, rendering any comparison futile. In truth, before arriving at the Grand Soul Arena, Feng Xiaodian had only just reached level 39, experiencing his breakthrough only days prior. Initially, he had no intention of participating in battles at the Grand Soul Arena, as he was on the verge of surpassing the 40th level. Consequently, the Academy's instructors led the Shun Feng team to the Sunset Forest, aiming to assist Feng Xiaodian in acquiring his 4th soul ring. However, en route, Feng Xiaodian learned of Huo Wu's presence at the Sky Do Grand Soul Arena, prompting him to pay her a visit. His affection for her had blossomed since their acquaintance at the tender age of 12, sparking an unrelenting pursuit. Yet, Huo Wu seemed indifferent to his advances. But who was Feng Xiaodian, if not the most ardent admirer of the Doa continent, an unyielding suitor akin to a two-headed wolf? The more aloof Huo Wu became, the more his determination intensified. Recently, Huo Wu's eyes darted with frustration. After suffering a defeat to the Emperor's team in a group match, she faced another loss in a singles match against Xuan, and yet again. When paired with her brother, Huo Wu Xuan, in a doubles match against Xuan, they were met with yet another defeat. The indignation was palpable. How could a mere 33rd level soul de law be so formidable? Even with a support partner, they managed to best her and Huo Wu Xuan. Naturally, Huo Wu, with her pride and arrogance, could not accept this. The more impressive Xuan appeared, the stronger her desire to conquer him burned within her, akin to an inferno. To add insult to injury, Xuan audaciously teased her, suggesting that her ample bosom was matched only by her lack of intellect. He chided her for not dedicating herself to mastering her offensive capabilities, believing that a 3rd soul skill granting her some control made her fit for the role of a control-type soul master. Xuan not only defeated her, but also unleashed a barrage of taunts. At just 15 years old, Huo Wu was a cherished darling among her elders at the academy. She had never endured such humiliation. In tears, she vowed to make Xuan pay, insisting he would one day sing her praises. Now, with Feng Xiaoyan's arrival, she seized the opportunity to enlist his help in her quest for vengeance against Xuan, hoping to show him a thing or two. Upon hearing Huo Wu's first request of him, Feng Xiaoyan was elated, casting aside any concerns about his soul rings. He declared his intent to avenge Huo Wu, promising to leave Xuan battered and bruised. Following a victorious streak of 15 consecutive matches, Feng Xiaoyan finally encountered the chance to exact revenge for Huo Wu. Envisioning the moment where he would shine before her, impress her with his prowess, and ultimately win her heart, culminating in a legendary tale of romance. Unbeknownst to Xuan, he could surmise Feng Xiaoyan's motivations, for the title of the King of Admirers was not one to be taken lightly. Have you ever heard the saying? There are only miscalled names, not miscalled nicknames. On the Duhan platform, Xuan gazed indifferently at Feng Xiaoyan. It must be said that this fellow, in terms of both strength and talent, is remarkably formidable. In the original work, during the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy, he was merely at level 44. And at the age of 24, his cultivation talent was far from extraordinary. Yet, he was able to create his own soul skills at the age of 24, which were impressively powerful, allowing him to compete with the chaotic wind of the Haoyan hammer, although he ultimately faced defeat. This, however, is inconsequential. What is truly astonishing is that 5 years later, his cultivation level soared to be as formidable as the Shrek's 7 monsters, who had consumed celestial herbs. And he was already 29 years old at that time, boasting a level 61. It is often said that cultivation slows down in the later stages, yet this lad, without celestial herbs or external aids, experienced a meteoric rise in his cultivation akin to having a cheat. Xuan sometimes pondered how terrifying this young man's achievements would be had he devoted himself to diligent cultivation from the start, instead of wasting time on developing his own soul skills. In 5 years, he progressed from level 44 to 61. Excluding the 2 levels gained from absorbing soul rings, he improved his soul power by at least 3 levels annually. It is worth noting that this is not in the realm of great soul masters or soul venerables, but rather at the levels of Soul Sect and Soul King. Such a cultivation pace, even at levels 10 to 20, is considered rapid, as typically, 1 level of advancement per year after reaching Soul King is deemed extraordinary. By this calculation, Feng Xiaoyan's talent is indeed terrifying. Therefore, facing Feng Xiaoyan in battle, Xuan felt a sense of pressure, as this timeline is merely 3 years prior to Feng Xiaoyan's debut in the original story. Surely, this young man has not already begun to wield his self-created soul skills. Moreover, he is already at level 40, while Xuan is merely at 33. Although Xuan's physique and foundation undoubtedly surpass those of Feng Xiaoyan, a 7-level disparity in soul power is not easily bridged. Both soul masters have 1 minute to unleash their martial souls. Without further ado, the host's voice rang out. Feng Xiaoyan had been assessing Xuan as well, and suddenly remarked, level 33, martial soul, bone dragon. Could it be that you are a descendant of the Bone Dolois from the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect? Xuan smiled slightly and replied, "Oh, so perceptive. I thought I had concealed my identity quite well." Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaoyan was left speechless. Was this truly good concealment? For the past month, Xuan's tail had practically been wagging high in the air. However, Feng Xiaoyan would not voice such thoughts and merely nodded thoughtfully. No wonder you possess such strength. With just level 33 soul power, you are capable of defeating Sister Huo Wu, who is at level 37. After murmuring this, Feng Xiaoyan refrained from further chatter, as his sister Huo Wu was watching the match. Feng Xiaoyan, martial soul, Gale, two-headed wolf, level 40, strong attack type, battle soul venerable, commence. As the words fell, Feng Xiaoyan let out a piercing howl akin to that of a wolf. A series of azure wolf bristles sprouted forth, and a wolf's head manifested on his left shoulder. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, slowly ascended around his form, his hands transforming into a pair of razor-sharp wolf claws. His entire demeanor radiated an overwhelming aura, as victory in this battle was an absolute necessity for him. Given Xuan's previous formidable record, Feng Xiaoyan remained on high alert. Even though Xuan was merely at the 33rd rank, Xuan, with a resigned shake of his head, stepped forward. His own soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose sequentially, and his hands morphed into massive silver-white bone claws, enveloped in a delicate layer of silvery gauze, reminiscent of a martial garment. Xuan, martial soul, bone dragon. 33rd rank assault-type soul master. I seek your guidance. With both combatants having unleashed their martial souls and assumed their battle stances, the announcer's voice echoed once more. The match begins. As the announcer's voice faded, both Xuan and Feng Xiaoyan sprang into action. Feng Xiaotian activated his first soul skill, Wine Blade Array. The first yellow soul ring around him illuminated, and with a swift gesture, several blades of wind, formed from concentrated soul power, surged towards Gu Xian with remarkable speed. Gu Xian charged forward, igniting his first and second soul rings in rapid succession. Empowered by 2 augmentation skills, his dark golden bone claws effortlessly crushed the wind blades, remaining entirely unharmed. Feng Xiaotian observed this spectacle, his gaze shifting as he gained a clearer understanding of Gu Xian's prowess. Although his wind blade's assault was not particularly powerful, its cutting ability ranked among the pinnacle for their level. The fact that Gu Xian could shatter his wind blades without sustaining any damage was a testament to his strength. After all, Feng Xiaotian himself possessed a soul power of 40, while Gu Xian was merely at 33. In any ordinary scenario, a 33rd rank soul master, even one specializing in defense, would not withstand the slicing of his wind blades unscathed, let alone obliterate them. Gu Xian defied conventional expectations. Perhaps this was the innate strength of a descendant of the title de law, born with a golden key and inheriting the formidable martial spirit of his forebears. Following the activation of his 2 enhancement skills and the subsequent shattering of Feng Xiaotian's wind blades, Gu Xian swiftly closed the distance. Yet, Feng Xiaotian displayed no trepidation. Illuminating his second yellow soul ring, prepared for close combat. His second soul skill, Twin Wolf's Possession. This skill also served as an augmentation, amplifying his attack, strength, and defense by a staggering 50%. His hands transformed into 2 fearsome wolf heads, their jaws agape, showcasing rows of razor-sharp teeth that glinted with lethal intent, seemingly capable of tearing through any defense with ease. With a resounding clash, the 2 engaged in close combat. The dark golden bone claws met the wolf heads in a collision that resonated with the sound of metal striking metal, sparks igniting with each impact. Within mere breaths, they exchanged several blows, each side executing both offense and defense with precision, neither gaining the upper hand. In this singular encounter, Feng Xiaotian found himself increasingly astonished by Gu Xian. As a level 40 soul master, merely a soul ring away from ascending to soul sect, he was unexpectedly matched by Gu Xian, a mere 33rd level soul master, after employing the enhancement skill of his second soul technique. Although Feng Xiaotian had not underestimated Gu Xian prior, he could not have anticipated the latter's prowess to such an extent. It was indeed remarkable that a 33rd level soul master could rival him. This was undeniably a prodigy, with the wolf's head fiercely tearing at him. Feng Xiaotian activated his first soul technique once more, unleashing a flurry of wind blades at close range towards Gu Xian. The sharp, slicing aura swiftly approached Gu Xian's visage. One must admit that Feng Xiaotian's combat skills and awareness were exceptional. In the original narrative, he nearly subdued Tang San, who had consumed celestial-grade herbs, relying solely on his own strength. Had it not been for Tang San's possession of the Haotian Hammer martial soul, the outcome could have been uncertain. At present, Gu Xian acutely sensed Feng Xiaotian's formidable strength. Were it not for his profound foundation, the ability to absorb soul rings beyond his level, and a physique comparable to that of a soul sect, he might have been overwhelmed in close combat. In response to the wind blades released at point-blank range, Gu Xian reacted swiftly, forcefully deflecting Feng Xiaotian's wolf head away with his arms, while his dark golden bone claws shattered the approaching wind blades with astonishing speed. However, in his haste to counter the wind blades, Feng Xiaotian's right leg struck Gu Xian's waist, causing him to stumble back 3 paces. At that moment, Feng Xiaotian held the advantage. The audience betting on Feng Xiaotian erupted in cheers. Indeed, Gu Xian was a prodigy, yet Feng Xiaotian was equally formidable. The situation was clearly in Feng Xiaotian's favor. Regaining his balance, Gu Xian met Feng Xiaotian's gaze with his dark gray eyes and remarked softly, "You are quite impressive. To speak candidly, among my peers, you are the strongest I have encountered." Feng Xiaotian, in response, chuckled amiably, "You are quite remarkable yourself. Achieving such strength at the 33rd level of soul power, you truly live up to being the grandson of the Bon Dolaw." Though they exchanged words, their assault did not cease. Gu Xian's bone claws tore through the air with ferocity, reaching a pinnacle of offensive power. Each clash against Feng Xiaotian's wolf head dimmed its brilliance. While Feng Xiaotian was internally astonished, his expression remained largely unchanged. He was unafraid of close combat, confident in his soul power level. Although Gu Xian possessed a deep foundation, his soul power level ultimately fell short of Feng Xiaotian's. As long as he could exhaust Gu Xian's soul power, victory would still belong to him. Suddenly, Gu Xian lunged forward, his right claw targeting Feng Xiaotian's face. Feng Xiaotian, with his left hand in wolf form, restrained Gu Xian's claw, while Gu Xian's left knee shot upward, aimed directly at Feng Xiaotian's vital point. A chill ran down Feng Xiaotian's spine, prompting him to raise his right leg to block it, resulting in a fierce clash between their legs. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaotian took the initiative, his right arm transforming into a wolf's head that opened its jaws wide, the sharp, cold light surging forth as it lunged toward Gu Xian's head. Gu Xian raised his left arm, the bony claw poised to block the attack, leaving both combatants momentarily balanced on a single leg, engaged in a fierce struggle to restrain one another. Gu Xian's strength was indeed formidable. Yet Feng Xiaotian's power was not to be underestimated, for he had already attained the 40th level of soul power, augmented by the enhancement of his second soul skill. In that instant, neither could gain the upper hand over the other. However, at that moment, Gu Xian smiled, and simultaneously, the purple hue of his third soul ring illuminated his form, completely ensnaring Feng Xiaotian, rendering him unable to evade. Third soul skill, Bone Dragon Purgatory. Gu Xian's indifferent voice resounded before Feng Xiaotian. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Feng Xiaotian attempted to break free from Gu Xian's grip. But Gu Xian's strength equaled his own, making escape far from simple. Bone swords erupted from the ground, poised to pierce Feng Xiaotian's body. At such close range, should he be struck, it would not only spell certain death, but would also leave him grievously wounded. Just as the force of the bone swords was about to make contact, a fierce azure light erupted from Feng Xiaotian's surface, accompanied by a radiant purple glow, the manifestation of his third soul skill. Third soul skill, Gale Twin Wings. With the release of his third soul skill, a pair of azure wings appeared instantaneously behind him. Harnessing the power of these wings, he propelled himself upward, breaking free from Gu Xian's control and evading the bone sword's lethal thrusts. As Feng Xiaotian ascended, Gu Xian's expression remained unchanged, for having read the original text, he was aware that Feng Xiaotian's third soul skill granted him the ability to fly. Thus, this young man was not only a formidable close combatant, but could also utilize the flight speed of Gale Twin Wings, effectively embodying both assault and agility as a soul master. Just as Feng Xiaotian soared into the sky, Gu Xian's right hand transformed, the dark golden bone claw deepening in hue and morphing into 5 elongated, sharper talons, the manifestation of his external soul bone, the dark golden claw. Gu Xian's actions were subtle. Over the past month, he had utilized the external soul bone several times without detection, as its appearance closely resembled that of his second soul skill. Unless employed continuously, it was difficult to discern, especially since the soul power fluctuations of his second soul skill masked those of the external soul bone. Tearing Sky Claw, Gu Xian casually swiped at the ascending Feng Xiaotian. 5 dark golden energy blades shooting skyward, trailing closely behind the newly airborne young man. Fortunately, Feng Xiaotian reacted swiftly, unleashing his first soul skill to counter the tearing Sky Claw, launching a barrage of wind blades to slice down upon it. Yet this time, Feng Xiaotian found it hard to believe, as his wind blades were cleaved apart by the 5 dark golden energy blades, which continued their relentless approach toward him. How could this be? Feng Xiaotian could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Chapter 42, The 12 Strikes of the Gale Demon Wolf, Wen Xiaotian's Defeat. The claw of the torn sky surged towards Wen Xiaotian in an instant. He could hardly fathom the terrifying might of the claw strike unleashed by Gu Xian. He had thought that evading the third soul skill would suffice, but it became apparent that this was not the case. An attack capable of effortlessly shattering his first soul skill would surely inflict severe injury, even if he attempted to withstand it. Realizing he could not evade any longer, Wen Xiaotian steeled his resolve. He had not intended to resort to this technique, yet he found himself pressured to such an extent by a mere 33rd level soul master. As Wen Xiaotian made up his mind, his soul power surged, causing the gale wings behind him to radiate with even greater brilliance. 12 strikes of the Gale Demon Wolf. He bellowed with quiet fury. Harnessing the explosive power of his soul energy, he swiftly maneuvered, evading the claw strikes from the side, while simultaneously, his left wing sliced towards the flank of the torn sky claw like a razor-sharp blade. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated as Wen Xiaotian's left wing was slightly sheared, yet the trajectory of the torn sky claw's attack was also deflected, rendering it no longer a threat. The minor loss of his left wing merely caused a slight sway in his form. With the surge of his soul power, the wing regenerated, and he dove towards Gu Xian, his body spinning, the right wing aimed at Gu Xian's face. In the face of Wen Xiaotian's fierce assault, the once gossamer gale wings transformed into 2 gleaming blades, shimmering with a predatory light, as if they were poised to devour Gu Xian whole. Gu Xian observed Wen Xiaotian's rapid approach with a mixture of incredulity and admiration. Truly, he was a genius as depicted in the original work. At merely 21 years old, although he had just broken through to the 40th level, which is commendable for his age, he could hardly be deemed a prodigy. What truly astonished was that Wen Xiaotian had created his own soul skill at the tender age of his teens. and the 12 strikes of the Gale Demon Wolf was a testament to that ingenuity. In the original tale, Wen Xiaotian made his entrance 3 years later, at the age of 24 and level 44, where his self-created skill had evolved into a remarkable 24 strikes. He sacrificed his training time to refine his technique, coming close to defeating Tang San in the elite competition of the continent's advanced Soul Master Academies with this very move, though Tang San, as the protagonist, had his own advantages. Ultimately, Wen Xiaotian faced defeat. Nonetheless, this did not diminish his brilliance, for 5 years later, this young man would reach a soul power of 61, catching up to the Shrek 7 monsters and attaining the rank of Soul Emperor, with his self-created skill culminating in 54 strikes. Thus, even Gu Xian could not help but feel a degree of admiration for this individual. However, that admiration was limited, for Gu Xian harbored no fear of Wen Xiaotian's 12 strikes of the Gale Demon Wolf, despite currently being only a 33rd level. Wen Xiaotian's self-created skill was indeed formidable, employing a cumulative attack method reminiscent of the chaotic wind hammering technique, wherein each successive strike grew increasingly powerful, amplifying his final blow to several times its original strength. However, the unique soul technique he created possesses a significant flaw. It relies entirely on the third soul skill, the Gale Wings, for its execution. Without the wings, this self-invented technique becomes futile. Xuan observed Feng Xiaotian with a detached demeanor, slowly raising his right hand. Under the enhancement of the third soul skill, Feng Xiaotian's speed surged, almost instantaneous. As he gazed at Xuan, who merely raised an arm while remaining stationary, Feng Xiaotian found himself perplexed by Xuan's tactics. Yet, after the previous confrontation, he had discerned Xuan's true prowess. He was an enigma beyond ordinary comprehension, a true prodigy. Thus, even in this moment, Feng Xiaotian remained vigilant, determined to exert his utmost to eliminate Xuan, avenging his sister, Huowu. Just as his right wing was poised to strike Xuan's chest, Xuan sprang into action. His right arm darted forth like a venomous serpent, unnoticed by all. In an instant, his right hand transformed, revealing 5 dark golden claws that slashed through the very tip of Feng Xiaotian's right wing. Despite Feng Xiaotian's considerable speed, Xuan's abrupt attack left him no opportunity to evade. As the right wing struck, he felt not the impact on Xuan, but rather an unsettling sense of loss. In the next moment, Feng Xiaotian collapsed to the ground, for his right wing had vanished, leaving him with only one wing and rendering him incapable of flight. He fell heavily to the earth. In that fleeting moment, Feng Xiaotian was still processing the event, yet the audience bore witness to the unfolding spectacle. Xuan remained poised, his right hand still raised in a claw-like gesture, while his left hand held a fragment of a cerulean wing. As it lost the supply of Feng Xiaotian's soul energy, the wing gradually disintegrated into ethereal motes of soul power. Struggling to rise, Feng Xiaotian felt a searing pain radiating from his back. Although the Gale Wings were a soul technique, they extended from his spine, necessitating soul energy for their manifestation. The severance of the wings felt akin to the fracturing of his bones. Coughing, he found himself unable to suppress the blood that escaped his lips after the violent fall. At this juncture, Xuan slowly turned to face Feng Xiaotian, their gazes locking. Feng Xiaotian looked at Xuan in disbelief. Truthfully, he could not fathom how his right wing had been severed, for he had not witnessed Xuan's strike. In fact, Xuan's movement was so swift that it merely appeared as a fleeting moment before his wing was cut away. "You have lost," Xuan spoke with an air of indifference. The words reverberated in Feng Xiaotian's ears like a thunderclap. Had he truly been defeated? Just like that? His expression shifted to one of incredulity as he regarded Xuan, who, despite being merely a 33rd level soul master, had bested him, a level 40 soul scholar. Moreover, he had been vanquished after employing his self-created soul technique. Feng Xiaotian remained silent, and Xuan's voice resonated once more. "Of course, you may choose to continue." As Xuan spoke, the third purple soul ring on his body flickered ominously, as if poised to erupt at any moment. Noticing this, Feng Xiaotian was suddenly jolted into awareness. No matter how much he wished to deny it, he had indeed been defeated. His swift wind wings had been severed, leaving his body gravely injured. Even if he possessed the strength to continue fighting, in his current state, he could not withstand Gu Xian's third soul skill. At that moment, he could even sense the mocking and indifferent gaze of Huowu behind him. How humiliating it was for a rank 40 quasi-soul master to be vanquished by a rank 33 soul master. Yet, the truth remained, he had lost. Should Gu Xian unleash his third soul skill, given his present condition, he had no means of defense. I lost," Feng Xiaotian stammered, his voice faltering. In the first individual soul battle, Gu Xian faced Feng Xiaotian, and Gu Xian emerged victorious. While Feng Xiaotian stumbled over his words, the host did not falter. As the host's voice resonated, Gu Xian calmly withdrew his martial soul, casting a glance at Feng Xiaotian before descending from the battle platform. The audience erupted into fervent cheers, and in that moment, the entire Soul Arena was ablaze with excitement. A rank 33 underdog triumphing over a rank 40 expert? The 33 rank contender was Gu Xian. Oh, then it's all right. Feng Xiaotian watched Gu Xian's unperturbed back, his gaze shifting as he noticed that Huo Wu was no longer in the stands. He dragged his weary body in the direction Gu Xian had departed. Chapter 43. Feng Xiaotian arrives. Descending from the battle platform, Gu Xian returned to the lounge via a designated passage. Inside the lounge, only Qin Ming and Yi Lingling were present. The others were still engaged in battle. Upon seeing Gu Xian enter, Yi Lingling smiled and said, "Congratulations. That makes 27 consecutive victories." After a month of interaction, along with Gu Xian's deliberate guidance, Yi Lingling had become noticeably more cheerful than in the original narrative. She could at least smile at Gu Xian now. Gu Xian waved his hand dismissively, replying, "The pressure is immense. Feng Xiaotian is no weakling. Had it not been for my abilities countering his, the outcome of this match could have been uncertain." Yi Lingling did not refute this, but Qin Ming interjected, "Xiao Xian, your strength and talent are truly the most formidable I have ever witnessed. Feng Xiaotian's soul power has reached rank 40, making him quite powerful. Even without obtaining a fourth soul ring, I suspect he could hold his own against a soul master. Your ability to defeat him, even with a countering skill, is a testament to your prowess." Qin Ming's praise was unreserved, for Gu Xian had completely won his recognition and even admiration. Indeed, admiration. The strength and talent exhibited by Gu Xian were unparalleled, far beyond what Qin Ming had ever encountered, even in his own prime. Just as Gu Xian was about to respond, a knock sounded at the door. He turned to open it, meeting Feng Xiaotian's somewhat fatigued gaze. At this moment, Feng Xiaotian found himself in a rather poor state, his soul power significantly depleted. Additionally, with his gale wings severed by Gu Xian, although his third soul skill would soon restore him to his former condition, he presently felt quite unwell. Gu Xian was somewhat surprised that Feng Xiaotian had chosen to approach him. Observing the lack of hostility in Feng's weary gaze, Gu Xian spoke calmly, "What brings you here?" Feng Xiaotian, aware of his own audacity, strained against the pain in his back and offered a slight bow, murmuring, "I wish to know how you severed my gale wings." Upon hearing this, Gu Xian could not suppress a chuckle, responding, "Come now, don't be so naive. Have you ever seen a soul master reveal their secrets to others?" Feng Xiaotian's expression stiffened at these words, staring blankly at Gu Xian for a moment, hesitating to speak before silently turning to leave. Just then, a hand pressed down on his shoulder, and Gu Xian's voice rang out, "Your injuries are severe. If you leave the entrance to our team's lounge and collapse on the way, we would have quite the story to explain." He then pulled Feng Xiaotian directly into the room, the overwhelming force causing Feng to gasp in surprise. "Liangling, please tend to him." Gu Xian winked at Yi Liangling. She shot him a disapproving glance and silently summoned her martial spirit. A pale purple begonia flower materialized, and as her soul rings shimmered, delicate petals fell upon Gu Xian and Feng Xiaotian. Gu Xian's wounds, already light, were instantly healed, and Feng Xiaotian's complexion returned to normal. After 3 minutes, Feng Xiaotian tentatively moved his right arm, discovering that the pain in his back had significantly diminished and the external injuries had healed. At this moment, Gu Xian's voice echoed once more, "External injuries are easily treated, but internal recovery will take some time. Remember, do not engage in soul battles for a week after you return." Feng Xiaotian nodded in acknowledgement, bowing slightly to Gu Xian and giving a nod of thanks to Yi Liangling. Qin Ming glanced at Feng Xiaotian, but said nothing further before exiting the lounge, closely followed by Yi Liangling. Feng Xiaotian was left perplexed by their abrupt departure, and Gu Xian remarked, "Teacher Qin is off to observe other soul battles. As for why Liangling left, I cannot say." Feng Xiaotian had not anticipated Gu Xian would share such details with him, but feeling unsatisfied with simply walking away, he pondered for a moment before speaking again. "Gu Xian, shall we become friends?" Gu Xian paused in surprise before replying, "What? Do you wish to learn from me and ultimately defeat me in the future?" Feng Xiaotian felt a bit embarrassed at having his intentions laid bare and replied, "Both the Tiando Royal Academy and the Xinfeng Academy are institutions of the Tiando Empire. It would be quite beneficial for us to be friends, wouldn't it?" Gu Xian smiled slightly and replied, "You certainly have a way with words. After everyone else has left, you still have the audacity to stay." Listening to these words, Feng Xiaotian's expression inevitably shifted to one of helplessness. However, he cared little, for he was genuinely eager to uncover how Gu Xian had managed to sever his gale wings. The most significant weakness of his self-created soul skill lay in those wings. Without them, the technique could not be executed. Casting a glance at Feng Xiaotian, Gu Xian gestured for him to take a seat, and then said, "In light of your sincere demeanor, I shall share the truth with you. My ability fortuitously counters yours, which is how I managed to sever your gale wings." Feng Xiaoyan's eyes brightened at this revelation, prompting Gu Xian to continue. "Do not get ahead of yourself. I will not disclose my abilities to you. However, I am willing to discuss your self-created soul skill." Startled, Feng Xiaoyan gazed at Gu Xian. "How do you know about my self-created soul skill?" He had not mentioned it while executing the 12 strikes of the Gale Magic Wolf, merely stating that his ability was formidable. Yet, Gu Xian had explicitly identified it. Gu Xian's heart skipped a beat upon realizing he almost let slip too much. Fortunately, his knack for persuasion saved him. He explained, "When you struck me with your rending claw earlier, you did not utilize a soul skill. Moreover, during your advance towards me, no soul skill was employed, yet the formidable attack power was undeniable. Aside from soul bones, the only plausible explanation is your self-created soul skill. Furthermore, your special strike exhibited no excess soul power fluctuations, indicating that it could not be a soul bone, thus confirming it as your own creation." Feng Xiaoyan nodded thoughtfully, his curiosity about Gu Xian deepening. It was evident that, through mere details, Gu Xian could ascertain the use of a self-created soul skill, proving that his ability to sever Feng Xiaoyan's wings stemmed from genuine strength. Yet, he still wondered how Gu Xian accomplished such a feat. "Ah, I see. Brother Gu Xian indeed possesses an eye for talent," Feng Xiaoyan praised directly. In response, Gu Xian waved his hand dismissively, stating, "We are not at that level yet. Do not attempt to get close." Feng Xiaoyan, feeling somewhat resigned, refrained from further argument, awaiting Gu Xian's next words. Chapter 44. Enlightening Feng Xiaoyan. Observing Feng Xiaoyan's mixture of helplessness and eagerness to learn, Gu Xian could not help but chuckle. "To speak candidly, as we both hail from the academy, we shall inevitably be rivals in the upcoming elite tournament of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy 3 years hence. If I were to assist you now, would that not bolster an opponent?" Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaoyan's expression shifted, momentarily rendering him speechless. Gu Xian's words held merit. The elite tournament was indeed divided into the Tiando and Xinghua divisions, and given that both hailed from the Tiando Empire's academies, the likelihood of their paths crossing in the future was substantial. Contemplating this, Feng Xiaoyan racked his brain for the right words to persuade Gu Xian to lower his guard. Yet he found himself at a loss for how to articulate his thoughts. As Feng Xiaoyan pondered, Gu Xian continued, "You must understand that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Although we both hail from the same academy, our relationship cannot be deemed particularly intimate, yet neither is it as distant as one might presume." Upon hearing these words, Feng Xiaoyan fell into contemplation. After a moment's reflection, he slowly replied, "What is it that you require of me?" Gu Xian responded nonchalantly, "It is merely a suggestion. You have likely surmised my origins from the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect. How about this? Once you graduate, you could join the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect. After all, a talent like yours cannot be confined to a modest academy. You require a more elevated platform. Should you consider this proposition, our friendship would indeed be established. With your innate abilities, you are destined to become a formidable force in the future. At that time, you will have me as a friend and the resources of the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect at your disposal, paving the way for a promising future." Gu Xian excelled at painting enticing visions, yet it remained to be seen whether Feng Xiaoyan would embrace this opportunity. Moreover, Feng Xiaoyan's prodigious talents, if nurtured properly, could potentially lead him to the divine realm or, at the very least, secure him the title of a spirit de law. Upon hearing Gu Xian's words, Feng Xiaoyan's expression stiffened. He had not anticipated that Gu Xian would set his sights on him, especially since they had only met once. Feng Xiaoyan did not rush to respond. Gu Xian's intentions were clearly serious and devoid of frivolity. Moreover, Gu Xian's proposal stirred something within him, for it not only offered insight into how Gu Xian dealt with his self-created soul abilities, but also opened an additional avenue for his future. However, Feng Xiaoyan was not of humble origins. He possessed a certain background. His father and grandfather both hailed from the Shinkong Academy. In his grandfather's generation, he reached the esteemed position of director of the teaching department, while his father currently serves as one of the 2 vice presidents of the academy, signifying their family's deep integration with Shinkong Academy. In fact, in the original narrative, Feng Xiaoyan became the vice president of Shinkong Academy after attaining the rank of Soul Emperor. Thus, to be frank, even if Gu Xian painted an enticing picture, there was little confidence that this young man would reconsider his path towards another institution. Nevertheless, it was worth a try, for he could not afford to engage with Feng Xiaoyan daily as he did with the Huangdo battle team. If benefits were offered up front, they might just be taken for granted. No matter how benevolent Gu Xian might be, he could not continuously give without seeking some return. Otherwise, what was the point? He might as well be playing the role of Santa Claus, distributing gifts. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Feng Xiaotian briefly elucidated his familial circumstances to Xuan. Upon hearing this, Xuan merely nodded, refraining from further comment, as he awaited Feng Xiaotian's attitude. To be candid, Xuan, due to my father's connections with Shinkong Academy, I now consider myself a part of it as well. This affiliation transcends mere membership. It embodies the responsibility for the future of Shinkong Academy. To speak candidly, I find your conditions quite enticing. However, I harbor my own reservations. I cannot assure you that I will remain at the Kamikaze Academy like my father and grandfather did. This matter requires further contemplation on my part, and if pressed for an answer now, I would be unable to respond. Feng Xiaotian's words were imbued with sincerity as he gazed into Xuan's eyes, articulating each phrase with deliberation. Xuan discerned that this young man was indeed struggling to make a decision. Yet he was eager to learn how Xuan had effortlessly severed his gale wings in an instant, leaving sincerity as his only recourse. After a moment of reflection, Xuan could not help but pat Feng Xiaotian on the shoulder, saying, "I understand. Regardless of the circumstances, we are no longer strangers. I accept you as a friend." Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaotian felt a flush of embarrassment, unable to meet Xuan's earnest gaze. After all, he was initially sent by Huo Wu to confront Xuan. And now, instead of a confrontation, he found himself forging a friendship. What would Xuan think if he were to learn of his connection with Huo Wu? The future stretches vast before us, and there will undoubtedly come a day when you find clarity. My doors will always remain open to you. Feng Xiaotian felt a warmth blossom within him upon hearing these words. Though their interaction had spanned merely a few minutes, he could distinctly sense Xuan's sincerity, which bestowed upon him an indescribable trust and warmth. Truth be told, individuals like Xuan were rare within the realm of soul masters. Conversing with him felt less like an encounter with a stranger and more akin to reuniting with an old friend. While Feng Xiaotian pondered these thoughts, Xuan continued, "Given this, it seems I shall not win you over today. However, I shall not let your visit be in vain. I have some words to share with you, and whether you heed them is entirely up to you." At these words, Feng Xiaotian's interest was piqued, and he became all ears. "What you most desire to know is how I was able to instantly sever your gale wings and uncover the flaws in your self-created soul technique, is it not?" Xuan inquired softly. Feng Xiaotian nodded, his gaze growing fervent. "Indeed." After a brief pause, Xuan continued, "Your self-created soul technique possesses merits against an average opponent. It can indeed yield significant advantage. However, should you encounter an adversary with greater strength or ferocity, your technique may prove to be tantamount to courting disaster." Upon hearing Xuan's assessment, Feng Xiaotian's expression soured, as it seemed to suggest that his self-created technique was utterly flawed. Had all his years of effort culminated in futility? Xuan noted the shift in Feng Xiaotian's demeanor and remarked, "What? Do you now feel that your self-created technique is without merit?" With this, Feng Xiaotian's countenance fell further. He wished to counter Xuan's words, yet the latter had effortlessly dismantled his self-created technique with ease. However, Xuan did not grant Feng Xiaotian the opportunity to respond. Continuing to elaborate, "My assertion is predicated on the notion that your attack and strength are inferior to your opponent's, or that there exists a significant disparity between the two. Although I am merely at level 33, my offensive capabilities should not be underestimated, even by a defensive soul master. Thus, you have faltered. If you find yourself contending against an opponent akin to my caliber, why not refrain from employing this self-created soul skill? You are on the verge of reaching level 40. Once you acquire your fourth soul ring, utilizing your self-invented soul skill for offense will become even more efficient. Consider this, should you focus on elevating your soul power level now. In the future, when no one can surpass you in strength and attack, who could possibly withstand your self-created soul skill?" Listening to Xuan's words, Feng Xiaotian experienced a moment of clarity. Yet he remained reluctant to relinquish the self-created soul skill he had dedicated years to perfecting. He felt incapable of abandoning it. Chapter 45, Feng Xiaotian departs. Feng Xiaotian had contemplated honing his soul power before refining his self-created soul skill. However, he was still a youth. The mere fact that he had developed a soul skill at such a young age had afforded him years of pride. Moreover, he feared that if he forsook the training of his self-created soul skill now, he might never regain the same inspiration and creativity in the future. Nevertheless, being effortlessly defeated by Xuan, coupled with Xuan's remarks, caused Feng Xiaotian to waver in his previous convictions. If it were anyone else, it might not matter. But Xuan was merely at level 33, while he, a level 40 quasi-soul master, had been vanquished by a mere 33-level soul master. And that too while using his self-created soul skill. At that moment, Feng Xiaotian was compelled to consider whether to continue refining his self-created soul skill or to prioritize the cultivation of his soul power. As Gu Xian had pointed out, his self-created soul skill still bore many flaws. However, what if his soul power level were to increase? At that juncture, he could shatter all techniques with sheer force, rendering Gu Xian's concerns moot. Noticing Feng Xiaoyan's internal struggle, Gu Xian added, "Let me remind you of one thing. The most crucial aspect for a soul master is always their soul power. Your ability to create a soul skill at your age indeed signifies extraordinary talent, but if your soul power does not ascend, it is all in vain. No matter how formidable your self-created soul skill is, can you truly contend with a soul king using only your level 40 soul power? Furthermore, had you prioritized the cultivation of your soul power from the outset, you would not be at a mere level 40 now." Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaoyan felt as if he had awakened from a dream. Indeed, had he not squandered time perfecting his self-created soul skill, given his pace of cultivation, he would now be, if not a soul king, at least a high-ranking soul master. His self-created soul skill was indeed commendable, yet he lacked confidence in defeating a high-ranking soul master with it at level 40. This exemplifies the disparity. When the soul power level has yet to reach its later stages, some prodigious soul masters in their early phases can indeed battle beyond their ranks. Just as the remarkable Gu Xian was able to defeat an opponent with mere 33rd level soul power. However, as soul masters advance into the later stages, the significance of soul power escalates. Many soul masters, despite their extraordinary talents in youth and ability to overcome their ranks, find themselves in a similar predicament in later stages. Do they not? Contemplating this, Feng Xiaotian glanced at Gu Xian once more. This individual, capable of overcoming her with just 33rd level soul power, could not merely be all talk. He possessed genuine skill. Gu Xian's assertion held merit. All techniques are but illusions in the face of strength. Only when one's power rises can one engage in discussions of other matters. At this moment, Feng Xiaotian came to a realization. Rising to her feet, she bowed to Gu Xian and said, "Gu Xian, I shall thoroughly consider your previous words. After the conclusion of the Continental Elite Soul Master Academy competition, I will provide you with a response." Gu Xian assisted her in standing and earnestly remarked, "Your future is promising. Rather than allowing you to tread a singular path into darkness, it is better to offer you a hint. Forge ahead, young one." Feng Xiaotian smiled at his words. Were it anyone else, she would undoubtedly deem them foolish, but Gu Xian was different. He was a true prodigy. "I understand. I shall not abandon my self-created soul techniques. I will remember the two shortcomings you mentioned. Of course, the most pressing matter now is to enhance my soul power. 3 years hence, at the Continental Elite Soul Master Academy competition, I shall deliver a surprise." Feng Xiaotian responded earnestly, "Thank you. Should you require anything in the future, I will not hesitate." With that, she turned and departed. Watching her retreating figure, Gu Xian smiled faintly and said, "I await the day you challenge me." Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaotian stumbled momentarily, suppressing the urge to retort, for she knew she was indeed no match for Gu Xian at present. After her departure, Gu Xian resumed his seat, unperturbed by the prospect of Feng Xiaotian's diligent training, for he held confidence in surpassing her. Conversely, Gu Xian also needed companions of equal talent to accompany him on his journey, which was one of the reasons he could guide Feng Xiaotian. Moreover, Gu Xian was only 12 years old, destined for an even more radiant future. Shortly after Feng Xiaotian's exit, Du Guyan and Yi Lingling returned together. Du Guyan had just completed a solo soul battle, resulting in considerable depletion of her soul power. Although she had reached 38th level, her opponent was formidable, a 39th level agile attack soul master with a snake-type martial soul, possessing remarkable speed and considerable toxin resistance, specifically a black-patterned serpent. Given that her opponent's soul power surpassed hers and boasted commendable toxin resistance, even though Du Guyan emerged victorious, the battle was hardly an easy one. This was largely due to Gu Xian's dedicated training of her melee capabilities over the past month. Otherwise, the outcome could have been uncertain. "Congratulations, Yin Jie, on your 9th consecutive victory," Gu Xian said softly as he effortlessly lifted Du Guyan from Yi Lingling's shoulder. Du Guyan entrusted her weight to Gu Xian, casting him a sidelong glance as she replied, "What is there to congratulate? If it weren't for your training over the past month, I would have faltered this time." Gu Xian assisted her to the sofa, gently arranging her slightly disheveled hair, and remarked, "How do you intend to thank me?" Upon hearing this, Du Guyan pushed his hand away, for Yi Lingling was still present. Although she and Gu Xian had transcended the bounds of ordinary friendship, indulging in occasional ambiguous gestures, it did not preclude her from feeling bashful. "Thank you? Would a kick suffice?" Du Guyan retorted, playfully lifting her delicate foot to give Gu Xian a gentle nudge. When Du Guyan's martial spirit manifested, her dainty feet transformed into a serpentine tail, hence she typically eschewed footwear during battles. Her translucent little foot resting against Gu Xian's thigh stirred a flutter of excitement within him. Were it not for Yi Lingling's presence, he would have surely taken the opportunity to indulge himself with her exquisite limbs, truly a sight to behold. As Du Guyan withdrew her fair and tender foot, Gu Xian poured her a glass of water and said, "You should rest well. I still have a battle to attend." He then stood up and addressed Yi Lingling. "Lingling, let us proceed. Our duo battle awaits." On their way back, Gu Xian had already signed up for the pair combat, and now the next match would feature him and Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling nodded, casting a furtive glance at Du Guyan, noting that Du Guyan exhibited no unusual behavior. She followed Gu Xian out of the lounge. Without a shadow of a doubt, they triumphed in the duo battle, marking Gu Xian's 27th consecutive victory. Should they prevail in the team battle that evening, he would attain an enviable record of 27 wins. If he maintained this momentum, it would not be long before he became the possessor of the coveted Golden Soul badge. Chapter 46, The Mad Rhino Team. Time passed swiftly, and soon another week had elapsed. Gu Xian's various modes of combat had reached an impressive 31 consecutive victories. If he could achieve 32 wins in each category, he would ascend directly to the status of Golden Soul badge holder. Yutong and his companions were similarly poised for success, having also enjoyed a winning streak in team battles. With their initial scores hovering around 1,500, although their single and duo victories paled in comparison to Gu Xian's, their starting points surpassed his by over 1,000. Thus, should they achieve a 32nd victory, they too would join the ranks of Golden Soul badge holders. Today, excitement coursed through each of them. A win would not only crown them as the youngest Golden Soul badge holders in the Grand Arena, but also as the youngest team to achieve such a distinction. In stark contrast, Gu Xian's reputation loomed large. Within just over a month, he had transformed from a mere Iron Soul badge contender to the brink of becoming a Golden Soul badge holder. A truly historic feat now, with Gu Xian's presence. Each battle drew a full house, and given his streak of victories, the stakes soared high. If anyone could manage to defeat him even once, it would essentially guarantee them a lifetime of fortune. In the dedicated lounge of the Huangdo team, Gu Xian and his companions each received a dossier detailing their upcoming opponents. This formidable team was known as the Mad Rhinoceros Squad, led by their captain, a level 40 quasi-soul master named Quanxi. It was rumored that he had achieved this level only a month prior and had yet to obtain his 4th soul ring. The reason for this delay was clear. Acquiring the 4th soul ring would elevate him to a different echelon, matching him against teams of soul master caliber, thus prompting his decision to postpone this significant upgrade. Gu Xian surmised the rationale behind Quanxi's strategy. Besides their captain, the Mad Rhinoceros Squad boasted 2 level 38 assault-type soul masters, 2 level 36 defensive assault soul masters, and 1 level 35 support and agility soul master. Should Quanxi absorb the 4th soul ring, he would create a substantial gap between himself and his teammates, who would likely struggle to reach level 40 in the short term. Therefore, Quanxi opted to capitalize on their current strength, amassing wealth in the Great Soul Arena while ensuring a more prosperous future. After all, even a quasi-soul master must contend with the financial demands of life. With the opponent's information in hand, Gu Xian meticulously arranged the roster for the upcoming match. The opposing team, including Captain Quanxi, comprised 3 assault-type soul masters, 2 defensive types, 1 support, and 1 agility specialist, similar to the composition of the Huangdo team, albeit with an additional assault type and a lack of a control-type soul master. In truth, it was uncommon for a team to lack a control-type soul master, as they serve as the soul of the squad, orchestrating and coordinating the team's operations. Despite the absence of a dedicated control-type soul master, the dossier indicated that the opposing support soul master possessed a degree of control capability, distinguishing them from a mere support role. During his month-long stay, Gu Xian had observed a match featuring the Mad Rhinoceros Squad, gaining insight into their formations and combat strategies, which explained their high ranking, nearing the Golden Soul badge. Consequently, Gu Xian decided on the following lineup: Assault type Gu Xian and Yu Qianheng, defensive type Shi Mo and Shi Mo, control type Du Guyan, support type Yi Lingling, and agility type AOC Luo. This time, he opted to replace Yu Feng with AOC Luo, as the opposing agility soul master wielded the blotched yellow leopard, renowned for its speed. Once the lineup was confirmed, Gu Xian commenced his tactical preparations. Before each soul battle, he crafted a strategy based on the adversary's details, ensuring they would not find themselves in dire straits from the outset, even if the opponent's soul masters concealed their true capabilities. A well-formulated strategy would enable them to respond with composure. Having finalized the tactics, the soul guide's voice resonated throughout the room. Please, Huangdo team and Mad Rhinoceros Squad, assemble in the preparation area. With a decisive wave of his hand, Gu Xian led his team out of the lounge, each member brimming with confidence. as if victory in this battle were assured. Indeed, they all ventured forth with an unwavering determination, for with just one more victory, they could all ascend to the prestigious rank of the Golden Soul Badge. Qin Ming and Yufeng lingered towards the rear of the group, making their way to the exclusive viewing chamber designated for the Royal Battle Team. Before parting, Yufeng addressed everyone with encouragement. Let us give it our all. Gu Xian and the others responded with smiles and nods. In the preparation area, the 7 members of the Wild Rhinoceros team radiated confidence, their spirits high. Like the Royal Battle Team, a single victory would elevate them to the Golden Soul Battle Team. The average age of the Wild Rhinoceros members was 25, marking them as formidable talents within the realm of Soul Masters. Though Wild Rhinoceros appeared rugged, he possessed a keen awareness. Witnessing his teammates' confidence, he cautioned, "Let us not be complacent. The Royal Battle Team hails from a prestigious academy, and their record over the past month is evident. I do not wish for anyone to falter at a critical moment." The others nodded in unison, acknowledging their captain's words. "Understood, Captain." As a team on the cusp of joining the ranks of the Golden Soul Battle Team, they exhibited commendable discipline. Under the announcer's voice, both teams ascended the central battle platform, being the aces of the Silver Soul teams in the Grand Arena, destined for a climactic showdown. Even before they set foot on the platform, the venue was packed to capacity, with many spectators willing to stand in anticipation of the match. The audience seating around the main battle platform could accommodate 30,000, each individual placing substantial bets, eager to take a gamble that might turn their fortunes around. In the imperial capital of Dohuang, poverty was virtually non-existent. Every bet placed was of considerable value, with the minimum stake being 1,000 gold soul coins and the maximum soaring to 300,000. Consequently, just for this match, the total stakes reached a staggering 2 million gold soul coins. Among them, Gu Xian wagered 300,000 on the Royal Battle Team, with the other members placing significant bets as well. Since Gu Xian began participating in the battles, he had consistently backed himself, amassing 3 million gold soul coins without a single loss. The other members of the Royal Battle Team, including Qin Ming, also enjoyed substantial profits, their coffers overflowing. Of course, this success hinged on the strength of those placing the bets, ensuring that losses were avoided, thus enabling swift accumulation of wealth. Otherwise, betting 100,000 gold soul coins today and winning 50,000, only to wager another 100,000 tomorrow and break even, would not facilitate growth. Their ability to amass such wealth was largely due to Gu Xian's formidable prowess. With a mere 33rd level of strength, he wreaked havoc among the soul respect ranks. Speaking of this, Gu Xian's exceptional performance in the Grand Arena attracted the attention of numerous factions. However, upon discovering that his backing came from the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect and the Bon de Guron, they quickly reconsidered. Who in their right mind would dare to plot against Gu Xian? Should anyone dare to lay a treacherous hand upon Gu Xian, let it be known that, irrespective of other considerations, a mere word from the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect would summon a multitude to avenge, possibly resulting in your father delivering you to the sect by the very next day. This is no exaggeration, for it is well said that the realm of soul masters encompasses not only combat, but also the intricacies of human relationships. Chapter 47. The battle commences. On the soul fighting platform, 2 teams are poised with keen eyes, with Gu Xian, who has taken up the mantle of captain from Yu Tianheng, standing resolute against Quangxi. Despite Quangxi's formidable soul power of level 40, it is implausible for him to surpass Feng Xiaodian, who has already fallen to Gu Xian. After all, aside from the nuances of ability or martial spirit counters, Gu Xian remains invincible among soul sections. However, this is a team competition, not merely a duel between Gu Xian and Quangxi. Thus the outcome remains uncertain. Both teams today represent the elite of our Silver Soul fighting team, each merely one victory away from advancing to the prestigious Golden Soul fighting team. Will the Imperial fighting team secure victory, thereby inscribing a glorious chapter of 32 consecutive wins? Or will the Quangxi team triumph and continue their legacy as a formidable squad? We shall witness the unfolding of events with bated breath. The hostess' voice resonates, igniting a fervent cheer from the audience. Many have placed hefty wagers tonight, seizing the opportunity for wealth beyond imagination. Even if they cannot compete on the stage, they expend every ounce of energy to cheer for their favorite team, believing that such enthusiasm might grant them strength. Only through this can they feel a sense of participation, and only thus can they reap substantial rewards or perhaps even attain riches overnight upon the victory of their chosen side. Both soul masters, unleash your martial spirits. The host calls once more. Brothers, release your martial spirits. Gu Xian bellows, as 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rise around him, his hands transforming into silver-white bone claws that shimmer with a sharp, cold light. The other members of the Imperial fighting team likewise instantaneously release their martial spirits. with Yu Tianheng standing shoulder to shoulder with Gu Xian at the front lines. Behind them are the brothers Shi Mo and Shi Mo, followed by Dugu Yan and Yi Lingling. Osro positions himself at the flank, ready to launch a surprise attack. The formation of the Guangxi team mirrors that of the Imperial fighting team, albeit with slight variations. Captain Guangxi and 2 defensive soul masters form the front line, followed by 2 powerful attackers in the second line, and finally, the support and agility soul masters at the far side. The members of the Guangxi team also boast the optimal configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, indicating their formidable strength, as both sides unleash their martial spirits. The hostess' voice resounds once more. The match begins. With the declaration, Gu Xian and Yu Tianheng charge forth in unison towards the Guangxi team. As Gu Xian's 2 yellow soul rings illuminate in an instant, while Yu Tianheng activates his first soul skill. Each individual utilized their soul skills, resulting in a remarkable surge in their strength in an instant. Moreover, even before they charged forward, Du Gaian, positioned at the rear of the team, had already unleashed her 3 soul skills. Indeed, 3. Du Gaian's first skill, the azure-scaled red poison, if absorbed by her allies, could enhance their attack and speed by 30%. Her second skill, the azure-scaled blue poison, could alleviate pain for her teammates while simultaneously boosting their defense by 50%. However, this necessitated that those inhaling the toxic mist had previously consumed Du Gaian's specially crafted pills, which was crucial for them to be considered her allies, not merely a matter of her perception. The members of the Imperial fighting team had all ingested the pills prior to the match, allowing them to disregard Du Gaian's poison entirely. This was precisely why Du Gaian opted to employ her third skill immediately, once her azure-scaled purple poison enveloped the battlefield. The strength of the Crazy Rhino team would diminish exponentially. Should they fail to mitigate the damage in a timely manner, they could find themselves in life-threatening peril. After all, Du Gaian's soul power had reached level 38, and with the potency of her azure-scaled purple poison, even soul masters needed to tread carefully, let alone a group of soul dignitaries. As Gu Xian and Yu Tianheng advanced, the leader of the Crazy Rhino team, Crazy Rhino, along with 2 defensive soul dignitaries, confronted them head-on. To Gu Xian's astonishment, he had intended to face the 40-level Crazy Rhino directly, but found himself met instead by 2 defensive soul masters. These 2 shared identical martial spirits, both manifesting as shields known as iron armor shields, a purely defensive martial spirit of exceptional resilience. Furthermore, both possess soul power at level 36, making it quite challenging for Gu Xian to overcome them swiftly. Yu Tianheng, too, found himself matched against Crazy Rhino. Although Yu Tianheng's soul power had reached 38, his martial spirit was the renowned blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, deemed the strongest beast martial spirit in the world. In contrast, Crazy Rhino had attained level 40, and his soul ring configuration was a standard of 2 yellow and 1 purple. Thus, while Yu Tianheng would not be easily defeated by Crazy Rhino, he found himself in a difficult position, for Crazy Rhino's martial spirit was the Ferocious Rhino, a formidable assault-type spirit characterized by exceptional offensive capabilities. From the onset, Crazy Rhino unleashed a vigorous assault, forcing Yu Tianheng to adopt a defensive stance. This was part of their strategy. Crazy Rhino had observed Gu Xian's previous battle against Feng Xiaotian and had placed a bet on Feng Xiaotian's victory, considering the odds of a level 40 against a level 33. Despite Gu Xian's remarkable talent, the likelihood of victory appeared slim. Yet, the outcome resulted in a complete loss of his 10,000 gold soul coins. It was in that moment that he fully comprehended the terrifying prowess of Gu Xian. Realizing that, compared to the 38-level Yu Tianheng, the 33-level Gu Xian was decidedly more formidable. Before Feng Xiaotian was defeated by Gu Xian, he had previously triumphed over the same opponent in a solitary soul battle. The fact that Feng Xiaotian was able to vanquish him, and that Gu Xian subsequently overcame Feng Xiaotian, attests to Gu Xian's formidable prowess. Hence, he proactively chose to confront Yu Tianheng, unleashing his full power from the very beginning to swiftly subdue Yu Tianheng and then turn his attention to besieging Gu Xian. Although Gu Xian is indeed powerful, the martial souls of Tai Chue and Tai Ban are purely defensive in nature. While they may lack offensive capabilities, their defensive strength is truly exceptional. He doubted that Gu Xian could defeat Tai Chue and Tai Ban in a short span of time. However, he did not anticipate that despite Yu Tianheng's soul power being 2 levels lower than his own, his strength was by no means inferior, making the prospect of quickly overcoming Yu Tianheng rather unlikely. Guangxi could not help but marvel internally. Truly, the number 1 beast martial soul. The battle between the 2 sides was on the verge of erupting, while the poison unleashed by Dugu Yin rapidly spread towards Guangxi's team. Within a minute, the entire area occupied by the Guangxi team would be engulfed in toxic mist. Yet, they remained unfazed, for their team boasted 2 support-type soul masters. This time, It was Long Jiao Jiao, who possessed both support and control capabilities. As a member of the noble Long family from Tiando City, she rarely participated in soul battles. Thus, her soul skills and abilities had not been fully revealed. This explains why the information on Long Jiao Jiao merely noted her as a support and control type without further elaboration. After Du Guyan employed her soul skill, Long Jiao Jiao followed suit, activating her own. Her martial soul, the Stormflower, is a variant that combines both support and control. 2 yellow soul rings illuminated around her. And under the influence of her first soul skill, numerous beams of light surged towards her teammates. Following this, her second soul skill took effect. The Stormflower in her hands swelled dramatically, and in an instant, the flower's diameter expanded to 2 meters. A powerful whirlwind erupted from the flower, immediately slowing the spread of Du Guyan's toxic mist and even redirecting it back towards the Huangdo team. First soul skill, rapid flow of light. Upon activation, it enhances the speed of her teammates by 30%. Second soul skill, airflow storm. After releasing this skill, the Stormflower generates a fierce gale that restricts the opponent's speed and agility, even capable of lifting foes into the air, showcasing excellent controllability. Moreover, those enhanced by her first soul skill remain unaffected by the second, making this combination of soul skills remarkably harmonious. As the match commenced, the tide of advantage that had initially favored the Huangdo team began to shift following Long Jiao Jiao's use of her soul skills. In an instant, the spectators erupted into fervent cheers, offering their support to the team they had wagered upon. Chapter 48, Victory of the Huangdo Team. Under the constraints of Long Jiao Jiao's 2 soul skills, Du Guyan found her toxic mist unable to advance even an inch. Meanwhile, the other 2 assault-type soul masters of the Crazy Rhinoceros team began their advance, choosing not to support their comrades, but rather charging directly at the formation of the Emperor Do team. With the toxic mist being forcefully blown back by a fierce gale, the duo was free from the fear of poisoning, enabling them to directly assault the Emperor Do formation and disrupt their offensive strategy. However, just as they charged towards the formation, the 2 yellow soul rings on Shimo and Shimo's bodies illuminated instantaneously, as 2 massive dark green shields hurtled towards the duo's faces, their speed rivaling that of agile attack-type soul masters. The shields spun at high velocity, their formidable striking power not to be underestimated. The soul masters, wielders of the giant palm tiger, possessed soul power at level 38, while Shimo and Shimo had soul powers of 37 and 36 respectively, placing them at a slight disadvantage. Yet, their manipulation of the flying shields rendered it difficult for the 2 assault-type soul masters to break through. The flying shields, seemingly endowed with sentience, relentlessly targeted them, occasionally launching attacks. Despite the formidable offensive power of the giant palm tiger, its defensive capabilities were equally impressive. However, if they were struck unguarded by those colossal flying shields, the impact would be far from pleasant. Thus, they found themselves in a predicament, needing to fend off the shield's incessant harassment while simultaneously attempting to advance. Osler faced the opposing agile attack-type soul master directly, both vying to ambush the other's support soul master. Yet their equal soul power rendered neither able to gain the upper hand, resulting in a stalemate. Du Guyan observed her toxic mist being blown back, but felt no urgency. Gu Xian had anticipated this scenario while devising their strategy. The opposing team was compelled to continuously unleash fierce winds to prevent the spread of her toxic mist, leading to a significant depletion of their soul power, vastly exceeding her own consumption. Moreover, the auxiliary soul master of the Crazy Rhinoceros team was only at level 35, while her soul power reached an impressive 38. Du Guyan merely needed to utilize the toxic mist to restrain Long Jiao Jiao, ensuring she could not divert her attention to assist others, for Gu Xian had meticulously orchestrated every detail. On the battlefield, the 2 competing teams maintained a balanced state of offense and defense, unable to secure a swift victory over one another, resulting in a temporary calm. However, this equilibrium was soon disrupted, with Gu Xian being the catalyst. Despite facing 2 defensive soul masters, whose soul power stood only at level 36, even pure defensive soul masters were wholly incapable of subduing Gu Xian. Gu Xian had already employed his first and second soul abilities. The first soul ability augmented all attributes by 20%, while the second soul ability doubled his attack power and strength. Under the influence of the second soul ability, each of his strikes carried a slight armor-piercing characteristic, even if his opponent remained in defense. Gu Xian needed only to focus his onslaught on a single point to penetrate their defenses. Furthermore, Gu Xian benefited from the enhancements provided by Dong Guyan's first and second soul abilities, which granted an additional 30% boost to his attack and speed, along with 50% increased defense and the elimination of pain. Thus, under Gu Xian's relentless assault, the iron hammer's iron shield was breached, leading to its shattering with a tremendous blow from Xuan. The destruction of the martial soul caused Iron Hammer to spit out a mouthful of blood, rendering him unconscious. As Xuan's bone claw struck his chest at the moment of the martial soul's demise, the terrifying force combined with the damage from the shattered martial soul caused Iron Hammer to collapse instantly. This was, however, due to Xuan's restraint. Had he not transformed his lethal claw strike into a mere slap, Iron Hammer, devoid of his martial soul's protection, might have been pierced through the chest. Such a grievous injury could have resulted in far worse consequences than mere unconsciousness. After Iron Hammer fell, Iron Plate let out an enraged roar, "Brother!" The two were siblings. And throughout their battle against Xuan, Iron Hammer had repeatedly shielded Iron Plate from Xuan's onslaughts. Now, witnessing his brother grievously injured and unconscious, Iron Plate was consumed with anxiety. The combatants around them did not consider the possibility that Xuan could breach Iron Hammer's defenses. After all, he was a pure defensive soul master, and all three of his soul abilities were defensive in nature. Logically, his 36th level strength should have been sufficient to withstand the attacks of most soul masters below the 40th level. Yet, unexpectedly, he was defeated by Xuan in mere minutes. Damn it! Iron Plate roared, charging directly at Xuan with his shield raised. Xuan smiled slightly. Previously, under Long Jiao Jiao's speed enhancement, it had been difficult for him to lock onto Iron Hammer and Iron Plate, as they would evade while simultaneously defending against his attacks. Now, with Iron Plate taking the initiative to attack, Xuan remained motionless. When Iron Plate was less than 30 centimeters away, Xuan's third purple soul ring illuminated. Third soul ability, Bone Dragon Purgatory. As the soul ability was unleashed, a multitude of bone swords erupted from the ground, propelling Iron Plate away. Despite Iron Plate's desperate attempt to defend with his shield, the protruding bone swords were incredibly hard and sharply honed. He could barely sustain his defense for 5 seconds before being overwhelmed and collapsing, unconscious. Having swiftly defeated 2 defensive spirit masters, Xuan turned his gaze towards Long Jiao Jiao. This young lady posed their greatest challenge, if she could be vanquished. The impending onslaught of Du Guyan's poison would secure their victory. After besting Tai Chui and Tai Ban, Xuan stepped onto the protruding bone sword and swiftly approached Long Jiao Jiao, who was instantly taken aback. The other members of the Crazy Rhino team also became aware of Xuan's presence, as he triumphed over Tai Chui and Tai Ban. The Crazy Rhino team was filled with rage. They could hardly fathom that before he could even claim victory over Yu Tianeng, Xuan had managed to defeat 2 defensive spirit masters. Xuan was merely at level 33. What kind of anomaly was this? No wonder he could conquer Feng Xiaodian, whose spirit power had reached level 40. Jiao Jiao, the others shouted in unison. In an instant, Long Jiao Jiao activated her third purple spirit ring, attempting to withstand Xuan's assault. The third spirit skill, Blade of the Storm. As she unleashed her third spirit skill, a massive 3-bladed sword, measuring a meter in diameter, materialized atop her martial spirit, the Stormflower, and was launched towards Xuan with astonishing speed. Xuan, witnessing this spirit skill, felt a mix of astonishment and intrigue. It also possessed offensive capabilities. With supportive, controlling, and attacking abilities, one could not deny the prowess of the Stormflower martial spirit. Although each of these aspects might not stand out individually among peers at the same level, their synergy was indeed remarkable. However, for Xuan, the assault from her third spirit skill was not particularly formidable. He transformed his right hand into 5 razor-sharp claws, courtesy of the external spirit bone, the Dark Gold Terror Claw. As he charged towards Long Jiao Jiao, he effortlessly sliced her third spirit skill into 6 segments, nullifying it with ease. The reason Xuan was able to breach Tai Chui's martial spirit in such a short span was due to his covert use of the external spirit bone, which unleashed such terrifying power. Naturally, others were oblivious to this, as his second spirit skill also manifested as the Dark Gold Terror Claw, and its bone-like appearance mirrored that of the external spirit bone. Having effortlessly neutralized Long Jiao Jiao's third spirit skill, Xuan advanced towards her, extending his left hand to grasp her neck. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could easily snap the delicate beauty's neck. Once under his control, Long Jiao Jiao was unable to maintain her second spirit skill, causing the fierce winds to dissipate in an instant. Du Guyan intensified his spirit power output, and once more, the toxic mist surged forth. With his dark gray eyes fixed on Long Jiao Jiao, Xuan's calm voice resonated. "You have no further opportunities." The Crazy Rhino team, witnessing this scene, was instantly demoralized. Just moments earlier, one of them had intended to rush to her aid, but Yu Tianheng had firmly detained him, while the agile attack spirit master was ensnared by Osro, leaving them unable to extricate themselves. Despite their meticulous calculations, They had never anticipated that Gu Xian's strength was so formidable, enabling him to consecutively defeat Tai Chue and Tai Ban in such a short duration. With a heavy thud, the wild rhinoceros slammed his fist onto the ground, gazing at the encroaching poisonous mist and the captured Long Jiao Jiao held by Gu Xian. He sighed deeply and declared, "The wild rhinoceros team concedes." Following this concession, the host's voice erupted with excitement. The Royal Combat Team faces the wild rhinoceros team. Victory goes to the Royal Combat Team. Chapter 49, Golden Soul of Combat, a missed opportunity. The Royal Combat Team triumphed, not with great difficulty, as Gu Xian had disrupted their equilibrium, instantly reversing the tide of battle. Each member of the Royal Combat Team beamed with joy, basking in the radiant glow of Yi Lingling's 9-heart sea buttercup. Their injuries swiftly mended, their spirits soared high. With this victory, they had become the Golden Soul of Combat Team, each sporting the prestigious Golden Soul emblem, securing their rightful place in the Grand Combat Arena. From this point onward, they needed do little more than occasionally participate in battles to indulge in their earnings. Naturally, they were not the type to rest on their laurels, yet it was undeniable that they had attained such capability. The audience supporting the Royal Combat Team, who had placed their bets, now roared with ecstatic shouts, reveling in their complete victory. Unfazed by the raucous celebration, Gu Xian and Du Guyan calmly exited the combat stage through a designated passage, returning to the lounge with a spirited demeanor. Qin Ming and Yu Feng awaited them, the latter displaying an exuberant expression, for he too was part of the Royal Combat Team. Team points were calculated collectively, and even though he had not participated in this match, he had effectively secured a victory. Qin Ming was equally elated, as the Royal Combat Team was his brainchild. As the team leader, he felt immense pride in his students' achievements. Moreover, he regarded these students with increasing admiration, despite the stringent standards of his alma mater, Shrek Academy. Merely obtaining a Silver Soul badge in the Grand Combat Arena sufficed for graduation. This arena was merely a stepping stone compared to the grandeur of the one in Tiando City. Although Gu Xian's presence had accelerated the Royal Combat Team's ascent, it was undeniable that they functioned as a cohesive unit, with each member contributing significantly to their victory. With a gentle smile, Qin Ming addressed the group. "I have witnessed your diligent training over the past month. Once you exchange your points, you shall receive your Golden Soul badges. After enduring this demanding period, I grant you a week of vacation." Upon hearing this, the smiles on the faces of Gu Xian and the others blossomed even more brightly. While cultivation is arduous and requires perseverance, the balance of work and rest is paramount. "Teacher Qin, you are simply magnificent." Osro could not help but cheer. Observing the jubilant expressions of the group, Qin Ming added, "However, after this week of leisure, there will be no further breaks until the end of the semester." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the crowd instantly fell. Was there to be no holiday after this semester? Although only a month and a half remained, the absence of a break was rather disheartening. Gu Xian, however, remained unfazed, smiling gently as he remarked, "Why the long faces, my friends? Saturdays and Sundays are still off. What else with the grim expressions?" This statement, rather than alleviating their discontent, drew a chorus of glances filled with resentment towards Gu Xian. "Who is it that rose early to train? If you're up, how can we stay in bed? What must Teacher Qin think of us? How dare you say such things?" Gu Xian chuckled awkwardly, disregarding their glowering gazes, and said, "Let us head to the points exchange and make the most of this semester's final holiday." With that, he stepped outside, making his way towards the reward exchange area of the great fighting arena, eager to check how much he had accrued from his bets. Even without relying on Ning Rongrong, Ning Fengji, Gu Rong, Chen Xian, or Xue Qinghe, he was now capable of self-sufficiency. The other members of the Imperial fighting team followed closely behind Gu Xian, leaving only Qin Ming to shake his head in wry amusement. Exchanging points was a swift process. All they needed was to present their soul badge, as the great fighting arena had meticulously recorded every match they fought. Moreover, the Imperial fighting team had become quite the cash cow for the arena, thus enjoying the best treatment. In less than a quarter of an hour, the group exited the great fighting arena. To be candid, while today's matches were not particularly challenging, they were still quite taxing, especially for Yu Tianheng, who had to endure a prolonged confrontation with the 40-level Quasi-Soul Master, the Mad Rhino, and was now utterly exhausted. Had it not been for the significant boost from the piece of whale glue he had previously acquired, he might not have withstood the full force of the Mad Rhino's assault. Once outside the arena, the group split into two paths. Yu Tianheng and several of his male companions decided to head to the Do Tian Manor, as they now had ample leisure funds to indulge themselves. Gu Xian, however, did not join them. Instead, he first took Du Guyan and Yi Lingling to a fine restaurant for a delightful meal, after which they proceeded to Xue Qinghe's garden. It was now evening, and the sunset presented a rare and breathtaking view. To be honest, at this stage, Gu Xian was hesitant to harbor any romantic notions towards Yi Lingling. Although she did not reject him, he was still pursuing Du Guyan. To avoid any rivalry or jealousy between the two young women, Gu Xian was careful not to tread on both paths simultaneously. In truth, while his rapport with Yi Lingling was not as intimate as with Du Guyan, he sensed that should he confess his feelings, Yi Lingling might not turn him down. This was not mere vanity, but rather a confidence stemming from the self-assurance of a strong individual. Gu Xian genuinely believed that interacting with girls was not particularly challenging. As long as he refrained from actions that might diminish their regard for him and paid attention to the finer details, he could easily win their favor. Certainly, there exists a prerequisite. One must possess sufficient charm, youthful exuberance, affluence, and innate talent. In essence, wealth is paramount. Upon arriving at the Lin Garden, Xuan had noticed that Su Qingshan was absent, yet Gu Xian paid it no mind as he clasped Du Guyan's delicate hand and strolled towards the resting pavilion. Once seated, Gu Xian prepared a cup of fruit tea for both Du Guyan and Yi Lingling, then quietly savored the lingering glow of the sunset. The warm hues of red and yellow bathed the three faces, creating a scene of warmth and harmony, while Gu Xian indulged in daydreams of a blissful future. Suddenly, Yi Lingling felt a discomfort in her abdomen. She swiftly clasped her stomach, her expression contorting in pain. Du Guyan and Gu Xian instinctively expressed their concern, inquiring, "Lingling, what troubles you?" Upon hearing their questions, Yi Lingling cast a glance at Gu Xian, her cheeks flushing slightly as she leaned closer to Du Guyan, whispering in her ear. Du Guyan immediately grasped the cause of Yi Lingling's sudden ailment. Turning to Gu Xian, she said, "We shall not attend the performance tonight. I will escort Lingling home." Though Gu Xian felt a twinge of regret, he understood that Yi Lingling's discomfort was likely due to an impending visit from a relative. For he was not the naive fledgling he once was. Nodding in understanding, he refrained from further inquiries and said, "Please take care on your journey. I shall not accompany you." Du Guyan smiled knowingly, assisting Yi Lingling as they slowly departed the pavilion and hailed a carriage to the nearest grand hotel. Now left alone in the Lin Garden, Gu Xian retrieved the 3 tickets he had prepared, waving them wistfully before him. He had dedicated so much time to this endeavor, only to miss a splendid opportunity due to Yi Lingling's familial obligations. The more he pondered, the more he felt a sense of loss. Contemplating how he might coax Yi Lingling to make amends in the future, while admiring the exquisite beauty of the sunset. Chapter 50. An Invitation to Du Guyan. As night fell, the Lin Garden sparkled with lights, its nocturnal beauty rivaling that of the day. Just as Gu Xian intended to attend the performance alone, Xue Qinghao arrived, equally bemused. He had initially planned to rest that evening, but was informed by the guards that Gu Xian had come, accompanied by 2 young ladies. However, the 2 ladies had hastily departed, leaving Gu Xian solitary. Having heard tales of Gu Xian's escapades before, Xue Qinghao wore a calm expression. Just as he was about to leave, he caught sight of Gu Xian, who discreetly concealed a ticket before taking 2 and attempting to drag him along to the performance. With a resigned sigh, Xue Qinghao acquiesced, reasoning that it was merely entertainment, and thus accompanied Gu Xian. The show Gu Xian attended bore resemblance to the magic performances of his past life, yet the performers were soul masters wielding soul power exceeding levels 10 and even 20. They utilized their unique martial spirits to execute each magical act, rendering the spectacle even more captivating. Due to their elevated status, common folk often looked down upon their performances, as they primarily catered to the elite. A ticket to a magic show requires a single golden soul coin, not to mention the various expenses within the venue, including tips. One might easily spend 5, 6, 7, 8, or even 10 golden soul coins on such a performance. For an average household, a single golden soul coin could sustain them for at least a month, highlighting the vast chasm that separates soul masters from ordinary folk. In the VIP room, Gu Xian and Xue Qinghao settled into adjacent seats, observing the fervent performances below. Xue Qinghao turned to Gu Xian and inquired, "I have heard that you have maintained an unbroken winning streak at the Great Soul Arena, never tasting defeat?" Gu Xian smiled faintly and replied, "What can I say? My strength allows for no less." Xue Qinghao rolled her eyes at Gu Xian's self-satisfaction, internally astonished. Indeed, Gu Xian possessed extraordinary talent, yet he was merely at the 33rd rank. Achieving such success in the Soul Master realm at this level was something she herself had not accomplished even in her youth. After all, the gap between rank 33 and 40 is a staggering 7 levels of soul power, an immense disparity that cannot be bridged easily. Moreover, this is Tiando City, one of the capitals of the 2 great empires, where the strength and talent of individuals at the Great Soul Arena represent the pinnacle of the Soul Master community, far beyond the capabilities of lesser beings. These factors collectively underscored Gu Xian's formidable nature, reinforcing Xue Qinghao's thoughts. Such a genius, if not brought into their fold, would surely face ruin. Nevertheless, she remained confident in her ability to persuade Gu Xian, as their relationship was quite harmonious. Yet, these thoughts were merely her own musings. How conceited! Xue Qinghe exclaimed, tossing a grape at Gu Xian, who caught it in his mouth and replied cheerfully, "Rest assured, little sister. I shall protect you in the future. You can simply enjoy being an empress." Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe's movement hesitated momentarily, her heart warming, though she felt somewhat perplexed. For from her perspective, Gu Xian was unaware of her identity as a girl. Gu Xian's statement was intended to foster a deeper emotional connection between them, believing that even if their relationship did not unfold as he envisioned, it would not lead to any detriment. Nothing particularly remarkable occurred that day, and after the performance concluded, they parted ways. Gu Xian retired to the nearest hotel for rest, and by chance, he encountered Du Guyan and Yi Lingling. The two were enjoying a delightful late-night snack in the lobby when he walked in. With a subtle smile, Gu Xian approached and sat down before them, reaching for a chicken leg to indulge in. The two girls exchanged glances, and Du Guyan, with her jewel-like violet eyes sparkling, remarked, "Little Xian is truly considerate, knowing we were here for a late-night snack and coming over to pay." At this, Yi Lingling could not contain her laughter, covering her mouth as Gu Xian barely swallowed the chicken, nearly choking on her witty comment. This girl has quite the way with words. When did her mind become so sharp? However, Gu Xian was not one to fret over such trifles. He casually waved his hand and remarked, "It is only natural for a brother to take care of his sister. Eat a bit more, lest you grow thin." Gu Xian was certainly not one to suffer losses. He could endure hardships, but he would never accept being at a disadvantage. Upon hearing this, Du Guyan was indifferent. After more than a month of familiarity with Gu Xian, she had grown accustomed to the little detail of him wanting her to call him brother. At times, she pondered whether he harbored some peculiar quirk. Humph. Du Guyan shot Gu Xian a sidelong glance and resumed enjoying her delectable late-night snack. "By the way, I plan to visit Eastlake tomorrow. Are you coming?" Gu Xian suddenly announced. Du Guyan's eyes lit up at the mention, and she excitedly replied, "Have the lotus flowers at Eastlake bloomed? It has been ages since I last visited. Let us go together tomorrow." Yi Lingling, too, was eager to partake in the outing. However, she had plans to return home during the week-long holiday and would not be able to join them this time. She expressed her regret, and Du Guyan shared in her disappointment at Yi Lingling's absence. Gu Xian, on the other hand, was unfazed. If Yi Lingling did not go, it would merely create an opportunity for him and Du Guyan to enjoy an intimate world of their own, perfect for deepening their bond. As Du Guyan continued to lament, she suddenly realized this point and discreetly glanced at Gu Xian, who was diligently savoring a chicken leg. Her disappointment regarding Yi Lingling's absence began to wane, and her imagination began to weave fantasies about the two of them spending time together the following day. Her fondness for Gu Xian was nearly overflowing, and even the perceptive members of the royal battle team could see that Yu Tianheng had reluctantly abandoned his pursuit of her. Yet, she had never ventured out alone with Gu Xian for such an extended period. The reason being that East Lake was not situated within the confines of Tiando City, but rather in a royal garden located to the east of the city. The royal garden was open to the public for 3 days each month, coinciding perfectly with their 7-day holiday. This meant that she and Gu Xian would have 3 days together, a span that was neither too long nor too short, potentially allowing for significant developments. After discussing their plans, Gu Xian refrained from intruding further into the conversation between the two women, given that Yi Lingling would be departing the next day. A week apart would undoubtedly evoke feelings of longing among good friends. After finishing their late-night meal and agreeing to first see Yi Lingling off the next day before heading to East Lake, Gu Xian withdrew to his own room to continue his cultivation. Chapter 51. Confession. The following day, Gu Xian rose early and accompanied Du Guyan to see Yi Lingling off as she departed from Tiando City. When she left, Yi Lingling boarded her family's carriage. Despite the Jiuxin Haitang family remaining reclusive, they had stationed a sole emperor in Tiando City due to Yi Lingling's enrollment, and it was this sole emperor who was driving the carriage for her return journey. After Yi Lingling's departure at 7 o'clock, Gu Xian and Du Guyan had breakfast before renting a carriage, gently making their way toward East Lake. In the carriage, Gu Xian and Du Guyan sat side by side. Du Guyan's cheeks were slightly flushed as she absent-mindedly gazed out at the scenery, her small hands unconsciously gripping the edge of her garment, too timid to look at Gu Xian. Gu Xian noticed her subtle movements and couldn't help but smile wryly to himself, while maintaining a warm smile on the surface. "Sister Yan, why are you so tense?" Gu Xian teased lightly. Startled by his words, Du Guyan shivered slightly, but did not turn to face him. Instead, she replied to herself, "Tense? Am I tense? I'm just excited. The beauty of Donghu is at its peak right now, and I haven't been there in so long. I truly look forward to it." Gu Xian chose not to expose her pretense and shifted closer to her. Instantly, Du Guyan felt her heart tighten and her delicate hands, gripping her garment, turned pale from the pressure. What are you doing? Du Guyan suddenly turned to glare at Gu Xian, her eyes filled with suspicion. Gu Xian met her gaze unflinchingly and softly replied, "It's cold." Du Guyan rolled her eyes, nearly exasperated to the point of disbelief. "It's June. Are you really telling me it's cold? Have you considered the sweltering heat of summer?" She turned away, choosing not to engage further. Gu Xian did not press the matter, content to sit beside her in the carriage, inhaling the unique fragrance of the girl next to him, his thoughts drifting away. Noticing Gu Xian's distraction, Du Guyan felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. This insufferable boy was the type who neither took the initiative nor refused, leaving her utterly captivated. Though shy, Du Guyan harbored a wild side within her, but it was unreasonable to expect a girl to take the lead. In such a confined space, couldn't he at least make a move during the bumpy ride? Why was he pretending to be profound now? Where had his flirtatious spirit gone? As Gu Xian remained passive, Du Guyan mentally staged a dramatic performance within herself. Sometimes, girls are like that. They fear unwanted advances yet dread the absence of any. By the time they reached Donghu at 10 o'clock, Gu Xian had not made any further moves, leaving Du Guyan filled with resentment for having waited in vain. How could he squander such a splendid opportunity? Where had his prior charm gone? What Du Guyan did not expect, however, was that once they alighted from the carriage, Gu Xian naturally took her delicate hand, which surprised her and filled her with a mix of joy and bashfulness. Yet, recalling Gu Xian's earlier indifference in the carriage, she felt inexplicably displeased and sought to withdraw her hand from his grasp. However, when she tried to pull away, she found her hand firmly held by Gu Xian. Unable to escape, sensing her movement, Gu Xian gently patted the back of her hand and softly said, "There are many people here. I worry you might get lost." Upon hearing this, Du Guyan internally scoffed. "You're the one who might get lost. Your entire family might be lost." However, she made no attempt to free herself from Gu Xian's firm grasp, for the tenderness in his voice moments ago had captivated her. Thus, hand in hand, they entered the East Lake through the grand entrance. One cannot help but note the multitude of people present, each exuding an air of elegance and glamour. It is rare for ordinary folk to grace this place, as it is predominantly frequented by dignitaries, wealthy merchants, or soul masters. The entrance alone demanded 10 gold soul coins, a sum that ordinary individuals would scarcely spend merely to indulge in the scenery, not to mention the expenses for food, lodging, and entertainment over the next 3 days. While it may seem crowded, the reality is far less so. The vast expanse of East Lake can accommodate thousands, yet only a few thousand are present, leaving ample space to roam. As Gu Xian guided Du Guyan, they reveled in the picturesque surroundings while sharing amusing anecdotes from their daily lives. His proactive charm dissipated any remnants of her earlier discontent, leaving her gaze solely upon him. They continued to explore until dusk, when the summer sunset painted the sky in breathtaking hues. Seated together in a quaint pavilion, sipping fruit tea and gazing at the setting sun, the moment felt utterly enchanting. Numerous such pavilions, the area, thoughtfully designed for love-struck couples, a gesture of undeniable consideration. With Gu Xian's gentle advances, Du Guyan nestled closely against him, feeling the firm muscles of his chest and the undeniable allure of his masculinity. As the sun's rays danced upon their faces, she found herself momentarily blinded by the light. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Xian retrieved a bouquet of 99 roses from his soul guide device. When Du Guyan finally opened her eyes, the sweet fragrance enveloped her, revealing the stunning display of flowers before her. Her heart raced. As a girl, she was particularly sensitive to such gestures, and she felt a stirring of intuition. At that moment, Gu Xian softly confessed, "The reason I remained silent in the carriage was that I was contemplating how to express my feelings for you. Yet, despite my musings, I could not find the perfect words." Du Guyan, momentarily lost in the beauty of the roses, shifted her gaze to Gu Xian's smiling, handsome face. She opened her mouth, but words escaped her, leaving her to gaze at him in silence. Gu Xian continued, "I have thought long and hard about this. If I truly like you, and you feel the same, then the formality of my confession becomes secondary. What matters is that you understand my heart. So, Yinzi, I like you. I, Gu Xian, have feelings for Du Guyan. If you reciprocate my sentiments, please accept this bouquet and be my girlfriend. I vow to cherish, protect, and be your steadfast support." Before he could finish, Du Guyan's eyes glistened with tears, and she leapt into his embrace. In the past month, Gu Xian has brought her a joy she has not experienced in many years. Although Yu Tianheng helped her emerge from her period of emotional isolation, she realized that it was Gu Xian who could truly penetrate the depths of her heart. Now, faced with Gu Xian's heartfelt confession, she could no longer contain herself. "I am willing," murmured Du Guyan, her voice enveloping Gu Xian's ear. After an embrace that felt timeless, the two gradually separated. The last rays of the setting sun bathed them in a warm glow as their gazes met. Du Guyan silently closed her eyes, and Gu Xian, captivated by her alluring lips, slowly leaned down. In that fleeting moment where red and yellow intertwined, their lips met, creating the most beautiful scene at Donghu, though regrettably, no one was there to witness it. Oh, but wait. Someone was indeed watching. Not far away, Xuan held a teacup, momentarily stunned by the sight before her, her lips twitching in disbelief. She recalled that Gu Xian was supposedly only 12 years old, although his age had been fabricated upon enrollment. Xuan had known him for quite some time. Moreover, he had only been at school for just over a month. Was the progress this swift? No wonder he had declined her invitation to Donghu yesterday, claiming to be busy. Was this what he was occupied with? Xuan felt as though she had lost something. Yet the sentiment was not overwhelming. Perhaps it was merely the joy of her younger brother finding a girlfriend. She did not envision any romantic potential between herself and Gu Xian, even though his presence had somewhat compensated for her childhood emotional void. From the very beginning, she had regarded him as a brother, after all, who would develop feelings for a mere child. With a slight shake of her head, Xuan had departed, her earlier enjoyment of the night view dissipating. Chapter 52. The Gift. This was Du Guyan's first experience, and thus her movements were somewhat awkward. Gu Xian gently guided her, beginning with their lips before gradually intensifying. Prior to this moment, they had been sipping fruit tea. Gu Xian favored passion fruit, while Du Guyan preferred pineapple. The combination of their flavors was particularly sweet and intoxicating, causing Du Guyan's cheeks to flush. After their initial contact, Du Guyan savored the moment, her eyes closed as she instinctively sought to explore, with Gu Xian leading her in this discovery. The entire process was brief, yet as she acclimated to the new sensations, Du Guyan began to take the initiative. 5 minutes passed, and Du Guyan's lips were slightly swollen, while Gu Xian fared little better, as she became increasingly determined once she had set her sights on him. Their lips parted, and Du Guyan leaned into Gu Xian's embrace. He encircled her soft waist, holding her close, while she rested against his sturdy chest, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, nibbling her slightly swollen, rosy lips and reflecting on the unique flavors they had just shared. An unfamiliar sense of fulfillment blossomed within her. With his left arm wrapped around her delicate waist, Gu Xian summoned a resplendent brocade box into his right hand with a flicker of his soul-guiding device. Du Guyan's gaze shifted towards it, and then she looked up at Gu Xian, her expression filled with confusion as their eyes met, revealing his handsome face adorned with a warm smile. What is this? Du Guyan's violet eyes brimmed with curiosity. Gu Xian gently nudged her forehead with his, whispering, "Open it and see." This intimate gesture left Du Guyan feeling even more bashful, as the words were exchanged almost at lips length. Biting her lip to suppress the urge to kiss Gu Xian, she focused her attention on the brocade box. As she accepted it with both hands, she noticed its surprising weight, and with a sense of anticipation, she slowly opened it. The moment the box was unveiled, an enchanting fragrance wafted into the air, one that Du Guyan found strikingly familiar. It was the very essence of whale resin they had previously consumed. This piece of whale resin, in terms of quality and other factors, surpassed the one Gu Xian had gifted her earlier. Instantly, Du Guyan discerned its immense value. "Xiao Xian." She turned to Gu Xian, her violet pupils shimmering with affection, nearly moved to tears. Long before Gu Xian had explained the properties of whale resin, she had asked Du Gubo to search for it. However, the market's finest specimens had been swept away by the Cultivation sect, leaving only a few rare pieces. Even those aged merely a millennium. Despite Du Gubo's efforts, he had only procured 3 pieces of 1,000-year-old whale resin for her, one of which was 3,000 years old, while the other 2 were merely 1,000 years old, having previously received a 3,000-year-old piece from Gu Xian. She now held another of evidently superior quality. Aware of the significance of whale resin, she understood the preciousness of this gift, and Gu Xian's thoughtful gesture resonated deeply within her heart, evoking a wave of emotion. Gu Xian smiled knowingly, stating, "This piece of whale resin has reached the 5,000-year mark. It was sent by my grandfather upon my request. Now that you have agreed to be my girlfriend, it is only natural to share such treasures with you." Upon hearing this, Du Guyan tossed the whale resin aside, leaning against Gu Xian's chest once more. She wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, as if wishing to meld into his very being. What girl could remain unmoved by such words? His willingness to procure resources for her, coupled with the sentiment that good things should be shared with a girlfriend, caused her already flushed cheeks to burn with warmth. "Xiao Xian, you are truly wonderful," she murmured affectionately, nestled against his chest. Holding her soft, water-like form, Gu Xian endeavored to suppress his desires, resisting the urge for the moment. Observing Du Guyan's overwhelming gratitude, he felt a twinge of guilt, realizing that this was not something he had asked Gu Rong for. He had long since placed it within his soul-guiding device. After several months away, he could hardly visit the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School daily. Thus, he decided to bring out a few pieces of whale glue. Initially, he contemplated that if the members of the Emperor fighting team were unable to find whale glue, he could auction it off or use it to barter for favors. However, given the resources available to the Emperor fighting team, locating a piece of whale glue was not a challenge, leaving the whale glue in his possession largely unused. Besides consuming one piece himself and gifting another to Duguyen, he had 3 pieces remaining. Now, having given another piece to Duguyen, he was left with just 2. These remaining pieces were both of 5,000-year vintage. As whale glue was not abundantly available in the market, the sect had previously utilized this whale glue to cultivate a group of individuals, all of whom aspired to attain the rank of title de law. Nevertheless, the efficacy of whale glue was limited. Even the few elders at levels 89 had reached their peak and were still awaiting a pivotal opportunity. This limitation was why Xuan was willing to use the secret of whale glue as a means to win over the other members of the Emperor fighting team. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had already reaped most of the benefits, and while the remaining minor advantages should not be squandered, sharing a little was permissible. Xuan had only disclosed this to the members of the Emperor fighting team, who vowed not to divulge any secrets without his permission, even to their closest kin within the sect or family. Naturally, this was somewhat regrettable for them. The value of whale glue was apparent, and if it could be disseminated, their families would surely experience significant advancement. Yet, Xuan had previously stated that it was not yet time for widespread distribution, considering it was a discovery of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Without his consent, they had no choice but to keep this secret close to their hearts. Despite their envy towards the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, they had already received their share of benefits, and harboring excessive desires would be utterly unethical. They were still young, not yet seasoned by the harsh realities of society, and held their credibility in high regard. Therefore, Xuan was not overly concerned about the potential leakage of the whale glue secret. As for the future, it would no longer matter. By then, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would have fully exhausted its profits, leaving others to pick up the scraps. Chapter 53. Your poison, I can cure. Leaning against Xuan's chest, Duguyen could not help but reach out her delicate hand to touch his Adam's apple. Xuan instinctively swallowed, causing his Adam's apple to move slightly. Your Adam's apple is moving, Duguyen chuckled. Xuan took her delicate hand in his, gently caressing it, savoring its softness. Suddenly, Duguyen asked, "What made you decide to confess to me now?" Xuan smiled faintly, glancing at the darkening night sky, with only the flickering light of the soul guide lantern in the pavilion illuminating the surroundings. Xuan gently clasped the delicate hand of Duguyen, inhaling the fragrant aroma of her hair, and slowly spoke. "In the past, all my flowery words were merely a reflection of my fondness for you. Truthfully, I never believed from the outset that we could be together. However, after more than a month of companionship, I have come to realize that I genuinely harbor feelings for you. This sentiment transcends mere admiration. It is a heartfelt affection. Some may argue that a month is a brief span, insufficient for mutual understanding. Perhaps that is true, but when two individuals are truly smitten with each other, why must they wait until they are completely familiar before embracing love? Why must they only meet at the pinnacle of understanding? To seek the osmanthus flowers while indulging in wine is not quite like the youthful adventures. A millennium is far too long. If we are to love, let us seize the essence of this summer. I feel an urgency to not wait any longer. I desire to be with you, to relish the impulses and passions of lovers. We can grow closer, ultimately falling in love." As Xuan's words lingered in the air, he paused for a few seconds, gazing deeply into Duguyen's eyes, softly asking, "What do you think, my dear?" Upon hearing Xuan's heartfelt declaration, Duguyen felt an overwhelming warmth and affection rise within her. Yet, the final term of endearment, "my dear," left her somewhat taken aback, as it was excessively sweet. She shot him a playful glare and replied, "Why are you so cheesy? You could have called me Sister Ian-Z. Why resort to my dear?" As she spoke, she pouted playfully, placing her hand on her chest, saying, "I am not a child, and besides, I hardly resemble a baby. I ought to be more like a mother duck." Upon hearing this, Xuan felt a sense of disbelief. He had not anticipated that his affectionate confession would be disrupted by the term "my dear." He had hoped that such a term would endear him to Duguyen, but he quickly realized she had a feisty spirit. Not wanting to be called a baby was one thing, but to liken herself to a mother? Xuan could not help but glance at the impressive figure of Duguyen nearby. He had not noticed before, but as she leaned against him, her emerald dress slightly loosened, revealing a significant expanse of her fair skin. This stature was undeniably striking. One could say that individuals from Doloa continent mature quickly, as the 17-year-old Duguyen could easily rival a 27-year-old woman. Had Xuan not possessed considerable composure, he might have blurted out a rather inappropriate remark. Duguyen, perceiving his gaze, quickly reacted, shyly covering her chest to prevent any unwelcome exposure. She shot him another playful glare, saying, "Since you have expressed such deep affection, I shall take good care of you from now on." Hearing this, and recalling her earlier comment about being a mother, Xuan felt he might have discovered a different facet of Duguyen. However, now was not the time for such romantic musings, truth be told. While he had developed feelings for her, he had never lost sight of his original intentions. It is not that he possesses a deep-seated cunning. Rather, if he does not harness every available resource to elevate himself, then not only will she currently favor Duguyen, but even in the future, should he marry Duguyen and bear children, formidable adversaries like Qian Renxue, Bibi Dong, and even the formidable Tang San, after achieving divinity, would render him powerless. This world is not solely inhabited by ordinary individuals. It is a realm where martial prowess reigns supreme. The law of the jungle prevails. Only the strong survive. And strength is the currency of influence. Even in matters of romance, lacking strength renders one a mere plaything for others. Thus, Xuan gently pressed his lips against Duguyen's, albeit with his hand. Duguyen, equally adept, left his lips slightly swollen and reddened. Yet he had not succumbed to a depraved obsession. Although the inhabitants of Doloa continent mature early and he had absorbed 3 soul rings, enhancing his own development, he was not inclined to prematurely expend his essence. After all, certain experiences are meant for the rarest of occasions rather than frequent indulgence. Xuan was uncertain if he could maintain his composure after having tasted such pleasures. Hence, he sought to retain his focus on cultivation rather than on Duguyen. After a moment of reflection, Xuan found the words he needed. He softly said, "Yinzi, I've conducted some research on your martial soul and its effects on you. And I've uncovered something significant." This time, he refrained from calling her baby, opting instead for Yinzi, a term that conveyed both intimacy and sincerity, one that Duguyen could readily accept. Duguyen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Her inherited toxicity was no secret, and she had no desire to conceal it, having come to terms with it. Hearing Xuan's words touched her heart, despite only having known each other for a little over a month. His attentiveness had persisted much longer. One could not help but feel that Xuan's affection for her was not a fleeting whim, but rather a thoughtful consideration, as evidenced by his profound concern for her every circumstance. The gift of whale glue was one thing, but now he was also attentive to her health. Such care could only come from a truly earnest individual. As for Xuan, he had to be earnest. Though his motives were not entirely devoid of self-interest, it was undeniable that his dedication to Duguyen surpassed that of anyone else. "What issue?" Duguyen asked, gazing at Xuan with a puzzled expression. He did not answer directly, but instead said, "I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" After a brief pause, Duguyen replied, "Let us start with the good news." Xuan continued, "The good news is that I can cure your poison." Upon hearing this, Duguyen was momentarily taken aback, her smile faltering, and a look of skepticism crossed her face. As if to say, "What jest is this? It is not amusing at all." Xuan released her delicate hand, gently pinching her exquisite face, and reassured her, "I am not joking. I speak the truth. I can indeed cure your poison." Duguyen understood that Xuan would never jest about such matters. After all, Xuan was no fool. This was a lingering concern of hers. They had just solidified their relationship, and it was altogether improbable for Xuan to make light of it. Thus, only one possibility remained. Was Xuan speaking the truth? But how could that be? Could he truly cure her poison? On what grounds? Simply because he hailed from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? Was it merely due to his lineage as the grandson of a titled Doloa? It was not that Duguyen harbored distrust towards Xuan. On the contrary, her faith in him was unwavering. One might argue that such blind trust was characteristic of a girl in the throes of love. Yet, Duguyen was no fool. Her grandfather, Dugu Bo, though known as the weakest of the titled Doluos, was nonetheless a titled Doloa. After all these years, if he could not find a remedy for the poison, how could a mere youth claim to do so? Thus, it was not a reluctance to believe, but rather the harsh reality that left her incredulous, even regarding Xuan's assertions. Upon hearing this inquiry, Duguyen momentarily forgot to challenge how Xuan had discerned her affliction. Although she was a skilled poison master, the members of the Imperial combat team only recognized that the poison was an inherent trait of her martial soul. As the wielder of that martial soul, how could she possibly be poisoned? Moreover, this secret was one that the Dugu family was most reluctant to divulge. Otherwise, it would become a vulnerability against Dugu Bo. Now, due to a single statement from Xuan, Duguyen nearly overlooked how he could possibly be aware of this matter. The implications were truly unsettling. However, viewed from another perspective, if Xuan could ascertain the severity of her poison based solely on his observations and snippets of information gleaned from her, would that not serve as a testament to his capabilities? Nevertheless, Du Guyan still yearned to uncover the truth, whether Gu Xian had acquired this knowledge from others or if he had deduced it through his own prowess. While the likelihood of Gu Xian learning this secret from someone else was slim, given that Du Gubo would never permit the existence of anyone privy to such knowledge. Absolutes were a rarity, and Du Guyan felt the need to confirm. Suppressing the indescribable emotions swirling within her, Du Guyan lifted her gaze to meet Gu Xian's, asking deliberately, "How did you come to know of this?" Naturally, Gu Xian could not reveal that he was a time traveler endowed with foresight. Having already prepared his response, he gently brushed Du Guyan's delicate nose and replied softly, "I simply observed. Did you think my frequent physical contact with you was merely to take advantage? Do you recall that time I read your palm? I suspect you were wondering if I was deliberately holding your hand." Upon hearing Gu Xian's words, Du Guyan's cheeks flushed crimson as she reminisced about the scene and realized that Gu Xian's prior intimacy had been to ascertain her physical condition. With these thoughts, Du Guyan felt a surge of emotion within her heart. Initially, she believed that Gu Xian sought merely to exploit her, but she had not anticipated such profound intentions. In truth, was Gu Xian not indeed seeking to gain an advantage? All these were mere pretenses. Allowing Du Guyan to indulge in self-commiseration while simultaneously justifying his previous actions and his knowledge of her lethal poison. Gu Xian continued, "I have been studying alchemy and pharmacology under a sage since childhood. Though I may not rival his vast experience, I have certainly grasped his true teachings and can even apply them creatively." Gu Xian was not exaggerating. He had thoroughly absorbed the profound insights imparted by Yang Wudi, and his knowledge spanning 2 lifetimes enabled him to draw parallels and achieve results superior to those of Yang Wudi. If there were to be any shortcomings, as Gu Xian himself admitted, it would be his lack of seasoned experience compared to Yang Wudi. After more than a month of companionship, he was able to ascertain that her condition was indeed troubling, intimately linked to her martial spirit, and perhaps even inherited from her parents or the esteemed Dugu predecessor. Gu Xian gently wrapped his arm around her waist, speaking with a hint of tenderness. As if sensing Gu Xian's emotions and starting to trust his words, she leaned on his shoulder, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over her. "I shall not hide it from you any longer, since you already know. I am indeed poisoned." Afflicted by the venom of the biling serpent, leaning against Gu Xian, Du Guyan began to unveil the secrets she had long concealed. Her trust in Gu Xian was absolute, bolstered not only by their burgeoning feelings but also by his assurance that he could alleviate her poison, since he had discerned her affliction through their interactions. It was clear that his declaration was not mere empty words. Du Guyan continued, "The biling serpent is both my salvation and my curse. My grandfather was fortunate to reach the rank of title de law, yet this fortune came with misfortune, as the inherited venom grew more potent upon his ascension. My parents tragically perished due to delayed treatment." Upon hearing her words, Gu Xian gently patted Du Guyan's back, offering her silent comfort. After a moment, he spoke softly. "Yinzi, do not worry. I will be here for you. I have devised a method to counteract the biling serpent's venom, and even if I must endure countless trials, I will ensure that such a tragedy does not befall you again." Upon hearing this, Du Guyan tightened her embrace around Gu Xian, as if she sought to merge him with her very being. An indescribable sense of trust surged within her, and she firmly believed that Gu Xian would not deceive her. Looking up at him, Du Guyan inquired, "What, then, is the bad news you mentioned?" At her words, Gu Xian's expression grew somewhat remorseful as he replied slowly, "The unfortunate news is that I am currently unable to locate the herbs necessary for your antidote. You are undoubtedly aware of the terror of the biling serpent's venom. While I possess the means to assist you, the required herbs are not easily found, even within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, where such resources are scarce." As he spoke, Gu Xian fixed his gaze upon Du Guyan and softly assured her, "Rest assured, I shall exert every effort to utilize the resources of our sect in search of the medicinal herbs you require. The reason I reveal my ability to antidote now is to prevent you from losing hope." Hearing these words, Du Guyan felt profoundly touched, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at Gu Xian. "Xian, I truly do not know how to repay you." Gu Xian gently placed a finger over her lips, saying tenderly, "You are the person I cherish. There is no need for talk of repayment." At that moment, Du Guyan sensed an undeniable debt towards Gu Xian, one that transcended mere gratitude, for he had shown her unwavering concern and silent devotion from the very beginning. Reflecting on her long acquaintance with Yu Tianheng, she realized he had never displayed such thoughtfulness or tenderness, nor had he ever cared for her with such meticulous attention as Gu Xian had in just over a month of knowing each other. The notion of mobilizing sect resources sounded impressive, resonating in her ears like a melody of joy. Yet, Du Guyan understood that the Qi Bao Liuli sect was not solely Gu Xian's domain, despite his grandfather being one of its 2 great guardians. The fact that Gu Xian was willing to leverage sect resources for her sake evoked a profound sense of emotion within her. She recalled the words of a poet. To seek osmanthus blossoms while sharing wine is not akin to the youthful wanderings. A decade is but a fleeting moment. If one wishes to love, let them seize this summer. Gu Xian's willingness to sacrifice so much for her ignited a spark of resolve within Du Guyan. Was there any reason to hesitate? With a slight sigh, Gu Xian continued, Alas, if only we could find any one of the 3 great treasure basins, that alone would suffice to resolve your antidote issue. And perhaps even provide a means to address the poison afflicting your grandfather. Du Guyan was momentarily taken aback by his words, her expression shifting to one of delight. Is that true? Does such a place truly exist in this world? Gu Xian nodded firmly, replying, Indeed, such places do exist. However, they are naturally formed treasures, shaped over millennia. In my research over the past few centuries, I have found no trace of them, which underscores the difficulty in locating such a site. As she absorbed his words, Du Guyan's excitement gradually tempered. If Gu Xian spoke so, then the likelihood of finding such a location was indeed slim. Nevertheless, she felt a glimmer of hope. Her poison was not without a chance of resolution, nor was her grandfather's affliction beyond cure. Chapter 55, The Oscar Golden Statue. Having hope was certainly preferable to a constant state of despair. Since childhood, Du Guyan had suffered greatly from the torment of the Bailin snake poison, which had led her to develop her first 2 soul rings with a focus on supportive abilities. Her body could not withstand the intense toxicity, and although her initial soul skills offered commendable support, they significantly diminished her overall strength. Had her first 2 soul skills been offensive, toxin-based abilities, the terror of her Bailin snake poison would have escalated, and her power would have surged far beyond its current limits. However, Du Guyan wisely remarked that both fortune and misfortune stem from the same source, the azure-scaled serpent. It is precisely this martial soul that bestowed upon her an unparalleled potency and venom, yet it also subjected her to profound torment. Although gathering the necessary herbs proved to be a formidable challenge, and locating the sacred grounds was even more arduous, Du Guyan still harbored a flicker of hope. Leaning against Gu Xian's chest, she softly inquired, Could you provide me with some information about the sacred grounds? My grandfather, after all, is a title de law. Although his intelligence network may not rival that of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, his formidable strength allows him to venture into places inaccessible to others. Perhaps one day he might stumble upon something. Listening to Du Guyan's words, Gu Xian felt a pang of sympathy mixed with exhilaration, for she intended to subtly unveil the information about the Eye of Ice and Fire. Having accompanied Du Gubo since childhood, she had indeed visited the Eye of Ice and Fire, albeit infrequently. Yet, the grandeur of that phenomenon was indelibly etched in her memory. The moment she spoke of it, Du Guyan would undoubtedly grasp the significance. As for Gu Xian's concern that Du Guyan might learn about the detoxifying properties within the eye, he harbored no worries. Having spent over a month together, their bond had solidified. In terms of her character and their relationship, Du Guyan was not the type to monopolize the Eye of Ice and Fire. If Du Gubo were present, he might have attempted such an act, but Du Guyan would never resort to that. After all, did Gu Xian's generosity as a benefactor go unnoticed? Even if Gu Xian were to misjudge her character, he was prepared with contingency plans. Should Du Guyan decide to act against the Eye of Ice and Fire, he had ample means to counter her. Gu Xian was no longer an isolated individual, unlike many protagonists in fan fiction who, despite humble beginnings, dared to confront Du Gubo. The reason others chose to trust Tang San was not solely due to his capabilities. He also had a title de law for a father. What right did a mere commoner have to negotiate with someone of that caliber? What, by virtue of age or personal hygiene? Yet, Gu Xian was not alone. He had the backing of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. In a worst-case scenario, he could easily declare that Du Gubo was acting unscrupulously, fabricating a compelling reason for the 2 guardians of the sect, along with Ning Fengji, to intervene decisively. Gu Xian was confident that 2 rank 96 super duos, alongside a top-tier Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, could easily subdue even the weakest Du Gubo. Your toxins may be peerless, capable of decimating foes to the last title de law, but that assumes one lives long enough to unleash such poisons. Moreover, Du Gubo had no knowledge of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Otherwise, he would have long since harnessed its wonders to become a formidable force. Of course, these plans were contingent upon the old man's own misguided decisions, and truthfully, Gu Xian was reluctant to reach such a point. After all, he has indeed developed feelings for Du Guyan. If it comes to that point, their relationship would likely be doomed. The enmity of having killed her grandfather is irreconcilable. While Du Guyan may appear somewhat naive and innocent, she is not one to easily forget such a betrayal, even if her heart were swayed by his imposing presence. It is doubtful she could continue to share tender moments with him, as it may merely serve as a prelude to her seeking revenge. If it ever reaches that stage, Xuan would certainly refrain from wagering on his so-called dominance. Furthermore, should Xuan mature, she could very well become another Bo. Thus, if the situation escalates, Xuan would be left with no choice. He is not a saint. Under certain conditions, he must eliminate all potential dangers. Naturally, all of this hinges on Bo's recognition of the circumstances, which seems unlikely, for he is no fool. Even if he were aware that nothing could cure the poison from the ice and fire eyes, he would not dare to act recklessly, such as attempting to kidnap Xuan. Bo is not so foolish. If it were just him, perhaps it would be feasible, but with Xuan involved. Should he capture Xuan, the wrath of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect would render any hope for a normal life for him and his granddaughter utterly impossible. Moreover, at present, Xuan and Xuan are in a relationship, which would certainly influence Bo's decisions, leading him to make a judicious choice. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Xuan explained to Xuan, "Indeed, it is fortunate that Senior Dugu is a title de law, as this would naturally grant him access to more places, thereby increasing the opportunities." He then proceeded to describe the characteristics of the ice and fire eyes. One of the treasures is known as the ice and fire eyes, a naturally occurring phenomenon where two springs coexist, one of extreme ice and the other of extreme fire. Not only does it possess the ability to produce miraculous treasures, but it is also an exquisite sight to behold. It is said that the medicinal herbs that grow within the ice and fire eyes can even become legendary elixirs, should one manage to find them. Before Xuan could finish his sentence, he noticed Xuan's expression freeze. Her delicate hands instinctively clutched his muscular chest, causing him a slight twinge of pain. Concerned, Xuan inquired, "What is it? Are you feeling unwell?" Hearing his words, Xuan snapped back to reality. Disbelief etched on her face as she exclaimed, "Did you just mention dual springs? One of ice and one of fire?" Xuan, appearing somewhat puzzled, nodded in affirmation, saying, "Indeed, this treasure is called the ice and fire eyes. If we can locate it, there is a strong likelihood it contains the medicinal herbs that could resolve your serpent's poison." Upon hearing this, Xuan's gaze transformed from initial bewilderment to surprise and excitement, ultimately culminating in exhilaration. She repeatedly murmured, "Dual springs, one ice and one fire, ice and fire eyes. Isn't my grandfather's medicinal garden just like that? Could it possibly be the ice and fire eyes?" Xuan sat upon his thigh, and Xuan naturally heard her murmurs. Upon hearing her, Xuan looked at Xuan with an expression of disbelief, unable to restrain himself from cradling her face, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "What did you say? What herb garden?" In response to Xuan's affectionate gesture, the exhilaration on Xuan's face erupted, and she instinctively pressed a seal upon Xuan. "Xiaoxian, I may have discerned the location of the eye of ice and fire." Xuan's voice trembled with emotion, a blend of despair followed by hope, only to be overshadowed again by uncertainty, before finally igniting a resurgence of joy and excitement. At that moment, Xuan's countenance was one of utter incredulity, as if he were questioning, "How is this possible? That is a veritable treasure trove. You knew as soon as I mentioned it." Unbeknownst to him, his performance could have easily garnered an Oscar, for he was wholly immersed in the emotion of the moment. Although a hint of guilt lingered for deceiving Xuan, he silently vowed to compensate her generously in the future, seeking her forgiveness. Chapter 56, A Field Encounter? Observing Xuan's expression of disbelief, Xuan found herself grappling with her own incredulity. This was the first time she had witnessed such a look on his face. It underscored the astonishing nature of the revelation she had just shared. Who was Xuan? A prodigy of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. What had he not heard of or seen? The very fact that he appeared incredulous hinted at how astonishing her revelation truly was. "Are you certain?" Xuan could not help but cup Xuan's delicate face, his voice laced with disbelief. Xuan blinked, her eyes flitting as if recalling something. And then she earnestly nodded, replying, "If your description is accurate, then I can be certain." Upon hearing this, Xuan's doubts dissipated, for he trusted Xuan implicitly. He could not contain himself and planted a fervent kiss upon her lips, exclaiming, "Yanzi, you have saved us." Xuan felt a sweetness linger upon her lips, and her face blossomed with joy, for she was convinced she had not erred. If Xuan's description held true, then her grandfather's herb garden was indeed the eye of ice and fire. Hearing that she had been saved filled her with a profound sense of rebirth. This poison had tormented her for over a decade, and now, with the chance for liberation, she felt as though she was being granted a new lease on life. Xuan, still brimming with excitement, grasped Xuan's shoulders and earnestly inquired, "Yanzi, if, as you say, the herb garden of Senior Dugu is the eye of ice and fire, why has he not utilized the herbs within to concoct an antidote?" Senior Dugu is an expert in poisons, so one would assume his knowledge of pharmacology is exceptional. Or is it possible that the Eye of Ice and Fire contains no medicinal herbs? Upon hearing those words, Dugu Yin was reminded of Dugu Bo's helplessness when facing the Eye of Ice and Fire. After glancing around to ensure no one was in earshot, she leaned in close to Gu Xian and whispered, "Let me tell you the truth, but you must promise not to share this with anyone." Gu Xian, taking the opportunity to wrap his arms around her slender waist, nodded in agreement, saying, "Rest assured, I shall keep your secret." Dugu Yin continued to confide in him. "In fact, that place was discovered by my grandfather by chance. Although it has a suppressive effect on the snake venom within us, he is unfamiliar with the things inside." So, there was no need for Dugu Yin to finish her sentence. Even if Gu Xian were not a time traveler, he could easily deduce that without knowledge of the contents, there was no way to utilize them. Gu Xian sighed inwardly. To be frank, if not for Tang San, the true chosen one of Doluo continent, then surely it would have been the Dugu family. Alas, they possessed a treasure yet failed to recognize its value, ultimately becoming a mere embellishment for Tang San. Furthermore, after 10,000 years, the Bai Lin snake family lost all rights to the Eye of Ice and Fire, which became the possession of Tang Xuan. Truly, it is a testament to the fickleness of fate and the fickle nature of humanity. However, the present was different. Although Gu Xian coveted the Eye of Ice and Fire, he would never simply take everything and leave without a trace. His ambition was to take Dugu Bo along with the Eye of Ice and Fire. Why? Because your granddaughter is my wife. And as the esteemed Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, we will offer a bride price, and you must reciprocate with a dowry, mustn't you? As for what this dowry entails, it is simple. You, Dugu Bo, have wandered through life. Let us provide for you in your twilight years. Residing here as family is not an imposition. There is no need for concern. As for the so-called treasure, since you have acquired it yet remain oblivious to its worth, we shall take it for our own use. And the benefits will undoubtedly be plentiful. Moreover, with your granddaughter now married to Gu Xian, would you really worry that I would not provide for you? Gu Xian could not help but feel a thrill. Not only would he take your granddaughter, but the Eye of Ice and Fire, and you as well. Of course, to accomplish all this, the process must be executed flawlessly. Any missteps leading to resentment from the other party would result in a loss greater than the gain. After hearing Dugu Yin's words, Gu Xian began to ponder deeply. Dugu Yin then inquired, "Since you are familiar with this treasure, does that mean you recognize the things within as well?" Gu Xian gently caressed Dugu Yin's soft waist and replied, "I cannot guarantee that I know everything, as I have only seen these things in ancient texts and have never visited in person. However, if possible, I would like to see it for myself." Upon hearing this, Dugu Yan's anxious heart finally settled. As long as he was acquainted with it, that sufficed. While others might be denied access to the Eye of Ice and Fire, Gu Xian, being her boyfriend and knowledgeable about this treasure, would certainly have no such issues. To her grandfather, who was often seen as capricious and ruthless, she was treasured above all. Moreover, Gu Xian had previously mentioned that there might be treasures within this sacred land that could aid in alleviating her grandfather's poisoning. If they were to discover such a remedy, wouldn't that allow both her and her grandfather to liberate themselves from the torment of the green-scaled serpent's venom? With this thought, Dugu Yin felt a surge of excitement within her. If that were indeed the case, she would no longer need to prioritize her safety by opting for soul rings with lesser toxicity. Her third soul skill was undeniably potent, but it was acquired at the expense of her first two skills. Had she absorbed the formidable poisonous soul beasts from the very beginning, the power of her third skill would have been even more formidable. Thus, being afflicted by the green-scaled serpent's poison had indeed limited her potential. Now that a solution seemed to be within reach, how could she not feel exhilarated? Dugu Yin leaned on Gu Xian's shoulder and pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Xiao Xian, why don't we seek out my grandfather now? He has been in Heaven-Do City lately." Upon hearing her words, Gu Xian felt a flicker of temptation. Dugu Yin was eager to rid herself of the poison, and he too yearned to quickly unlock the secrets of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang eyes. However, he suppressed his excitement, recognizing that it was not the appropriate time. It was already past 8, and darkness had enveloped the sky, making it rather untimely to visit Dugu Bo. After some contemplation, Gu Xian gently replied, "You silly, it's dark outside. There's no rush, we can go tomorrow." Dugu Yin glanced at the sky upon hearing this and acknowledged that it had indeed turned dark, with twinkling stars adorning the heavens. After a moment's thought, she conceded. All right then. She then contemplated another issue. Since she was now with Gu Xian, and it was just the two of them in the dark, how would they spend the night? Together? But that seemed too premature. Not together? Yet, she was still nestled in Gu Xian's embrace, relishing the comforting sensation and unwilling to part for even a moment. What to do? It felt too soon to share a bed after just getting together. Yet the thought of separation was unbearable. As if reading her thoughts, Gu Xian did not rush to rest, but instead lifted her in a princess carry and brought her to a grassy area outside the pavilion. He retrieved a 5-meter-long, 3-meter-wide velvet blanket from his soul guide and laid it on the ground with a swift motion before placing Duguyen upon it. As a flush crept across her cheeks, he lay beside her, causing her heart to race. Was this to be a wild rendezvous? Duguyen dared not entertain the thought. Although she had never experienced it, she had read novels where the protagonists often found themselves in such circumstances during their first encounters. Wasn't this thrilling? Chapter 57, Arrival. Yet, in the midst of Duguyen's bashful demeanor, Xuan simply embraced her slender waist, drawing her into his arms, and then there was silence. Gazing at the star-studded night sky, one cannot help but remark that while the world of Doloa lacks the likes of mountain bandit kings, the Doma continent, and Ultraman, its diverse landscapes are as picturesque as a painting, a beauty that Xuan could only have appreciated in the realms of anime in his past life. How beautiful! Xuan mused, unable to contain his admiration. Yet, in the next moment, an elongated awe escaped his lips as he felt a firm grip around his waist, followed by a dizzying 260-degree spin. At that moment, Duguyen glared at Xuan with a mixture of embarrassment and indignation. She had anticipated something more profound from him, having built up her courage for quite some time, only to be met with this. At 17, she was of an age where many girls her age in Doloa had already become mothers of 2. She never imagined that this young man merely lay down to gaze at the stars. What a waste, Duguyen thought, noticing the luxurious, soft blanket beneath them, evidently made from the fur of a soul beast, a costly indulgence. Frustrated, she couldn't resist grabbing the soft flesh at Xuan's waist, playfully teasing him. Yen, what are you doing? Let go, let go, Xuan exclaimed, unable to stifle his surprise. Though he was a soul master, a 3-ring soul venerable with 3 soul rings, he was still human, and even with superior physical conditioning, he found his defenses utterly compromised against such a playful assault from his girlfriend. Such a woman was truly formidable. Duguyen's irritation dissipated upon seeing Xuan's pained yet amused expression, and she quickly released him, moving closer with a sympathetic look. What's wrong, Xiaoxian? Did I hurt you? I just wanted to try it. I've seen other couples playing like this, she said with a playful tongue-out gesture and a beaming smile. Xuan, captivated by the delicate features of Duguyen, struggled to express his thoughts, unaware that her whimsical notions stemmed from her own misgivings about their interaction deviating from her expectations. Resigned, he gently caressed her face, wearing a bittersweet smile reminiscent of a withered melon. Yen, we shouldn't indulge in such antics. Duguyen, feeling a sense of joy return, playfully stuck out her tongue and shifted her mood back to its earlier lightness, dismissing any inappropriate thoughts. Nestling against Xuan, she admired the beautiful stars above, her mind drifting to the prospect of reuniting with her grandfather the following day and seeking a remedy at the ice and fire yin-yang eye. After a day filled with excitement, fatigue crept in, and in her blissful reverie, she fell asleep without realizing it, whether from exhaustion or the warmth of having someone to rely on. Upon hearing the gentle breaths of the girl in his embrace, Xuan couldn't help but glance down at Duguyen, discovering that she had drifted off into slumber. With a soft sigh, Xuan activated his soul guide device once more, causing a magnificent silver dome, 5 meters in diameter, to materialize, an imposing fortress in miniature. This silver bastion served as a soul guide with stealth capabilities, exuding a unique fragrance that repelled mosquitoes and vermin, making it an essential companion for travel and home. Only the grand lineage of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School could afford Xuan such luxurious indulgences. The silver dome enveloped both Xuan and Duguyen, yet the celestial bodies beyond remained visible. This device allowed those within to observe the outside world while remaining concealed from it, unless one scrutinized closely. Its presence would go unnoticed. As the night passed in silence, the first rays of dawn broke, stirring Xuan from slumber. He blinked awake, his gray-black eyes momentarily blinded by sunlight, only to discover he was not alone. Duguyen lay atop his right arm, her restless hand gripping the firm muscles of his chest, her alabaster thigh resting heavily upon his leg, pinning him down. With her body turned towards him, the expanse of her pristine skin was laid bare before Xuan. Were it not for his honorable disposition, he might have succumbed to temptation. However, he refrained from indulging too early, wary of the addictive nature of such encounters, fully aware of the consequences. Xuan's movement roused Duguyen, her lashes fluttering as she gradually opened her eyes. Upon seeing Xuan so close, she could not resist pecking at him, only to realize it was no dream. This was reality. After a night of sweet dreams, she awoke to find him there. Xuan had indeed confessed his feelings. The realization sent a rush of emotions cascading through her. Her heart raced with excitement. Xiaoxian, what is this? Duguyen inquired, casting a puzzled glance at the soul guide enveloping them. Gu Xian smiled gently in response. It's a soul guide. You fell asleep last night, so I set this up to avoid waking you. Upon hearing this, Du Guyan pondered for a moment, scrutinizing both Gu Xian and herself before narrowing her eyes and teasing. You didn't do anything to me last night, did you? Gu Xian's expression darkened in jest as he pinched her cheek, replying, What? Are you implying that you wanted me to do something? Du Guyan's face flushed crimson at the realization, the vivid scenes from her dreams flooding back, making it difficult for her to meet his gaze, too shy to confront the implications. As a virtuous young lady, she was astounded that she had dreamt such things. Fortunately, this was merely a fleeting moment of embarrassment. After gathering their belongings, Gu Xian and Du Guyan promptly rented a carriage to return to Tiando City, leaving the morning's awkwardness behind. Compared to Gu Xian, Du Guyan's heart yearned more fervently for a swift resolution. Thus, by noon, the two had already arrived at Du Guyan's residence. Their family possessed an estate in Tiando City, a gift from Prince Xuan to Du Gubo. The property spanned a considerable area, undoubtedly a grand mansion. The plaque at the entrance bore the elegantly inscribed characters, Du Gu Mansion. At the doorway stood an elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, sweeping the ground. Upon noticing Du Guyan, he set aside his broom and approached her with utmost respect, saying, Miss, what brings you back? Fu Bo, I urgently need to see grandfather. Is he at home? Du Guyan replied with a smile. The household staff was sparse, with this Fu Bo serving as the steward. In his leisure time, he would tidy up the courtyard for exercise. Fu Bo's martial spirit manifested as a broom, and he was a 13th level soul master, adorned with a yellow soul ring. Upon hearing Du Guyan's inquiry, Fu Bo cast a glance at Gu Xian but refrained from further comment, responding instead with a warm smile. The master is indeed home. He has been in the apothecary these past few days, and I presume he is still there. You may go straight to him. Mississippi hearing this, Du Guyan grinned at Fu Bo, taking Gu Xian by the hand as they made their way into the mansion. As they departed, Gu Xian exchanged a brief smile with Fu Bo. Once the pair vanished from sight, the elderly man stroked his beard and remarked with a chuckle. It seems the young lady has found enlightenment. It is the first time in all these years she has brought a boy home. Chapter 58, Du Gubo. Upon entering the mansion, Gu Xian followed Du Guyan through winding paths. As it was his first visit, he felt somewhat disoriented. His sole impression was one of simplicity. To be candid, for the residence of a titled Delaw, it was rather unadorned, lacking even decorative greenery, with every corner meticulously cleaned. It could be said that even a modest noble family would boast a more lavish courtyard than that of Du Gubo. This observation indicated that Du Gubo indeed shunned fame and fortune, leading a humble life with his cherished granddaughter. The servants in the courtyard were few. Aside from Fu Bo, there were merely 7 elderly women in their 50s, who typically attended to Du Gubo's daily needs. However, they spent most of their time cleaning, as Du Gubo required their assistance infrequently. Du Guyan was familiar with these individuals, displaying no airs of a young lady, perhaps due to their long-standing companionship. As they walked, she took the opportunity to introduce Gu Xian to the layout and circumstances within, clearly having already regarded him as one of her own. After approximately 15 minutes of wandering through the estate, Du Guyan and Gu Xian arrived at a tranquil courtyard, the very place where Du Gubo often concocted medicines. Coming to a stop, Du Guyan turned to Gu Xian and said, My grandfather frequently prepares potions here. You should not enter. I will go in to call him. Gu Xian did not refuse. It was not out of fear of the poisons, but rather to allow Du Guyan to enter and explain the situation to Du Gubo, thereby preparing him psychologically. Gu Xian waited outside the courtyard. After approximately 15 minutes, he suddenly felt as if he were being targeted by some primordial beast. In an instant, he resembled a bristling wildcat, and 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose around him. With the manifestation of his martial soul, his hands transformed into silver-white bone claws. Striking fiercely behind him, a straight arm extended effortlessly, grasping Gu Xian's bone claw, and a somewhat hoarse yet gentle voice remarked, Impressive reflexes. Gu Xian looked up and discerned the figure before him, a man towering 2 meters tall, resembling a straight spear, dressed in a simple green robe, with hair and eyes of the same verdant hue, who regarded him with a warm expression. Gu Xian instantly recognized him. It was none other than Du Gubo. He promptly retracted his bone claws, withdrew his martial soul, and concealed his soul rings, bowing respectfully. I am Gu Xian of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Honored to meet you, Senior Du Gu. Observing Gu Xian's respectful demeanor, Du Gubo nodded in satisfaction. Although he typically did not concern himself with formalities, he could still appreciate the respect shown by others. There is no need for such formalities, young man. I have heard that you are involved with my yin-yin. Du Gubo waved his hand, his tone suddenly sharp. At that moment, Du Guyan emerged from the courtyard, casting a glare at Dugu Bo grandfather. Did you not promise me that you would not make things difficult for Xiaoxian? Dugu Yin pouted, causing Dugu Bo's previously stern expression to falter, quickly replaced by a smile as he approached her. Yin Yin, how could grandfather be making things difficult? I was merely inquiring normally. Dugu Yin rolled her eyes at her grandfather and retorted, have I not made myself clear enough? I might as well have told you the color of Xiaoxian's undergarments. Do you still need to ask? Upon hearing this, Dugu Bo momentarily froze, taken aback by her words. Gu Xian, standing nearby, was equally astonished, wondering at the audacity of such remarks. Ahem, all right, Yin Yin, grandfather will refrain from asking further, Dugu Bo said, affectionately ruffling Dugu Yan's hair in a tender manner. Witnessing this scene, Gu Xian's admiration for Dugu Bo grew once more. Though the old man could be ruthless towards outsiders, his kindness towards his own was undeniable. One could glean from the original text that after becoming friends with Tang San, Dugu Bo displayed unwavering loyalty, even when Tang San had severely depleted his resources. During the elite competition of the continent's advanced soul master academies, Dugu Bo faced pressure alone, defending Tang San against 2 attackers, which attested to his profound sentiments and character. Subsequently, the Sword de Law arrived to assist, but prior to that, the old man had stood alone. Such courage and loyalty were commendable indeed. To soothe the anxious Dugu Yin, Dugu Bo turned to his beloved granddaughter and softly said, Yin Yin, I wish to speak privately with this young man for a moment. Would you mind stepping out to play for a while? Hearing these words, Dugu Yin felt somewhat helpless, yet she was not a child prone to tantrums. After offering a few words of reassurance to Dugu Bo, she approached Gu Xian. In a gentle voice, she said, Little Xian, my grandfather may appear cold on the outside, but he has a warm heart. Do not be afraid. Observing how Dugu Yin comforted him as one would a child, Gu Xian could only smile wryly. He had initially intended to playfully poke her nose, but with Dugu Bo present, he refrained, knowing that he could incur the old man's displeasure for teasing his granddaughter. With a warm smile, he nodded in response, Rest assured, I possess many talents, but the art of reading faces is among them. I trust that Dugu Xian will not give me undue trouble. Hearing this, Dugu Yin felt reassured and nodded, allowing Gu Xian to follow Dugu Bo inside. Dugu Bo glanced at Gu Xian and returned a smile to Dugu Yin before addressing Gu Xian, come along. The 2 men proceeded into the courtyard, while Dugu Yin chose to remain by the entrance, awaiting their return. Upon entering the courtyard, Gu Xian noticed a small medicinal garden, home to a dozen or so herbs, all of which he recognized. These were poisonous plants, each possessing remarkable efficacy and were indeed rare finds in the market. Without lingering, Gu Xian followed Dugu Bo into one of the rooms. The room was sparsely furnished, containing only a table and 2 cushions, with a tea set elegantly displayed upon the table. Dugu Bo casually seated himself on one of the cushions and remarked to Gu Xian, Please, make yourself comfortable. I have many questions for you. His demeanor was surprisingly amicable, devoid of any coldness or suspicion. Indeed, as long as Dugu Yin explained everything clearly, Dugu Bo would find no reason for doubt. The situation appeared seamless, devoid of any underlying schemes, for Gu Xian's every step had been meticulously planned to ensure a natural flow. Gu Xian, feeling at ease, sat down on the cushion opposite Dugu Bo and replied, Thank you for your kind invitation, esteemed Dugu Xian. In response, Dugu Bo waved his hand dismissively and said, Spare me the formalities. I may not fully grasp the methods you employ to win over my precious granddaughter, but until I offer my approval, should you dare to take advantage of Yin Yin, know that even if your grandfather is Gu Rong, I shall ensure you face the consequences. Just as Gu Xian settled into his seat, Dugu Bo established his authority. Gu Xian did not take offense, understanding that Dugu Bo's intentions were rooted in his concern for Dugu Yin. It was better for him to assert himself now than to regret it later if Dugu Yin were to be wronged. If it were Gu Xian's daughter introducing a boy she had known for just over a month and claiming he was her partner, he would undoubtedly be far more formidable than Dugu Bo in his disapproval. Want to sit? You won't find a place to stand here, he thought. However, if Dugu Bo were to discover that Gu Xian spent the night entwined with Dugu Yin, had it not been for Gu Xian's remarkable self-control, it is likely that the 2 of them might have crossed certain boundaries. What would Dugu Bo think? Gu Xian would not dare to entertain such thoughts. Should the old man truly become enraged, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. As for the concern that Dugu Bo might plot against Gu Xian's life, such a notion was entirely unfounded. Forgetting about Gu Xian's current relationship with Dugu Yin, simply considering his lineage as the grandson of Gu Rong from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School ensures his safety. Dugu Bo may be mad, yet with Dugu Yin as his Achilles heel, his madness has its limits. Within the room, the dialogue between the 2 men commenced. Chapter 59, The Test. Gazing at Gu Xian, Dugu Bo stated coolly, I shall only speak of your matters with Yin Yin. I will not interfere in the affairs of the young. After a brief pause, he continued. However, I have heard from Yin Yin that you possess a means to resolve the poison afflicting her. Upon hearing this, Xuan recognized that the crux of the matter had arrived and responded with an air of nonchalance. Indeed, though the necessary herbs are somewhat challenging to gather at this moment. However, Yin Yin mentioned that you possess a medicinal garden, which might very well be the fabled ice and fire duality eye. Hence, we have come directly today. If that were indeed the case, as long as suitable herbs could be procured, there would be no doubt in curing Yin Jia's poison, and perhaps even alleviating your own affliction. Listening to this, Dugu Bo's eyes flickered. Dugu Yin had already elucidated that Xuan had deduced the nature of the poison from the Bailin Snake clan, thus dispelling any notion that the boy was lacking in merit. Nonetheless, hearing such assertions from a mere 15-year-old was hard for him to fathom, especially since he had lived nearly 80 years without finding a remedy for his own ailments, while this impudent youth confidently claimed to have a solution. Young man, do you understand the consequences of deceiving me? Do not think you can use this approach to mislead Yin Yin and gain her favor in my presence. You shall find no such opportunity. Dugu Bo's tone was unequivocal. He was testing Xuan. In response, Xuan could only smile wryly and said, Senior, let us put aside matters between Yin Yin and me for now. If I did not possess absolute certainty, do you think I would have rushed over in such haste? With that, Xuan began to recall the several herbs he had briefly examined in the courtyard, speaking softly. The withered bone corpse poison vine possesses a fierce toxicity. A mere drop consumed by an ordinary person would cause them to turn to dust in an instant. Even a soul master who ingests it in excess will be beyond salvation, requiring the nourishment of corpses. The enchanting redwater vine also harbors intense toxicity, akin to the withered bone corpse poison vine, but this herb demands the first drop of dew collected at dawn every 7 days, nourished with snake venom to survive, typically thriving in regions overrun by venomous serpents and insects. The soul refining grass. Xuan meticulously detailed the characteristics and effects of each poisonous herb, with each revelation inspiring silent awe in Dugu Bo. He harbored suspicions that Dugu Yin had conspired with Xuan beforehand. However, there were several herbs that even Dugu Yin could not identify, yet Xuan was able to name them one by one. Once he had enumerated all the poisonous plants, Dugu Yin smiled gently and remarked, Senior, nurturing these herbs must have required considerable effort on your part. Dugu Bo fixed his penetrating gaze upon Xuan and, after a prolonged moment, exhaled a deep sigh and said nonchalantly, Indeed, you are quite the prodigy. At such a tender age, your knowledge of these medicinal materials speaks volumes of your expertise in pharmacology. Seeing the last shadow of doubt dissipate from Dugu Bo's face, Xuan felt a surge of joy within, as this initial encounter had evidently alleviated Dugu Bo's skepticism. Senior, I have come here regarding your medicinal garden. Xuan continued earnestly, and I must inform you that Yan's poison cannot afford to be delayed. The sooner we can alleviate it, the sooner she can escape her suffering. He mentioned Dugu Yin directly, for she was the person he cherished most in this world. Upon hearing Xuan's words, a warmth spread through Dugu Bo's heart. He replied, Yin has already spoken to me about your matters. I trust you are aware that the place you refer to is likely the ice-fire duality eye. Regrettably, I am an old man who possesses treasures yet fails to recognize their value. He continued, if you can indeed utilize what lies within to resolve Yan's poison, I shall consent to your union. Should you fail, then you, young man, are merely a blathering fool. Dugu Bo's eyes glimmered with wisdom as he added, I shall not waste more words with you. The moment you can dispel the snake venom from Yin, I shall grant my approval for your relationship. Dugu Bo discerned Xuan's feelings for Dugu Yin, and thus spoke in such a manner. After all, only by doing so could he spur Xuan to brave the challenges ahead in search of the antidote. The formidable Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was undoubtedly stronger than he alone. Moreover, it was entirely plausible that, as Xuan suggested, the ice-fire duality contained the antidote. If that were the case, he would have no further concerns. Presently, his sole attachment in this world was Dugu Yin. Once her troubles were resolved, he would have little left to worry about. Furthermore, having amassed numerous enemies along his journey, if Dugu Yin were to find resolution with Xuan, the influence of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School could shield her from harm, thus achieving a mutually beneficial outcome. Of course, all these considerations hinged upon Dugu Yan's willingness. If she were to refuse, not even the highest authority could intervene. However, observing Dugu Yan's demeanor towards Xuan, it seemed she was quite amenable to the idea. In response to Dugu Bo's words, Xuan smiled confidently and replied, Then I shall await the day I can address you as father-in-law. While Xuan should refer to Dugu Yan's father as father-in-law, the fact remained that her father was no longer present. which naturally made her grandfather the appropriate figure to be called father-in-law. Upon hearing this, Dugubo snorted dismissively. Not so fast. Pray tell, to whom do you owe your pharmacological lineage? I must test your abilities. If you prove to be a mere dilettante, I shall summon your master, for I cannot risk entrusting Yin Yin to you as an apprentice. Spoke Dugubo. The term apprentice refers to the unfortunate souls tasked with testing the potions prepared by the alchemist, who, due to their exposure to a myriad of concoctions, often lead short lives. Gu Xian, however, stood ready to endure Dugubo's examination. His skills in alchemy and pharmacology were honed under the esteemed tutelage of Yang Wudi, and his only shortcoming lay in the realm of experience. I am a disciple of Yang Wudi, the leader of the Page clan, Gu Xian replied. Yang Wudi? Oh, him. Dugubo acknowledged, his respect for Gu Xian's lineage evident. This world belongs to soul masters, and few delve into the intricacies of alchemy and pharmacology. The Page clan is renowned for its esteemed alchemical heritage. I have heard that the Page clan is allied with the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect school. Yet, you are still so young. The complexities of pharmacology are daunting. How much wisdom can you possibly possess at such a tender age? Dugubo scrutinized Gu Xian, but found only unwavering confidence in his gaze. This confidence was not blind, but rooted in a profound assurance. Elder, please feel free to test me. The results will speak for themselves, Gu Xian asserted with conviction. Ah, spirited youth. You truly embody the legacy of the old bone dragon. Dugubo could not help but commend him inwardly. Although he was not well acquainted with Gu Rong, they both hailed from an older generation of formidable beings, and having ascended to the title of Title de Law, they had inevitably crossed paths. However, Dugubo publicly declared, Very well, let me witness your capabilities. Should you satisfy me, we shall embark for the ice and fire Yangyin eyes. Otherwise, I shall summon your master. Agreed. Gu Xian replied, his confidence unwavering. Dugubo wasted no time, extending 3 fingers and stating plainly, 3 trials await you. First, within 1 hour, concoct a poison from the herbs in my garden that would assuredly result in the demise of a soul master at the soul respect level. Second, create an antidote that, when consumed after taking your poison, will effectively neutralize its effects without any lingering consequences. Third, I possess an object known as the 9-section jade. Allow it to bite you. And if you can neutralize the venom yourself, you shall have passed the test. Having laid out the challenges, Dugubo added, let me remind you, if you lack the strength to avoid acting the hero, your survival is of no concern to me. As Gu Xian listened to the stipulations of the trials, a thrill surged within him, for he knew these tasks were well within his capabilities. Moreover, having foreseen that Dugubo had previously tested Tang San with the 9-section jade, he had already prepared an antidote for it, unexpectedly finding it useful now. Elder, may I utilize my own medicinal materials? Gu Xian inquired as a final clarification. Dugubo nodded in response. As an apothecary, you are naturally permitted to use your own materials. However, for the first trial, you may only employ the herbs from my garden. With that, Dugubo refrained from further conversation, stepping through the door as his voice echoed back. I shall return in 1 hour to assess your poison. Chapter 60, Recognition. As Dugubo exited the courtyard, he chanced upon the waiting Duguyen, who, without casting a glance at him, craned her neck to peer behind him. Not spotting Gu Xian, Duguyen shot a glare at Dugubo and in a delicate voice inquired, Grandfather, where is Xiao Xian? The absence of concern from his beloved granddaughter struck Dugubo like a bolt, leaving him with a bitter expression. Indeed, a granddaughter grows beyond her grandfather. Dugubo recounted to Duguyen the 3 trials he had devised for Gu Xian, aware that otherwise she might concoct some troublesome scheme. The first 2 conditions were manageable, as Gu Xian had previously shared his alchemical prowess with her, suggesting no issues there. However, upon hearing the 3rd condition, Duguyen immediately lost her composure. Staring incredulously at Dugubo grandfather, that's the 9-section emerald. Are you trying to kill Gu Xian? The 9-section emerald is a highly venomous snake, small in stature and entirely emerald green. For an ordinary person, even the slightest exposure to its toxin would spell doom. Even soul masters would struggle against the lethal venom of the 9-section emerald, especially Dugubo's specimen, which had reached a century in age, transcending the ordinary to become a soul beast. A soul master of the soul discipline tier, lacking poison resistance, would not survive a single bite from the 9-section emerald, let alone Gu Xian, who was merely at level 33. A bite from such a creature could very well be fatal. Observing Duguyen's distress, akin to a cat whose fur had been ruffled, Dugubo felt a twinge of jealousy and softly elucidated, Yin Yin, your grandfather is not without discernment. The purpose of this trial is to assess the boy's capabilities. If he lacks the strength, how could I entrust him with your treatment? The venom of our Bailin family is exceedingly formidable. Even the slightest misstep could rebound upon oneself, and I am doing this for your own good." As Dugu Bo spoke, Dugu Yin felt warmth in her heart, recognizing her grandfather's intentions were indeed for her benefit. Nevertheless, her concern for Gu Xian remained palpable. But Gu Xian is only at 33. What if he cannot counter the 9-section Emerald's toxin? Wouldn't that mean? Noticing her anxious demeanor, Dugu Bo felt a hint of satisfaction and reassured her, "Fear not." The lad accepted without a hint of hesitation. "Although our time together has been brief, I can discern he is not one to make empty boasts. He would not undertake an endeavor without confidence. Besides, I am here to safeguard him should he falter." Reassured by his words, Dugu Yin gradually calmed herself. Dugu Bo was right. Gu Xian had never attempted the impossible, and perhaps her worries were unfounded. After Dugu Bo departed, Gu Xian approached the flower bed in the courtyard, his martial spirit activated, the second soul ring shimmering as his hands transformed into dark golden bone claws, ready to harvest the poisonous herbs. His bone claws possessed a degree of resistance, being entirely composed of bone, capable of withstanding certain lower-level toxins. Upon utilizing the second soul skill, the technique derived from the dark gold fearsome bear is capable of withstanding most toxins, unless they are of an exceedingly corrosive nature. In such cases, Gu Xian remains unperturbed. Crafting poisons potent enough to incapacitate soul masters is not a daunting task for Gu Xian at this stage, with ample materials. He can conjure them in a matter of moments. After gathering the necessary herbs, he proceeded to the chamber where Dugu Bo typically concocts his potions, retrieving his alchemical furnace to commence the preparation of the poison. In less than 30 minutes, Gu Xian had successfully synthesized the toxin, and without pausing, he extracted additional materials from his soul guide to formulate an antidote. His soul guide is routinely stocked with a variety of medicinal herbs, both for practical use and to refine his alchemical skills. Within just 1 hour or half an hour, he had completed the toxins and antidotes for both the first and second assessments. Rather than waiting for Dugu Bo's return, Gu Xian set out to seek him. As he stepped beyond the courtyard, he encountered Dugu Yin and Dugu Bo. The moment Dugu Yin spotted Gu Xian, she rushed over, examining him with keen interest. "Is everything all right?" she inquired with genuine concern. Gu Xian shook his head and smiled. "All is well. I have completed the preparations." With that, he produced 2 porcelain vials and presented them to Dugu Bo, saying, "Senior, please review them." Dugu Bo accepted the vials, gently opening them to inhale their contents. His gaze brightened with admiration as he praised, "Impressive. You have crafted both the poison and antidote in merely half an hour. At such a young age, your proficiency in alchemy is commendable. I acknowledge your abilities." However, Dugu Bo's tone shifted as he added, "Yet, the most challenging task remains the third trial. I urge you to contemplate this carefully." Hearing this, Gu Xian smiled faintly, and with a flick of his wrist, he produced another porcelain vial from his soul guide. "Senior, this is an antidote I have prepared. It can neutralize toxins from snake-type martial souls of up to level 50. Surely, it will suffice," Gu Xian said with a subtle smile. Dugu Bo, surprised by this revelation, took the vial and opened it for a whiff, instantly feeling a jolt of astonishment. "The 100-flower jade dew pill? Truly, a prodigy emerges in youth," he exclaimed. "No need for further testing. With this 100-flower jade dew pill, allowing my 9-section emerald to bite, you would be a waste of its venom," Dugu Bo remarked with a slight shake of his head. To his astonishment, this young man possesses genuine talent. Dugu Bo recalled that Dugu Yin had mentioned Gu Xian's mere 15 years of age. Yet he exhibited such remarkable skill. His future indeed holds great promise. Before Gu Xian could revel in the praise, Dugu Yin chimed in with a grin. "Grandfather, I told you. Xiao Xian is truly gifted." With his achievements validated, Dugu Bo no longer held any disdain for Gu Xian. Alchemy, much like the cultivation of soul power, prioritizes those with true merit. In the present day, Gu Xian's accomplishments in the realm of alchemy have garnered considerable attention. Indeed, Yin Yin speaks the truth. It was my oversight. Dugu Bo offered a gentle smile to Dugu Yin, and then addressed Gu Xian softly. "May I call you Xiao Xian?" Gu Xian nodded and replied with a smile. "As you are Yan's grandfather, it is my honor to address you thus." Upon hearing Gu Xian's response, Dugu Bo's smile widened as he remarked, "Xiao Xian, it was indeed my error before, but that was solely for Yin Yan's sake. I hope you do not take it to heart." Surprised by this unexpected warmth from Dugu Bo, a title de law, Gu Xian had not anticipated such amiability, even if it was for Dugu Yan's benefit. Little did he know that Dugu Bo, having recognized Gu Xian's strength, was genuinely pleased, especially considering that this young man could one day become his grandson-in-law. Dugu Bo, upon truly accepting and acknowledging someone, exhibited none of the pretensions one might expect. Chapter 61. The Eye of Ice and Fire. Faced with Dugu Bo's friendliness, Gu Xian felt a surge of joy, his warm smile unwavering. He responded, "It is only natural. Esteemed elder, There is no need for such formality. Your recognition is ample for me. Hearing this, Dugubo beamed even more, nodding slightly before saying, Since you are Yin Yan's boyfriend, there is no need for you to address me as esteemed elder. That feels rather distant. If you are willing, you may call me grandfather. At this pronouncement, Gu Xian's eyes glimmered. He was not one to casually adopt the title of grandfather, even for a title de law. However, Dugubo was not merely Dugu Yan's grandfather. He was a title de law and the current master of the Eye of Ice and Fire. The prospect of calling Dugubo grandfather was something Gu Xian readily embraced, for it was likely a formality he would adopt in the future. Thus, he respectfully acquiesced, exclaiming with a smile, Grandfather Dugu, henceforth, I shall address you as such. Ha ha ha, splendid. To have a grandson-in-law like you allows this old man to enjoy his twilight years in peace. Dugubo laughed heartily, thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, Dugu Yin shyly tugged at Dugubo's arm, saying, Grandfather. Dugubo affectionately patted Dugu Yan's head and turned to Gu Xian, stating, Xiao Xian, since this is your first visit to our home, I should have properly welcomed you. However, since Yin Yan's ailment weighs heavily on my heart, if you are confident, shall we visit the Eye of Ice and Fire now? Before Gu Xian could respond, Dugu Yin pouted and interjected, Grandfather, there is no need to rush. Xiao Xian hasn't had lunch yet. Hearing this, Dugubo suddenly recalled that Gu Xian and Dugu Yin had returned just at noon, and less than an hour had passed since. Not only had the weary Gu Xian and Dugu Yin not eaten, but neither had he himself. However, Gu Xian remarked, Grandfather Dugu has a point. It would be wise to resolve Yinzi's issue sooner, allowing me to rest easy. Let us have a hasty meal and proceed directly to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Upon hearing Gu Xian's words, Dugu Yin felt deeply moved, her gaze shimmering with tears as she looked into Gu Xian's violet eyes. Xiao Xian, not only was Dugu Yin touched, but Dugubo also felt immense comfort in Gu Xian's considerate attitude towards his beloved granddaughter. It seemed he was a reliable partner. Very well. Let us not delay and depart at once, Dugubo declared. Dugu Yin refrained from arguing further, her affection for Gu Xian blossoming gradually. How could one not be moved by a man who genuinely cared for her? The trio boarded the carriage and set off towards the sunset forest. During the journey, they shared dried provisions, and Gu Xian and Dugubo found common ground in discussing alchemical insights. As they conversed, Dugubo's astonishment towards Gu Xian only deepened. Every question he posed was met with responses that were nearly flawless, often accompanied by relevant examples. At times, Dugubo felt as though his decades of experience paled in comparison. This was not due to a lack of knowledge on Dugubo's part, but rather a testament to Gu Xian's extensive learning. Gu Xian had been raised with every advantage, having had access to all he desired. While studying alchemy under Yang Wudi, he not only inherited the legacy of the Pa family, but also had free access to the vast library of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. In contrast, Dugubo, despite his esteemed title as a titled de law, lived a solitary existence, falling significantly behind Gu Xian from the outset. Engaging in conversation, Dugubo and Gu Xian shared insights, with Dugu Yin occasionally interjecting. Time passed swiftly, and after 3 hours, the carriage halted at the edge of the sunset forest. Here, the carriage could not proceed further. So Dugubo instructed the coachman to stay at a nearby village while he led Gu Xian and Dugu Yin directly into the forest. Instead of traveling by carriage or foot, Dugubo utilized his formidable soul power to lift Gu Xian and Dugu Yin, soaring into the depths of the sunset forest. Although the sunset forest was home to numerous wild soul beasts, its dangers paled in comparison to those of the Stardo forest, making it entirely manageable for Dugubo. A titled de law. Gu Xian and Dugu Yin were not new to being carried by a titled de law, so the journey was uneventful. Within half an hour, they arrived before a fearsome toxic swamp. This swamp surrounded several nearby peaks, its scale astonishing. The toxic mist was a vivid green, lethal to any insects or creatures that dared to approach. No living being could enter, for this was the handiwork of Dugubo, the world's foremost poison de law. Even the title de law would find traversing this toxic marsh to be a formidable challenge, unless one possesses an exceptionally strong resistance to poison. No soul master beneath the rank of title de law could hope to pass through. Dugubo remarked nonchalantly, we have arrived. The Eye of Ice and Fire lies within this very place. Gu Xian, with piercing eyes, gazed intently at the toxic marsh and marveled, Grandfather Dugu, you truly live up to the title of Poison de law. Such grandiosity is unmatched across the realms. Dugubo chuckled heartily in response. Indeed, the environment here is unique. Otherwise, maintaining such an extensive area of poisonous mist for an extended period would be beyond even my capabilities. Let us proceed. With a grand gesture, Dugubo dispelled the toxic fog, revealing a wide path. Dugu Yin followed closely behind Gu Xian as they entered the confines of the marsh. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the trio arrived at the edge of a cliff, broad enough to accommodate thousands. Dugu Bo led Gu Xian and Dugu Yin to the brink, allowing them to behold the marvelous spectacle below. The cliff towered 100 meters high, overlooking a basin suffused with red and blue mist, within which peculiar flora, seldom seen elsewhere, swayed gracefully. Merely inhaling the air here was enough to feel the rich energy of heaven and earth. In the heart of the basin, a spring was faintly visible, approximately 30 meters in diameter, composed of the same red and blue hues. The mist emanating from the basin originated from this very spring. With the dual springs, I have arrived at the Eye of Ice and Fire. Gu Xian's heart surged with excitement. Observing Gu Xian with closed eyes, Dugu Yin could not help but open her arms and take a deep breath, finding the scene somewhat amusing. So, little Xian, is this truly the Eye of Ice and Fire? Dugu Yin asked, still uncertain. Gu Xian slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within his gray-black irises, and exclaimed, without a doubt, Grandfather Dugu, there is hope for the poison within you and Yin. Upon hearing Gu Xian's words, Dugu Bo's heart swelled with anticipation. Indeed, it was the Eye of Ice and Fire, just as they had discussed in the carriage. Their poison had a remedy. Not only Dugu Yin, but even Dugu Bo himself could find relief from his affliction. Chapter 62. The Method of Detoxification. Overwhelmed with excitement, the purple third soul ring on Gu Xian's body illuminated instantly. As he unleashed his soul power, a path made of bone swords, 1 meter wide, manifested before him, extending towards the Eye of Ice and Fire below. Gu Xian stepped onto the bone swords and dove toward the Eye of Ice and Fire. As he advanced, the swords behind him dissipated, while new ones continuously emerged above. Gu Xian's third soul skill had a maximum range of 30 meters, with a width of 5 meters. He compressed it to 1 meter and maintained the length at 30 meters as he charged directly toward the Eye of Ice and Fire. Dugu Bo and Dugu Yin observed this scene with mild astonishment. Could soul skills truly be wielded in such a manner? The ability to conjure bone swords from thin air hinted at a mastery of soul skills and soul power that was simply extraordinary. Indeed, were it another individual, the distinction between right and wrong might be blurred. The reason Gu Xian is able to unleash his third soul skill in midair lies in his innate comprehension of spatial power through his bone dragon martial soul. Although he is yet to reach an unfathomable level, employing such minor techniques is well within his capabilities. However, upon his arrival beside the Eye of Ice and Fire, two figures materialized nearby, Dugu Bo and Dugu Yin. Suddenly, Gu Xian had a realization. There was a titled Deloa present who could simply descend from the sky. In his excitement, he had entirely forgotten this crucial detail, wasting a considerable amount of soul power. How unfortunate. Young Xian, I did not expect you to possess such abilities. Even among soul masters of the Soul King realm, few can regard this 100-Zhang cliff as inconsequential, Dugu Bo praised as he approached Gu Xian. Gu Xian smiled slightly and replied, Grandfather Dugu, you flatter me. I was merely carried away by my excitement. Within the Eye of Ice and Fire, there are not only medicinal herbs that can aid you and Yin in purging bodily toxins, but also numerous extraordinary herbs that possess the essence of heaven and earth. Gu Xian did not withhold this information from Dugu Bo, for there was no longer any need to do so. Moreover, Dugu Bo would not recognize these herbs, even if he were aware of their remarkable qualities. Given Gu Xian's identity and his relationship with Dugu Yin, he would not dare to act against Gu Xian. Upon hearing this, Dugu Bo's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and his complexion brightened. I had suspected as much. Yet my ignorance of this Eye of Ice and Fire rendered me unable to utilize these wondrous herbs. Since you are familiar with these items, I have but one request. Gu Xian nodded solemnly. Please, do tell. I am but a solitary man. Monopolizing this treasure holds little value. You may utilize the herbs herein, but you must select the most suitable ones for my Yin. This is my only request, Dugu Bo stated with a seriousness that brooked no refusal. Hearing Dugu Bo's words, Gu Xian smiled slightly and replied, Grandfather Dugu, you need not worry. Even if you had not mentioned it, I would have chosen the most fitting and precious herbs for Yin. Dugu Bo nodded with a smile, saying, with your assurance, I am at ease. Subsequently, Gu Xian continued, Grandfather Dugu, a portion of the herbs here are classified as celestial grade, embodying the essence of heaven and earth. Their rarity surpasses even that of soul bones. Upon hearing this, Dugu Bo nodded thoughtfully. Gu Xian went on, I have already identified the herbs that can resolve the severe toxins in your bodies, although their application may prove somewhat troublesome. Upon hearing this, Dugu Yan's eyes brightened. Had Gu Xian truly found a remedy for their bodily toxins so swiftly, merely upon his arrival at the Eye of Ice and Fire? He initially believed that Gu Xian would require some time to search for the Eye of Ice and Fire. While not overly large, is certainly not small either. This basin is akin to the size of a football field, filled with countless rare and exotic herbs. The fact that Xuan could locate them in such a brief span of time serves to further validate his true capabilities, even more so than during their previous assessments. However, the troubles Xuan mentioned compelled him to inquire, "What troubles? Do you require my assistance? Although my strength may not be particularly formidable among the titled Dalaw, my reputation surpasses that of many." He continued, "Should you, little Xian, request my aid, I shall undoubtedly ensure that any formidable challenges are resolved." In response, Xuan could only smile wryly. Indeed, the renown of Dugu Bo is sufficiently intimidating. Although he may not be able to contend with the titled Dalaw, he can certainly diminish their standing. Thus, there are not many matters in this world that could truly perplex Dugu Bo. Nevertheless, this difficulty does not necessitate Dugu Bo's intervention, as the challenge originates from within themselves. Xuan explained, "This matter is simple in theory, yet difficult for both you and Yan Zi to resolve." Upon hearing this, both Dugu Bo and Dugu Yan's expressions shifted, awaiting further elaboration from Xuan. Xuan continued, "I previously mentioned that celestial-grade herbs possess the power to alter the very fabric of the world, and this is no exaggeration. Observe these two unique celestial-grade herbs." As he spoke, he gestured towards each of the extraordinary herbs. Following his indication, Dugu Bo and Dugu Yan beheld two herbs with opposing attributes, both of which were highly toxic. Dugu Bo furrowed his brow and remarked, "Although I do not recognize these two celestial-grade herbs, it is evident that they are both poisonous." The red herb radiates an intensely scorching aura, its fire poison far exceeding any fire attribute plants I have encountered before. He then pointed to the other herb, continuing, "Conversely, this blue herb exudes a chilling presence, its ice poison equally formidable. Are you suggesting that you intend to counter poison with poison?" Dugu Bo pondered aloud, contemplating the viability of such an approach. He had previously conducted experiments utilizing poison against poison, yet the venom of the Bailin snake ultimately held the upper hand, rendering such tactics largely ineffective and potentially triggering the snake's venomous response. However, these two herbs, possessing the utmost in fire and ice toxicity, might warrant consideration. Yet, he felt no certainty in his ability to suppress these nearly unparalleled toxic attributes. Just as he was mulling over this dilemma, Xuan spoke again. "The red celestial-grade herb is named Lihu X Ing Osh, while the blue celestial-grade herb is called Bg Osu Nb Ing Co, Grandfather Dugong, as you mentioned. These two rare medicinal herbs are indeed highly toxic substances. However, if one could consume them simultaneously, allowing the two toxins to merge in a state of equilibrium, it would transform poison into nourishment. The combined efficacy of these two exquisite herbs could be deemed the pinnacle of medicinal flora within this ice and fire duality eye." Upon hearing this, both Dugong Bo and Dugong Yan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. They did not doubt Xuan's words. Recognizing the ice and fire duality eye and these rare herbs naturally indicated a profound familiarity with their medicinal properties. Could it be that they were truly salvaged from their plight? Yet, Xuan did not articulate the antidote method, leaving them to ponder whether it was merely the consumption of these two herbs. However, there were only two herbs and two individuals present. Was this the conundrum? If so, it posed little challenge for Dugong Bo, for in his heart, the well-being of Dugong Yan was paramount above all else. Chapter 63, The Alchemical Body of Ice and Fire. With this thought in mind, Dugong Bo stated resolutely, "If it is necessary to consume these two rare herbs, then let Yan take them." Upon his words, Dugong Yan tugged at Dugong Bo's sleeve, her eyes brimming with tears. "Grandfather." Dugong Bo could anticipate her feelings, and Dugong Yan, being no stranger to the situation, understood that his words were an invitation to her. Her heart was thus filled with both gratitude and sorrow. Dugong Bo smiled gently, stroking her little head, and said softly, Yan, you are my only concern. Only when you are well will I have no worries left." Xuan, observing the emotional exchange between the grandfather and granddaughter, felt a stir of sentiment and clarified, "Grandfather Dugong, I affirm that the antidote method involves the consumption of these two rare herbs, but they may be ingested by anyone except for the two of you." "Why?" Dugong Bo inquired, puzzled. Xuan elucidated, "Because the fusion of these two toxic rare herbs creates the most exquisite antidote, one that could even forge an indestructible body impervious to all poisons. While the notion of an indestructible body may be somewhat exaggerated, a body immune to all toxins is indeed achievable. Both you and Yan Zi primarily wield poison. Consuming these herbs would surely neutralize your toxins, yet it would likely eradicate your mastery over poison. Thus, you cannot partake in these rare herbs." Listening to Xuan's explanation, Dugong Bo furrowed his brow. It seemed he indeed could not consume these rare herbs, as his strength and reputation were built upon his mastery of poison. However, Dugong Yan, despite similar circumstances, was merely at the third soul ring. Even if she were to consume these two rare herbs and forfeit her poison mastery, should she attain the rank of title de law in the future, she would have 6 soul rings to compensate. While her strength might diminish, she would at least be free from the afflictions of toxic substances. Ancient Xuan, perceiving the intentions of Dugu Bo, smiled gently and continued, "However, I possess an even more exquisite solution. You need not consume these 2 divine herbs, nor must you fret about the dissipating effects of your toxic abilities." Upon hearing this, Dugu Yan's delicate face fell, and she approached Ancient Xuan, delivering a playful slap on his back. "Why did you not mention this sooner, little Xuan? You made me worry for nothing." Ancient Xuan chuckled and clarified, "I had to first elucidate the circumstances, did I not?" Dugu Bo, undeterred by such banter, inquired earnestly about the solution. "What is this method you propose?" Ancient Xuan replied, "I shall ingest these 2 divine herbs myself. The invulnerability to toxins that I will acquire will extend beyond my physical form. My blood will transform into a potent antidote. Subsequently, I will utilize my blood to concoct an antidote for you, yielding identical results. This way, you need not fear the encroachments of ice and fire toxins." Upon hearing this, Dugu Bo's brow relaxed, and he felt reassured. As for Ancient Xuan consuming the herbs, it mattered little to him. After all, Ancient Xuan was already allied with Dugu Yan, thus rendering any concern trivial. After all, one should not let resources flow to outsiders. "Very well, let us proceed with your method. Yan Yan and I are not as versed in this matter as you, nor do we possess knowledge of the divine herbs here. We shall await the results." Dugu Bo exhaled a sigh of relief and spoke slowly. "Thank you, Grandpa Dugu, for your trust. I assure you, I will not disappoint you or Yan. Have faith. The toxic afflictions troubling you will not linger for long," Ancient Xuan vowed. Dugu Bo nodded and asked, "What must Yan Yan and I do?" Ancient Xuan explained, "Once I restore my soul power, I will directly consume the 2 divine herbs. As for you and Yan Yan, your task is to refine some foundational elixirs to bolster your health." Upon hearing this, Dugu Bo nodded in agreement. It was a manageable task for him. Then, Ancient Xuan recalled something and addressed Dugu Bo, "Grandpa Dugu, there is one more matter I must trouble you with." "Speak," replied Dugu Bo. "This time, Yan and I have taken a 7-day leave, and today marks the 2nd day. I anticipate that we will not be able to return during this period. So I kindly ask if you could assist us in requesting a leave of absence," Ancient Xuan stated. Dugu Bo waved his hand dismissively, replying, "This is a simple matter. You may continue your research here. I will return shortly to procure some supplies." Ancient Xuan smiled slightly and added, "I should also send someone to notify my grandfather, lest he worry." Dugu Bo nodded and said, "Rest assured, I will take care of it all today." Without further hesitation, Ancient Xuan produced a pen and paper, composing a letter which he placed into the silver soul guiding device on his right index finger. He then removed it and handed it to Dugu Bo, saying, "Just deliver this to my grandfather when the time comes to prevent any misunderstandings." The words spoken by Gu Xian left Dugu Bo feeling somewhat embarrassed. Although Gu Xian did not state it explicitly, Dugu Bo understood the implication. His reputation on the continent was indeed rather lackluster. Without a token of assurance, one could only imagine what the ancient bone dragon might think. Clearing his throat, Dugu Bo replied, "Very well." Subsequently, Gu Xian ceased to elaborate and directly assumed a meditative posture to restore his soul power. Dugu Bo, a decisive individual, glanced at Dugu Yan and suggested, "Yan Yan, why not accompany me today? You could provide some advice while we procure supplies, as we may need to stay here for a while." Upon hearing this, Dugu Yan looked at Gu Xian, who was already engrossed in meditation to recover his soul power, and nodded in agreement, saying, "All right." Gu Xian intended to absorb the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, and he also needed to concoct an antidote. These tasks were beyond her assistance, and remaining there would serve little purpose. Thus, she decided to return and procure some supplies. After all, as a young woman, she possessed a natural aptitude for such matters. Although the ice and fire duality, I boasted a splendid environment. The only facility available was a stone chamber for alchemy, crafted by Dugu Bo on the cliffside. With no other resources in sight, she wished to avoid hardship for herself, and equally did not want Gu Xian to sleep on the ground. Hence, returning to gather supplies was indeed necessary. Once Gu Xian had restored his soul power, Dugu Bo and Dugu Yan had already departed. Stretching leisurely, Gu Xian's gray-black pupils sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the 2 exquisite herbs located at the extremes of the ice and fire duality ice spring. His heart began to race. His innate soul power was only at level 8. While this was commendable, it paled in comparison to prodigies with full innate soul power or those like Qian Renxue, who possessed an innate soul power of level 20. Moreover, he had spent most of the past 6 years honing his physique and acquiring various theoretical knowledge and alchemical skills. Although he was now 12 years old and at level 33, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction. However, none of this mattered now, for he was about to embark on a significant transformation. The third soul ring on his body shimmered, and two elongated bone swords materialized, swiftly severing the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom from their roots, lifting them before him, and he promptly stuffed them into his mouth. The two exquisite herbs were sizable, and ordinarily, one would not be able to accommodate them in a single mouthful. Yet, curiously, as the herbs entered his mouth, they transformed into a warm current that glided smoothly down his throat. As the two distinct forces made contact, they erupted simultaneously, causing Xuan to stagger. Before the effects could fully manifest, he leaped directly into the center of the spring within the ice and fire duality eye. The first step of his transformation had commenced, ice and fire alchemic body. As Xuan's body plunged into the depths of the ice and fire duality eye, he sank quietly, halting approximately 30 meters from the surface where the spring met the air. At that moment, his body radiated a mesmerizing interplay of red and blue hues. Even his hair and pupils shifted to a striking blue and red. His formerly gray-black pupils and hair oscillated between the vibrant shades of red and blue. At this moment, Xuan, who had plunged into the eye of ice and fire, was enduring immense turmoil both within and without. The collision of two extreme forces had brought his body to the brink of collapse, yet an extraordinary power continuously mended his form. As he teetered on the edge of destruction, his body underwent a relentless cycle of disintegration and restoration, growing ever stronger with each iteration. This transformation was not limited to his skin. It enveloped his entire being. His membranes, muscles, bones, and even blood were gradually fortified under the purifying assault of these two formidable energies. Throughout this arduous process, Xuan's will was constantly tested under the weight of suffering. Strength comes at a price, yet his resolve was unwavering. He understood precisely what he sought. What was a mere flicker of pain compared to the promise of power? As time passed, on the following day, Bo and Xuan returned, only to find Xuan absent. Bo, utilizing his mental prowess, scanned the entire eye of ice and fire, but found no trace of him. Panic washed over Xuan, while Bo, recalling something important, dashed to the edge of the eye, probing the depths with his spirit. Sure enough, he sensed Xuan's essence within the very waters that even he dared not approach lightly. Observing Bo's expression, Xuan's heart sank. Had Xuan truly fallen in? This was water that even their grandfather would never dare to touch. If he had indeed plunged into its depths, could he have survived? In an instant, Xuan felt an overwhelming urge to dive in and ascertain the truth. She refused to believe that Xuan could simply vanish. However, Bo, quick to react, seized her arm, his expression a tempest of uncertainty. Xuan is indeed down there, but curiously, his aura is robust and even growing stronger. I suspect he must have found a means to harness the eye of ice and fire to enhance his strength. Xuan turned to Bo. Disbelief etched on her tear-streaked face. Grandfather, is this true? Can it really be? She implored. Bo, though uncertain, nodded slowly. I cannot be sure, but I would recognize Xuan's essence anywhere. Observing the emotional turmoil of his beloved granddaughter, he offered words of comfort. You have known him for some time. Do you not understand what kind of person he is? He would not act recklessly without assurance. Reassured by Bo's words, Xuan found some solace. Indeed, Xuan would never embark on such a perilous venture without a plan. If he dared to enter the eye of ice and fire, it was certain he had a strategy in mind. Yet, despite his attempts to console her, Bo himself felt a gnawing uncertainty. He genuinely hoped for Xuan's safety. Setting aside other matters, Xuan's identity poses a considerable dilemma. Should Xuan truly perish here, he would find it impossible to explain himself to the ancient bone dragon, even if he had 10 mouths to speak. Thus, while comforting Xuan, Bo also sought solace for himself. Presently, however, he could not ascertain whether Xuan would emerge alive from the eye of ice and fire. Yet, sensing Xuan's aura, it was evident that the young man not only remained alive, but was gradually growing stronger, prompting Bo to find inward reassurance. Xuan, harboring her own worries, collaborated with Bo to construct several stone houses on the cliffside, which they then prepared for habitation. Meanwhile, within the eye of ice and fire, Xuan was wholeheartedly refining the effects of the octagonal Xian ice grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom, maximizing the benefits for his body, enduring both pain and pleasure. Thus, as Bo and Xuan fretted over Xuan's predicament, Xuan diligently refined the medicinal properties, steadily enhancing his strength. A full week passed, and on this day, Xuan, as she had on previous days, approached the eye of ice and fire to observe its condition, hoping to catch sight of Xuan's emergence. While she scrutinized the scene, The eye of ice and fire suddenly began to bubble and churn like a boiling pot. Her eyes brightened, and she fixed her gaze on the eye, exclaiming, "Grandfather! Grandfather! Something's happening." As her voice echoed, the bubbling intensified, resembling boiling water. When Du Gubo reached Du Guyan's side, he too focused intently on the eye, unleashing his spirit power at the level of a tidal delaw. "Something is rising. It must be Xian," he declared suddenly. Du Guyan's body trembled at the mention of his name. Without further delay, as the eye of ice and fire continued to churn, a mist of red and blue began to envelop the surroundings. Vaguely, Du Gubo and Du Guyan perceived a figure emerging from the depths. Gu Xian gradually opened his eyes, which had transformed from a dull gray to one red and one blue. His formerly black hair shifted in hue, with two strands resembling dragon whiskers now a vibrant blue, while the rest of his hair turned a striking red. The combination of his red and blue hair alongside his mismatched eyes bestowed upon him an unusual charm, accentuating the allure of his handsome, yet slightly sinister visage. Gu Xian slowly lifted his hands, revealing a mark on the back of each, depicting the head of a dragon, ferocious yet aesthetically pleasing, one red and the other blue, mirroring his eyes. The left eye and the fierce red dragon head on his left hand matched, while the right eye and dragon head were blue, creating a harmonious contrast. As Gu Xian looked up at the anxious figures of Du Gubo and Du Guyan waiting by the eye, warmth surged within him. He had previously forgotten to leave a letter due to his overwhelming excitement, and one could easily discern from their expressions that they had been quite worried during this time. Although the exact duration of his absence was unclear, the appearance of the two indicated that it had indeed been a significant period. Gu Xian stepped toward Du Gubo and Du Guyan. With the mist no longer obstructing their view, they were finally able to see Gu Xian's face clearly. Despite the changes in his hair color and pupil hue, his overall appearance remained largely unchanged. After all, Gu Xian's handsomeness had already reached the pinnacle of humanity. There was little room for improvement. "Xian!" Du Guyan exclaimed in excitement, only to let out a startled scream and cover her eyes. "Ah!" As Gu Xian approached Du Gubo and Du Guyan, he was taken aback by Du Guyan's sudden outburst. With a hint of concern, he asked, "Yanzi, what is wrong?" Du Gubo, however, did not react as dramatically as Du Guyan. Sensing that Gu Xian was fine, he felt a weight lift from his heart. Yet, observing Gu Xian's current state, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. With a flash of his soul guide, Du Gubo tossed a blanket to Gu Xian. "Wrap yourself up quickly," Du Gubo commanded. Gu Xian caught the blanket, and upon hearing Du Gubo's words, he immediately felt a chill. His face flushed crimson, and he quickly wrapped the blanket around his waist. "Hee, it's not just this situation," Gu Xian chuckled awkwardly, attempting to explain. However, when his gaze fell upon Du Guyan, he was momentarily stunned. "You're covering your eyes, yet there is such a large gap. What is going on? Eavesdropping? And why is your face so red?" Chapter 65, A Tremendous Improvement, Level 36. Gu Xian wrapped the blanket around his waist, casting a peculiar glance at Du Guyan, whose mind was still reeling from the astonishing scene she had just witnessed. It was her first encounter with such a sight, and she had to admit it was indeed shocking. Gu Xian was only 15, and yet he was already like this? She couldn't help but worry about whether she would be able to handle the impact of such a revelation in the future. However, this thought was fleeting. The joy of Gu Xian's safe return filled her heart. Du Guyan lowered her hands from her eyes and embraced his arm, her voice becoming slightly choked. "You truly had me worried sick. Why did you run off to the eye of ice and fire without a word? I thought you." Gu Xian, seeing Du Guyan suddenly overcome with emotion, felt a twinge of warmth in his heart. He gently ruffled her hair and softly replied, "I'm sorry. I'm back now." At that moment, Du Gubo glared at Gu Xian and said, "You rascal. If I hadn't sensed your aura still lingering, our Yin would have nearly jumped in after you." Hearing this, Gu Xian felt a pang of guilt. If Du Guyan had indeed jumped in, he would have had no opportunity for regret. Gu Xian gently held the jade hand of Du Guyan and softly said, "I apologize for my earlier exuberance. I neglected to leave you a message. However, there is no need for concern. I have consumed the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, and I have now achieved a body impervious to toxins and honed my golden physique. The ice and fire duality eye is, for me now, no different than an ordinary swimming pool." Upon hearing this, Du Gubo felt a slight sense of awe. Gu Xian's fortune would undoubtedly propel him to great heights in the future. Gu Xian continued, "Grandfather Du Gu, Yanzi, your afflictions now have a remedy. When the time comes, I shall concoct an antidote for you. You will merely need to ingest it and follow my guidance to naturally restore your health." Upon hearing this, both Du Gubo and Du Guyan could not help but brighten with hope. With Gu Xian's assurance, they felt a significant weight lifted from their hearts. After receiving this good news, Du Gubo's spirits soared. Observing Gu Xian, who had grown taller, he inquired, What of your own gains? I see your soul power has solidified. You must have made a breakthrough. Gu Xian smiled slightly in response. Indeed, my soul power has indeed increased. I have reached the 36th level. 36th level. Du Guyan exclaimed in astonishment, having been holding Gu Xian's hand. Indeed, and my soul power is entirely substantial. Gu Xian elucidated. Hearing this, Du Gu Bo smiled subtly, for he could indeed sense the solidity of Gu Xian's soul power. Gu Xian's continuous breakthroughs to the 36th level were not solely due to the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. Coupled with the refinement of the ice and fire duality eye, he had also reached the late stage of the 33rd level, not far from the 34th. Moreover, it was essential to note that these two celestial herbs were not primarily intended for enhancing soul power. Their purpose was to transform the body, refining one's physical form to establish a robust foundation for soul masters. Thus, Gu Xian further remarked, the elevation of soul power is secondary. The most significant improvement has been in my physical condition. My physical attributes were already comparable to a soul sect master. Now, having absorbed the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, and completed the ice and fire alchemical body, my physical prowess surpasses that of an ordinary soul king, approximating the strength of a 55th level soul master, particularly one with a beast martial soul. This was merely an initial enhancement. With proper training, my physical attributes will continue to improve. Upon hearing this, Du Gu Bo was left speechless, akin to someone who had never encountered the world. Previously, Gu Xian's physical condition was likened to that of a soul sect master. Now he was on par with a 55th level soul king. What kind of prodigy was this? He had never heard of physical capabilities exceeding soul power levels. Generally, a soul master with a beast martial soul indeed possesses superior physical attributes compared to those with a tool martial soul. For instance, a 51st level beast martial soul master might have physical prowess comparable to that of a 55th level tool martial soul master. However, such feats can only be accomplished by absolute geniuses, and even then, it is merely a few levels of transcendence. But what about Gu Xian? Although his soul power level has indeed risen, he is only at level 36. Yet, his physical prowess rivals that of a 55-level soul master. With such physical attributes, it is likely that he can already contend against soul sects of level 40 and above. Not only Du Gu Bo, but Du Gu Yin was equally astonished. While she was aware of Gu Xian's formidable physique, she never anticipated that his recent elevation would be so astonishing. It is crucial to understand that the gap between a soul king and a soul sect is not merely a few levels of soul power. There is also the chasm of a 10,000-year spirit ring. Even a lower-tier soul king possesses an additional 1,000-year spirit ring compared to a soul sect, placing them on entirely different planes. Xiao Xian, Du Gu Yin exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Gu Xian. Gu Xian smiled slightly and replied, my recent advancement has far surpassed your imaginations. In time, you both shall come to understand, and you and Grandpa Du Gu will have similar opportunities. Upon hearing this, both Du Gu Bo and Du Gu Yin gazed at Gu Xian with eyes alight with excitement. What do you mean? Du Gu Bo inquired. I will select a suitable immortal-grade herb for you, to solidify your foundation and enhance your strength, without any side effects, Gu Xian said softly. Upon hearing this, Du Gu Yin could not contain her joy and embraced Gu Xian, exclaiming, Xiao Xian, is that true? Gu Xian smiled gently. Of course it is true. When have I ever deceived you? In response, Du Gu Yin planted a kiss on Gu Xian's cheek. She had witnessed his transformation, and if she could experience such an elevation herself, would it not mean that she could also aspire to become a titled Dolaw in the future? After all, she had found a solution to her poison, which would allow her to cultivate freely without restraint, thus making the prospect of becoming a titled Dolaw attainable. Du Gu Bo also wore a satisfied smile. Initially, he only wished to help his granddaughter rid herself of the poison, but now, not only would that be resolved, but this grandson-in-law had also brought forth an unexpected surprise. However, before you consume the immortal-grade herb, I must first cleanse you and Grandpa Du Gu of any toxins, and then adjust your physical condition to maximize the herb's efficacy, Gu Xian remarked, gently pinching Du Gu Yan's nose. Du Gu Yan nodded eagerly, as if pecking at rice, fully trusting Gu Xian's words. Du Gu Bo observed the affectionate young couple, his heart swelling with joy. Initially, he had felt some reservations about their swift relationship, as they had only known each other for a little over a month. Yet, those reservations had vanished entirely. He even thought to himself how wonderful it would have been if his granddaughter had met this young man sooner. Little did Du Gu Bo realize that Gu Xian was merely 12 years and a month old, and had they met earlier, he would have barely begun to mature. Chapter 66. The Twin Dragons at the Bottom of the Spring. Regarding age, Gu Xian had previously fabricated his age as 15 instead of 12. Because if he were too young, the disparity with Du Gu Yin would be too great, leading to potential contempt or other unforeseen complications. Thus, Xuan resorted to this deception. In retrospect, the ruse proved to be prudent. As long as they are together now and have gained acceptance, revealing the truth in the future will suffice, and by then, it will matter little. Du Guyan grasped Xuan's arm. At that moment, he was clad only in a blanket around his waist, exposing the twin dragon mark on the back of his hands to her gaze. Positioned to Xuan's left, Du Guyan curiously examined the red dragon pattern adorning his left hand. "Xian, what is this? I've never seen this on your hand before," she inquired, raising his left hand in wonder. Xuan glanced over and noticed Du Guyan scrutinizing the red dragon pattern on his hand, which was more accurately described as the seal of the Fire Dragon King. On his right hand, a blue dragon pattern could be seen, representing the Ice Dragon King's mark. As Du Guyan broached the subject, Xuan's thoughts drifted back to the moment he refined the celestial herbs within the Eye of Ice and Fire. Just as he balanced the powers of the two celestial-grade herbs, ready to refine them with all his might, he inexplicably sensed a faint spatial fluctuation. Given that his martial soul innately possessed the ability to wield spatial attributes, despite his limited understanding of spatial power, his time spent with Xuan had granted him considerable insight into it. Following the subtle spatial disturbance, Xuan activated his martial soul, feeling a sensation akin to the world spinning around him. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in an extraordinary space. This realm appeared endless. Beneath him lay two colossal dragon corpses, each extending for at least 100 miles. The dragon corpses, one red and the other blue, exuded a terrifying aura. The absolute pressure emanating from the dragon clan's martial souls was palpable. Strangely, both dragon corpses had been cleaved from their heads to their tails, split cleanly in half. The incision was remarkably smooth, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter, and the dreadful wound radiated a chilling aura of slaughter, rendering the once vibrant dragon corpses incapable of healing. Upon witnessing this scene, Xuan instantly comprehended the nature of these beings. Were they not the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King, slain by the god of Shura? Had he inadvertently touched a spatial barrier and entered the domain sealing the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings? As he pondered this, two resounding dragon roars echoed through the air, stirring his bloodline power as his martial soul instinctively surged forth. Subsequently, a blue and a red dragon soul erupted from the dragon corpses below. Two fierce and imposing dragons with terrifyingly large eyes fixed intently upon Xuan. To speak candidly, in the face of such circumstances, Xuan dared not make the slightest movement. Although his spirit had ventured here, his body remained in the Ice and Fire duality eye, undergoing transformation. However, Xuan had an ominous premonition, should he perish in this place. The version of him within the Ice and Fire duality I would never again see the light of life. After a lengthy silence, before Xuan could utter a word, a resonant, deep voice, accompanied by a chilling whisper akin to frost-laden wind, echoed within his mind. "I am the Fire Dragon King, one of the 9 Dragon Kings under the Dragon God. I am the Ice Dragon King, one of the 9 Dragon Kings under the Dragon God. Fear not, child. We mean you no harm," the Fire Dragon King continued. Upon hearing these words, Xuan managed to steady his thoughts. Since they had spoken, it was reasonable to believe they would not harm him. After all, they were beings of divine caliber, comparable to a first-tier deity, unlikely to deceive a mere child. Xuan gazed at the two dragon souls in bewilderment before slowly speaking. "Respected Fire Dragon King and Ice Dragon King, my presence here must be attributed to your influence. Correct?" Observing Xuan, who remained calm and quickly regained his composure to inquire about their intentions, both dragons felt a flicker of satisfaction in their eyes. Xuan's temperament had earned their approval. Moreover, within their perception, Xuan appeared no older than 12, possessing a soul power at the 33rd level. Yet his mental strength had already surpassed that of a 4th-ring soul master, nearing the level of a soul king. Although the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings were uncertain of the reason behind this, it was enough to affirm the extraordinary talent of this young boy. Little did they know, Xuan's prowess was a consequence of his status as a transmigrator, which endowed him with superior mental capabilities compared to his peers. Furthermore, in the 6 years since awakening his martial soul, he had consumed numerous elixirs to enhance his mental strength, resulting in continual improvement alongside his physical attributes. Upon hearing Xuan's words, the Ice Dragon King spoke. "Child, your arrival here is indeed due to our influence, yet ultimately, it is because of your own merit." "Oh," Xuan replied, puzzled. The Fire Dragon King continued. "Your martial soul is a mutated dragon type, a completely new variant, with a quality that reaches the level of a true dragon. Beyond the dragon bloodline, it possesses spatial power. It is precisely for this reason that we could draw your spiritual body into this realm." Enlightened by this explanation, Gu Xian realized that his initial desire to consume a couple of celestial herbs for an upgrade had unexpectedly led him to an even greater boon. Judging by the demeanor of these two dragon kings, they surely did not bring him into this space merely to eliminate him, did they? Hence, Gu Xian boldly inquired, so, what is your true purpose? Surely, you do not intend to bring me here for a mere sightseeing tour? At this, the two dragon kings erupted into hearty laughter. Indeed. Indeed. Dealing with a clever little rascal like you is truly refreshing. There is no need for subterfuge. The Ice Dragon King spoke, initially. Both the Flame Dragon and I followed the Dragon God into battle across the realms, ultimately ascending to the Divine Realm. However, due to the Dragon God's untamed nature and formidable strength, he became the target of the Divine Realm Council, unwilling to be subjugated. The Dragon God waged war against the Council, bringing along our clan of divine beasts. Yet, we had only recently ascended, our foundations were unsteady, and we lacked a solid domain. The Dragon God single-handedly faced the three great divine kings, resulting in a catastrophic split. Many of the 9 great generals under the Dragon God's command perished or were gravely wounded. The Flame Dragon and I were cleaved in two by the Shura sword of the Shura Divine King. Although we managed to escape back to Doloa continent, our bodies could not be restored due to the Shura's divine power, leading to our ultimate sealing within this space. The so-called ice and fire duality, I emerged from the fissures of the sealing space, a result of our essence leaking out. The Ice Dragon King and the Flame Dragon King recounted their experiences and circumstances to Gu Xian, leaving him somewhat astonished. After all, he had yet to express any stance. Yet these two colossal beings placed such trust in him. Upon hearing the tales of the two Dragon Kings, Gu Xian gained some insight into the cataclysmic battle that once transpired between the human deities and the beast deities. Once they concluded their narratives and fixed their gazes upon Gu Xian, he understood that they were about to broach the main topic. Chapter 67. The Dual Dragon Legacy. Child, the reason we share this with you is singular. We hope you can lead us out of this space. In return, we shall bestow upon you a substantial reward. The Ice Dragon King stated softly. Gu Xian pondered this, then inquired, what might this reward entail? Seeing the astuteness of the young boy, both Dragon Kings felt somewhat helpless. The Flame Dragon King then spoke slowly, you may accept our legacy. Given that your martial soul is also a variant of the dragon lineage, you are indeed capable of receiving our legacy. Moreover, you have consumed the essence of both the Ice Dragon and myself, nurturing 2 spirit herbs. Thus our compatibility is undoubtedly exceptional. By accepting our legacy, your strength will soar, and once you reach the rank of titled Doloa, the Ice Dragon and I shall merge our essences with you, which is akin to what humans refer to as soul bones, laying the groundwork for your ascension to divinity. Upon hearing this, Gu Xian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The legacy of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings and soul bones. What an astonishing revelation. How had he so effortlessly garnered the favor of these two mighty beings? Therefore, all I need to do is assist you in ascending to the divine realm, and then reconstruct your bodies to revive you, correct? Gu Xian replied calmly. At this, both the Ice and Fire Dragon King's pupils constricted. They had not yet disclosed this matter, yet the young lad had deduced it on his own. Was he truly only 12? How could a mere 12-year-old possess such insight and cunning? When the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings had drawn Gu Xian into this space, they had already assessed his bone age, and thus were fully aware of his tender age. At the tender age of 12, with a remarkable 33rd rank, it is only fitting to regard him as exceptionally gifted. Now, having consumed the spirit herbs infused with the essence of blood, the octagonal ice grass, and the fierce fire apricot, if he were to inherit their legacy, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for him to reach such heights in the future. After all, Gu Xian is human, and humanity possesses an innate advantage in the pursuit of cultivation, achieving in a mere century what soul beasts require tens of thousands of years to accomplish. Of course, the most pressing concern lies in the overwhelming aura of slaughter from the Azura god. If this persists, it is only a matter of time before their souls are obliterated by the divine power, ultimately transforming them into true dragon corpses. Over the years, Gu Xian remains the sole individual who meets all the criteria and is endowed with extraordinary talent. Firstly, he must possess the bloodline of the dragon clan, specifically a dragon martial spirit of sufficient quality. Otherwise, he would be unable to withstand their power, making the attainment of divinity exceedingly difficult. Secondly, Gu Xian's martial spirit inherently possesses spatial power, which is crucial, as it enables them to draw Gu Xian's spiritual essence into this realm. Moreover, to enter this space in the future, one must wield formidable spatial control. Only with sufficient strength can one access this realm and inherit their soul bones. Hence, this explains their direct choice of Gu Xian, a gift from nature itself. However, for the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings, it is equally fortuitous. The very appearance of Xuan filled them with immense excitement and surprise, as it seemed that all favorable conditions had converged to render him perfectly suited to their requirements. Upon hearing Xuan's words, the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings could no longer regard him as a mere child. After all, which youngling possesses such composure and sagacity? Yet, this was precisely what they hoped for, as they had but one opportunity. A miscalculation would yield nothing. Thus, they naturally wished for Xuan to mature steadily and develop securely. After listening to Xuan, the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings sighed, acknowledging, indeed, though you are human and we are born of soul beasts, collaborating with you is certainly advantageous. Xuan smiled slightly and replied, that is only natural. I hold no significant prejudice against soul beasts. While humanity hunts them to enhance their strength, naturally, soul beasts perceive humans as adversaries. Yet, in my eyes, these are secondary concerns, such as the nature of this world, survival of the fittest. If you can offer me sufficient benefits, a partnership is feasible. However, how can I trust you? The Ice and Fire Dragon Kings found themselves amused by his boldness in negotiating terms. Nonetheless, it was a fact that Xuan represented their sole chance at revival. With this in mind, the two great Dragon Kings nodded slightly. Very well. Let us first grant you a taste of sweetness. Otherwise, this cunning little fellow would never genuinely trust us. The two great Dragon Kings directed their energies, each projecting a radiant beam from their foreheads. The Fiery Dragon King's light enveloped the left side of Xuan's body, while the Icy Dragon King's aura claimed the right. Xuan immediately sensed a significant enhancement in his mental faculties, as two powerful forces surged into his being. Upon absorbing these ethereal lights, a transformation occurred within his spiritual essence, extending to the corporeal form encapsulated within the eye of ice and fire. His formerly black hair transmuted into a vibrant cascade of red, with two clusters of azure bangs cascading down like dragon whiskers. His left eye ignited into a fiery crimson, pulsating with what appeared to be flames, while his right eye transformed into a chilling blue, its pupil exuding an aura capable of freezing the very heart. The back of his left hand bore a scarlet dragon insignia, while a frosty blue dragon emblem adorned his right hand. After receiving the beams from the Fire and Ice Dragon Kings, Xuan's mind was enriched with several secret techniques, legacies from the Dragon Kings that he now instinctively understood. What is this? Xuan inquired, his heart pounding with excitement, yet unable to restrain his curiosity. The Fire Dragon King chuckled softly. This is a fragment of our divine soul's legacy, sufficient for your cultivation until you reach the 70th level. Once you attain that milestone, we shall bestow upon you further gifts. He continued, this will enable you to swiftly ascend to the rank of title de law and absorb our soul bones, laying the foundation for divinity. Following this, the Ice Dragon King added, however, before you reach the 70th level, it is imperative that you compress your soul power to enhance your physical prowess. Though humans exhibit extraordinary talent in cultivation, your physical form pales in comparison to our spirit beast lineage. Only by cultivating a sufficiently robust physique can you, upon attaining your 7th spirit ring at level 70, align your martial soul with ours, thereby truly inheriting our legacy. Upon hearing these words, Xuan comprehended the gravity of the inheritance. It was not easily attained, but required a foundation of strength to be worthy of the gift. The Ice and Fire Dragon Kings had not disclosed that they were wagering solely on this singular opportunity, compelling Xuan to strive for their legacy. After all, they could not reveal all their secrets at once without rendering themselves vulnerable. Now, imbued with the legacy of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings, Xuan felt a surge of exhilaration, for the secret techniques he had acquired were formidable, surpassing the intensity of his existing spirit abilities. However, their overwhelming power meant that, with his current physical condition and soul power, he could scarcely employ them. To wield these techniques, he would need to break through to the Spirit Ancestor rank, or even the Spirit King level, to unleash their true potential. Following Xuan's acceptance of the legacy, the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings imparted further instructions before dismissing him, for the recent infusion of divine energy had drained them considerably, necessitating a period of slumber for rejuvenation. Due to their inherent suppression by the power of the Azura, they were unable to recover. With the current depletion, it is likely that they would not last until Xuan matures, should they continue without slumber. Meanwhile, Xuan, expelled from his spiritual form, devoted himself entirely to refining the effects of the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fire apricot blossom, while simultaneously rehearsing the secret techniques imparted by the Ice and Fire Dragon King within his mind. In Chapter 68, returning to the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, Xuan exposed the backs of his hands to Dugu Yin and Dugu Bo, shaking them lightly as he explained, these are merely special opportunities. For certain reasons, I cannot elucidate them now, but rest assured, these will be beneficial to me. Xuan had no intention of revealing the matter concerning the Ice and Fire Dragon King just yet, for the implications were too astonishing. And explaining it to them would necessitate repeating the same to Ning Fengji and Gu Rong later. It would be more prudent to find a suitable moment to address it all at once. In fact, there was an advantage in Xuan first explaining it to Dugubo. If Dugubo were to learn of Xuan's potential ascent to divinity, it would undoubtedly prompt him to act hastily. However, it was of little consequence, as he was already bound to Duguyan. And Dugubo was effectively linked to him as well. Even if Dugubo was not currently inclined to join any faction, it mattered not, for time was on their side. He had only just entered the Eye of Ice and Fire a mere week ago. In this brief span, Xuan's soul power had reached the 36th level, and with the aid of the octagonal mysterious ice grass, the fire apricot blossom, the modifications from the Eye of Ice and Fire, and the inheritance from the Ice and Fire Dragon King, his cultivation speed could only be described as meteoric. Although the Ice and Fire Dragon King urged him to compress his soul power to refine his physical prowess, even while doing so, his rate of advancement remained commendable, a testament to the dual enhancement of his foundation and external aids. Xuan, wishing to avoid explanations for the moment, found that Dugubo and Duguyan did not press for further inquiries, respecting his circumstances and the potential mysteries surrounding his fortunes. Duguyan, feeling somewhat helpless, grasped Xuan's hand and sighed, "Very well." Xuan gently patted her head and replied, "It is simply inconvenient to discuss now. I shall reveal everything in due time." He then turned to Dugubo and stated, "Grandfather Dugu, I am now ready to begin concocting the antidote for you. However, prior to that, I must convey something to both you and Yin Yan." Dugubo nodded, inquiring, "What is it?" Xuan continued, "The potent toxins within you and Yin have permeated every drop of your blood. It can be said that the venom of the emerald-scaled serpent is now a part of you both. If these toxins could be concentrated in one location, would it not ensure that the toxins arising from your martial souls would not affect other parts of your bodies? For instance, could they not be coalesced into a poison pill or refined into the soul bones?" Listening to Xuan's words, Dugubo's eyes brightened slightly, as if a thought had struck him. He then spoke, "I possess a poison pill, which I refined after transcending level 70. As I could not withstand the venom of the serpent within me, a significant portion of the toxins subsequently produced was absorbed into this pill. My success in this endeavor was based on experiments derived from the poison pills of serpent soul beasts." Upon hearing Dugubo's account, Xuan narrowed his eyes and asked, "Grandfather Dugu, why did you not refine all the toxins within your body into the poison pill?" Dugubo smiled wryly and replied, "Have I not tried? Even after condensing the poison pill, it does not entirely halt the serpentine venom's encroachment upon my body. However, it has significantly mitigated the damage inflicted by the venom. It is precisely because I condensed the poison pill that I had the opportunity to break through to the tidal Dolo level. However, your suggestion to guide the toxins into the soul bone is indeed a viable method. The poison pill is embedded within my dantian, in direct contact with my body, whereas the soul bone is a closed entity. Although the soul bone is integrated with the body, it also serves as an excellent reservoir for toxins. Xiaoxian, I believe your method is worth a try." Listening to Dugubo, Xuan smiled slightly and said, "Grandfather Dugu, I can assure you that this method is feasible. However, even if stored within the soul bone, the amount of toxins a single soul bone can contain is limited and will eventually reach saturation, unless one possesses a soul bone aged 100,000 years to serve as a container." Upon hearing this, Dugubo's expression shifted, and he felt somewhat disheartened. He indeed possessed a soul bone, a top-grade Medusa skull from 10,000 years, but Duguyan lacked a soul bone. Furthermore, given Duguyan's current strength, she could not condense a poison pill, which left the issue unresolved. Xuan, discerning Dugubo's thoughts, continued, "I will take care of Yin Jia's soul bone. Then I will concoct an antidote to eliminate the toxins within her body. You can transfer all the toxins from your body into the soul bone and the poison pill, allowing the two to counterbalance each other. This way, I should not encounter significant difficulties in clearing the toxins from your body." With a smile, Xuan added, "Grandfather Dugu, you wouldn't happen to lack a soul bone, would you?" Dugubo smiled faintly and replied, "You are quite clever, young man. I do indeed possess a soul bone. However, your suggestion of resolving Yan Yan's soul bone issue implies that you intend to gift her a soul bone?" Xuan nodded, "Precisely. A right-arm soul bone from a 35,000-year-old sea viper should perfectly suit Yanzi." Upon hearing this, both Duguyan and Dugubo couldn't help but have their eyes sparkle. A soul bone aged 35,000 years. To offer such a treasure so readily? At that moment, Duguyan felt a depth of gratitude that transcended mere words, for no one understood the value of a soul bone better than she did. Especially with her grandfather being a titled Delaw, possessing ample knowledge in this regard. And what of Du Gubo? He possessed a soul bone, which made him acutely aware of its rarity and significance. How could Gu Xian be so generous as to bestow it upon Du Guyan? Had their relationship, which had only blossomed over the past month, reached such depths? It was not that Du Gubo lacked faith in his granddaughter's allure. Rather, the allure of a soul bone was simply too intoxicating. He had witnessed many individuals, including blood brothers, turn against each other over a millennium-old soul bone. Suddenly, he found himself favorably inclined towards Gu Xian, for once he had spoken of it, he would undoubtedly uphold his word. Gu Xian continued, Grandfather Du Gu, you and Yin should accompany me back to the sect today. It would be an excellent opportunity for you to meet formally, as I have not brought the soul bone with me. Upon hearing this, Du Gubo's eyes lit up. Having Gu Xian as a grandson-in-law brought him immense joy. Setting aside Gu Xian's character and talent, the influence of his family, the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect, was enough to inspire awe in 99% of the populace. The prestige of the top 3 sects was not merely for show. Thus, Du Gubo readily replied, very well. I had not the chance to catch up with Old Bone Dragon when I sent word, so this visit will serve as a proper reunion. In contrast to Du Gubo's enthusiasm, Du Guyan appeared somewhat bashful at the prospect of meeting the parents, her delicate hands fidgeting nervously. However, before we depart, I need to collect some celestial herbs, as they hold great importance for soul masters, Gu Xian added. Du Gubo encouraged him to take whatever he needed, for Gu Xian had already generously offered the soul bone. What harm would it be to gather a few items? Furthermore, it meant he would not be arriving empty-handed. Considering that the ice and fire yin yang I was indeed part of his medicinal garden, even if he was unfamiliar with its contents. By midday, Gu Xian had everything in order, and Du Gubo had prepared a thoughtful gift, as it would be inappropriate to visit his in-laws empty-handed. Since the celestial herbs were chosen by Gu Xian, he had not participated in that selection. Du Guyan, resembling a curious little kitten, trailed closely behind Gu Xian, inundating him with questions about his parents' preferences, whether her grandfather, Gu Rong, would like her, and what Ning Fengji favored. Gu Xian found himself somewhat exasperated by these inquiries, but answered each one patiently. Du Guyan's adorableness was irresistible, prompting him to tease her a little. Upon exiting the Sunset Forest and boarding the carriage, the trio returned to Heavendo City in the afternoon. The Seven Treasure Glazed Sect was not far from the city, but they decided against visiting that day. Du Gubo suggested they rest for the night in Heavendo City and set out the following morning. Gu Xian, though somewhat reluctant, conceded to the delay, as it was not solely his journey home. Chapter 69, The Meeting. Around 10 o'clock the next morning, Gu Xian led Du Gubo and Du Guyan to the grand entrance of the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect. The Seven Treasures Glazed School, esteemed as one of the top 3 sects, is adorned with a wealth that rivals nations, where even the grand entrance radiates opulence, evoking a sense of affluence. This marks Du Guyan's inaugural visit. Although Du Gubo had come a week prior to deliver a message, he had not brought her along. Upon witnessing the surroundings of the Seven Treasures Glazed School, even she could not help but marvel at its representation of prosperity. The guards stationed at the entrance were remarkably powerful, having reached the rank of Soul King. Upon seeing Gu Xian, they respectfully bowed and inquired, Young master, you have returned. Shall I announce your arrival? Gu Xian waved his hand dismissively and replied, There's no need for that. We can ascend on our own. After exchanging pleasantries with the guards, Gu Xian led Du Gubo and Du Guyan with ease toward the assembly hall of the Seven Treasures Glazed School, where, presumably, Ning Fengji was engaged in official matters. As they walked, Du Guyan approached Gu Xian and whispered, Little Xian, your family truly lives in unparalleled wealth. Even the flora along the way consists of rare species. I envy such a lifestyle. Gu Xian smiled gently and plucked a splendid rose from the roadside, handing it to Du Guyan while saying, You too can enjoy this life every day. I will take care of you. At these words, Du Guyan's face flushed crimson, leaving her at a loss for words. Gu Xian, understanding the innocence of the Na'vi young girl, knew how to navigate her reactions. Du Gubo followed closely behind, fully aware of their exchange. Had this been their first meeting, he would have interrupted Gu Xian's flirtation with his granddaughter. However, the situation had evolved significantly, reflecting the undeniable charm of the young man. Indeed, Gu Xian was exceptional and generous, as evidenced by his gift of a soul bone, an extraordinary 35,000-year-old right arm bone. Such generosity is seldom seen among ordinary individuals, with no urgency to hasten their pace. The trio took 30 minutes to reach the grand hall. Along the way, Du Guyan found herself irresistibly drawn to the picturesque scenery, pausing frequently to admire the views. Upon arriving at the hall, the guards recognized Gu Xian, displaying mild astonishment, as they were aware of his recent attendance at the Tiando Royal Academy. Upon spotting Du Gubo, the guard's anxiety heightened, recalling that 7 days prior, the esteemed Poison Daw had visited and appeared to have had a cordial discussion with Elder Gu. Now, he had returned, accompanied by young Master Xuan. It seemed that the two were indeed quite familiar with one another. As Gu Xian led the way, they faced no obstructions and entered the grand hall directly. Inside, Ning Fengji was seated at an exquisitely carved jade desk, diligently engaged in paperwork, presumably handling official affairs. In a luxurious high-back chair beside him sat Gu Rong, casually amusing himself with 2 crickets before him. It seemed that he had noticed something. Gu Rong abruptly raised his head to gaze at the entrance of the grand hall. Upon recognizing the newcomer as Gu Xian, his face blossomed into a radiant smile. "Xianu, how have you returned?" Gu Rong inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity as he looked at Gu Xian. Ning Fengji, also having spotted the presence of Dugu Bo and Dugu Yin alongside Gu Xian, promptly stood and exclaimed, "Elder Dugu, why did you not inform us of your arrival in advance? I would have prepared something for you." Dugu Bo waved his hand dismissively and replied, "No need for concern. This time it was young Xian who brought us here, so there was no need to trouble Sect Master Ning." Listening to the conversation between Ning Fengji and Dugu Bo, Gu Rong turned his attention to Dugu Bo and laughed heartily. "You old poisoner. You could have simply let the boy return on his own. Why trouble yourself to come in person?" Gu Rong naturally assumed that Dugu Bo had accompanied Gu Xian back, hence his words. Dugu Bo smiled faintly in response. Indeed, he had brought Gu Xian back, but his primary purpose was to retrieve the soul bone. At that moment, Gu Xian interjected, "Grandfather, uncle. Today's matters are rather intricate and cannot be clarified in just a few sentences. Let us first allow Grandfather Dugu to have a drink and sit down. We can discuss things at length." Grandfather Dugu? Both Ning Fengji and Gu Rong were taken aback by this revelation, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. Just over a month had passed, and now he had gained an additional grandfather? Given that Gu Xian was situated at the Tiando Royal Academy, where he was unlikely to encounter any peril, Ning Fengji had not dispatched anyone to covertly observe or protect him, thus remaining largely unaware of Gu Xian's activities over the past month. The only information he had received from his student, Xuan, indicated that the boy was exceptionally diligent and ambitious, with no mention of any interaction with Dugu Bo. A week prior, Dugu Bo had indeed sent a message explaining that Gu Xian would be staying with him for a time, and Gu Xian's own correspondence had provided clarification. Dugu Bo admired Gu Xian's alchemical skills and wished to impart some knowledge, but that was the extent of it. Could it be that a week of instruction had already resulted in such a transformation, and he had even acquired a grandfather? It was not that Dugu Bo was unworthy. In fact, from a pragmatic standpoint, the connection between Gu Xian and Dugu Bo could be quite advantageous for Ning Fengji. However, this was rather swift, was it not? Helplessly, observing Gu Xian's confident smile, Ning Fengji and Gu Rong also noted that this impudent lad seemed to have an entanglement with Dugu Bo's granddaughter, Dugu Yin. Glancing at the girl who was shyly hiding behind Gu Xian, they began to piece together the situation. If that were the case, then the matter at hand was no longer merely professional, but rather personal. Ning Fengji and Gu Rong held a significant degree of trust in Gu Xian. This audacious boy had always possessed his own opinions, and his subjective views were particularly strong. The ventures he had undertaken throughout his life had often appeared nonsensical to them. Yet, whenever he embarked on an experiment, the results were invariably extraordinary, leading them to regard his current endeavors with a sense of familiarity. As the crowd moved to the elegant chamber, Gu Xian meticulously recounted the origins and developments of the situation to Ning Fengji and Gu Rong. He did not conceal how he discovered the poison in Dugu Yin or how he identified the ice and fire duality ice. There was no need for secrecy, as he had been learning alchemy with Yang Wudi since childhood, and these matters were no mystery to Ning Fengji and Gu Rong. Once all was elucidated, both Ning Fengji and Gu Rong perceived something extraordinary. Although Ning Fengji treated Gu Xian as his own, being the leader of a sect, upon learning that Gu Xian and Dugu Yin had become romantically involved, his first thought was to leverage this connection to win over Dugu Bo. Should he succeed in drawing Dugu Bo closer through this relationship, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would become a formidable force. Consequently, the elite battle prowess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School could coalesce into a small soul master group, with Ning Fengji providing support, Gu Rong offering defense, Xuan delivering offense, and Dugu Bo controlling the situation. Everything would be in place. Meanwhile, Gu Rong pondered that his grandson had only been out for a little over a month and had already found a girlfriend, particularly one who was the granddaughter of a titled Dolaw. Such discernment was indeed remarkable, hitting the mark on the first try. Yet, Gu Xian was merely 12 years old. Was it not too early for him to be in a relationship? And what of Ning Rongrong? Would she become a mere secondary figure to Gu Xian? Not only would Ning Fengji disapprove, but even Gu Rong himself would not consent to such a situation. Alas, This was truly a vexing predicament. Chapter 70. The Distribution of Celestial Herbs. Part 1. An entire hour passed before Ning Fengji and Gu Rong fully comprehended Gu Xian's purpose in returning with Dugu Bo and Dugu Yin. Primarily, he had come to deliver precious items, specifically celestial-grade medicinal herbs of extraordinary value. Due to the inclusion of the Pave family into the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and Gu Xian's continued studies in alchemy under Yang Wudi, both Ning Fengji and Gu Rong had gained a substantial understanding of these celestial herbs. In summary, these herbs were even rarer than soul bones. However, at Dugu Bo's medicinal garden, at least 30 plants had been discovered. Though Dugu Bo was unaware of their significance, or that his garden was one of the 3 treasure troves known as the Ice and Fire Duality Eyes, the origin of these herbs was still attributed to him. While Gu Xian had identified their utility, credit must still be given to Dugu Bo. This laid the groundwork for Gu Xian's subsequent request to Ning Fengji for a soul bone. To be frank, exchanging a plethora of seemingly worthless celestial herbs for a 35,000-year-old right arm bone was not a bargain that a merchant like Ning Fengji would find appealing. After all, as a merchant, particularly one who was both shrewd and calculating, Ning Fengji naturally aimed for maximum profit. However, Gu Xian later clearly articulated the value of the celestial herbs and showcased his 36th level of soul power, leaving Ning Fengji and Gu Rong utterly astonished. How long had it been since Gu Xian had broken through to the rank of soul master? In just over a month. While his soul power had already reached the 33rd level, how remarkable was it that he could elevate his soul power by another 3 levels in such a brief span? What an extraordinary pace of cultivation. Moreover, Gu Xian's soul power was incredibly dense and substantial, entirely devoid of any superficiality, at level 36. The intensity of his soul power nearly rivaled that of a level 40 soul master. Furthermore, Gu Xian showcased his physical prowess. Typically, a soul master can only withstand soul power pressure from a higher level soul master up to 2/3 of their own strength. To find one who can match their soul power level is exceedingly rare, and this is only achievable by beast martial soul masters, whose physical constitution surpasses that of weapon martial soul masters. Under Gu Rong's direct assessment, the 36th level Gu Xian astonishingly withstood the soul power pressure of a level 55 master. What does this signify? It attests to the fact that Gu Xian, based solely on his physical capability, could be deemed akin to a genius beast martial soul master equipped with the optimal soul ring configuration for level 55. Although Gu Xian's physical attributes had always been formidable, having trained diligently from a young age and subsequently enhanced by whale glue, which allowed his 3rd soul ring to reach 3,000 years and be of exceptional quality, this was still an astonishing leap. Only those with greater strength can truly comprehend the correlation between physical capability and soul power. To possess the physical quality of a level 55 soul king at merely level 36 as a soul master is extraordinary. Does this imply that Gu Xian could attempt to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring for his 4th soul ring? While Gu Rong and Ning Fengji had grown accustomed to Gu Xian's ability to absorb rings beyond his level, they still needed to deliberate carefully should he pursue a 10,000-year soul ring for his 4th. Unlike the 1,000-year or 100-year soul rings, the 10,000-year rings require more than just physical prowess for absorption. With Gu Xian's evident reaction, Ning Fengji and Gu Rong could only marvel at the miraculous effects of the celestial-grade herbs. Setting aside Gu Xian's innate talent, even an ordinary individual consuming such herbs might experience a life-altering transformation. Coupled with Gu Xian's current relationship with Dugu Yin, Ning Fengji ultimately decided against further hesitation and directly gifted the right arm bone of the sea viper to Dugu Yin. Naturally, upon receiving the soul bone, Dugu Yin was overjoyed, and Dugu Bo's face radiated with delight, signifying a true bond between the 2 families. Uncle Dugu, since both Xiao Xian and Yin Yin are still young, it seems too early for them to marry. How about we arrange an engagement for them and hold the wedding when they come of age? What do you think? This exchange, stemming from the trade of the 35,000-year sea viper right arm bone for the celestial-grade herb, fostered a closer relationship between the 2 families. Of course, the most significant factor remained the connection between Gu Xian and Dugu Yin. To speak candidly, prior to this, Ning Fengji had intended to unite Ning Rongrong and Gu Xian. Yet given the current circumstances, he found himself compelled to revise his plans. After all, the alliance between Gu Xian and Dugu Yin could potentially forge a connection with Dugu Bo, which, from any perspective, would yield no detriment. The sole drawback may lie in the necessity of finding a suitable match for Ning Rongrong anew. As the daughter of a titled Dolaw, it is inconceivable for Dugu Yin to assume a subordinate role, and Ning Rongrong is even less likely to accept a lesser standing with Gu Xian. Ning Fengji had envisioned Ning Rongrong as the future leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, these matters are of a future nature, the outcome of which remains uncertain, much like how Xuan returned with a girlfriend merely a month after venturing out. The immediate priority is to firmly bind Du Bo to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. After all, his only granddaughter has married into the family, leaving him with little choice for retirement. Nevertheless, Ning Fengji was not in haste, for impatience would render the situation rather unseemly. With the connection between Xuan and Du Yin established, it suffices to gradually cultivate a rapport with Du Bo, and when the time is ripe, success will follow naturally. Du Bo nodded in agreement at Ning Fengji's words, acknowledging that it was indeed premature for the two young ones to marry, considering they are soul masters. Engaging in the pursuit of offspring during their prime cultivation years would be a misallocation of time and talent. After all, children can be conceived at any time, but the golden years of cultivation are fleeting. Meanwhile, Du Yin sat beside Du Bo, her face flushed with embarrassment. Unable to raise her gaze, such discussions should not take place in her presence. Once these matters were settled, Xuan returned to the main topic. His return was not solely to deliver the soul bone for Du Yin, but also to present celestial-grade medicinal herbs to Gu Rong and Ning Fengji. The sooner one consumes these celestial-grade herbs, the more beneficial they become. He could very well find himself in the ice and fire yin-yang eye for an extended period. This time, he intended to ensure that everything was arranged properly upon his return. Once he ventured into the ice and fire yin-yang eye, the sect would steadily advance, alleviating his concerns, while also facilitating the rapid development of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Thus, Xuan turned to Gu Rong, retrieving a brocade box and presenting it to him, saying, "Grandfather, I have selected a celestial-grade medicinal herb for you, the extraordinary radiant chrysanthemum. This herb possesses neutral properties, fortifying one's fortune and invigorating the blood channels, enabling the cultivation of an indestructible body." Indestructible? Gu Rong expressed mild astonishment. Xuan chuckled softly. While the term indestructible may be somewhat exaggerated, this herb harmonizes splendidly with your martial soul. Your soul power is also neutral, vast and profound, fierce and commanding. With this herb, your future cultivation will yield exceptional results, and its enduring efficacy should offer you significant enhancement. Moreover, this celestial-grade herb possesses the ability to solidify your foundation and refine your roots, providing only benefits without any drawbacks. However, before you hastily consume it, I shall meet with the teacher and request him to concoct a potion that synergizes with the celestial herb, thereby maximizing its efficacy. It may even enable you to achieve another breakthrough. Listening to Xuan's explanation, Gu Rong no longer harbored doubts regarding the extraordinary nature of the celestial herb, especially considering Xuan's living example before him. With a sense of solemnity, Gu Rong accepted the brocade box, filled with gratitude for his beloved grandson. Given his innate talent, reaching the 96th level was already the pinnacle of his potential, and the likelihood of further advancement seemed slim. Yet, upon hearing of the celestial herb's miraculous properties, there remained a glimmer of hope that he might progress further along the path of a titled Dalaw. Chapter 71, Dividing the Celestial Herb, Part 2. Gu Rong carefully stored the wondrous mushroom known as Tongtian Ju in his soul guide, and then Xuan produced another brocade box. However, rather than immediately revealing the celestial herb within, he turned to face Du Bo. Xuan slowly began, "Grandfather Du, what I am about to say pertains to the secrets of our sect. You are now my grandfather and a member of our sect. Yet I hope you can affirm that anything you hear today shall not be disclosed to a third party. Is that agreeable?" Upon hearing this, without pausing to consider Du Bo's reaction, Ning Fengji and Gu Rong exchanged glances of surprise. This statement effectively bound Du Bo to the great ship of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. As for Du Bo, he interpreted Xuan's words straightforwardly, recognizing that a child could not harbor too many ulterior motives. To him, this was a demonstration of absolute trust, merely requiring his verbal affirmation. After all, if there were doubts, he could simply remain silent and discuss matters with Ning Fengji after Xuan departed. Thus, Du Bo nodded seriously, replying, "Rest assured, since Yin Yin is to be engaged to you, I shall not act against our interests." Hearing this, Xuan chuckled, while Du Yin discreetly pinched Du Bo, who, sensing his granddaughter's shyness, couldn't help but reminisce about the joys of youth. With Du Bo's affirmative response secured, Xuan continued to address Ning Fengji, "Uncle, the celestial herb within this brocade box is known as the Chilua tulip, resplendent and noble. Consuming it allows one to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, the brilliance of the sun and moon. Your Seven Treasures Glazed Tower is already classified as a treasure-type martial soul with the assistance of this Chilua tulip. A complementary effect can be achieved, and it is even possible that your Seven Treasures Glazed Tower might undergo an evolution." Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji, who had been momentarily lost in thought following Dugubo's response, was suddenly jolted back to awareness. Could it truly lead to the evolution of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower? Did this imply a transcendence beyond the limitation of 7 soul rings? This revelation filled Ning Fengji with greater joy and excitement than the prospect of Dugubo joining the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect derives its name from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, which consists of only 7 tiers. A soul master associated with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower can absorb merely 7 soul rings throughout their lifetime, forever unable to transcend to the rank of Title de Law. Nevertheless, despite this limitation, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower has emerged as the preeminent weapon spirit in the world, elevating the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect to a status among the top 3 sects, thereby underscoring the formidable nature of the tower. Now, when Gu Xian suggested that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower still holds the potential for advancement, could it imply that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect might produce a soul master of the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower? This phenomenon has only been witnessed once. During the era of the sect's first ancestor, Ning Fengji had spent his entire life in search of this possibility without any leads. And now it was unexpectedly articulated by Gu Xian. Given Gu Xian's own past experiences, Ning Fengji found no reason to doubt him, for Gu Xian had no incentive to deceive him. However, before Ning Fengji could fully revel in this revelation, Gu Xian's voice continued. Introducing a caveat, there exists but a single specimen of the Chihuahua tulip, meaning only one individual may consume it. Thus, dear uncle, you must ponder whether to partake in it yourself or to bestow it upon Rongrong. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji quickly regained his composure. At the age of 42, although he had attained the pinnacle of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower with a soul power level of 79, he recognized that his innate talent paled in comparison to that of Ning Rongrong. As he contemplated Gu Xian's words, he began to weigh the significance of consuming the Chihuahua tulip himself against the potential benefits it would yield for Rongrong. Ning Fengji possessed commendable talent. Yet he surmised that even after the evolution of his martial spirit, breaking through to Title de Law remained uncertain. This notion stemmed from the challenges faced by support-type soul masters in later stages of cultivation. His achievement of level 79 by the age of 42 was not solely attributed to talent. The abundant resources provided by the sect were crucial, as he bore 3 soul bones, each with a minimum age of 30,000 years. Moreover, these soul bones harmonized impeccably with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower martial spirit, enabling him to reach its limits at such an age. Now, faced with the reality that only one Chihuahua tulip existed, Ning Fengji felt a sense of resignation. His uncertainty stemmed not from an absolute impossibility of reaching Title de Law, but rather from the ambiguity of his potential. After much contemplation, he turned to Gu Xian and inquired, "Little Xian, since you possess such profound knowledge of this celestial herb, who do you believe should consume the Chihuahua tulip?" After a brief moment of reflection, Gu Xian replied, "Bestow it upon Rongrong. She is merely 11 years old. Aside from its exceptional effects, this celestial herb also possesses the ability to refine one's constitution. With her innate soul power already at level 9, consuming this herb is sure to propel her further." Having received this counsel, Ning Fengji relinquished his internal conflict. Regardless of the outcome, the evolved Seven Treasures Glazed Tower would remain his lineage's legacy, and its status would remain unshaken. As Gu Xian pondered, he realized that Ning Rongrong, who typically appeared alongside him, was nowhere to be found. What could this mean? This young girl was not adhering to Ning Fengji as she usually did. Moreover, the second elder, Xuan, was absent as well. Typically, during their time at the sect, he would engage in banter and light-hearted quarrels with his grandfather. Today, however, an unusual tranquility reigned. "By the way, uncle, where are Rongrong and the second elder? Why have they vanished? Could it be that the second elder has taken Rongrong out?" Gu Xian expressed his confusion. Before Ning Fengji could respond, Gu Rong, with a radiant countenance, interjected, "Rongrong is on the verge of breaking through to rank 27 and is currently in seclusion for her cultivation. Ever since you left, she has been working even harder than usual." Gu Xian nodded thoughtfully, feeling quite pleased with Ning Rongrong's current progress. Unlike her portrayal in the original narrative, she was not embodying her demonic persona, but instead had taken the initiative to cultivate diligently. Gu Xian felt a sense of pride in his mentoring abilities. And the second elder? If he is not accompanying Rongrong, he must not be wandering alone, correct? Gu Xian inquired further. This is indeed a double delight. Rongrong is making strides, and Old Swordhead is experiencing his own insights, Gu Rong remarked with a sigh of appreciation. Casting a glance at Dugubo, Gu Rong's eyes sparkled with intent. Gu Xian, sensing his grandfather's thoughts, promptly said, "Grandfather Dugu is one of us. Please, share your insights." With that, Gu Rong no longer withheld his thoughts and revealed, Did I not mention that old swordhead and I each consumed a piece of 5,000-year-old whale gel? I broke through before him, but now he has gained some understanding. It is likely that he will emerge from this retreat having reached rank 97. Upon hearing this, Xuan remained calm, for while studying alchemy with Yang Wudi, he had once concocted some elixirs for the two elders. However, since they were already titled Duluos, the effects of those potions were minimal. Nevertheless, whale gel was a remarkable substance, especially during the initial consumption when it offered special enhancements. Gurong had been stuck at rank 95 for nearly a decade, but had managed to reach rank 96 after taking the whale gel 6 months ago. Xuan was originally at the pinnacle of rank 96. Although he had not yet broken through after consuming the whale gel, he had greatly benefited from it. Therefore, Xuan was not particularly surprised by his upcoming breakthrough. After all, in the original narrative, Xuan eventually ascended to rank 97, albeit with the sacrifice of an arm. Now, not only had he avoided such a loss, but he was also poised for a breakthrough, which filled Xuan with immense joy. After all, he had prepared celestial-grade medicinal herbs for Xuan, making future advancements entirely feasible. Chapter 72, Yang Wudi. The news of both Xuan and Ning Rongrong nearing breakthroughs brought Xuan considerable delight. For Xuan's advancement would signify a further enhancement of the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect's strength. Presently, the sect had already surpassed its depiction in the original narrative. After all, Gurong in the original story had not yet achieved rank 96, nor had Xuan entered seclusion to strive for rank 97. Ning Fengji carefully stored away the exquisite Chilua tulip, as Ning Rongrong remained in seclusion. He decided to keep it with him until her retreat concluded. Shortly thereafter, Xuan produced a brocade box, intended for Xuan, containing a divine herb known as the Mou Jianzhu. This herb harmoniously complemented Xuan's 7-killing sword, which was precisely why Xuan believed that upon consuming this celestial herb, Xuan would experience a notable enhancement. Xuan entrusted the Mou Jianzhu to Ning Fengji as well, considering that it was uncertain how long Xuan's seclusion would last. Xuan could not afford to linger at the sect waiting for Xuan's return. He needed to return to the ice and fire duality to concoct an antidote for Dugyubo and Duguian. After arranging the divine herbs for Xuan and Gurong, Xuan, accompanied by Ning Fengji and Gurong, set out to seek out Yang Wudi. Dugyubo and Duguian did not join them, opting instead to absorb soul bones in Xuan's courtyard. It was not that Duguian was impatient. Rather, the sooner she absorbed the soul bones, the more effectively she could refine the toxins within her body into the soul bones. Currently, the Pave clan had integrated into the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, though most of its disciples resided in the outer sect, with only a select few prodigies admitted into the inner sect. The hierarchical structure of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect was not excessively stringent, as the sect was inherently designed to incorporate external disciples for its expansion. Thus, even though the Pave clan had only recently joined, those with sufficient talent were welcomed into the inner sect. This approach also served to diversify the Page clan, facilitating their better integration into the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Of course, the primary lineage of the Page clan remained intact. The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect had originally been a place for alchemical concoction, and that area had now been established as the Dan Hall, with Yang Wudi serving as the Hall Master, holding a status equivalent to that of the Red-Robed Elder. The Elder system of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect is structured such that the lowest tier of leaders is the White-Robed Steward, followed by the Yellow-Robed Steward, Purple-Robed Steward, and the subsequent Black-Robed and Red-Robed Elders. Above the Red-Robed Elders stand the two guardian spirit Duluos of the sect, who are informally referred to as the Grand Elders. Despite not having special titles, they are not only contemporaries of Ning Fengji, but also the strongest members of the sect, deserving of the honorific Grand Elder. The Dan Hall is situated within the inner sect and occupies a substantial area, as the elixirs concocted by Yang Wudi are indeed remarkable. If not for the scarcity of medicinal materials required for alchemy, the Dan Hall would have flourished long ago. With Xuan returning with such promising news, Ning Fengji believed that in the future, the Dan Hall would undoubtedly shine brilliantly. After all, the efficacy of celestial herbs is extraordinary. Should these divine herbs be refined into elixirs, it would surpass even the most miraculous feats. After all, elixirs represent the pinnacle of maximizing the medicinal effects of the ingredients. Upon arriving at the Dan Hall, the guards at the entrance, upon seeing the sect master and the Grand Elder, immediately bowed in reverence. Ning Fengji waved his hand and inquired directly, "Is Elder Yang present?" The guard promptly nodded in response. Elder Yang is currently refining pills in the alchemy chamber. Armed with this information, Ning Fengji, Gurong, and Xuan made their way directly to the alchemy chamber, without a moment's hesitation. Along the way, Xuan pondered whether his esteemed teacher would call him master upon discovering the gift he had brought, considering that in the original narrative, when Yang Wudi and Tang San first met, they were at loggerheads, brimming with animosity. However, the moment Tang San produced the exquisite fragrant celestial item, Yang Wudi forgot his grievances, completely enamored. This was not due to Yang Wudi's capricious nature. After all, prior to Tang San presenting the celestial item, Yang Wudi had already sparred with him, only to narrowly lose due to Tang San's advantage of possessing the indomitable spirit ring granted by Xiao Wu. Ultimately, it was the celestial herbs that swayed Yang Wudi, allowing him to gracefully concede. This demonstrated the allure of celestial herbs to Yang Wudi, or rather, the irresistible charm of the exquisite fragrant celestial item. Upon arriving at the alchemy chamber, Yang Wudi was entirely engrossed in meticulously adding herbs to the cauldron, each step executed with utmost caution, leaving no room for error. After an entire hour had passed, Yang Wudi finally completed the batch of pills and stored them in a porcelain vial. He then bowed respectfully to the patiently waiting Ning Fengji and Gu Rong, stating, "Greetings, Sect Master and Elder Gu. I hope you understand that I could not afford to be distracted during the refining process." In response, Ning Fengji waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for such formality, Elder Yang. Do you see who has returned?" As he spoke, Xuan, who had been standing behind Gu Rong, stepped forward and called out, "Teacher, I have returned." Upon seeing Xuan, a smile broke across Yang Wudi's face, for he was exceedingly pleased with this disciple. Nay, more than pleased, he was thoroughly satisfied. Having studied under him from a young age, Xuan had mastered all of his teachings in just a few short years, a talent indeed rare in this world. It was unfortunate that such a prodigy did not belong to his own clan. Nevertheless, the mere fact that Xuan was his student brought Yang Wudi great solace. After all, with Xuan as his pupil, the status of the Page clan within the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect school would no longer be so humble, which was precisely why Ning Fengji had consented to Xuan's apprenticeship under Yang Wudi. Indeed, the Page clan possessed unique qualities, thus, some investment was necessary to win their allegiance. Fortuitously, Xuan was also keen to learn the art of alchemy, providing Ning Fengji with a valid reason to support him. Yang Wudi regarded Xuan with curiosity and inquired, "Shouldn't you be studying at the Tiando Royal Academy? What brings you back?" Xuan chuckled and, taking Yang Wudi's hand, led him out of the alchemy chamber towards the adjacent lounge. "I have returned bearing a gift for you, teacher. One that I am certain will delight you," he said as they walked. Ning Fengji and Gu Rong exchanged faint smiles, trailing behind the two. On the journey, Xuan emphasized the significance of alchemy, and both he and Yang Wudi placed great importance on the latter. After all, the Pa family was one of the few alchemical families with a legacy. With the ice and fire eyes as a treasure trove, the future production of elixirs would be nothing short of remarkable, at the very least providing for the thousands within the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect school. Yang Wudi, a towering figure nearly 2 meters tall, bore several fearsome scars across his bare chest, including a horrifying gash on his right cheek, signifying that he was not one to be trifled with. Yet, in the presence of Xuan, Yang Wudi exhibited a degree of affection, for Xuan had treated him exceptionally well and had previously established the alchemy hall despite considerable opposition. Thus, it was not only Yang Wudi who owed a debt of gratitude to Xuan. In a sense, Xuan had also recognized his talents. Now, Yang Wudi no longer needed to scramble about. His days were filled with cultivating his soul power and refining medicines, without the previous necessity to gather materials himself. As the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect school provided everything he required, all he needed to do was submit his finished elixirs each month. This arrangement was far more enjoyable for him than engaging in business, as he had a deep passion for alchemy. With the burdens lifted and the materials prepared for him, he could focus solely on his craft. What could be more delightful? Chapter 73, The Fragrant and Ethereal Elixir. Upon entering the adjacent lounge, Yang Wudi and Xuan sat together, and Yang Wudi inquired with curiosity, "What gift could possibly require your presence, you rascal?" In response, Xuan smiled broadly, intentionally keeping him in suspense. "Why not take a guess?" Yang Wudi, momentarily rendered perplexed, retorted, "How am I to guess? Who knows what you've brought?" Xuan, with a slight smile, offered, "Let me provide you with a hint. This is something you have long desired." Upon hearing this, Yang Wudi cast Xuan a bewildered glance. Did he truly have something he yearned for? He was quite satisfied with his current life, feeling little longing for anything. The only possible desire might be for revenge against the Outsmarting sect, which had callously abandoned them, the single attribute clans, and left them to be hunted by the spirit hall. Had it not been for the intervention of the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect school, the Pa family would likely have been reduced to mere remnants. However, Xuan certainly lacked the power to confront the Outsmarting sect, Beyond his own strength, the sect had secluded themselves, making it difficult for anyone to track them down. Yet, observing the inexplicable smile on Gu Xian's face, Yang Wudi sensed that the gift he had brought was extraordinary, warranting the presence of Ning Fengji and Gu Rong as well. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Yang Wudi's mind. What could this most coveted treasure be? Having spent a lifetime concocting potions, there indeed lies a singular desire that has eluded him, a substance documented solely in ancient texts, often described as a celestial rarity, scarcely found by mortal seekers. Despite his relentless pursuit over many years, he had uncovered not a whisper of its existence. It seemed implausible that Gu Xian could have discovered it within a mere month of venturing forth. Yet, as he donned a contemplative expression, he caught sight of an even broader smile gracing Gu Xian's face, as if affirming his innermost thoughts. With this notion taking root, Yang Wudi straightened himself. A look of disbelief etched across his features as he fixed his gaze upon Gu Xian, hesitantly inquiring, "Xiao Xian, could it be that you have truly found it?" Upon hearing this, Gu Xian calmly nodded, his smile unwavering. This scene rendered Ning Fengji and Gu Rong momentarily speechless. Had he truly found it? Was it possible that Gu Xian's gift to Yang Wudi was not a celestial herb, but rather a long-lost offspring? However, that seemed implausible. Yang Wudi had been a member of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for many years, and there had been no mention of an illegitimate child wandering the world. Confused, Ning Fengji and Gu Rong observed the exchange between the master and his disciple, their minds conjuring various melodramatic scenarios. To substantiate Yang Wudi's speculation, Gu Xian raised his right hand, and with a flicker of light from his soul guiding device, a brocade box materialized within his grasp. He slowly opened the box, revealing its contents, a magnificent flower of delicate pink, devoid of leaves, with a stem extending 3 feet long. The bloom itself was prodigious, its diameter exceeding a foot, with each petal resembling translucent crystal. The moment the flower emerged, a gentle fragrance enveloped the room, its soothing aroma permeating every corner, invigorating all who inhaled it. Beholding this extraordinary blossom, Ning Fengji and Gu Rong finally grasped that, aside from the celestial herb, Gu Xian had not brought back anything else of note. Yet, they were unfamiliar with this flower, only vaguely sensing its extraordinary nature. In stark contrast to their calm demeanor, Yang Wudi's gaze remained fixated on the grand bloom nestled within the brocade box. He gradually rose to his feet and spoke with palpable emotion, "Xiao Xian, are you truly willing to gift this to me?" His voice trembled, a manifestation of uncontrollable excitement and joy. At this moment, Gu Xian shed his playful demeanor, speaking earnestly. "Master, this spiritual entity seeks a worthy bearer. By accompanying you, it shall surely realize its full potential." With that, Gu Xian extended the brocade box towards Yang Wudi. With utmost care, Yang Wudi accepted the box, his eyes entranced by the magnificent flower within. Bringing his nose close, he inhaled deeply, and in an ecstatic frenzy, he began to dance with abandon. "Haha, I have sought you my entire life, and to find you in this manner is beyond my wildest dreams. Ethereal fragrance of the celestial herb, with you by my side, what poison shall I ever fear to create? With you, tragedy shall be a thing of the past. Haha, this is truly splendid." Observing the usually composed and experienced Yang Wudi suddenly succumb to such madness, Gu Rong could not help but steal a glance, exclaiming, "Pray tell, what is the purpose of this object that has driven even a dignified soul warrior like yourself to such frenzy?" Yang Wudi let out a hearty laugh, his demeanor now devoid of the usual solemnity, replaced by uncontainable joy and excitement. "This exquisite herb is known as the ethereal fragrant chilua. With it, I shall no longer fear being poisoned while concocting any elixir. It empowers me to attempt the creation of many potions I previously dared not try. Furthermore, its aroma can induce mutations in various substances, enhancing their efficacy manifold." As he spoke, Yang Wudi's gaze toward Gu Xian transformed, as if he were beholding a savior who had granted him a second lease on life. "For our clan, this is indeed a treasure beyond price. I would gladly exchange my life for it." Upon hearing this, Gu Rong may have remained indifferent, for although he possessed the wondrous Tongtian chrysanthemum, he had yet to consume it, and thus was unaware of its true effects. However, Ning Fengji was different, despite not witnessing the ethereal tulip's impact. The mere thought of its potential to evolve the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower sent him into a frenzy, though as the sect leader, he concealed his emotions beneath a stoic facade. Observing Yang Wudi's exuberance, Ning Fengji felt a profound empathy. Yet, Gu Xian did not afford Yang Wudi much time to revel in his excitement. As he continued, "Master, besides this ethereal fragrant chilua, I have another request." Upon hearing this, Yang Wudi promptly composed his expression, reluctantly closing the ornate box and carefully stowing it away in his soul guide. Speak freely. For even if it were a matter of 10, 100, or 1,000 tasks, I shall attend to them all, Yang Wudi declared earnestly. Little did he know the immense significance of the gift Gu Xian had presented him. It is not as daunting as you might envision. Gu Xian replied with a wry smile. Recently, I discovered a treasure trove known as the Eye of Ice and Fire. It is abundant with countless herbs, including numerous celestial grade ones, and serves as an ideal location for cultivating medicinal materials. I hope you can oversee its management, transforming it into a supply base for our Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. At this revelation, Yang Wudi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to regain his composure as he pondered. The Eye of Ice and Fire? This information is far more astonishing than even the discovery of the ethereal fragrant Chiloa, while the latter held great significance for him. The Eye of Ice and Fire was one of the three great treasure troves. Surely, the ethereal fragrant Chiloa had originated from within its depths. In that moment, Yang Wudi felt a sense of unreality wash over him. Was it truly possible that Gu Xian, in just over a month, had uncovered everything he had sought throughout his lifetime? And had he actually brought it all back? What extraordinary fortune was this? Chapter 74, The Talent Development Plan. Subsequently, Gu Xian recounted the significant events that transpired since his enrollment in the Tiando Royal Academy to Yang Wudi once more. Yang Wudi could not help but marvel at Gu Xian's extraordinary fortune. Not only had he found a romantic partner during his studies, but he had also stumbled upon the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. It was at this moment that Yang Wudi noticed a remarkable transformation in Gu Xian's appearance. His once black, short ponytail had evolved into flowing red locks, cascading down his shoulders, while two clusters of blue bangs, reminiscent of dragon whiskers, framed his forehead. His eyes, one red and the other blue, had taken on a striking heterochromia. Yang Wudi found it difficult to fathom how Gu Xian could undergo such a drastic metamorphosis in just over a month. In truth, when Ning Fengji and Gu Rong first encountered Gu Xian, they shared similar sentiments, but upon receiving explanations later, their concerns were alleviated. For this was indeed Gu Xian's fortuitous destiny. Furthermore, Gu Xian elaborated on the dragon patterns adorning the backs of his hands, revealing that they were the legacy marks of the two great dragon kings. However, he chose to withhold further details for fear of inciting unnecessary complications. For now, Ning Fengji, Gu Rong, and Dugu Bo needed only to understand that they had gained a profound foundation. Having grasped the essence of Gu Xian's recent opportunities, Yang Wudi was left with little more than an overwhelming sense of excitement in addition to his admiration for Gu Xian's luck. While the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School boasted an abundance of pharmacists, true alchemical families with legacies were sparse, with the Pa family being the sole exception. Now, with Gu Xian expressing his intent to entrust the management of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye to him, how could Yang Wudi contain his exhilaration? This was indeed the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye, one of the three great treasures of the land, teeming with invaluable medicinal herbs and serving as an unparalleled base for cultivating them. With the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye at his disposal, Yang Wudi could assure that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would undoubtedly experience a meteoric rise, concurrently elevating the status of the Pa family. Given the earlier assistance from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and Gu Xian's connection as a direct disciple, Yang Wudi had already begun to feel a sense of belonging to the school. Thus, every aspect of these developments filled him with uncontainable excitement. However, Gu Xian did not intend to allow Yang Wudi access to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye just yet, as he had already brought back a plethora of celestial herbs and spiritual materials. He advised Yang Wudi to refine these within the sect first, enhancing the school's resources before venturing to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. This decision stemmed from Gu Xian's need to remain undisturbed at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye for a while, during which he wished to concoct several elixirs. Consequently, Gu Xian articulated his intentions plainly, and Yang Wudi, upon hearing this, patted his chest in assurance, promising no difficulties would arise. He was more than eager to have access to those celestial herbs and countless spiritual materials for alchemical refinement. For an alchemist, this was not merely a task, but rather a well-deserved reward. After finalizing the elixirs to be produced, Gu Xian handed over the spatial storage soul guide containing the meticulously sorted spiritual materials to Yang Wudi, who received it with great solemnity, as if he had just completed a momentous ritual. Receiving the storage soul guide, Yang Wudi's eyes glimmered with insight, and he remarked, "My dear Xian, might I discuss a matter with you?" Gu Xian smiled faintly and replied, "Teacher, there is no need for formalities. Please feel free to address any concerns directly." Yang Wudi, satisfied, continued, "The elixirs you enumerated, if concocted with celestial-grade herbs and these spiritual materials, would undoubtedly benefit even the title Delaw. Although you have transcended to the soul Deloy realm for many years, your progress has been rather sluggish, only reaching level 82 thus far. At this juncture, Yang Wudi cast a glance at Ning Fengji, acknowledging that, as the sect leader, such significant matters required his endorsement. He proceeded thus. I hope the sect will graciously grant me a share of the elixirs produced. Hearing this, Gu Xian and Ning Fengji exchanged knowing smiles, with Gu Xian saying, Teacher, what are you saying? Once these elixirs are refined, you may certainly keep a portion as a token of gratitude for your invaluable guidance. After all, had it not been for your generous sharing of alchemical knowledge and techniques, I would not have been fortunate enough to seize this opportunity. At this declaration, Yang Wudi nearly ascended with delight. The prospect of retaining a portion of each elixir was exhilarating. With such elixirs at his disposal, the possibility of breaking through to title de law in the future seemed within reach. Yang Wudi was no ordinary individual. He was a master alchemist. Even in the absence of completed elixirs, he could discern their potential effects. Gu Xian's words were, of course, a result of prior discussions with Ning Fengji. Yang Wudi, possessing exceptional talent, had demonstrated combat prowess that defied conventional expectations for soul masters. Despite being only at level 82, in the original narrative, he matched a level 93 opponent. The Serpent Spear de Law, in combat. Should Yang Wudi truly break through to title de law, he might become a formidable contender, following in the footsteps of the Sword de Law, Qinshin. With unparalleled offensive capabilities, Gu Xian often pondered the implications of such a breakthrough. Should Yang Wudi ascend to title de law, bearing the title of Spear, the moment he introduced himself alongside Qinshin would be quite the spectacle. Furthermore, a saying circulated in the previous life, the 7 treasures turn out with Liuli. Refreshing and invigorating is Yang Wudi. If one were to suggest that the then Soul de law Yang Wudi could challenge a title de law, it might seem an exaggeration. However, should he achieve that pinnacle with Ning Fengji's support, such assertions would ring true. Having concluded this discussion, Yang Wudi eagerly set off to refine elixirs, keen to immediately test the efficacy of the celestial grade Yuxiang Chila. Meanwhile, Gu Xian, Ning Fengji, and Gu Rong proceeded to the Great Hall. Along the way, Gu Xian instructed Ning Fengji to compile a meticulously detailed list. This list comprised elders of the Soul de law rank and the sect's promising talents, all of whom exhibited unwavering loyalty to the sect. In total, the list included 56 individuals, 16 elders, and 40 rising stars. Among the 16 elders, 3 have reached the pinnacle of level 89, while the remaining 13 possess the potential to eventually break through to the rank of title de law, thus earning their place on the list. The 40 promising young talents were meticulously selected from over 1,000 young soul masters within the sect, with the youngest, at 12 years of age, having already attained level 27. The eldest, at 30, has reached level 61, all of whom harbor the potential to challenge for the title de law rank in the future. Once Yang Wudi concocts the elixirs, this group will be the first to benefit from them. Even if not all of them achieve the title de law rank, having just 1/3 succeed would suffice. And this cohort is destined to become the backbone of the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect school. Even if they fail to break through to title de law, their innate talents will undoubtedly allow them to reach the rank of Soul de law. With the assistance of those elixirs, even in the absence of a breakthrough to title de law, they will undoubtedly stand as the elite within the Soul de law tier. Consequently, the strength of the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect school is poised for a tremendous enhancement. Should those 3 pinnacle Soul de law elders manage to transcend to title de law, the current might of the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect school would ascend to an entirely new echelon. These 3 elders had previously consumed whale resin, but failed to achieve their desired breakthrough. Perhaps the quality of the resin was insufficient, as the finest had been allocated to the 2 title de law of the Sword Bone. Although what they received was commendable, their innate talents were not on par with those of the Sword Bone's title de law, rendering their lack of breakthrough understandable. Nevertheless, Gu Xian must ensure they receive sufficient resources, lest the previous investments be rendered futile. Chapter 75, Heartbroken Red. After ensuring that all matters were in order, Gu Xian convened with Dugu Bo and Dugu Yin. This return was primarily to provide Dugu Yin with a soul bone and to assist Yang Wudi in refining medicinal herbs. As for the distribution of other elixirs, Gu Xian merely needed to mention it, as the sect leader Ning Fengji would see to it with great diligence, sparing Gu Xian any concern on that front. Notably, after absorbing the right arm bone of the sea viper, Dugu Yan's soul power rose by 1 level, reaching 39. Thus, she not only acquired a formidable soul bone skill, but also made significant progress in her soul power, marking a bountiful gain for her. Before departing, Gu Rong and Ning Fengji spoke privately with Dugu Bo, although Gu Xian did not eavesdrop. It was evident that Dugu Bo had indeed begun to regard himself as a half-member of the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect school. He had consented to allow Yang Wudi to manage the ice and fire duality, with only one stipulation. Any valuable resources must be reserved for both him and Dugu Yan. On this matter, no reminders were necessary, as Ning Fengji assured him with confidence that there would be no issues. Thus, the two families had truly forged a bond of mutual benefit. When Dugu Bo departed, he was brimming with vigor. Not only did he secure a soul bone of 35,000 years for Dugu Yan, but he also ensured a promising future for his granddaughter. Gu Xian naturally accompanied him on his journey, for he could not afford to wait for Ning Rongrong or seek out the second master, Chenexen. Due to the pressing nature of time, having been apart for just over a month, the sentiment of longing was hardly significant. Thus, by evening, Gu Xian and the two Dugu members returned to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Dugu Yan and Dugu Bo busied themselves with purging toxins from their bodies within the stone chamber, while Gu Xian immersed himself in cultivation within the eye. Strength is paramount at all times. The following day, Gu Xian began concocting elixirs for Dugu Bo and Dugu Yan. They continued their detoxification process. Yet this did not hinder Gu Xian's alchemical endeavors. The primary ingredient for the elixirs was his own blood, which had become a panacea, rendering him immune to all toxins. Coupled with superior spirit herbs for enhancing vitality, Gu Xian proceeded to refine the elixirs at the Eye of Ice and Fire. For the subsequent week, Gu Xian dedicated his days to alchemy, restoring his soul power whenever his mental energy waned, and replacing sleep with intense cultivation at night. After a week, Dugu Yan had successfully refined the toxins within her body into her right arm's soul bone. Her toxins were trivial compared to those of Dugu Bo, not yet deeply entrenched in her marrow. Gu Xian directly provided her with the antidote he had prepared, instructing her to consume and assimilate it. Given Dugu Yan's current condition, she would require merely a month to fully recover. In the future, once her strength was sufficient, she could refine the lingering toxins into a poison elixir, ensuring her body remained safe from the threat of toxicity. After completing the elixirs for Dugu Yan and Dugu Bo, Gu Xian began his rigorous training at the Eye of Ice and Fire. He did not plan to consume the Forgetting Autumn water due to enhance his mental acuity just yet, as he needed time to refine the effects of the octagonal profound ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. He intended to wait before using the Forgetting Autumn water due to avoid any potential conflicts in potency, although the dew possessed a balanced nature. Minimizing interactions with other celestial herbs, he remained cautious, taking measured steps in his progress. Time, imperceptibly swift, slipped by through his fingers. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed, during which Gu Xian's soul power experienced a level increase, and Dugu Yan's soul power ascended from 39 to 40. Her toxins had been entirely eradicated, leaving her free from their torment. Gu Xian planned to administer a celestial herb to Dugu Yan before she absorbed her fourth soul ring, aiming to enhance her physical constitution and innate talent, maximizing the longevity of her fourth soul ring. However, due to Dugu Yan's lack of rigorous physical training prior to this, it would be challenging for her fourth soul ring's longevity to surpass 10,000 years. However, during these nearly 4 months, Dong Gu Yan has consumed 3 pieces of whale gel and absorbed a soul bone from her right arm, which is 35,000 years old. Should she also acquire an immortal-grade herb, the lifespan of her fourth soul ring could reach at least 8,000 years, particularly from a soul beast of exceptional lineage. With such a soul ring, it would sufficiently compensate for the toxic attributes of her first and second soul rings, transforming her into a true powerhouse capable of being invincible at her level and even surpassing it in battle. Gu Xian has selected for Dong Gu Yan an immortal-grade herb known as Xiangxi Duan Chong Hong, a truly extraordinary herb with the power to alter fate. This herb is also referred to as the Immortal Emperor, the pinnacle among immortal-grade herbs. At this moment, Gu Xian stood before Dong Gu Yan, holding an oddly peculiar immortal-grade herb. It resembled an ordinary white flower, about the size of a palm, shaped like a peony, devoid of leaves, with its root connected to a large stone that was completely black and astonishingly heavy, evident from Gu Xian's posture. Upon the white flower, there were several striking crimson streaks, as red as blood, evoking a sense of breathtaking intensity. This is Xiangxi Duan Chong Hong, the emperor among immortals. Gu Xian introduced it to Dong Gu Yan. Yanzi, this herb is called Xiangxi Duan Chong Hong, a divine treasure among immortal-grade herbs. Upon hearing this, Dong Gu Yan's eyes sparkled with life as she gazed intently at Gu Xian, for she understood that this was the herb he had chosen for her. Gu Xian continued, "It carries a legendary tale. It is said that long ago, there was an unparalleled youth, serene by nature, who delighted in nurturing flowers and planting trees, cultivating a garden of blue lotus and countless hues. He often composed verses for the flowers and invited the moon with a raised cup, yet whenever the flowers fell, leaving remnants on the ground, he would be consumed by profound sorrow, gathering the petals to bury them, shedding tears repeatedly over their fate. As the saying goes, Love moves the heavens, yet one may lose it to fate. His profound love for flowers touched the celestial flower fairy, who descended from the heavens to become his wife. From then on, they enjoyed a harmonious life together, blissfully unaware of impending misfortune. Alas, their happiness was short-lived. Upon learning of their union, the heavens grew furious, deeming that mortals and immortals should not be matched, and ordered the flower fairy to return to the divine realm. Since losing his beloved, the youth lamented daily, sinking into despondency, abandoning his floral pursuits, leading to a desolate garden. Upon hearing this, Dong Guyan's eyes glistened with tears. One day, a white-haired elder appeared and revealed to him that the cherished white peony in his garden was the embodiment of his beloved wife. He needed only to destroy the flower for the fairy to lose her celestial form and descend to reunite with him, but he must never forsake his love for flowers. With these words, the elder transformed into a gentle breeze and departed. At this moment, the young man suddenly awakened, deeply regretting his previous neglect of the flowers. He began to tenderly care for the plants, and though he cherished his wife, he could not bear to incinerate the peony. Instead, he nurtured it even more, weeping day and night for the flowers, his tears drying, his heart shattered, and ultimately succumbing to heartache. In his final moments, he shed blood upon the petals of the lovelorn red flower. As he recounted this, Xuan raised his hand, pointing to a drop of crimson on the white grass leaves, saying, "Behold, this sanguine stain is the essence of the young man's heart." Listening quietly to Xuan's words, Du Guyan was already in tears, her gaze fixated on the lovelorn red flower, her heart swaying, unable to contain herself. With a choked voice, she inquired, "Is this the origin of the flower's name?" Chapter 76, Du Guyan's love for Xuan. Xuan embraced Du Guyan tenderly, whispering, "Indeed. It symbolizes the profound love between two devoted souls." Nestled against Xuan's chest, Du Guyan looked up at his chin and softly asked, "We shall not part, will we?" Her gentle words stirred something within Xuan's heart, causing a fleeting moment of wavering. He nuzzled her forehead with his chin and replied tenderly, "No. As long as you do not abandon me, I will never leave you." Hearing this, Du Guyan wrapped her arms around Xuan's waist, compressing the lovelorn red flower between their chests, emanating a faint glow. "Yes, in this lifetime, I shall only acknowledge you," she declared resolutely. After a while, they parted. And Xuan continued, "Yanzi, this flower is no ordinary specimen. It serves its master. To pluck this lovelorn red flower, one must think of their beloved while doing so, sincerely and wholeheartedly, and must spill a drop of blood upon its petals. Should there be the slightest hesitation, even if one were to bleed to death, the flower will remain unattainable. Once the flower is harvested, as long as it remains near its master, it shall never wither. The stone beneath this flower is known as wuju. If forcibly destroyed, the flower will lose all its medicinal properties, rendering it utterly worthless. However, should one consume this herb, they would gain the potential for immortality akin to that of the heavens and earth. I conservatively estimate that consuming it could elevate one's soul power by at least 10 levels and bring about a comprehensive transformation of the body. If you are able to partake of it, your fourth soul ring might very well absorb a 10,000-year level. Previously, Xuan had conservatively estimated that Du Guyan's fourth soul ring could absorb an 8,000-year level, but if she were to consume this divine herb, absorbing a 10,000-year level soul ring would be utterly feasible. This lovelorn red flower possesses such terrifying effects. It is worth noting that in the original narrative, Xiao Wu even sacrificed her soul to Tang San, seemingly leading to her demise. Yet, due to consuming the lovelorn red flower, she ultimately retained her beast form, followed by a series of soul operations leading to her revival. Although Xuan never had the opportunity to consume the lovelorn red flower, its potential for enhancing a soul master is undeniable, improving not only physical capabilities, but also significantly elevating mental acuity. Originally, Xuan intended to consume this exquisite herb himself. However, the circumstances did not permit it. Both Dugubo and Duguyen were unable to partake of the eightfold mysterious ice grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom, thus leaving Xuan with no choice but to utilize it himself. As for administering it to others, Xuan was not so selfless. There were indeed talents within the sect, yet he had prepared pills refined from the same exquisite herbs for them, which bore effects comparable to the herbs themselves. Even if the pills crafted from these rare herbs numbered in the tens or even hundreds, the inclusion of other 1,000-year-old medicinal ingredients and spiritual materials would sufficiently compensate for the dispersed efficacy. Ultimately, the quality of such pills, while perhaps not surpassing that of a singular exquisite herb, would undoubtedly be nearly indistinguishable. Upon hearing Xuan's words, Duguyen felt a tremor within her heart. Must one hold dear the thoughts of a beloved to acquire such an exquisite herb? If that were the case, then this herb was not merely the pinnacle of its kind, but also a testament to love. Gu Xian extended the heartbroken red amaranth in his hand to Du Guyan, who accepted it with a graceful gesture, her mind flooded with memories of their time together, particularly during the 3 months spent in the Eye of Ice and Fire. Du Gubo was primarily engaged in seclusion to refine the toxins within his body, rarely intruding upon their intimate world. Thus, for the newly formed couple, their connection was akin to kindling igniting a blaze, entwined in each other's presence. Throughout those 3 months, even in the same location, Du Guyan felt no trace of weariness. Instead, she reveled in the experience. Gu Xian had a knack for seduction, often leaving Du Guyan yearning for more, yet he remained elusive, content with mere flirtation and shared moments of affection while cocooned together in slumber. Yet, Gu Xian could only express his helplessness regarding the situation. If he were to release his primal desires too early, he was acutely aware of the consequences. For even the most disciplined individual would find it hard to resist when faced with such a captivating figure. As the saying goes, some experiences can only be had once or infinitely. Gu Xian never denied his genuine feelings, so he made every effort to avoid crossing certain lines. However, Du Guyan could not share in this restraint. In her eyes, Gu Xian was already a man. In the continent of Duhan, many girls of her age were already mothers of 2. If Gu Xian refrained from teasing her, it might have been acceptable, but he would occasionally provoke her. And as a young woman, her desires were stirred. With Gu Xian being so handsome and alluring, how could she possibly resist? Ultimately, in a moment of resignation, Gu Xian confided his feelings to Du Guyan. When she learned of his thoughts, she was momentarily taken aback. Her initial reaction was not to dwell on the age difference, as Gu Xian was 5 years her junior. Indeed, age was not a significant concern. The notion filled her with a subtle excitement, realizing that Gu Xian was indeed a younger brother, yet she never anticipated that he would be so very young. Du Guyan was astonished by the fact that Gu Xian's soul power had already reached the 37th level, even prior to consuming any celestial herbs. He had been at the 33rd level. What a terrifying talent this was. When Du Gubo learned of this revelation, he was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. After all, the higher Gu Xian's aptitude, the less Du Guyan would need to worry about her future. At that moment, Du Guyan cradled the heartbreak red flower, gazing into Gu Xian's violet eyes filled with tender affection. For a long while, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, which fell upon the heartbreak red. The mingling of blood infused the flower, causing it to emit a brilliant crimson glow. As evening descended, the heartbreak red gently swayed between Gu Xian and Du Guyan, slowly detaching from the obsidian stone, which crumbled to dust, as if all of its energy had returned to the flower. This heartbreak red lingered quietly between their chests, occasionally shimmering with red light, illuminating the loving gaze shared by the couple. Bathed in the crimson glow, their forms melded harmoniously, their lips meeting in a soft embrace. After a prolonged moment, Du Guyan delicately held the heartbreak red in her delicate hand. With the heartbreak red in her left hand, she tenderly caressed its petals with her right, softly inquiring, "Little Xian, that story is true, isn't it?" Gu Xian nodded and replied gently, "Though our feelings should not be measured by a single flower, it indeed serves as a testament to our love. Consume it. It will provide you with the finest assistance, allowing you to remain by my side as we strive and progress together." Chapter 77. The Ascendancy of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, Part 1. Du Guyan shook her head, her eyes brimming with affection as she replied, "No, little Xian. How could one bear to consume such a divine herb? Did you not say that once it recognizes its master, it will never wilt? I wish for it to accompany me always, to cherish and adore it." Upon hearing this, Gu Xian felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, soon recalling how in the original narrative, Xiao Wu had expressed similar sentiments to Tang San. Yet, the current Du Guyan had no opportunity to know Xiao Wu. Could it be that this celestial herb possessed a unique allure for those who dared to pluck it? Reflecting on this segment of the original tale, Gu Xian could not help but lament Xiao Wu, the love-stricken bunny. Though she was a soul beast taking form, her immediate priority should have been to cultivate to level 60 and enter maturity, yet she was ensnared in the throes of love. It was no wonder she later fell victim to pursuit and sacrifice. Perhaps this was merely a plot device by the author, designed to facilitate the protagonist's acquisition of a century-old soul ring at the expense of common sense. Nevertheless, such matters were inconsequential to Gu Xian. He would never allow Du Guyan to keep the heartbreak red. Such a treasure could only be truly possessed by consuming it. As for the rabbit known as Xiao Wu, it is destined to become a soul ring, whether it is bestowed upon one or another. Gu Xian gazed at Du Guyan and explained, "Yanzi, this Osmita heartbreak red truly evokes compassion. Yet I must convey to you that in this world, It is strength that serves as the foundation for safeguarding all. Without power, we may ultimately be incapable of protecting anything. Therefore, I advise you to consume this Osmita Heartbreak Red to maximize its effects. As I previously mentioned, by ingesting this herb, your fourth soul ring may very well absorb a 10,000-year level soul ring, an enhancement far greater than you can envision. Gu Xian's tone was imbued with sincerity and earnestness, causing Du Yan's heart to waver. Observing her uncertainty, he continued, "Moreover, as you are aware, I am merely 12 years and 4 months old, while you are nearing 18, 5 years my senior. Yet, I have already transcended to the 37th level of soul power, merely 3 levels shy of you. If you do not take advantage of this Osmita Heartbreak Red, you will find yourself increasingly distanced from me in the future. I do not wish for you to remain merely as a woman behind me. I desire for you to stand alongside me as we confront the future together." Upon hearing these words, Du Yan's pupils quivered slightly. Face the future together? Gu Xian grasped her right hand and asked, "Do you wish to watch me move further away while you remain unable to catch up?" Du Yan shook her head. "No, I wish to progress and grow alongside you." With newfound determination in her gaze, she declared, "Xiao Xian, I understand now. I will not act impulsively." Gu Xian released her hand gently and said softly, "Go ahead. Consume the Osmita Heartbreak Red, and then I will accompany you in search of a suitable fourth soul ring." Du Yan nodded resolutely and made her way toward the stone house atop the cliff. However, she could not ascend unaided. Thus, Gu Xian activated his purple third soul ring, creating a series of skeletal structures that extended toward the cliff face. This was not Du Yan's first experience using such a method to reach the stone house. She had often returned this way when Du Bo was in seclusion. Meanwhile, Gu Xian retrieved a letter, a correspondence agreed upon 3 months prior with Ning Fengji, pledging to exchange news monthly. This letter was the one dispatched today. Those outside would find it exceedingly challenging to locate the ice and fire Yin Yang Eye, and even if they did, entry would be impossible. However, armed with the map and detoxification pills provided by Gu Xian, delivering the letter posed no difficulty. Upon opening the letter, nearly 10 pages of writing unfolded, detailing the significant events that had transpired within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School over the past month. In the last 3 months, Gu Rong had consumed the wondrous mushroom, the heavenly chrysanthemum, breaking through to the 97th level, while Ning Rongrong had ingested the chilutulup, surpassing the 30th level, and upon acquiring her soul ring, her soul power had directly reached 35. In truth, this is not an exaggeration, for in the original work, Ning Rongrong ascended from the 31st level to the 37th level simply by consuming the chilutulup. Now, she has merely advanced from the 27th level to the 35th level, with a portion of her newfound soul power stemming from the absorption of a soul ring. Notably, Ning Rongrong's third soul ring astonishingly reached 2,300 years, representing a remarkable leap in soul ring absorption. Following closely is the venerable Gu Xian, as the sword de law, Chen Xian, emerged from seclusion after a month, having officially broken through to the 97th level. However, upon learning that the ancient Gu Rong had also attained the 97th level, Chen Xian felt as though this world had become somewhat surreal. After all, he had only secluded himself for 2 months, and yet Gu Rong had silently caught up to him. Subsequently, Ning Fengji elucidated the effects of the celestial-grade herbs, which left Chen Xian incredulous. Yet, the living examples of Gu Rong and Ning Rongrong before him compelled him to accept this truth. Then, in a manner akin to a magician's trick, Ning Fengji presented Chen Xian with a brocade box containing the Mou Jianzhu. Initially dismissive of such external substances, Chen Xian, upon witnessing the transformations in Gu Rong and Ning Rongrong, could hardly contain his excitement and accepted the Mou Jianzhu. Nevertheless, he refrained from consuming it immediately. Having just broken through to the 97th level, he required some time to acclimate. The optimal method for adaptation, of course, was to engage in combat with Gu Rong. However, this time both were at the 97th level, and Chen Xian could no longer maintain his previous composure. The battle was evenly matched. Yet, through their sparring, both swiftly became familiar with the strength that accompanied their breakthroughs. A month passed, and another piece of good news arrived. Yang Wudi had successfully refined the elixirs based on the celestial-grade herbs and spiritual herbs formulas provided by Gu Xian. Among these, 2 types of elixirs stood out, one primarily featuring the Hunyuan celestial herb, combined with dozens of millennium-old medicinal materials and spiritual herbs to create the Soul Elevation Pill. The sole purpose of the Soul Elevation Pill is to enhance soul power, and the highest-grade version, made primarily from the Hunyuan celestial herb, offers a notable enhancement even to Tidal Do Law. However, as there was only one Hunyuan celestial herb available, this tier of Soul Elevation Pill was limited to 12 pills, sufficient for a maximum of 12 Soul Do Law. or even title de law, to consume. This class of elixir comes with significant restrictions. Its effects are optimal only upon the first consumption, with subsequent uses yielding drastically diminished results, essentially allowing an individual to benefit from just one pill in a lifetime. Naturally, there are also soul elevation pills suitable for soul saints and soul emperors, and their numbers are substantial, as Xuan had provided Yang Wudi with ample materials. However, these lower-tier pills hold little value for soul de law and title de law. Nonetheless, they are sufficient to bolster the strength of the mid-tier members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. For the time being, Ning Fengji refrained from making grand proclamations, and even the breakthroughs of Xuan and Gu Rong went uncelebrated, for he understood the virtue of discretion. The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect possesses its own network of spies amidst other formidable forces, and conversely, these powers also have their eyes set on the sect. Although the inner sanctum is tightly controlled, the outer gates are not spared from scrutiny. Thus, to ensure absolute security, Ning Fengji opted to conceal these matters, allowing for clandestine development, with the intention of ultimately delivering a delightful surprise to all. Naturally, this strategy was also influenced by Gu Xian's counsel. Otherwise, how could the two-titled de law of the Sword Bone make breakthroughs without hosting grand celebrations to announce the resurgence of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect strength? Yet Gu Xian was acutely aware that, in just a few years, the Soul Hall's soul hunting operations would commence. Revealing their advancements now would only afford the adversary enhanced preparation. Thus he chose to bide his time and grow quietly, intending to unveil a monumental surprise later. What indeed constitutes a surprise? In the future, with one titled de law at level 97 and another at level 98, complemented by Ning Fengji's support, that would be the epitome of a surprise. Indeed, a level 98. Although Chen Kai has yet to consume the inked jade sword bamboo, Gu Xian can foresee that Chen Kai will undoubtedly surpass level 98 in due course. The enhancement bestowed by a suitable celestial herb on a soul master is beyond imagination. In Chapter 78, The Advancement of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, Part 2, Ning Fengji experiences a breakthrough. Beyond the soul elevation pill, there exists another elixir capable of impacting even titled de law, the breakthrough pill. This breakthrough pill is concocted from 2 celestial herbs and a 9th-grade purple ginseng, along with dozens of millennium-grade spiritual materials and herbs, yielding 9 pills. As the name suggests, the breakthrough pill is designed to shatter barriers and transcend limits. Upon creation, 3 of these pills were immediately utilized, resulting in the addition of 3 titled de law to the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. The 3 individuals who consumed the breakthrough pill were the 3 esteemed red-clad elders, each at the pinnacle of level 89. Although they have yet to acquire their soul rings, each has already attained level 90, with their soul power solidified and their foundation stable. The breakthrough pill not only facilitates the breaking of barriers, but also fortifies the core of the soul master, as the plethora of auxiliary herbs used is not without purpose. The 3 have already contemplated their titles. Xuan, with the martial spirit of Wind God Wings, is a level 90 agility type quasi-titled de law, with the prospective title of Wind God de law. Mi, with the martial spirit of the Breaking Army Sword, is a level 90 strength type quasi-titled de law, with the prospective title of Breaking Army de law. Long Wu, with the martial spirit of the Terror Claw Tyrannosaurus, is also a level 90 strength type quasi-titled de law, with the prospective title of Tyrannosaurus de law. Mi and Long Wu are disciples of Chen Kai and Gu Rong, respectively. Their exceptional talents are part of the rationale for their selection, as their loyalty is beyond question. Although Xuan is not a direct disciple of Chen Kai and Gu Rong, he was nurtured under their guidance, and his loyalty is equally undeniable. The addition of these 3 quasi-titled de law has undoubtedly significantly enhanced the strength of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Moreover, there remain 6 barrier-breaking pills. Even if 2 are reserved for Gu Rong and Chen Xian, 4 will still be left. In the future, should anyone reach the pinnacle of level 89 and then consume a barrier-breaking pill, they would have at least an 80% chance of breaking through to the title de law rank. If the chosen individual possesses extraordinary talent, the likelihood could even ascend to 100%. After all, the trio from the left wing, upon consuming the barrier-breaking pills, all achieved breakthroughs to level 90. As the 3rd month arrived, Chen Xian consumed the inked jade sword bamboo, elevating his soul power to the pinnacle of level 97, while also deepening his comprehension of sword intent, even without the aid of a barrier-breaking pill. After 2 years of arduous training, it is not impossible to break through to level 98, a notion that directly corroborates Gu Xian's speculation. Certainly, this information is of utmost importance, but within this correspondence, there lies an astonishing revelation even Gu Xian could scarcely believe. Ning Fengji has remarkably broken through to level 80. Consequently, his quest to hunt for soul rings now bears another purpose. His grandfather requires a soul ring. Ning Rongrong's martial soul has now evolved into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower. Although Ning Fengji's martial soul has not reached this pinnacle, it has evolved into the 8 Treasures Glazed Tower, enabling him to possess 8 soul rings. This development was beyond even Ning Fengji's expectations, yet upon truly breaking through to level 80, he found himself in a state of exhilarating excitement. The evolution of his 7 Treasures Glazed Tower into the 8 Treasures Glazed Tower was made possible by a special elixir crafted specifically for him by Yang Wudi. Among these was a barrier-breaking pill, leaving only 5 remaining from the original 6. Yang Wudi used the barrier-breaking pill as the primary ingredient, combined with a millennium-grade star moon grass as a catalyst, along with various spiritual herbs associated with gemstones and the brilliance of sun and moon, to concoct a star moon pill. It was this star moon pill that enabled Ning Fengji to transcend the limitations of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, successfully evolving it into the 8 Treasures Glazed Tower. This evolution path, however, is fraught with challenges comparable to that of a rare tulip. The crafting of the barrier-breaking pill consumed 2 strains of celestial-grade herbs and dozens of millennium-grade medicinal and spiritual herbs. Besides the barrier-breaking pill, the ingredients for the star moon pill, star moon grass, and the auxiliary herbs are exceedingly rare. Currently, the remaining materials suffice to concoct only 1 more star moon pill. Although 5 barrier-breaking pills remain, the other necessary herbs are scarce. Nevertheless, this provides Ning Fengji with a glimmer of hope, as he may potentially leverage the last star moon pill to strive for level 90 upon reaching the pinnacle of level 89, allowing his 8 Treasures Glazed Tower to evolve into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower and achieving the distinction of being the second title de law in the history of the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. Regarding this matter, Xuan remains both astonished and delighted, for Ning Fengji's breakthrough signifies a further enhancement of the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect strength. Indeed, there exists a notable disparity between the auxiliary effects of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile with 7 Spirit Rings and the 8 Treasure Glazed Tile with 8 Spirit Rings. Initially, Xuan harbored concerns regarding his grandfather and second uncle's breakthroughs, fearing that Ning Fengji's spirit power would be insufficient to assist them. However, such apprehensions have since dissipated. With 7 Spirit Rings, Ning Fengji is capable of doubling the combat prowess of Gu Rong and Xuan, who are at levels 95 and 96, respectively. Consequently, it stands to reason that with 8 Spirit Rings, Ning Fengji would likewise be able to match the auxiliary efficiency required. The 7 Treasure Glazed Sect has undergone a remarkable transformation, further enhanced by the array of elixirs concocted by Yang Wudi, which has considerably bolstered the mid-tier strength of the sect. Nonetheless, due to the need for discretion, the number of individuals involved remains limited. Even so, this alone has resulted in an explosive growth for the 7 Treasure Glazed Sect. The contents of the recent correspondence included plans to assist the trio from the left wing in procuring their 9th Spirit Ring. Ning Fengji intended for Du Gubwa to accompany them, as the 7 Treasure Glazed Sect required a guardian to remain behind. Ultimately, Ning Fengji resolved that Gu Rong would stay to safeguard the sect while he and Xuan would personally escort the trio from the left wing on their clandestine expedition to the Star Doe Forest to secure their 9th Spirit Ring. Ideally, Du Gubwa's presence would be the best possible outcome. Upon reading the letter, Xuan could not help but smile, as it seemed that fortune had smiled upon him at just the right moment. Coincidentally, Du Gaian had also just reached the 40th level. Once she consumes the Heartbroken Red, her physical constitution and mental acuity would see a substantial enhancement. If they could secure a perfectly compatible spirit ring for her, Du Gaian's foundational strength would be significantly augmented. Thus, after perusing the letter, Xuan decisively resolved to persuade Du Gubwa to join them, and of course, he would also bring Du Gaian along. With such a formidable lineup, finding a 4th spirit ring for Du Gaian would be more than sufficient. Even if her 4th spirit ring were to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring, they would face no issues whatsoever. The only concern would be luck, as the search for a suitable spirit ring heavily relies on fortuitous circumstances. An hour later, Du Gaian's voice resonated from the stone dwelling atop the cliff. Xian, bring me down. Upon hearing this, Xuan's 3rd spirit ring glimmered, and Du Gaian gracefully descended upon the ethereal spine that appeared in midair, making her way towards him. Upon reaching Xuan's side, Du Gaian leaped into his embrace, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, Xian, the effects of this Heartbroken Red are simply astonishing. Did you know? My martial soul has undergone an evolution. Martial soul evolution? Xuan inquired, astonished. Du Gaian nodded with a radiant smile and continued, surprising, isn't it? I certainly did not anticipate it, and it is not merely my martial soul that has evolved. I feel that my physical constitution and mental acuity, even down to the very cells, have experienced significant enhancement. Xian, this heartbroken red truly lives up to its reputation as the emperor among divine herbs. Xian smiled gently and replied, this is indeed your fortuitous opportunity. Pray tell, what changes have occurred in your martial soul following its evolution? Yin smiled gently, her smile blooming like a flower as she spoke. Look, as her voice faded, she stepped back a few paces, distancing herself 5 meters from Xian. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose around her, and her fair, delicate legs transformed into a sinuous serpent's tail. The original green shifting to a hue that leaned toward blue, a striking blend of turquoise and azure. Xian found himself at a loss for words. The transformation was undeniably captivating, stirring within him an urge to admire her further. Aside from her legs becoming a serpent's tail, a diamond-shaped crystal appeared on Yan's forehead, its color mirroring that of her tail. Her pupils also adopted the same shade. Other than that, there were no significant changes. If one were to remark, it would be that her waist appeared even more supple, and the vitality of her youthful spirit seemed more abundant. The mere sight of Yin in this form caused Xian to swallow hard. From a perceptual standpoint, Yin indeed seemed significantly stronger than before consuming the Heartbreak Red, yet the alterations to her martial spirit appeared minimal. Outwardly, only the color had transformed. Yin seemed to sense Xian's thoughts, and she began to speak slowly. It's not merely a change of color. After consuming the Heartbreak Red, my Azure Scale Serpent martial spirit has evolved. Its name should now be Zhu. Zhu. Xian was taken aback. What sort of name was that? The direction of evolution seemed off as well. Wasn't it said that all serpents possessed draconic bloodlines? Typically, evolution would lean toward the dragon's essence. What did Zhu signify? The ancestor of all snakes. Noticing Xian's confusion, Yin gently raised her hand. As her soul power surged, a swirling mist of azure and blue emerged. A hue reminiscent of teal. This mist was distinct from her previous venom. It was infused with a rich essence of life. Xian was further astonished. Wasn't the Azure Scale Serpent a venomous creature? What did this vibrant life force signify? Had the martial spirit evolved to the extent of altering its attributes? At that moment, Xian realized that Yan's gains were far greater than he had anticipated. The evolution of her martial spirit to Zhu alone was a testament to that. Holding the azure mist in her hand, Yin explained, due to the evolution of my martial spirit, my 3 soul skills have also changed. This can be considered a weakened version of my first soul skill. Xian watched with anticipation for her elaboration. After the evolution of my martial spirit, my first soul skill, Azure Scale Red Venom, has transformed into the source of serpent spirits. This skill has a rather unique function. For instance, if you are injured, I can utilize this skill to extract another's essence or life force to heal you. Alternatively, I can convert my own soul power or poison into an energy akin to the essence of life to aid in your recovery. Upon hearing this explanation, Xian was slightly taken aback. This soul skill sounded quite formidable, albeit somewhat unethical. Extracting another's essence? However, how astonishing it is that this ancestral spirit is so formidable. Although Xian was taken aback, he patiently awaited Yin to continue her exposition. Yin proceeded, saying, my second soul skill, Azure Scale Blue Venom, has transformed into Serpent's Breath. This perplexes me, as my second soul skill astonishingly possesses both water and poison attributes. Due to this duality, my second soul skill is exceedingly difficult to disperse or incinerate with typical strong winds or flames. Furthermore, its toxicity is on par with that of my former third soul skill. My third soul skill, Azure Scale Purple Venom, has evolved into the essence of poison. This skill lacks offensive capabilities. However, it instantaneously amplifies my toxin by 100%, functioning as a boosting skill. The potency of the venom after enhancement is significantly increased, even though I have yet to experience it firsthand. I am confident that if I were to employ my second soul skill while in the state of my third soul skill, with my current strength and foundation, I could achieve invincibility among soul masters of the soul sect, even without having obtained a 4th soul ring. It is nearly impossible for soul sect level soul masters to withstand my poison. Most importantly, my martial spirit exerts absolute dominance over any serpentine martial spirits and remains unfazed by the pressure of dragons. Listening to Yan's elucidation, Xian felt an air of incredulity, for her soul skills had undergone a complete transformation, with their power and effects far surpassing those of the past. The most critical aspect was that her evolutionary path diverged entirely from what Xian had speculated. This was not merely evolution. It could be said to be a reversion to ancestral traits. After all, the most powerful beings among serpents are not inferior to dragons. While most serpents evolve towards draconic forms, There exist truly exceptional entities within the serpent lineage, such as the legendary soaring serpent and the formidable sea snake among the five elements. Dong Guyan's current ancestral martial spirit evidently signifies a manifestation of reversion or an evolution towards the pinnacle of the serpent lineage, based on her unique circumstances. Her martial spirit remains that of a serpent, yet it has transcended into something altogether different. The former Azure Scale serpent martial spirit, though powerful, possessed a toxicity that could backfire, inflicting self-harm alongside damage to the enemy. Now, Dong Guyan's martial spirit has evolved into an ancestral form. Not only has its toxicity become more aggressive and domineering, but she is also immune to the afflictions of her own venom. In fact, she can even convert her venom into a rich life energy for healing. This growth undeniably positions her as the sovereign among serpents. Both Dong Guyan and Gu Xian now brimmed with exhilaration. The evolution of Dong Guyan's martial spirit signified an enhancement of her strength and foundation, enabling her to truly become an ally to Gu Xian rather than merely a woman in the background. After elucidating the changes in her martial spirit's evolution, Dong Guyan gazed at Gu Xian, momentarily lost in thought. Her opportunity to attain such a transformation was entirely due to Gu Xian, whether through the exquisite herbs he had chosen for her or simply because of his existence. Without Gu Xian, it is not only impossible for her to dispel her poison, but it would also haunt her for a lifetime. The current opportunity for the evolution of martial souls and the elevation of strength is undoubtedly unrelated to her. Xiao Xian, Du Guyan, retracted her martial soul and approached Gu Xian, her eyes filled with tender affection. Just as Du Guyan was about to throw herself into Gu Xian's embrace, an untimely cough interrupted the moment. Du Guyan froze, while Gu Xian promptly grasped her delicate hand and addressed Du Gubo, "Grandfather Du Gu, have you emerged from seclusion?" Observing the evident affection between the young couple, Du Gubo felt a surge of joy within. However, after years of pampering his precious granddaughter, witnessing her being courted by Gu Xian left him with a tinge of reluctance. Fortunately, Du Guyan would not be marrying far away, allowing him to see his cherished granddaughter daily, alleviating any unusual emotions. Du Gubo smiled slightly and remarked, "I have indeed emerged from seclusion. The antidote you concocted is quite remarkable. At this rate, within 3 months, I shall be free from this poison." Gu Xian clasped his hands in respect and replied. Then Xiao Xian extends his early congratulations to grandfather Du Gu. Du Gubo waved his hand and continued, "Now that Yin Yin has reached level 40, I intend to take her to hunt for a soul ring soon." He sensed the fluctuations of Du Guyan's soul power, realizing she had indeed surpassed level 40 and could perceive that her foundation was significantly superior to that of an ordinary level 40 soul master. However, Gu Xian's subsequent words disrupted his plans. Gu Xian explained the matter of Ning Fengji needing his company and mentioned that the vast variety of soul beasts in the Stardow Forest, coupled with the presence of 2 titled de law, would greatly enhance the chances of securing an exceptionally high-quality 4th soul ring for Du Guyan. He then conveyed the details of Du Guyan's martial soul evolution. Upon hearing this, Du Gubo was momentarily incredulous. A celestial-grade herb possessed such extraordinary power? When informed that Du Guyan could absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, Du Gubo nearly collapsed in disbelief. How could this be possible? Though he had learned from Du Guyan that Gu Xian was a successful example of absorbing soul rings beyond his level, the notion of absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring at merely level 40 was utterly astonishing. Did she intend to confront the soul beasts directly? Or did she deem the world unworthy? Du Gubo's astonishment and concern were entirely justified, as on the Dola continent, apart from the few divine heritage powers, no soul master had ever managed to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring by the 4th ring. The optimal soul ring configuration is 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, and even achieving such a configuration is rare. To reach the 10,000-year level by the 4th soul ring is virtually unheard of. It is well known that many soul masters' 5th soul rings are merely at the 1,000-year level, illustrating the magnitude of Du Gubo's shock. However, it is only natural for Gu Xian to wish for Du Guyan to strive for greater strength, thereby enhancing her foundation, which would ultimately broaden her future horizons. In the end, after Gu Xian's persuasion and assurances, Du Gubo reluctantly accepted this reality. He too hoped for Du Guyan's foundation to grow stronger, but this was contingent upon ensuring her safety. In the afternoon, the trio set off for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and Du Gubo readily accepted Ning Fengji's invitation. He was eager to witness the current stature of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, especially considering that this outing would augment the school by 3 title de law. Furthermore, Gu Xian had informed him that Gu Rong, the old dragon, had astonishingly broken through to level 97. What an extraordinary feat. The last time he saw Gu Rong, he was at merely level 96, and in just a few short months, he had ascended to level 97. Was this miraculous herb truly so remarkable? Truth be told, this development left Dugu Bo filled with envy, prompting him to boldly request the celestial herb from Xuan. However, there were no suitable celestial herbs for Dugu Bo within the ice and fire yin-yang eye at present. Nevertheless, Xuan had prepared soul-enhancing pills and barrier-breaking pills for him, both of which could be beneficial even to title de law. A total of 9 barrier-breaking pills had been refined, 3 of which were utilized by the trio from the left wing, with 1 consumed by Ning Fengji's Star Moon pill, leaving 5 remaining. 12 soul-enhancing pills were concocted, 8 of which were allotted to Soul de law with soul power above 85, leaving 4 still available. Thus, distributing 1 to Dugu Bo each was entirely sufficient. Remarkably, after consuming the soul-enhancing pills, each of the 8 Soul de law with soul power exceeding 85 experienced a 2-level increase in their abilities. One among them, who possessed the highest soul power, had ascended from the pinnacle of level 87 to the early stages of level 89. If he could maintain his past talents and cultivate to the peak of level 89, then with the addition of a barrier-breaking pill, a breakthrough to title de law would soon be within reach. It must be said that at times, having resources is not enough. One also requires talent. Without talent, possessing resources alone renders significant improvement within a short span impossible. Upon returning to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji and Xuan were in the main hall formulating plans for the left wing's hunt for soul rings. Upon seeing Dugu Bo, Ning Fengji immediately set aside his tasks and warmly remarked, "Uncle Dugu, we shall rely upon you once more." Dugu Bo was quite pleased by Ning Fengji's enthusiasm and waved his hand in response, saying, "There is no need for reliance. With Sword de Loa having broken through to level 97 and with your assistance, what need is there for an old man like me to intervene? My role this time will likely be merely to observe from the sidelines." Ning Fengji smiled warmly at his words and replied, "Such sentiments are unwarranted. The Stardow Forest is fraught with peril. You must not belittle your own contributions." Xuan also chimed in with a playful reprimand. "Oh, you old poisoner. Now even you have begun to speak with such silver-tongued eloquence." In response to Qinshin's teasing, Dugu Bo merely smiled, having come to terms with the situation. After all, Dugu Yin had already established her relationship with Xuan, and he began to contemplate a life of leisure at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Thus, he took the initiative to grow closer to Qinshin and the others. After their reunion, the inevitable exchange of pleasantries ensued. Xuan chose to depart the grand hall with Dugu Yin, unwilling to linger among the elderly gentlemen. Ning Fengji and the others were indifferent, allowing the 2 young ones to enjoy their time together. Once outside the grand hall, Xuan turned to Dugu Yin and said, "I want to introduce you to someone." As Xuan held Dugu Yin's hand, she inquired, "My sister? Your sister?" Dugu Yin was slightly taken aback. Xuan, rendered speechless, replied, "Please refrain from using such language." "No, that is not what I meant," Dugu Yin quickly clarified. "Isn't it just you and your family? Where would a sister come from?" Xuan smiled faintly. "Ning Rongrong. She is my uncle's daughter, 11 years old, 1 year younger than I." "Oh." Dugu Yin nodded thoughtfully. "Is she the girl you discussed the ownership of the Chihuahua tulip with Uncle Ming last time?" Xuan affirmed, "Indeed." He continued, "It has been quite some time since I last saw Rongrong. I wonder how she is faring now." Accompanied by Xuan, the duo proceeded toward Ning Rongrong's courtyard. After approximately 20 minutes, they arrived, only to find that Ning Rongrong was not present. Xuan surveyed the area and confirmed the absence of anyone. Then, a servant spoke up, "Young Master Xian, the young lady has gone to your courtyard." Surprised, Xuan nodded and took Dugu Yin by the hand, heading toward his own residence. Upon entering, Xuan spotted a striking figure in the yard. Ning Rongrong had grown to an impressive height of 1.65 meters, blossoming into an even more enchanting young lady. In just over 4 months, she had changed so remarkably. At that moment, Ning Rongrong was watering and fertilizing the rare plants in Xuan's courtyard, her back turned to the entrance. Without glancing back, she declared, "Didn't I say? No one is allowed to enter Xuan's courtyard without my permission." Hearing this, Xuan felt a stir in his heart. Yet his pace remained unwavering as he approached Ning Rongrong, while Dugu Yin stood at the doorway, observing. The siblings had not seen each other for over 4 months, and she refrained from interrupting her. Thus, she chose to watch from the entrance, ensuring she did not disrupt Ning Rongrong's focus. She understood that many pampered little princesses often feel a sense of rejection when meeting their brother's partner for the first time, fearing that the affection would be divided. However, Dugu Yin was not particularly concerned about this. She felt confident in her ability to connect with a girl like Ning Rongrong.